Chapter 1. The Difficult Path to Immortality. In the Liang Kingdom, at the Qingxian sect, Lin Changqing gradually opened his eyes atop a high platform crafted from white jade, awakening from a deep slumber. Around him, several other youths were also stirring from their stupor. Low-grade spiritual root, exceptional disposition, age 18, yet still uninitiated. Overall evaluation, low-grade. Upon hearing the final appraisal, Lin Changqing felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he staggered to his feet. A low-grade evaluation meant he could not enter the sect. Was it possible that his journey towards immortality was destined to end before it even began? As Lin Changqing contemplated the starlight bestowed upon him through his transmigration, he realized that despite arriving at the realm of cultivation with the aid of this celestial light, it had not granted him even the slightest enhancement to his innate abilities. Gaining entry into the cultivation sect was no simple feat. Amidst Lin Changqing's tumultuous thoughts, a large group of youths was divided distinctly into two lines. One line bore expressions of joy and excitement, filled with aspirations for the future. The other line was marked by dejection, despair, and resentment. Lin Changqing found himself among the latter. Why must the spirit testing platform be so inaccurate? How could I possibly lack a spiritual root? The voice of a nearby youth erupted in a shrill cry, akin to shattered porcelain, as he gritted his teeth in frustration. Dressed in fine garments and possessing a handsome countenance, he likely hailed from a wealthy family in the secular world. Yet, in the pursuit of immortality, all were equal, whether noble or commoner. Lin Changqing found solace in the fact that he at least possessed a spiritual root. Though he had been rejected by the Qingxian sect, a glimmer of hope still flickered within him as he aspired to tread the path of immortality unlike others who, devoid of a spiritual root, were unqualified even to embark on the journey of qi refining, destined to return to dust in mere decades. All non-qualifiers descend the mountain immediately. The steward in charge of recruiting disciples at the Qingxian sect issued a final ultimatum to those deemed unfit. Left with no choice, the rejected youths departed in small clusters. Some, unwilling to accept their fate, knelt on the ground, beseeching the immortal masters of Qingxian sect to take them under their wing, recognizing their fervent desire for the path. Lin Changqing could only shake his head, wishing them luck in their endeavors. Before arriving, he had received a warning. If one failed to gain entry, it was imperative not to linger at the Qingxian sect, for not all of its immortal masters were benevolent. However, just as Lin Changqing prepared to leave the mountain, a figure emerged from the group of selected youths, striding toward him. The figure was graceful and poised, standing tall, and although only 14 or 15 years of age, she possessed the beauty of a budding blossom, drawing envious glances from many. Lin Changqing felt a waft of fragrant air approach as she arrived before him. "Congratulations, Brother Lin. You possess a spiritual root and shall certainly tread the path of immortality in the future." The girl smiled brightly as she offered her felicitations. "What is there to celebrate? It is merely a low-grade spiritual root, and I have yet to enter the Qingxian sect. The path to immortality appears hopeless." Lin Changqing replied with a bitter smile. Had he not known the girl's character, he might have thought her words were a mockery. Li Xinyao, possessing a middle-grade spiritual root and an exceptional disposition, was at the second level of qi refinement, with an overall evaluation of high grade. Had she not spent her time cultivating in the secular world, she might have already reached the third level of qi refinement. As Lin Changqing gazed at the girl's graceful form, he was momentarily lost in thought, recalling their shared past. Approximately a year prior, upon his arrival in this world, he had heard whispers of individuals seeking celestial fate. After thorough investigation, he confirmed that this world indeed harbored the potential for cultivation, and he could not resign himself to a mundane existence. Thus, Lin Changqing endeavored to join the caravan in search of immortal opportunities, which had been organized specifically for Li Xinyao. Throughout the perilous journey beset by bandits and fierce beasts, the caravan had suffered considerable losses, facing life-threatening situations multiple times, yet he had persevered. During this time, he had contemplated various methods to secure a path to immortality, even considering seizing the opportunity from Li Xinyao herself. However, she had cleverly concealed any information regarding cultivation, particularly as she had already drawn qi in her body. Lin Changqing had witnessed her conjuring a fireball out of thin air, instantly incinerating a bandit into ashes, causing him to hesitate and refrain from making any rash moves. Left with no other option, he chose to cultivate goodwill. On the journey, he proclaimed his loyalty, especially showcasing his formidable secular martial skills to save her life on several occasions. After all, in a world where spiritual energy was scarce, Even a nascent qi refinement practitioner like Li Xinyao could not recklessly unleash her powers. If not for this, she would have never hired mortals for her protection, nor would Lin Changqing have had the opportunity to embark on the path of immortality. With the starlight in his mind, Lin Changqing found that mastering martial arts was not overly arduous as long as he evaded the initial magical attacks. He could overpower even cultivators once in close combat. This approach proved quite effective. Li Xinyao had even conducted tests to determine his spiritual root. Upon discovering his possession of a spiritual root, she had promised to take him to the sect and allow him to participate in the entrance examination for the Qingxian sect. At that time, Lin Changqing had envisioned the possibility of entering the sect alongside Li Xinyao, seeking longevity together, a tale that could be woven into legend. Alas, with the results now in, despite possessing a spiritual root, his qualifications fell short, rendering him unable to gain entry. A mere barrier separated their fates, leading to a significant divergence in their paths. Lin Changqing's countenance darkened. Observing the change in Lin Changqing's expression, Li Xinyao recalled how he had always protected her throughout their journey and sighed softly. She then presented him with a tome. Lin Changqing's heart stirred as he beheld the book in his hands. The Qi Induction Technique. The Qi Induction Technique is designed for those with spiritual roots to draw the celestial energy of a universe into their bodies, cultivating magical power, and thus embarking on the path of immortality, Li Xinyao elucidated. This is an inheritance from my ancestors, acquired by chance. It does not count as a transmission from the Qingxian sect, and, as a descendant, I am permitted to share it without breaching any rules. I hope Brother Lin will accept it. I understand your aspiration towards the path of immortality, and the Qi Induction Technique shall serve as a guiding light for you. Do not be overly disheartened, Brother Lin. With a spiritual root, you can still cultivate. Being a loose cultivator is also a viable path. Li Xinyao spoke gently, offering comfort and encouragement to Lin Changqing, while also presenting him with the technique. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Li. Lin Changqing expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. It was said that Li Xinyou's ancestors had once produced cultivators, even disciples of the Qingxian sect, leaving behind techniques and spiritual stones to facilitate their descendants in pursuing the path of immortality. Thus, she was able to cultivate magical power even in the desolate lands of the secular world. However, that was the extent of her abilities. Aside from mastering magical power and a fireball technique, she possessed little else, especially in the secular realm, where depleting her magical energy rendered her nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. He had been pondering how to become a cultivator himself, for now that he was aware of his spiritual root, how could he not pursue the path of immortality? If we are fortunate enough to meet again in the future, I hope to call you fellow cultivator, Brother Lin. Li Xinyao finally spoke, bidding her farewell. Once one entered the realm of cultivation, the divide between the immortal and mortal worlds would become irrevocably profound. Though Lin Changqing possessed a spiritual root, both were acutely aware that their paths would likely never cross again. Her actions could be seen as a resolution of a lingering bond. They exchanged farewells, and Li Xinyao turned to depart. Lin Changqing sighed softly within, watching her retreating figure as she ascended the mountain, his gaze vacant, uncertain whether he was observing Li Xinyao or the gates of the Qingxian sect. Gazing at the Qi Induction Technique gifted by Li Xinyao, he made his way to a safe spot before slowly opening it, meticulously studying each word and phrase while his mind continually recalled the contents of the technique. Simultaneously, he sensed the faint glow of starlight radiating within his consciousness. This was akin to a golden finger he had brought with him through his transmigration. Could it be that he was truly incapable of traversing the path of immortality? Chapter 2. Inducing Qi into the Body. At Changxian Market, as the sun gradually rose, the mist in the mountains began to dissipate. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting light upon a modest room. A wooden table, a bamboo chair, and a single bed adorned the space, with walls that were mottled and in disrepair. The only item of any value was the rice jar in the corner, though it was not the jar itself but the spiritual rice within that held worth. On that single bed, Lin Changqing sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, his palms facing the heavens. He felt his body gradually becoming lighter as the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn into him, expelling the impurities within. However, the spiritual energy, upon entering his body, could not be retained. It merely circulated, taking a small amount of impurities with it before exiting. Lin Changqing felt a tinge of frustration. Though he could draw in qi, he could not produce magical power. Could it truly be that his qualifications were so lacking? He often sensed that he was on the cusp of success, but could not fully induce qi into his body. Having stayed in Changxian Market for 6 months, he remained stuck at this initial step. In a fit of vexation, Lin Changqing retrieved the only book of any value he possessed, the Qi induction technique. This was the very technique gifted to him by Li Xinyao. The book was not thick, each page adorned with human figures and accompanied by explanatory text, culminating in a set of matching breathing methods. Having nearly worn the Qi induction technique to tatters, he found little novelty left within its pages. Lin Changqing closed his eyes once more, and within his consciousness, several rays of starlight shimmered brightly. These were the Enlightenment Starlights, a name Lin Changqing had bestowed upon them. This was likely the golden finger he had brought with him from his transmigration. The starlight enabled him to swiftly comprehend various forms of knowledge, including techniques and martial arts. Upon his arrival in this new realm, he was nothing more than an ordinary individual devoid of any skills. However, throughout his journey in search of immortality, he diligently explored the remains of the deceased, seeking martial arts techniques. With the illumination of the Dao Star, he rapidly grasped the necessary skills to confront the perils that lay ahead. Even Li Xinyao, a seasoned cultivator, praised his remarkable martial prowess. It took approximately a month for him to ignite a single star within his sea of consciousness. Nearly a year and a half had passed since his arrival, and now, his inner realm was graced with over 10 stars, with another one accumulating energy soon to shine forth. Lin Changqing had long since utilized the starlight to comprehend the Qi drawing technique, achieving mastery with exceptional proficiency. Initially, he believed that with the starlight guiding him, he would swiftly become a cultivator. Yet, reality struck him with a harsh blow. The refining of spiritual energy did not hinge on the proficiency of the Qi drawing technique, but rather on innate talent. Perhaps the Qi drawing technique held some significance, but its importance was not paramount. Furthermore, due to his relatively advanced age and the excessive turbid energy within him, the process of drawing Qi into his body proved to be even more troublesome. In despair, he found himself in a marketplace designated for cultivators, where he toiled with menial tasks while striving to cultivate. Unable to draw Qi into his being, he was relegated to the role of a lowly spiritual farmer. Scarcely distinguishable from a tenant farmer in the mundane world, this was not the path of cultivation he had envisioned. However, patience was essential, and he restrained his impatience, once again diligently practicing the Qi drawing technique. Perhaps sensing his inner urgency, Lin Changqing suddenly felt a subtle tremor within his body as spiritual energy surged into him, continually amplifying within, ultimately converging in his dantian. Finally, a thread of spiritual energy, as delicate as a gossamer strand, began to circulate within him, pulsating with life. He had succeeded. Thereafter, Lin Changqing continued to channel the Qi drawing technique, completing another cycle to solidify the spiritual energy within him. He then gathered his focus, slowly exhaling a wave of turbid energy. From this day forth, he was officially a cultivator. Although the majority of practitioners in the cultivation world were akin to him, spending their lives languishing in the Qi refinement stage, Lin Changqing remained undeterred. The fact that he had crossed the threshold into cultivation signified that hope still lingered. Especially with the starlight within his sea of consciousness, his path to longevity was not without its glimmers of possibility. Rising to his feet, exhilaration coursed through him. After a year of cultivation, he had finally drawn Qi into his body and formally embraced the identity of a practitioner, a moment worthy of celebration. Approaching the corner where the rice jar stood, he gazed at the dwindling spiritual rice with optimism. Life would no longer be so arduous. Having cultivated spiritual power, he could seek work among the cultivators in the marketplace, where he would then acquire spiritual stones for further cultivation. Moreover, as a cultivator, he would at least be able to utilize the basic spiritual rain technique, ensuring a bountiful harvest of spiritual rice without the need to hire other practitioners. Contemplating his future plans, he busily washed the spiritual rice before placing it into a clay pot for steaming. Before long, the pot lid began to emit steam, and the delightful aroma of spiritual rice filled the room. The cooked spiritual rice gleamed with translucence, plump and round. After finishing a bowl, Lin Changqing felt a warm current arise within him, gently coursing through his being. He channeled his spiritual energy to absorb the warmth, sensing a slight increase in his power. Albeit not significantly, it would require time to accumulate visible effects. Unlike ordinary rice, spiritual rice was rich in spiritual energy, enhancing one's internal power and accelerating the pace of cultivation, while also being devoid of turbid energy, making it beneficial for drawing Qi into the body. The fruits of his labor over the past year had been exchanged for spiritual rice. Pushing open the door, he stepped outside to breathe in the fresh air. Becoming a cultivator had transformed everything into a more beautiful experience. Before him lay a spiritual field, approximately 1 acre in size. The verdant rice shoots swayed with the breeze, thriving splendidly. This was the spiritual field of Changqian Marketplace, cultivated with spiritual rice. Beneath the marketplace lay spiritual veins, and only the spiritual energy emanating from these veins could give rise to such fertile lands. Within the marketplace, many individuals like Lin Changqing sought the path of immortality, or scattered cultivators enduring hardships, all laboring to cultivate spiritual rice, contributing a portion of their harvest annually to remain within the marketplace. They could hardly be deemed true spiritual farmers. Rather, they were employed to manage menial tasks and perform physical labor, relying on cultivators during critical moments. Mortals pursued the elusive chance of immortality, while scattered cultivators chased the intangible dream of longevity, exhausting their lives in the process. Lin Changqing strolled to the edge of the spiritual field. With hands forming seals and murmuring incantations, he pointed skyward, and to his astonishment, gentle rain began to fall from the clear blue sky. The raindrops cascaded upon the spiritual field, causing the rice shoots to sway gently, visibly growing taller. The spiritual rain technique was a spell bestowed upon every spiritual farmer in the marketplace, primarily used for irrigating the fields. Although it required cultivation to wield, the marketplace distributed it regardless of one's cultivation level. He had learned this technique long ago from the Starlight, but previously he had been unable to manifest spiritual power. It cost him 1 star, comparable in difficulty to the chi drawing technique, and even as a newly minted cultivator, he was not significantly weaker than seasoned practitioners. However, his cultivation level remained too low. A simple spell, like spiritual rain, consumed over half of his spiritual energy. If he were to attempt more powerful spells, he would likely be drained entirely, though he did not possess any formidable techniques. After casting the spiritual rain technique, he began to recuperate his spiritual energy. Furthermore, upon drawing chi into his body and becoming a cultivator, he sensed a slight acceleration in the illumination of the Dao stars within his sea of consciousness. Previously, it took around 30 days to ignite a star. Now, it was reduced to approximately 28 days. Upon entering the first layer of chi refinement, he distinctly felt that the chi drawing technique was insufficient. Although he could absorb spiritual energy, the process was painfully slow. It took half a day to restore just half of his spiritual energy. Perhaps it was time to explore new cultivation methods. The chi drawing technique was inherently a beginner's method for mortals. Now that he had become a cultivator, it was time for a change. His spiritual root was particularly attuned to the wood element, as determined during his examination of his spiritual root affinity. Having a spiritual root signified that he possessed all 5 elements, with the grade of the spiritual root reflecting the affinity of a specific attribute for spiritual energy. However, since he had a low-grade spiritual root, discovering his affinity for any attribute held little practical value. Ideally, he should select a cultivation method that aligned with his spiritual root. Yet, the mere thought of the prices for various techniques in the marketplace was enough to give him a headache. In the marketplace, a quality technique could cost hundreds of spiritual stones, and even subpar techniques demanded dozens. Of course, there were some exceedingly cheap options available at stalls, but the better ones were often incomplete. If one were unscrupulous enough to fabricate a technique, they risked their lives to practice it. Thus, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. Chapter 3. A Visit. In the evening following Lin Changqing's breakthrough, 2 guests arrived at his neglected, dilapidated dwelling. The 3 of them gathered around the sole square table within the room, as there was only 1 chair. The 2 guests produced their meditation cushions and sat cross-legged on the floor. Previously, the room was illuminated by a flickering candle, but upon the arrival of these 2 individuals, one of them produced a luminous pearl that brightened the entire space. While such pearls are rare in the mortal realm, in the cultivation community, they are as commonplace as stones found by the roadside, lacking any spiritual essence. A single spiritual stone could exchange for several of these pearls. In his everyday life, Lin Changqing had little need for such items and lacked the financial means to procure them. My humble abode is quite simple. I hope you do not take offense, Lin Changqing said, offering a courteous bow to the 2 visitors. It is customary to extend kindness to those who greet you with a smile. And although he was not well acquainted with them, he had crossed paths with them on occasion, particularly since both were established cultivators who had already embarked on the path to immortality, warranting a degree of respect. Not at all, Lin Daoist. You are the true ascetic, wholly devoted to your cultivation, unperturbed by worldly distractions. remarked the young man clad in elegant purple attire, a smile gracing his lips. The other individual joined in the flattery, stating, "Your dedication to cultivation is truly humbling to us." Though their compliments were indeed flattering, Lin Changqing felt an unsettling undercurrent. It was peculiar. The two had maintained smiles since their arrival, exhibiting a level of politeness that felt somewhat disproportionate given their limited acquaintance. Under the cloak of night, their intentions remained unclear. Were they harboring ulterior motives? Yet, he had always devoted himself to rigorous cultivation, possessing little in terms of wealth. Many of the local cultivators were far more prosperous than he. Moreover, there was a law enforcement team within the market, despite the remoteness of the area. Should any harm come to him, the enforcers would undoubtedly pursue justice against the aggressor. Thus, it was unlikely that these two would target him. Uncertain of their true intentions, Lin Changqing remained cautiously vigilant. Both individuals belonged to the community of spiritual farmers in this region, yet they were practitioners of qi refinement, leading lives considerably more prosperous than his previous existence. He had once invited them to employ their spiritual rain technique to nourish his spirit fields, which came at a fee, constituting a modest source of income. Some mundane farmers, lacking magical abilities, could only afford to hire others to perform such tasks, paying with minor spiritual stones. The first to speak, the elegantly dressed young man, was named Chun Ziming, a third-tier qi refinement practitioner, the most accomplished among the three. The other, dressed simply yet slightly better than an ordinary farmer, was named Sun Wenchang, possessing a kindly demeanor. "May I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit?" Lin Changqing asked, having been in meditation when these two had arrived unannounced. Lin Daoist has already cultivated his qi, making him a fellow practitioner. "We have come today specifically to congratulate you," Chun Ziming responded, his face alight with a cheerful smile. "Congratulations?" Lin Changqing felt a sense of perplexity. As a fledgling cultivator who had just begun to channel qi and entered the first layer of qi refinement, he found little to celebrate. His acquaintance with the other party was minimal, limited to residing in the same vicinity and encountering each other occasionally. Previously, he had been an ordinary mortal, scarcely exchanging pleasantries. He harbored a silent wariness, believing that unsolicited generosity often concealed ulterior motives. With that, Chun Ziming conjured a jug of exquisite wine from thin air, and soon a table adorned with an array of delicacies, fragrant and sumptuous, materialized before them. The suddenness of it all caught Lin off guard. He had not prepared any suitable congratulatory gift and had merely procured some fine food and drink from the market. The ability to summon such culinary delights hinted at the use of a storage pouch, a possession Lin found himself envious of. As even the most basic storage pouches were worth dozens of spirit stones, often unattainable for cultivators of modest means. Only affluent practitioners in the later stages of qi refinement could afford such luxuries. Yet here was someone who possessed one. "Come taste. This is the signature dish of the Drunken Immortal Tower, accompanied by their renowned Drunken Immortal Brew, which is the establishment's claim to fame," Chun Ziming remarked with a smile. Gesturing toward the lavish spread, Lin had indeed heard of the Drunken Immortal Tower, a place known for its exquisite spirit food, with expenses settled in spirit stones. He recalled that he earned but a single spirit stone a month from labor in the market. This feast must surely equate to half a year's earnings, if not more. Were all cultivators this affluent? Could there be a deception at play? He considered himself unworthy of such extravagance. However, glancing at Sun Wenchang, who was eagerly salivating at the sight of the food, Lin surmised that there was likely no poison hidden within. "Friend Sun, what of the gift you prepared?" Lin queried, noticing Sun was wholly engrossed in the culinary delights. At the mention, Sun Wenchang offered an awkward smile, hastily retrieving a book from his robes and presenting it to Lin. Lacking a storage pouch, he carried everything on his person, embodying the archetype of a struggling cultivator. "Brother Lin, having begun to channel qi, you must now be troubled by the matter of cultivation techniques. This tome should alleviate your pressing concerns," he said, revealing a text on qi refinement cultivation methods. Lin Changqing's heart skipped a beat. The qi induction technique he had previously practiced was merely a means for mortals to embark on the path of cultivation, and now, as a qi refinement practitioner, it had become somewhat inadequate. After employing the spirit rain technique today, the depletion of his internal magical energy was substantial. When he attempted to circulate the qi induction technique, it was evident that he struggled, as his magical energy replenished slowly. Recovering from using the spirit rain technique required nearly half a day, and if his internal energy was entirely exhausted, it might take close to a full day to restore. However, The situation would be markedly different with a proper chi refinement technique. Not only would his magical energy recover more swiftly, but he would also have the potential to break through to the second layer of chi refinement. After all, the chi induction technique was merely designed for mortals to draw energy into their bodies. Relying on it to achieve a breakthrough seemed hopeless. In the marketplace, even incomplete chi refinement techniques commanded several spirit stones, while a complete inheritance of such techniques held even greater value. Initially, he had been troubled by his lack of a proper technique, planning to save spirit stones for several months to purchase one, but unexpectedly, someone had presented him with one so swiftly. Yet, as the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished. If ordinary incomplete techniques were worth several spirit stones, then the implication that this was a complete technique made him feel somewhat uneasy about its authenticity. The ancient wood evergreen technique? Chun Ziming observed the technique in Lin Changqing's hands and involuntarily frowned. Friend son, is this the technique you chose to gift to Lin? That seems rather unethical. What issues does this technique possess? Lin Changqing asked, startled. Before he could ponder further, Chun Ziming elaborated. The technique itself harbors no inherent flaws. However, it is exceedingly obscure and profound. There have been genius disciples from esteemed sects who practiced the ancient wood evergreen technique. Yet even they only reached the late stage of chi refinement before their demise. Keep in mind, these practitioners were exceptionally talented. And even foundational seniors asserted that had they not practiced the ancient wood evergreen technique, they would have had prospects for foundational establishment. Subsequently, this technique faded from common knowledge. It remains unclear how brother's son acquired it. Chun Ziming cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wuchang, who chuckled awkwardly. He had been dragged along to celebrate, uncertain of what gift to offer. If he had to spend spirit stones, he would be reluctant, so he could only present this serendipitously acquired, somewhat mediocre technique. Is that so? Lin Changqing pondered thoughtfully. Given that numerous individuals, including some gifted disciples, had attempted to cultivate the ancient wood evergreen technique, what unique attributes might this technique possess? If it were indeed overly obscure, he was not deterred. With the starlight within his sea of consciousness, he was confident in his ability to comprehend it. As for the efficacy of this technique, it was nothing short of miraculous. Chun Ziming's excitement was palpable as he spoke of the ancient wood evergreen technique's benefits. Each layer cultivated would extend one's lifespan, 1 year for the first layer, 2 for the second, 3 for the third, and so forth. By reaching the pinnacle of the 10th layer of chi refinement, one could potentially augment their lifespan by nearly 60 years. To understand, we cultivators strive for longevity. This technique is nothing short of terrifying, even in the chi refining stage. One can possess a lifespan comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator. How could this not be alluring? Such prowess astonished Lin Changqing as well. The increase in lifespan during the chi refining stage is nearly a century, and one must recognize that the maximum lifespan in this stage is merely around 120 years. A direct augmentation of 50% in lifespan is remarkable. If one were to break through to the foundation establishment stage, such an increase would be truly extraordinary. However, the drawbacks have already been mentioned. The ancient wood eternal technique is esoteric and profound, and many talented individuals who once aspired to reach the foundation establishment stage have found themselves stagnating in the late stages of chi refining, unable even to reach perfection. Chun Ziming shook his head. Originally, they had hoped that this technique would extend their lifespans, granting them ample time to strive for foundation establishment, but instead, they found themselves in a state of despair, ultimately leading to their demise. Nonetheless, even with such reservations, this technique would undoubtedly command a significant price in the market. Lin Changqing remarked with admiration. Chun Ziming countered, stating that while this technique appears valuable, it is widely catalogued by various shops, merely serving to deceive novice cultivators. Even if someone were to practice it, those truly dedicated to the path would inevitably seek to cultivate other methods. Listening to his companion's insights into the cultivation world, Lin Changqing felt his understanding deepening. However, he remained perplexed by the purpose of their visit and the gifts they had brought. I do not comprehend the true intentions behind your visit to my humble abode. Please feel free to express your purpose directly. If I possess the capability, I shall certainly assist. Otherwise, this meal feels rather uneasy to partake. Lin Changqing refrained from perusing the martial arts manual, instead placing it directly upon the wooden table and candidly addressing the matter at hand. The two individuals who had come forth, having extended invitations for a meal and presented a martial arts manual, were undoubtedly seeking something from him. While he could easily accept their offerings and later assess the challenges they might pose, he was aware that should he find himself incapable of fulfilling their requests, he would merely be left with an empty meal. Although their cultivation surpassed his own, he had spent nearly a year in the market and had lost much of the awe he once held for cultivators. He knew that. While he might not be able to best them in combat, he could certainly escape if necessary. However, one must consider that if he accepted their hospitality and gifts without taking action in return, it could lead to lingering resentment. An open confrontation may be avoided, but subtler threats could arise. After all, they were cultivators, and if they possessed magical artifacts or talismans, what could his mortal flesh hope to withstand? Despite the marketplace's prohibition on violence, such regulations were merely superficial. The disappearances of a few individuals would hardly attract scrutiny. Upon witnessing Lin Changqing's forthrightness, Chun Ziming felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet he swiftly composed himself. Since you have expressed yourself so clearly, I shall refrain from beating around the bush, Chun Ziming began. We had initially intended to wait until you grasped the challenges of cultivation before approaching you. However, due to unforeseen circumstances and a shortage of personnel, we find ourselves here ahead of schedule. Chapter 4. The intentions. Lin Changqing listened quietly as the other party recounted their tale. After a while, he grasped the purpose behind their visit. Chun Ziming and Sun Wenchong, both of secular origin, had fortuitously embarked on the path of immortality but found themselves troubled by a scarcity of cultivation resources. In search of alternative means, they had received support from several factions within the secular realm, offering assistance in overcoming obstacles faced by these groups in exchange for annual tributes of precious items. Recently, however, two of these factions had encountered simultaneous difficulties. Although he and Sun Wenchong could address these issues, there would be no one left to manage affairs within the marketplace. They had also established a business for irrigating spiritual fields, and with the current season of irrigation upon them, their absence would likely lead to others seizing their opportunity when the next round of irrigation came. Originally, their group included another member, but that individual had ventured out in search of opportunities and had yet to return, raising concerns for their safety. In desperation, they had turned to Lin Changqing for assistance. Thus, Chun Ziming's intention was to invite me to join your small collective and venture into the secular world to resolve certain troubles? Lin Changqing inquired. Indeed, Chun Ziming nodded. However, I urge you not to decline just yet, as this undertaking guarantees a minimum reward of 5 spirit stones. Should challenges arise, additional rewards may be offered. This journey will only take about a month, and as someone who has also emerged from the secular world, your martial prowess would certainly enable you to tackle the issues faced by these factions. When I first settled here, some spiritual farmers had sought to trouble me. But upon demonstrating my skills, I managed to deter them, catching Chun Ziming's attention in the process. 5 spirit stones, truth be told. Lin Changqing felt a stir of desire at the prospect. This amount equated to what he had previously earned through 5 months of arduous labor. Moreover, he was in need of spirit stones, whether for cultivation or for purchasing necessities, as the prices within the marketplace were rather steep. During his time as a mere mortal, he had barely scraped by, but now, as an aspiring immortal, the costs of cultivation demanded considerable spirit stones. A trip to the secular world yielding 5 spirit stones would alleviate his immediate financial pressures. However, after careful consideration, Lin Changqing ultimately declined the offer. I fear I cannot venture into the secular realm. The secular world is devoid of spiritual energy, and having only just begun to draw energy into my body, my internal power remains unstable. To venture into the secular domain would be detrimental to my cultivation. He has only just reached the first layer of chi refinement. Should he return to the mundane world, the depletion of his spiritual energy without replenishment poses an exceedingly perilous situation. In severe cases, it could even risk his reversion to a mortal state. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's refusal, Chun Ziming was momentarily taken aback. In his view, the conditions he offered, 5 spirit stones for a month of cultivation at the first layer, were quite generous. Moreover, he believed Lin Changqing would be an ideal addition to his small group. Having come from the mundane world, possessing martial skills, and being of a lower cultivation level, he would naturally occupy a dominant position. However, Lin Changqing's reasoning was equally compelling. A decline in cultivation would render his efforts during this time utterly futile. He had contemplated seeking out others, yet the alternatives either possessed too high a cultivation level for him to assert dominance or were too low. As Lin Changqing had previously articulated, the spiritual energy in the mundane realm is scarce, and once his magical power is exhausted, he would be hardly stronger than an average person, making it difficult to resolve worldly issues. In contrast, Lin Changqing was particularly suitable. Coming from the mundane world with martial arts skills, he could address problems there without jeopardizing Chen Ziming's standing, as he was still a novice in qi refinement. With this in mind, Chen Ziming pondered for a moment before proposing. How about Lin Daoist taking on the irrigation of the spiritual fields within the market? I shall still guarantee a minimum of 5 spirit stones for a month's time. He had initially intended to oversee the irrigation himself, as it was not only easy within the market but also would not hinder his cultivation. However, in order to ensure that all parties remained unimpeded, he resolved to compromise. If it pertains to the irrigation of the spiritual fields, then there are no objections. Lin Changqing felt a surge of joy within. In the market, even when his magical powers were depleted, he could swiftly recuperate without any peril. With his adept mastery of the spirit rain technique, irrigating the spiritual fields was effortless. It would be better to comply with your wishes, Lin Changqing remarked, for he held this thought all along but found it difficult to voice it openly. Upon Lin Changqing's agreement, the atmosphere within the room became one of joyous camaraderie. It must be said, the culinary offerings of this renowned establishment in the market exceeded even the effects of spiritual rice, proving to be remarkably potent. After their meal, the three engaged in meditation, refining the spiritual energy within their bodies. The following day, Chen Ziming introduced him to the steward responsible for managing a region of spiritual farmers. Lin Changqing watched as Chen Ziming presented the steward with a small cloth pouch filled with numerous spirit stones. In turn, the steward produced a pouch of his own, seemingly containing even more spirit stones than those given to him by Chen Ziming. Lin Changqing pondered the steward's profit margin, suspecting he merely acted as an agent in management. Nevertheless, he observed in silence, recognizing that the steward's ability to amass spirit stones was his own skill. After all, accumulating 5 spirit stones a month was commendable in Lin Changqing's eyes. Chen Ziming appeared quite anxious, providing a brief explanation before hastily departing for the mundane world, while Lin Changqing immersed himself in the irrigation of the spiritual fields. During his period of magical recovery, Lin Changqing also devoted time to cultivating the ancient wood evergreen technique. Although ordinary practitioners might harbor reservations about this technique, Lin Changqing, endowed with the Enlightenment Star Light, found it to be exceptionally suited to his capabilities. With the aid of the Enlightenment Star Light, even the most esoteric techniques became comprehensible. A cursory examination of the ancient wood evergreen technique revealed its inherent complexity, befitting a method that had thwarted many prodigies. As longevity increases with each layer during the qi refining stage, the technique is divided into 10 levels, each more intricate than the last. The first level alone requires the operation of 12 primary meridians, followed by the unlocking of various minor channels, rendering it exceedingly complex. It was no wonder so many geniuses had faltered. Fortunately, his sea of consciousness was illuminated by the Enlightenment Star Light, and it took a considerable expenditure of 10 rays of light to grasp the technique. Consequently, only 6 rays remained in his sea of consciousness, which had once seemed ample but now appeared insufficient. Images of the ancient wood evergreen technique and its myriad insights floated in his mind. Armed with this understanding, he effortlessly gained entry into the practice, as the qi induction method was inherently designed for beginners, allowing for a seamless transition into cultivation. Lin Changqing practiced his cultivation technique, a delicate thread of azure energy circulating within him, ceaseless and vibrant. The process of qi refining is divided into 10 levels. The first 3 levels represent the initial stage. Levels 4, 5, and 6 signify the intermediate stage. Levels 7, 8, and 9 denote the advanced stage, while the 10th level epitomizes completion, paving the way for foundation establishment. Beside the spiritual field, Lin Changqing channeled his energy into the surrounding weeds, which flourished at a visibly accelerated rate. The ancient wood evergreen technique, being predominantly wood attribute, possessed the ability to stimulate plant growth. However, as these were merely common weeds, the results were particularly pronounced. Many wood attribute techniques exhibit similar effects, yet they yield little influence on spiritual herbs. Although he remained at the first level of qi refining, his energy had become significantly more enduring and potent. Previously, a single use of the spiritual rain technique required nearly 50% of his energy, whereas now it demanded only 40%, greatly enhancing the irrigation efficiency of his spiritual field. Nonetheless, while the ancient wood evergreen technique boasted a prolonged energy flow, its offensive capabilities were rather modest. Such a trade-off is to be expected. A technique that extends lifespan is not typically adept at combat. In the future, acquiring more magical artifacts or honing additional spells for self-defense would suffice. Within his consciousness, the presence of the Enlightenment Star shone brightly, rendering any spell or technique manageable. As for the increase in lifespan, he felt little difference at present. After all, the enhancement was merely a year, and being still young, its effects remained imperceptible. Having practiced the ancient wood evergreen technique, the time required to recover energy had significantly decreased, allowing him to employ the spiritual rain technique 4 times a day. With the area of the spiritual field spanning merely 100 acres, a month was just sufficient for his tasks. In the blink of an eye, a month had effortlessly passed. Through diligent practice of the spiritual rain technique, Lin Changqing successfully completed his assigned tasks. Regrettably, there were no rewards. Chun Ziming returned punctually after a month, his countenance radiating joy, evidently having garnered considerable wealth from the mundane world. Though the secular realm is impoverished in spiritual energy, prolonged accumulation can yield remarkable treasures over time. Lin Changqing and Chun Ziming conducted a simple handover. Now, it was time to execute his own plan. Chapter 5. The Apprentice. Early the next morning, Lin Changqing arrived at the inner district of the Fengshe marketplace. The Longshan Fengshe was quite substantial, with an underground spiritual vein of the second rank, capable of sustaining cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, the Qingxian sect stationed a senior practitioner in the foundation establishment stage here, resulting in a relatively stable environment that attracted numerous wandering cultivators to settle in the vicinity. Within the entire marketplace, including personnel from several prestigious cultivation families, there were over 1,000 cultivators, making it the largest cultivation marketplace in the area. Lin Changqing was initially drawn to this tranquil environment. The marketplace is divided into an inner and an outer area. The outer area is predominantly inhabited by spiritual farmers or destitute wanderers who cultivate spiritual fields. However, the spiritual energy in the outer area mostly derives from minor spiritual veins, rendering it quite sparse. Moreover, since the spiritual energy must also nourish the spiritual fields, its scarcity is further exacerbated. As a result, only those cultivators who are not particularly impoverished would consider residing in the outer area. In contrast, the inner area is a residence for cultivators, accompanied by various shops. The spiritual energy here is significantly denser. However, to reside in the inner area, one must pay a monthly fee of 5 spirit stones, which coincidentally matches his income for the month. Nonetheless, he has other uses for these spirit stones, not merely for acquiring residency in the inner area. Compared to the outer area, the inner area is truly the heart of the marketplace. Upon entering the inner area, the roads become considerably wider, allowing 2 carriages to pass side by side. The pedestrians exude a subtle sense of pressure. When he was still a mortal, he felt little of it, but now, as a newly ascended cultivator, he senses that everyone around him possesses a greater strength, especially as he has just embarked on the first layer of qi refinement. Of course, this pertains solely to cultivation. He still possesses some mundane martial skills, which means he is not intimidated by ordinary cultivators at the initial stage of qi refinement, those without magical artifacts or talismans. The streets are lined with numerous shops selling elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and a plethora of other items. However, Lin Changqing only has 5 spirit stones in his pocket, rendering him unable to afford much. As he passes through the stall area, he pauses. It is mostly scattered cultivators setting up stalls, and there are indeed several inexpensive items, though their quality is uncertain. Lin Changqing paused at a stall, which specialized in the sale of talismans. The display featured a variety of talismans, albeit of a rudimentary nature: cleansing talismans, illumination talismans, soundproofing talismans, and the like. These talismans could hardly be deemed impressive. They were simplistic in design and lacked any significant power. One could procure several for the price of a single spirit stone, barely recouping the cost of the talisman paper. However, it was not these talismans that captured Lin Changqing's attention, but rather the detailed guide on the creation of entry-level talismans displayed at the stall. The craft of talisman making represents one of the few avenues for financial prosperity among lower-tier loose cultivators. Many, driven by necessity, possess some knowledge of talisman crafting, yet their skills typically lack coherence, rendering them as little more than subpar talisman masters. Lin Changqing approached the stall, where a middle-aged man was resting with his eyes closed. Upon noticing Lin Changqing standing before him, he scrutinized him briefly before resuming his slumber. Lin Changqing managed a wry smile, attired in plain hemp garments. which bore patches indicative of his meager resources. He reached for a detailed manual on the crafting of entry talismans, flipping through 2 pages that seemed to have been enchanted, allowing him to view only the initial sections, which revealed scant information. Esteemed friend, how much does this book cost in spirit stones? Lin Changqing inquired with a sense of resignation. 10 spirit stones, fixed price. The vendor replied without opening his eyes, his tone indifferent. 10 spirit stones? That is exorbitant. My entire worth amounts to merely 6 spirit stones. 1 stone is my savings from the past 6 months, and 5 are my earnings from the irrigation of the spirit fields. However, these spirit stones were earmarked for other purposes, so he ventured. Could you perhaps lower the price? The vendor remained silent, prompting Lin Changqing to exhale in defeat, abandoning his pursuit. Subsequently, he veered off the main path, navigating through a series of twists and turns until he arrived at the rear entrance of a shop. At that moment, a cart was stationed at the back, laden with a considerable amount of goods, while several laborers busily descended and ascended, transporting the items. A foreman stood by, urging them, "Hurry, hurry. Has no one here eaten? You're delaying business. You shall forfeit today's wages." The laborers toiled under the sweltering heat, while the foreman appeared relatively untroubled. "Manager Zhou, it has been a long time since we last met." Lin Changqing approached the foreman clad in a gray long gown and greeted him. "Ah, it's you, Shaolin. Indeed, it has been quite a while." After a brief glance, Zhou, the manager, recognized Lin Changqing but did not linger. "Let me be clear. You have been absent for a month, which counts as an unexcused absence. I no longer have a position for you here." After accepting the task of irrigating the spiritual fields assigned by Chen Ziming, he had lost interest in the previous menial labor tasks, finding them tedious and unrewarding. Consequently, he focused solely on the irrigation of the spiritual fields, leaving him with no time to consult Zhou. "My apologies for the inconvenience caused by my absence," Lin Changqing quickly interjected. "Manager Zhou, I have reached the first level of qi refinement." Upon hearing this, Zhou cast a proper glance at Lin Changqing, but that was the extent of his interest, as he himself was a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement, significantly more advanced than Lin. "Congratulations," Zhou said in a flat tone. "However, the work here may no longer be suitable for you." The tasks he offered were labor-intensive, with a monthly wage of merely 1 spirit stone, primarily suited for mortals seeking fortune, which cultivators at the qi refinement stage typically deemed beneath them. "I have heard that you can help introduce individuals to job opportunities?" Lin Changqing inquired. Zhou managed the transportation and maintained close relationships with various shops within the market, possessing an extensive network. He often referred cultivators to shops as apprentices, receiving a commission in return. "Indeed, that is correct," Zhou nodded. "I am curious about what kind of job you are seeking." "I am looking for opportunities related to talisman crafting or formations, but I am open to other possibilities as well," Lin Changqing replied. "For loose cultivators, possessing a particular skill among the myriad arts of cultivation greatly enhances the potential for advancement. Alchemy requires an affinity for fire and wood attributes, which he somewhat meets through his practice of the ancient wood longevity technique. However, alchemy demands precise control over fire and has high requirements for spiritual energy. In addition to significant initial investments in alchemical furnaces and materials, weapon forging necessitates an affinity for fire and metal attributes, which he likely does not possess. Moreover, much like alchemy, weapon forging has certain prerequisites regarding cultivation level. Formations require exceptional insight and talent, and with the blessing of the Star of Enlightenment, you should have no issues there. Nevertheless, the transmission of formation knowledge is scarce, primarily residing within certain cultivation families or sects, with few shops in the entire market specializing in formations. Talisman crafting, however, is quite favorable, with a lower threshold for entry. Many cultivators employ talismans and magical tools in combat, and since talismans are consumables, the demand is high, making it a promising career. Other professions exist, such as beast taming and vein searching, but the transmission of the myriad arts of cultivation is generally inaccessible to loose cultivators, with little available for purchase. At most, one might find a basic guide to talisman crafting, like the one at the stall earlier, which only provides entry-level knowledge. Even mastering it does not guarantee recouping the investment. Talisman crafting, or formations, you say? Zhou stroked his rounded chin, drawing out his words. This may prove to be a challenging endeavor. Lin Changqing understood the unspoken intention and took out 5 spirit stones he had just received, presenting them with a humble gesture, a small token of appreciation. not meant as a formal gift. The spirit stones, still warm from his touch, represented his meager savings. Most of the spirit stones he had previously earned were spent on purchasing spirit rice and fulfilling daily necessities. After 6 months, he had managed to accumulate just 1 spirit stone, a feat hampered by his former status as a mortal, which limited his avenues for earning spirit stones. Fortuitously, thanks to Chen Ziming, he had secured a job tending to the spirit fields. Otherwise, he would have had no spirit stones to seek out Steward Zhou. Chapter 6. Master Zheng. The talismaker Steward Zhou accepted the spirit stones with subtlety, recalling that a talismaker was currently seeking apprentices. Consider yourself fortunate. Lin Changqing was astonished that Steward Zhou had established a connection with the esteemed talismaker. Truly impressive. Oh, it's nothing. Steward Zhou waved dismissively, clearly pleased. I merely handled a few transactions with that esteemed individual. To be clear, my role is solely to introduce you. Whether you catch their eye depends entirely on your own abilities. I understand, Lin Changqing replied, his face expressing gratitude. Without Steward Zhou's intervention, he would never have encountered this opportunity, and he owed a debt of thanks to him. Steward Zhou smiled with satisfaction, patting Lin Changqing on the shoulder. Good lad. Quite clever. Just wait here. After arranging the goods on the carriage, Steward Zhou led Lin Changqing to a private residence in the residential area of Changxian Square. Along the way, he briefed Lin Changqing on the talismaker's background. The talismaker, surnamed Zheng, was a first-tier high-grade talismaker. It was worth noting that there were very few first-tier high-grade talismakers in the entire marketplace. Even more remarkable was that while most talismakers were affiliated with some faction, serving as either honored guests or under the protection of powerful patrons, Master Zheng was a solitary cultivator. Recently, due to unforeseen circumstances, his previous apprentice had been dismissed. And although he had selected several candidates, he found them all unsatisfactory. This left Lin Changqing feeling apprehensive. Master Zheng's expectations were likely high, and he wondered if a novice at the Qi refinement stage would meet the talismaker's standards. Steward Zhou sent someone in to announce their arrival, and soon they were guided into the courtyard. The private residence was exquisitely maintained, with an abundance of spiritual energy that surpassed that of the outside world. Under the guidance of their host, they finally met Master Zheng. The talismaker appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, slightly hunched, dressed in a long grayish-white robe. However, the sharpness in his gaze made Lin Changqing feel that Master Zheng was not an easy person to approach. Here is the individual I brought for you, Master Zheng. Steward Zhou stated as he bowed respectfully. I am Lin Changqing, a junior, and it is an honor to meet you, Master Zheng. Lin Changqing mimicked Steward Zhou's gesture of respect. Lin Changqing had already attained the first level of Qi refinement, thus becoming a cultivator. The influence of the ancient wood evergreen technique imbued him with a serene aura, despite his plain appearance, creating an impression akin to a gentle spring breeze. Clad in tattered hemp garments, he nonetheless exuded a commendable demeanor that did not provoke immediate disdain. In contrast, those who practiced sinister arts often bore harsh visages that betrayed their malevolent nature. The ancient wood evergreen technique, however, lent him a positive influence, rendering him particularly adept in interpersonal dealings. Master Zheng, at the very least, found Lin Changqing's countenance to be quite agreeable. With an air of superiority, Master Zheng proclaimed, I must clarify that the conditions here are not particularly favorable, yet as long as you perform your duties diligently, I shall not treat you unjustly. As a novice entering the realm of cultivation, with limited horizons, I am profoundly grateful to Senior Zheng for affording me the opportunity to engage in talisman crafting, and I would never dare to wish for more. Lin Changqing, with a sincere demeanor, expressed his lack of foundational knowledge in talisman crafting, relying solely on his eloquence to see if he could impress Master Zheng. Upon hearing this, the previously proud Master Zheng revealed a satisfied smile and nodded, saying, Good. Well spoken. Although you are somewhat older, your pleasant speech and diligence merit your retention. Thank you, Senior Zheng. Lin Changqing gratefully bowed. At the side, Steward Zhou felt a wave of relief and joy upon hearing that Master Zheng had accepted Lin Changqing. He had not anticipated that Master Zheng's standards had lowered so significantly. Previously, apprentices were required to have some knowledge of talisman crafting, yet now it seemed that merely having a pleasant manner was sufficient. However, this was understandable, as there were few candidates available, and one could not afford to miss out on someone who showed no concern for remuneration. Steward Zhou reflected on Master Zheng's background as a self-taught practitioner. Although he was in his 50s, he was still considered to be in his prime as a cultivator and had never intended to take on apprentices, consistently recruiting them instead to perform menial tasks. Yet, Master Zheng was known for his harsh temperament, treating his apprentices with great severity and resorting to punishment at the slightest provocation. He often assigned them tedious tasks such as preparing talisman paper and spirit ink, without ever offering guidance on the art of talisman crafting itself. Apprentices with a genuine foundation in the craft sought to learn from Master Zheng, hoping he could spare a moment to instruct them. Unfortunately, they were often met with reprimand instead of mentorship. Moreover, the compensation offered was significantly lower than that of other talisman masters, making it unbearable for many. Consequently, numerous apprentices left after a brief period of service, spreading word of their unsatisfactory experiences, which made it increasingly difficult for this first-tier talisman master to find suitable students. Recently, Master Zheng had even incapacitated a former apprentice, further tarnishing his reputation and resulting in a dearth of individuals willing to apprentice under him. Steward Zhou, who had been assisting Master Zheng with the transportation of goods, had developed a rapport with him and previously referred several individuals to the master, all of whom could not endure his temperament and departed, thus damaging Zhou's own reputation. Yet, as a first-tier talisman master, how could Zhou dare to refuse when Master Zheng sought apprentices? A single word from him could jeopardize Zhou's position in the marketplace. Steward Zhou could only hope that Lin Changqing would fare well, and if he found the situation intolerable, he could always assist him in finding another position without charge. With Zhou's endorsement, Lin Changqing officially became an apprentice to Master Zheng. Grateful, Lin Changqing expressed his thanks to Steward Zhou for facilitating the opportunity. Young Lin, you are too kind. However, do bear in mind that Master Zheng's temperament can be quite challenging. I wish you the best in your endeavors to become a talisman master, Zhou advised, noting the master's disposition as Lin Changqing transitioned into his new role. Lin Changqing paid no heed, responding with a smile. It was quite normal for a first-tier high-grade talisman master to possess a bit of temperament. After bidding farewell to manager Zhou, Master Zheng guided Lin Changqing to familiarize himself with the environment where he would be working. The courtyard was divided into areas for Master Zheng's cultivation and talisman crafting. Pointing to the cultivation area, Master Zheng instructed, "This is my sanctuary for cultivation. Without my permission, no one is allowed to step foot inside." Lin Changqing sensed the ethereal energy within the inner courtyard, as waves of spiritual essence converged from all directions, enriching even the external courtyard's aura. As if a gathering formation was laid out, he had heard that only a select few in the entire marketplace possessed the qualifications and financial means to establish such a formation. It was evident that being a first-grade high-tier talisman master came with substantial wealth. Another area was designated for talisman crafting, which would be his future workplace. According to Master Zheng's introduction, he would not yet engage in talisman creation, but would commence with the most fundamental tasks, such as producing talisman paper and concocting spiritual ink. As for the art of drawing talismans, Master Zheng had not indicated a method of instruction and seemed disinclined to teach. However, Lin Changqing had never intended to learn through conventional means. Whether he received formal instruction or not mattered little to him. Chapter 7. Talisman Crafting as the conversation unfolded. A slender, dark-skinned youth emerged from the courtyard. This was another apprentice, Wu Jie. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him, Master Zheng casually introduced. Gesturing towards Wu Jie, Lin Changqing cast a friendly glance at Wu Jie, nodding gently as a form of greeting. Wu Jie responded with a smile. After establishing a connection with Lin Changqing, Wu Jie suddenly looked at Master Zheng Fu with a face full of hope. With a new apprentice in attendance, wouldn't Team Master Zheng Fu reveal a glimpse of the art of talismans? Reveal the art of talismans? Upon hearing this, Lin Changqing became intrigued. He had also heard that, generally, when one seeks to learn a craft under a master, the mentor would typically showcase a skill first, demonstrating that one has indeed found a worthy teacher who would not neglect them in the future and would impart genuine expertise. However, such matters ultimately depend on the master. If the master wishes to teach, they shall do so, but if not, they will refrain, for the apprentice is but a student, not their own progeny. Lin Changqing never anticipated encountering such a master. Upon hearing Wu Jie mention displaying a skill, Master Zheng's brow furrowed, and his demeanor turned slightly cold. Could it be that Wu Jie intended to clandestinely learn his talisman arts? However, reflecting upon his current reputation in the marketplace, he realized it was indeed time to restore it. Thus, Master Zheng relaxed his brow and gazed at the hopeful Wu Jie and the somewhat astonished Lin Changqing. Very well. Since young Lin has just arrived today, I shall allow you to witness the art of talismans. However, during our observation, do refrain from speaking, or else do not blame me for my rudeness. Master Zheng emphasized this final point directly at Lin Changqing. Thank you, Master Zheng. Lin Changqing immediately expressed his gratitude. It is a rare opportunity for you to learn talisman crafting on your very first day. Seize it wisely. Master Zheng advised Lin Changqing. Henceforth, when you venture out, refrain from spreading idle gossip, and do not believe any hearsay you may encounter. Lin Changqing listened with a sense of confusion, yet he nodded in agreement. Before long, Master Zheng led the two of them into the inner courtyard's talisman-making chamber. Master Zheng took the offered talisman paper and spiritual ink, and with a flicker of spiritual light, a jade talisman brush materialized in his grasp. His expression turned serious as he raised the brush. The red ink flowed like a blade, saturating the talisman paper. The brush danced in his hand with deft precision. In the span of half a tea's brewing time, a talisman was skillfully crafted. He then proceeded to work on the second one. Lin Changqing watched intently, his eyes wide open, fixated on the movements of Master Zheng, not allowing the slightest detail to escape his notice. Beside him, Wu Jia also observed Master Zheng closely, occasionally displaying a contemplative expression. After approximately half an hour, Master Zheng had completed a batch of talismans, his magical energy nearly exhausted. Gazing at the finished symbols before him, Master Zheng's face revealed satisfaction as he turned to Lin Changqing and Wu Jia. Lin Changqing initially maintained a composed demeanor, but upon witnessing Zheng Fushi turn away, he immediately regarded him with admiration. Meanwhile, the youth nearby appeared to be savoring the intricacies of the talismans they had just observed. After such an extended period of contemplation, Zheng Fushi inquired, "What are your thoughts?" The youth scratched his head and replied somewhat awkwardly, "Zheng Fushi, your movements while drawing the talismans were a bit too swift. Some details were difficult to discern." At this remark, Zheng Fushi's expression shifted to one of impatience, retorting, "Your inability to see clearly stems from your own limitations. Focus on enhancing your cultivation first." Upon hearing this, Lin Changqing felt that Wu Jia lacked emotional intelligence. Thus he remarked, "Esteemed master, your skill in talisman crafting is nothing short of extraordinary, truly exceptional, a masterpiece that leaves one in awe. Indeed, there is potential in this child to be cultivated." Master Zheng's eyes narrowed with delight at Lin Changqing's flattery. Meanwhile, Wu Jia stood there, gazing blankly at the newly arrived apprentice. After putting away the completed talismans, Master Zheng retreated to the adjacent training room to replenish his spiritual energy, leaving Lin Changqing and the young lad to tidy up. Wu Jia adeptly gathered the discarded talisman papers and spiritual ink, with Lin Changqing following suit. "Brother Lin, my name is Wu Jia. I have been an apprentice under Master Zheng for 5 years. Wu Jia introduced himself first. Although Master Zheng had already briefed Lin Changqing about Wu Jia, the latter reiterated it, possibly due to the age difference that prompted him to address Lin as Brother Lin. However, it was surprising to learn that he had been with Master Zheng for such a duration. Lin Changqing introduced himself, having just become a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement. There was nothing to conceal, as the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him were detectable by any practitioner. "You have been here for 5 years. Have you learned the art of talisman crafting?" Lin Changqing inquired. "No," Wu Jia replied, shaking his head with a look of dejection. "Master Zheng says my talent is insufficient. So I must start with the most basic materials for talisman crafting, such as talisman paper and spiritual ink, to establish a solid foundation. Perhaps Master Zheng has no intention of teaching me the art of talisman drawing at all." Lin Changqing was taken aback upon hearing this. Had Master Zheng truly demonstrated the art of talismans before them just moments ago? Wu Jia shook his head in response. "Master Zheng seldom offers demonstrations for others. It is only because you are new that he took the opportunity to showcase his skills. I have rarely witnessed him in such a role, and he seldom guides me in the crafting of talismans. Perhaps I truly lack the innate talent for this craft." Lin Changqing felt a twinge of confusion. Were the words spoken by Wu Jia not aligned with the admonition of Master Zheng, who had advised against believing idle gossip? According to Wu Jia, it appeared that the other party was not as generous in imparting knowledge as one might expect from a master. His remarks implied that, despite being a first-tier high-grade talisman master, the individual was rather stingy and unwilling to share genuine skills. Although he had seemingly allowed the two to observe the crafting process, he forbade them from asking questions. Yet, without inquiry, how could one discern the correctness of their thoughts? Of course, there were also taboos against disturbing someone during the talisman-making process. Ultimately, It stemmed from a reluctance to teach the art of talisman crafting. Take Lin Changqing, for instance, a novice in cultivation with no understanding of talisman crafting. Being thrust into the observation of such a complex process would do little more than entertain him. It was utterly devoid of practical benefit. It was akin to being presented with a complicated mathematical problem while Master Zheng merely jotted down the solution, stating that this was the way to approach it, particularly for the two, lacking any foundational knowledge of talisman crafting. Watching Master Zheng at work was akin to deciphering an ancient script. Master Zheng's decision to allow them to observe at that moment seemed devoid of any real intent for them to learn. Nevertheless, this was to be expected, after all. They were merely apprentices, not disciples, and it was quite natural for Master Zheng to withhold instruction. Yet, their experience was not entirely fruitless. Lin had not come with the expectation that someone would truly teach him. He knew he must rely on self-study. The prospect of a master genuinely teaching him seemed a distant dream. Lin Changqing's lips curled into a faint smile, with the guiding light of enlightenment. He felt that a single observation would suffice for him to grasp the intricacies of the crafting process, while he had yet to fully comprehend it. The steps were already etched in his mind. With the illumination from the guiding light, he would soon master the art of drawing talismans. Master Zheng, it seemed, would never have anticipated that someone could learn the craft merely by observing his talisman-making process. Wu Jie, on the other hand, appeared dejected, as he found Master Zheng's movements to be exceedingly swift. At times, he was on the verge of understanding, only to realize that the talisman had already been completed by the time he could fully react. Lin Changqing gazed at Wu Jie with a sense of compassion, pondering that it wasn't merely the speed of Zheng Fusher's brushwork. Perhaps Zheng was also wary of Wu Jie. However, as the two parties were not yet well acquainted, delving too deeply into personal matters was a grave mistake. Thus Lin Changqing refrained from saying much. Subsequently, he engaged Wu Jie in casual conversation. Wu Jie appeared despondent, plagued by self-doubt. Could it be true that my talent is as lacking as Zheng Fusher suggested? After 5 years, I have grasped nothing. Perhaps I am not cut out for the art of talisman crafting. Lin Changqing's expression was peculiar, as he sensed that Wu Jie's mental state was somewhat off, as if he had been brainwashed by Master Zheng. If he truly comprehended the teachings, would he still remain an apprentice under Master Zheng? After all, Master Zheng was well versed in the art of Yue. However, upon deeper reflection, it was essential to remember that an apprentice is not the same as a disciple. They are akin to employees, and thus it is improbable that true skills would be imparted. Even among disciples, there are instances where the student outshines the master, which, in a realm that regards the passing of knowledge as sacred, is not entirely uncommon. Nevertheless, considering oneself as an employee, it seemed quite reasonable to harbor a slight betrayal of the employer. Lin Changqing began to formulate a plan in his mind. After the two tidied up the talisman-making room in the inner courtyard, they returned to the inner area. Wu Jie, cradling several of Master Zheng's failed talismans, meticulously examined them before gradually succumbing to slumber against a nearby wall. Observing his state, Lin Changqing deemed it inappropriate to disturb him and instead decided to allow him to rest while he pondered the art of talisman paper crafting. Chapter 8. Flexible application. Lin Changqing was wholly immersed in the depths of his consciousness, where 6 rays of starlight flickered, and another beam of starlight was in the process of forming, yet not fully realized. Even if Master Zheng did not impart the art of talisman crafting to him, it mattered little. That had never been his intention. Master Zheng's vigilant and meticulous demeanor alleviated some of Lin Changqing's moral burden. His confidence stemmed from the understanding he had gleaned from the starlight within his own consciousness. He recalled the talismans Master Zheng had just illustrated. Master Zheng had crafted 2 types of talismans. The first was a low-grade fireball talisman, a technique almost indispensable for practitioners in the early stages of qi refinement. Renowned for its formidable power while requiring minimal magical energy, naturally, activating the talisman demanded even less. The second was a mid-grade golden armor talisman, which, once activated, would envelop the practitioner in a protective golden layer, offering exceptional defense. Lin Changqing reminisced about the process of crafting the fireball talisman. With a flicker of inspiration, he resolved to channel starlight to aid his comprehension of the talisman's creation. However, the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. 10 strands of starlight. He then endeavored to explore the method for creating the golden armor talisman. 20 strands of starlight. Indeed, crafting a talisman was far from straightforward. The starlight available within his consciousness was woefully insufficient. One single fireball talisman equated to the effort of the withered wood longevity technique. Presently, he had only 10 strands of starlight remaining. While exhausting them was conceivable, he had a novel idea. The prior task had predominantly been completed by Wu Jie, leaving no further obligations. Wu Jie was now resting, and there was no rush to learn the art of talisman paper production. Tomorrow would suffice. With nothing pressing at hand, Lin Changqing decided to leave the courtyard. Master Zheng was engaged in his cultivation within the training chamber, and it would be inappropriate to disturb him. So he opted to depart directly. Lin Changqing returned to the stall he had visited previously. Nearly a day had passed, and the stall owner was still resting with his eyes closed, while the talismans on display had dwindled to less than half. Mastering any of the myriad arts of cultivation demands a significant investment of resources, and talisman makers are no exception. To become a talisman maker, one must undergo extensive practice, consuming a considerable amount of talisman paper and spiritual ink, which poses a substantial expense for independent cultivators. Take Master Zheng, for instance. Even as a first-tier talisman maker, he had to recruit apprentices and create his own talisman paper and spiritual ink to reduce costs. This stall owner was likely a novice talisman maker, crafting basic talismans to recuperate his losses. Given that he had begun selling a detailed guide on the creation of entry-level talismans, it seemed he would not be able to sustain this for long. The stall owner opened his eyes and recognized the young man before him, aware that he could not afford to buy. "Boss, let us discuss a proposal," Lin Changqing said, lifting the guide on talisman creation. "I want to buy the book. I wish to rent it for 1 spiritual stone a day." "What do you say?" The stall owner looked at Lin Changqing with confusion. "How can you rent it? The market does not offer rental services for books. What if you take it and don't return it? The market does not provide guarantees for rentals. And if you were to copy the book, what would be the difference from selling it to you outright?" Lin Changqing anticipated the flurry of questions and responded calmly. "I want to leave. I will read it right here," he assured. "With you supervising me, I would have no means to copy it. 1 spiritual stone for a day." Upon hearing this, the stall owner felt a stir of interest. 1 spiritual stone a day meant that within 10 days, the cost of the book would be recovered. Additionally, the expenses for his own learning and talisman crafting were substantial. Recuperating some funds would allow him to sustain himself a bit longer. Moreover, this young cultivator at the first level of qi refinement was unlikely to escape. Deal. The stall owner lifted the restrictions, and Lin Changqing paid with a single spiritual stone. Now, his pockets were as empty as his face was clean. Lin Changqing stood nearby, requesting a mat from the vendor, and began to peruse the comprehensive guide on the creation of introductory talismans. After approximately an hour, he had read through the entire text. Though this reading could only be described as a cursory glance, lacking in deep comprehension, the art of talisman crafting is vast and profound. At this point, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of the process. However, he was still far from mastering the basics, merely possessing a nascent familiarity with the craft. Closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, he reflected on the contents of the guide, and the luminous stars of enlightenment began to illuminate his mind. 5 beams of starlight. Lin Changqing shook his head, deeming it sufficient, yet perhaps it could be diminished even further. Subsequently, he opened his eyes and resumed his perusal of the detailed instructions for crafting the entry talisman, this time with an even greater degree of meticulousness. He devoted nearly 2 hours to this endeavor before concluding. When faced with simpler queries, he pondered momentarily if clarity eluded him. He chose to bypass them for the time being. He once again closed his eyes to rejuvenate, immersing his spirit into the sea of consciousness, where 4 radiant stars awaited. Lin Changqing smiled faintly. The past 2 hours had not been in vain, as he had earned a glimmer of starlight. By this time, the sky had darkened. Although the market remained open throughout the day, the evening saw a significant decline in foot traffic, and the stall owners were becoming increasingly anxious. Only a few scattered talismans remained on his stand, making it hardly worthwhile to continue. He still needed to return and craft more talismans for sale. And stall fees were incurred at the market, were it not for the fact that a single spirit stone was pocketed from the day's earnings. He would have voiced his discontent long ago. However, Lin Changqing had little regard for such matters. His day was purchased with spirit stones, and he could not afford to squander it lightly. Lin Changqing once again embarked on his reading journey. This time, he was more tenacious, occasionally posing queries to the stall owner regarding concepts he found perplexing. The stall owner, however, exhibited considerable impatience. Ultimately, Lin Changqing promised that if the stall owner would answer a few of his inquiries, he would review the material one last time. Reluctantly, The stall owner agreed to elucidate some relatively minor questions for Lin Changqing. The stall owner's explanations proved to be immensely beneficial. As Lin Changqing reluctantly parted from the stall owner, he reflected on the substantial gains from this visit. 3 stars of enlightenment. Yet, 1 star diminished. Continuing to delve deeper would likely yield little additional illumination. The detailed guide on the crafting of entry-level talismans posed numerous questions that would demand considerable contemplation and even practical application. Thus, it seemed prudent to rely on the stars of insight instead. The brilliance of the stars illuminated various facets of knowledge pertaining to the crafting of entry-level talismans in his mind. Lin Changqing, while not yet adept in the art of talisman crafting, has certainly delved deeply into its foundational knowledge. He now perceives himself as remarkably formidable. Given a piece of talisman paper, he believes he could conjure a talisman instantaneously. However, this is merely an illusion, as he is still at the rudimentary level of talisman creation. Nevertheless, he has indeed acquired a modicum of skill. For instance, as he gazes upon the remaining talismans at the stall, he can distinctly sense the varying styles that clearly indicate they were not crafted by a single hand. At least 3 individuals must have contributed to the talismans displayed, and it is likely that the current vendor is merely acting as an intermediary. Or perhaps as one of the creators themselves, as the market stall fees are not inexpensive. Furthermore, Lin Changqing recalls the intricate process involved in the creation of the fireball talisman. 3 strands of starlight. Lin Changqing was filled with joy, for it was indeed as he had surmised. The comprehension of the enlightenment starshine is derived from one's own knowledge and insight in the art of rune crafting. Should one possess an ample reservoir of knowledge, the acquisition of new concepts will not deplete too much enlightenment starshine. For instance, without the detailed guidance on entry-level rune crafting, directly attempting to create a fireball rune would consume 10 units of starshine. However, after grasping the fundamentals of rune crafting, his foundational knowledge became sufficient, and his skills in rune creation saw significant enhancement. Thus, when he endeavored to create the fireball rune anew, the expenditure of starshine was greatly reduced. In the realm of similar techniques, mastering the basics allows for a diminished consumption of starshine when one seeks to comprehend advanced methods. Lin Changqing once again harnessed the starlight, contemplating the essence of the fireball talisman. The intricate process of crafting the talisman began to materialize in his mind. He felt as though he had immersed himself in the study of the fireball talisman for many years, believing himself to be superior to Master Zheng, at least in this particular domain. However, he lamented the absence of materials for talisman making at his disposal. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly conjured a talisman on the spot. Subsequently, Lin Changqing reminisced about the mid-tier golden armor talisman of the first rank, 7 radiant beams of starlight. When Lin Changqing initially attempted to harness the golden armor talisman, he found himself with merely 20 strands of starlight, a reduction of nearly 70%. However, he now realizes that only half a strand of starlight remains in his sea of consciousness. Reflecting upon it, the withered wood longevity technique truly suits Lin Changqing exceptionally well. The starlight within his sea of consciousness requires time to accumulate, while the withered wood longevity technique prolongs his lifespan. And the starlight will further assist him in comprehending this technique. It is indeed a perfect synergy. As he departed from the stall, the vendor offered an additional piece of advice. Mastering talismans requires perseverance. Do come by more often. I may be able to provide you with further guidance. He harbored hopes that Lin Changqing would return to him with spirit stones to recoup his investment. Lin Changqing smiled, remarking that it was uncertain who might guide whom. However, he sensed that the other's aspirations would likely come to naught, for he would probably not return in the future. Departing from the stall, he noted that night had fallen, rendering a visit to Master Zheng impossible. Aside from the busy work period, Master Zheng did not accommodate overnight guests, compelling Lin to return to his humble abode in the outskirts. Chapter 9. Idle chatter. On his way back to the small, dilapidated dwelling, he unexpectedly encountered Chun Ziming and Sun Wenchang. Lin Daoyu, what a pleasant surprise. Chun greeted him. We were just planning to seek you out. I have brought some fine wine and delicacies from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Let us enjoy them together. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, how extravagant. Lin marveled silently, recalling that Chun was merely a wandering cultivator from the mundane world. How could he afford such luxuries? Nevertheless, since they had come, Lin welcomed them into his home. His appetite for the pavilion's exquisite offerings piqued. Though it was night, the luminous pearl left behind by Chun illuminated the room quite well. Chun laid out the sumptuous feast, and the 3 of them sat at the table. Chun was at the third level of qi cultivation, Sun at the second, while Lin had just begun at the first level, perfectly embodying the trio of initial stages. Once seated, Lin poured a cup of wine and toasted. I trust your recent ventures in the mundane world have yielded abundant rewards. I wish you both an early breakthrough into the mid-qi stage. Their smiles were genuine this time, devoid of the polite veneer they had worn during their last visit. Indeed, no matter who achieves a breakthrough, we must not forget our brothers, Changqing responded. His advancement to the mid-qi stage seemed imminent. They raised their cups in camaraderie and drank deeply. As flattery flowed, the atmosphere grew fervent, drawing them closer together. Chun and Sun shared tales of their experiences in the mundane realm. Lin Daoyu, you ought to venture more into the world of mortals. Though cultivators are few, there are still many opportunities to be found, Sun Wenchang said enthusiastically. Typically reserved, the wine had loosened his tongue considerably. Indeed, Lin Daoyu should explore the mundane world more. Choose a few factions as your vassals to gather resources for your cultivation. It would make your path far smoother, Chen added. Their methods had proven effective. I must decline. Lin Changqing shook his head. I have taken up an apprenticeship under a talisman master and do not intend to venture into perilous pursuits. A talisman apprentice? The two brightened at the news. Who would have thought Lin Daoyu would encounter such fortune? Should you become a talisman master, do not forget your brothers, Chen exclaimed, offering his congratulations. With a talisman apprentice among them, they might soon procure talismans at cost. Whether for sale or self-defense, it would serve them well. Once Lin Daoyu becomes a talisman maker, we shall seek your assistance for our talisman needs. And do keep the prices reasonable, they jested. Sun Wenchang inquired further. May I ask under which esteemed master you have studied, Taoist Lin? Lin Changqing replied. I have been apprenticed under Master Zhang of the talisman faction. And I shall not forget the two of you in the future. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became stagnant. Changqing and Sun Wenchang exchanged peculiar glances. Is there only one Master Zhang in the Changshan market? Sun Wenchang inquired uncertainly. Indeed, there is only one Master Zhang in the market. Changqing replied with a wry smile. Both of their expressions appeared rather unfavorable, which filled Lin Changqing with a sense of unease. He could not fathom why the two had suddenly changed their demeanor. What is the matter? Lin Changqing asked in confusion. If possible, it would be better for you to find another place, my friend Lin, Changqing responded vaguely. Why? Lin Changqing probed. Is it possible that this Master Zhang is lacking in skill? He had observed that Master Zhang's success rate with talismans was quite high during the day. And he was a first-tier high-quality talisman master. How could he possibly be that inadequate? It is not a matter of skill, Changqing elucidated. Master Zhang is indeed a first-tier high-quality talisman master, one of the best in all of Changshan market, and his talismans are of exceptional quality. However, Changqing hesitated, weighing his words. However, this talisman master has a rather dubious character. Changqing's tone was relatively courteous, but Sun Wenchang was more candid. Brother Lin, you may not be aware, but Master Zhang is notoriously stingy within the market, Sun Wenchang interjected, his face revealing indignation. He refuses to teach the art of talisman crafting to his apprentices, which is somewhat understandable, but even after becoming his apprentice, one cannot learn to craft talismans. I have heard of a previous apprentice who, due to his talent, self-studied and became a first-tier low-quality talisman master. Yet, Master Zhang claimed he had never taught the apprentice the art of talisman crafting, accusing him of stealing his techniques and forbidding any shop from purchasing his talismans, ultimately forcing him out of Changshan market. In truth, there exists an unwritten rule for apprentices, while they are not disciples. It is customary in the cultivation arts for masters to offer guidance to apprentices during their spare time. In some cases, if the apprentice shows great promise, they may even be accepted as a disciple. Of course, there are those who do not offer guidance, depending on their desire for reputation. However, for a master like Zhang to prevent his apprentices from learning the art of talisman crafting is indeed excessive. Even though he wields the influence of a first-tier high-quality talisman master, compelling shops to refrain from acquiring his talismans, are there not still rogue cultivators? Surely Master Zhang cannot wield total control over them, Lin Changqing inquired. After all, this is a market established by the Qingxian sect, with various other cultivation families and forces present. It is hardly within the purview of a single first-tier high-quality talisman master to dominate completely. Under the pretense of maintaining order, Master Zhang effectively severed the apprentice's means of livelihood. Had the apprentice remained in Changshan market, he might have even lost his life. Furthermore, his actions were justified, as he did not harm the apprentice's life, and given Master Zhang's reputation as a first-tier high-quality talisman master, the market's enforcement team found it difficult to intervene. Chen Ziming remarked, "There was quite a commotion for a while, and had we known you were intent on studying talisman crafting, we certainly would have taken the opportunity to remind you." Lin Changqing recalled the disjointed words of Master Zheng from the previous day, warning against the reckless dissemination of idle gossip and the need to remain skeptical of such tales. He also remembered Steward Zhou's comment regarding Master Zheng's irritable temperament. Considering Master Zheng's demeanor, Lin Changqing surmised that the two individuals before him were likely truthful. He pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. Early the next morning, Lin Changqing arrived at Master Zheng's villa. At that moment, Wu Jie was kneeling in the work area, his body marked by several gruesome wounds, while Master Zheng stood nearby, his expression dark and menacing, wielding a whip in his hand. Lin Changqing's heart raced, and he cautiously stepped aside, standing quietly. Upon noticing Lin Changqing's arrival, Master Zheng glanced at him with a grim expression and said, "Have I not made it clear that overnight stays are strictly prohibited here?" "Yes," Wu Jie replied, kneeling there, his voice weak. "Then why are you still sleeping here?" Master Zheng's anger flared as he delivered another lash. Wu Jie let out a muffled grunt, collapsing to the ground. "The workload you have assigned is simply overwhelming. I have been working continuously for 3 days without rest, and I can no longer endure it," Wu Jie attempted to explain. "How dare you make excuses?" Master Zheng fumed, unleashing several more lashes, leaving Wu Jie sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Lin Changqing recalled the casual conversation he had with the two last night, and indeed, the idle chatter they shared proved to be true. "This week has been troublesome for me. This month, I shall add another 100 talismans." Finally, Master Zheng uttered a parting remark before departing from the outer courtyard. Lin Changqing stepped forward to assist Wu Jie, gently laying him on a nearby mat. Following Wu Jie's instructions, he retrieved some medicinal ointment from Wu Jie's person. Beside the gory wounds, there were numerous old scars, indicating that he had endured considerable suffering in the past. "Alas, I have once again provoked Master Zheng's ire. He will never teach me the art of talisman crafting again." At this moment, Wu Jie was sobbing softly, seemingly engulfed by a profound fear. Lin Changqing felt that Wu Jie was beyond saving. Even if he avoided provoking Master Zheng, it was unlikely that he would be taught the art of talisman crafting. "Why do you remain an apprentice under Master Zheng? Have you not considered seeking a different place?" Lin Changqing inquired softly, for this was indeed Master Zheng's private residence. Based on his observations from the previous day, Wu Jie should be capable of producing middle-grade talisman paper of the first rank. With such a skill, he could thrive elsewhere, or at the very least, make a living as a freelance craftsman selling talisman paper. "I aspire to be a talisman master," Wu Jie replied. "Then why not change your master?" Lin Changqing suggested. Changxian Square is not solely under Master Zheng's purview. While others may not possess his level of expertise, they would not resort to abuse and harsh treatment like he does. However, my father sent me here with the intention of honing my talisman-making skills under Master Zheng. Wu Jie answered, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Would your father not permit you to seek another master?" Lin Changqing asked. It was hard to believe that Wu Jie's father was unaware of Master Zheng's reputation. The incidents surrounding him had surely caused quite a stir. Though at that time, Lin Changqing was still an ordinary person and thus unaware of the details. "My father disappeared while hunting demon beasts shortly after bringing me here," Wu Jie said. "And your mother?" "My mother passed away during childbirth." Chapter 10. Becoming a Talisman Master. Sigh. Lin Changqing found himself at a loss for words. Wu Jie's father had brought him to Master Zheng, presumably hoping that Wu Jie would acquire a skill. So he would have to face the perilous existence of hunting demonic beasts as he had. Unfortunately, there had been no thorough investigation into Master Zheng's character prior to this decision. Perhaps there was little opportunity for choice, as it is unlikely that many would take in a boy of 11 or 12 as an apprentice without prior connections. Wu Jie, now around 16 or 17, had been under Master Zheng's tutelage for 5 years, meaning he was sent there at a tender age when he knew nothing. Raised by someone like Master Zheng, he had become akin to a mere tool, unaware and unresisting, while his father was absent, more accurately, deceased, and he lacked any guidance, enduring the exploitation of Master Zheng without knowledge of rebellion. Yet, Lin Changqing found himself in a similarly precarious situation as he too had become an apprentice under Master Zheng, and he was likely to suffer just as much. However, Lin Changqing's circumstances were considerably more favorable than Wu Jie's. Last night, he pondered the situation and concluded that even if Master Zheng did not teach talisman crafting, it mattered not. He had never intended to learn through conventional means. Why did he aspire to be a talisman apprentice? primarily to gain access to the inheritance of talisman techniques. In the bustling markets, it was exceedingly rare to encounter any lineage related to the arts of cultivation. The most he had seen was a detailed explanation of entry-level talismans from a wandering cultivator's stall, which was already quite exceptional. Being a wandering cultivator himself, he was compelled to sell at a low margin to recoup costs, offering talismans for 10 spirit stones, although authenticity was questionable, as the vendor might not guarantee their legitimacy. Lin Changqing had no alternative but to settle for that stall. Fortunately, the likelihood was high that the talismans sold were indeed genuine. A legitimate shop selling authentic lineages would likely charge 20 spirit stones, and authentic talismanic teachings were seldom found in the markets. Even if they existed, they were scant and unverifiable, and their worth was considerable. To acquire true teachings from those specialized shops, one would need to part with hundreds of spirit stones. Thus, Lin Changqing set his sights on the identity of a talisman apprentice. By following a talisman master, he could not only earn spirit stones, but also learn the art of talisman crafting. Should fortune smile upon him, and he encounter an enlightened master willing to offer guidance, he might even become a talisman master himself. Conversely, if misfortune befell him under Master Zheng's tutelage, not only would he receive no guidance, but should he inadvertently learn something of value, it was likely that Master Zheng would seek to incapacitate him. Lin Changqing need not worry about mastering the art of talisman crafting. With the guidance of the Enlightenment Star, he can grasp the techniques with a single glance. And by reviewing them multiple times, he may even conserve some of his precious star energy. The only concern lies in ensuring that once he has acquired the skill, he must proceed with utmost caution, lest he attract the attention of Master Zheng. Should he do so, the repercussions could be dire, reminiscent of the fate that befell a previous apprentice who suffered grievously. A mere Qi refinement stage cultivator like himself cannot withstand the might of a first-grade, high-tier talisman master in the later stages of Qi refinement. Thus, for the foreseeable future, he must tread carefully, ensuring that Master Zheng remains oblivious to his clandestine studies. Uncertain whether it was due to the efficacy of the medicinal concoction, the robustness of cultivators' physiques, or merely a result of his habituation to combat, Wu Jie managed to recover quite well by the afternoon. Aside from a slight unsteadiness in his gait, he encountered no other issues. Subsequently, the two collaborated to produce talisman paper, especially since Master Zheng had assigned an additional 100 sheets to their task. Wu Jie imparted the intricate process of talisman paper production to Lin Changqing. The crafting of talisman paper of an elevated grade is an elaborate affair, requiring the manual application of magical energy to pulverize the materials, ensuring an even distribution of spiritual essence. Following various meticulous steps, several ingredients are combined. An especially formulated spiritual liquid is introduced for harmonization, culminating in the drying and cutting of the talisman paper. In addition to the paper talismans, some materials derived from the pelts of magical beasts necessitate a cleansing with magical energy to rid them of residual bloodstains and impurities, making this process even more labor-intensive. Although Wu Jie is an apprentice of Master Zheng, he does not withhold information as the master might. He elucidates every step of the talisman crafting process without reservation. Initially, he frequently assisted Lin Changqing in the production of talisman paper. What shall we do with the failed talismans? Lin Changqing inquired of Wu Jie. The creation of talisman paper is, of course, not infallible. Insufficiently crushed materials, excessive impurities, or poorly harmonized spiritual energy can all lead to failure. While these unsuccessful attempts may not qualify as legitimate talismans, they can still be categorized as substandard, which can be sold to wandering cultivators for practice. Or we might retain some for our own training, Wu Jie explained. Can we really keep them? Lin Changqing exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. Wu Jie hesitated momentarily before nodding. We cannot take too many, for if discovered, Master Zheng would be displeased. After Lin Changqing grasped the situation, he formulated a plan in his heart. He had become quite familiar with the process of crafting talisman paper. However, he regrettably found that the enlightenment of the Star of Comprehension had faded from his mind. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing patiently awaited the reformation of this illuminating insight, ultimately channeling the star's essence into the creation of the talisman paper. This period of waiting was not in vain, as he diligently endeavored to master the art of talisman paper production, initially requiring 2 strands of star essence for the crafting process. He ultimately discovered that he could fully learn the technique with just 1. Lin Changqing's efficiency in crafting talisman paper has surged remarkably. With the assistance of starlight, His success rate in producing talisman paper has reached an astonishing 50%, rivaling that of the seasoned Wu Jie, who has been immersed in this art for many years. This achievement is still constrained by his own cultivation level, which prevents him from fully processing the materials. Once his cultivation improves, his success rate will undoubtedly increase even further. However, limited by the quality of materials, he can only produce talisman papers of the first rank, be they middle or low grade, even with superior materials. His current magical prowess is insufficient to completely shatter the spiritual energy within them. Having mastered the art of talisman paper creation, Lin Changqing has no intention of leaving. He has conceived a new plan. Initially, he sought to find a talisman master to secretly learn from, and then clandestinely craft talismans for sale. Unfortunately, the teacher he found turned out to be rather stingy. The last student who successfully learned the craft ended up with a broken arm. What should he do now? He has already learned the fireball talisman and possesses the golden armor talisman in his mind. Should he simply declare that he no longer wishes to be an apprentice here? That is certainly an option, but where would he procure the talisman ink? And what of the other methods of talisman creation? Should he abandon his studies altogether? Leaving Master Zheng would mean losing access to talisman ink, which requires spiritual stones and other methods of crafting talismans, which may not even be available for purchase despite having the funds. Now that he has become quite adept at producing talisman paper, he feels his skills are nearly at a master level. He can manipulate the talisman paper to disguise it as discarded pieces and secretly take them away. Of course, he still manages the success rate of his creations, which hovers between 30 to 40%, slightly inferior to Wu Jie. Nevertheless, this has struck a blow to Wu Jie's confidence, as Lin Changqing, having only studied for a mere 10 days, is already approaching the level of talisman paper production that Wu Jie has achieved over 5 years, causing Wu Jie to question his own talent. With Lin Changqing's presence, the workload has lightened significantly, perhaps considering that Lin Changqing is still unfamiliar with the talisman paper production process. Master Zheng has assigned tasks that are still manageable for one person. After a busy day, Lin Changqing once again discreetly intercepted a few sheets of discarded talisman paper. It has been another effortless day, and he leaves early once more, returning to his modest, dilapidated dwelling. He reflects on how his wages from Master Zheng are already lower than those of typical apprentices. He plans to purchase essential supplies for daily living, saving the remainder for unforeseen circumstances, which is why he has not changed his residence. Lin Changqing lifted the quilt, revealing a layer of talisman paper beneath, approximately 20 to 30 sheets. These were the fruits of his labor over the past several days. According to market prices, a low-grade talisman paper costs about 10 sheets per spirit stone, while a medium-grade talisman paper is 3 sheets per spirit stone. This renders them rather expensive. However, a low-grade talisman must fetch at least 1 spirit stone, and a medium-grade talisman 4 spirit stones. One can only imagine the profit margin involved. The collection of talisman papers he possessed was valued at 3 or 4 spirit stones. Even though Master Zheng did not offer substantial wages, he had managed to recoup some of his expenses from other avenues. It seemed that being an apprentice had its merits. Storing the talisman papers in this dilapidated little house was indeed precarious, yet regrettably, he lacked a storage bag. Carrying such a batch of talisman papers to Master Zheng's residence would likely result in him being skinned alive. Fortunately, this shabby abode appeared unremarkable, dissuading any potential thieves. After retrieving the talisman papers, he subsequently took out spirit ink and a talisman brush. The talisman brush was borrowed from Wu Jie, who had also imparted the method for crafting spirit ink. However, Lin Changqing's sea of consciousness had lost its starlight, rendering him incapable of comprehension. Thus he was relegated to merely handling the production of talisman papers, discreetly withholding a small quantity of spirit ink from Wu Jie daily. Thankfully, the quantity required for spirit ink was considerably less than that for the talisman papers. He first calmed his mind, observing his breath, then his nose, followed by his mouth, and finally his heart. The state of one's mind is crucial when drawing talismans. An unstable mindset significantly increases the likelihood of failure. Once he achieved tranquility, Lin Changqing grasped the talisman brush, raised his hand, dipped it in ink, and began. The talisman brush danced skillfully in Lin Changqing's hand, alternating in pressure and speed, oscillating between urgency and calmness. Though it was his first attempt at talisman drawing, his movements appeared as if he had practiced 1,000 times. During the drawing process, Lin Changqing infused the brush with magical energy, causing the talisman paper to gradually warm under the influence of the runes. Finally, with the last stroke completed, he withdrew the brush. Success. Lin Changqing let out a deep breath, sensing that approximately 30% of his internal magical energy had been expended, which allowed him to craft about 3 talismans at a time. He then proceeded to channel his magical energy once more, dipping his brush into the ink. Alas, his second attempt ended in failure. Although his mind was filled with the knowledge of talisman drawing, the lack of practical experience rendered him less adept, leaving room for failure. Undeterred, he embarked on a third attempt and succeeded once again. Over the course of a single night, factoring in the time spent recuperating his magical energy, he managed to create a total of 5 fireball talismans. It would be no exaggeration to declare that he had now attained the status of a low-tier talisman master. Chapter 11. 2 years' time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. Lin Changqing felt a sense of helplessness as he perceived the sparse glimmers of enlightenment within his sea of consciousness. Over the span of 2 years, the luminous insights had dwindled considerably, primarily devoted to comprehending new talismans. Nonetheless, this accumulation was indeed substantial. In addition to the original first-tier low-grade fireball talisman, he had mastered the first-tier low-grade quicksand talisman, the first-tier mid-grade ice blade talisman, and the golden armor talisman, along with a superior-grade talisman, the flame separation talisman. Particularly noteworthy was the flame separation talisman. Despite acquiring knowledge of various other talismans, it still required 9 glimmers of enlightenment for him to grasp it. The damage inflicted by a single flame separation talisman was formidable, comparable to the full-force strike of a late-stage chi refinement practitioner. However, constrained by his cultivation level, the difficulty of crafting the flame separation talisman remained exceedingly high, even with the insights gained. Theoretically, a practitioner in the early stages of chi refinement could qualify to craft a first-tier superior talisman, as it still fell within that category. Yet, this remained a theoretical notion. Only an exceptionally gifted talisman master, possessing unparalleled control over spiritual energy, could barely manage to draw one. With the enhancement provided by the glimmers of enlightenment, Lin Changqing could be considered a prodigy among talisman masters. Even so, during his initial attempt to create the flame separation talisman, his magical energy and consciousness were nearly depleted, placing his life in jeopardy. In the days that followed, he refrained from further attempts, opting to wait until he reached the 3rd layer of chi refinement before attempting again. Throughout these 2 years, Lin Changqing, through the crafting of talismans, accrued a considerable amount of spirit stones, which facilitated his rapid cultivation growth. As he carefully sensed the intensity of his magical energy, he found himself at the 2nd layer of chi refinement, just a hair's breadth away from reaching the 3rd layer. The future indeed held great promise. In the inner sanctum of Master Zhang's talisman crafting chamber, 3 figures were engrossed in their tasks. Over the past 2 years, due to Lin Changqing's pleasant demeanor, he had frequently been summoned by Master Zhang to observe and learn the intricacies of talisman creation, and in turn, Wu Jie had also absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge. It seemed as though Master Zhang had orchestrated this experience deliberately. The number of times each type of talisman could be observed was strictly limited to 3. Consequently, whenever Master Zhang called upon Lin Changqing for observation, he would often depict different talismans, leaving Wu Jie in a state of frustration. Before he could fully comprehend one design, Master Zhang would have already completed it, leaving no opportunity for him to learn. Conversely, Lin Changqing was elated, as Master Zhang could hardly have anticipated that someone could grasp a concept with a mere glance. He had now observed numerous methods of crafting talismans, including 2 first-tier superior talismans, the Lihua talisman and the Shui Long talisman. In the market, the techniques for these talismans would cost at least several hundred spirit stones. It was rumored that Master Zhang had encountered fortuitous events in his youth, gaining the inheritance of a first-tier superior talisman master, a boast Lin Changqing had overheard him make. One must understand that a complete inheritance of a first-tier superior talisman master typically commanded thousands of spirit stones, accessible only to certain esteemed cultivation families and major sections. However, tales of such fortuitous encounters frequently circulated among loose cultivators, making it entirely reasonable for Master Zhang to have attained his status as a first-tier superior talisman master in the late chi refinement stage. With a flourish of his brush, Master Zhang swiftly manifested a talisman, the first-tier intermediate level Hui Chun talisman. Although Lin Changqing had previously observed it once, the opportunity to witness it again, coupled with his own understanding, allowed him to refine his comprehension further. By utilizing the insight from the Star of Enlightenment, he could conserve a significant amount of spiritual energy. Beside him, Wu Jie remained intensely focused on Master Zhang's actions, not daring to show any sign of negligence. As Master Zheng concluded his brushwork and settled his spiritual energy, Lin Changqing beamed with a smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master Zheng, on your remarkable progress. The talisman creation process flows like a gentle stream, executed seamlessly, a true delight to behold." As soon as Master Zheng turned around, Lin Changqing showered him with praise, eliciting a broad smile from the master. Meanwhile, Wu Jie felt a wave of discomfort. By nature, he was earnest and unpretentious, lacking the eloquence to express such sentiments, and thus remained silent at the side. "Well said." Master Zheng laughed heartily. "Today, I am in good spirits and can indulge you with a small request. Do not hesitate to ask." Before Lin Changqing could ponder what to request, knowing it was merely a small favor and anticipating that Master Zheng might not have much of value to offer, Wu Jie's eyes suddenly lit up. "Master Zheng, I wish to learn the art of talisman drawing. I have already mastered the creation of talisman paper and the formulation of spirit ink. It is now time to draw the talismans. I hope you will grant me this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Wu Jie suddenly fell to his knees, fervently imploring Master Zheng to teach him the art of talisman crafting. However, the once jovial expression of Master Zheng instantaneously darkened. He had always regarded his lineage as something sacred. Had he not heard that 2 years prior, he had discarded a disciple who aspired to become a talisman master? A chill radiated from his countenance as he let out a cold snort. Such hubris. Was it merely the ability to create talisman paper and spiritual ink that he sought? Could he produce high-quality first-tier talisman paper? Could he craft superior spiritual ink? With your innate talent, should you wish to learn talisman drawing and ascend to the rank of talisman master, you must practice diligently when the time is ripe. I shall impart my knowledge to you." Master Zheng's expression turned frigid, and a wave of spiritual pressure, indicative of his advanced qi refining stage, enveloped the room. This was not only a lesson for Wu Jie, but also a manifestation of his inner turmoil. Kneeling on the ground, Wu Jie averted his gaze, absorbing Master Zheng's oppressive aura, his heart heavy with disappointment. He had been an apprentice under Master Zheng for 7 long years, tasked only with the creation of talisman paper and spiritual ink, yet never granted the privilege of learning talisman drawing. Continually dismissed under the pretext of his perceived lack of talent. Could it be that his aptitude was truly so lacking that Master Zheng was reluctant to teach him? The warmth that once adorned Master Zheng's face had been replaced with frost, his heart aflame with frustration. Initially, he had been elated by Lin Changqing's praise, contemplating rewarding his apprentice with a token of appreciation to elicit gratitude and bolster his dwindling reputation. Yet, Wu Jie's audacious desire to learn talisman drawing and become a talisman master was nothing short of audacity. Lin Changqing sighed inwardly, aware of Wu Jie's honest nature and his relatively low emotional intelligence. However, he was taken aback by the extent of Wu Jie's naivety. It was merely a moment of exuberance from Master Zheng, and how could he directly express the desire to learn the art of talisman drawing? This, in fact, was a misunderstanding on Lin Changqing's part. Throughout his years of following Master Zheng, although there had been moments of joy, the master had never explicitly offered any rewards. Wu Jie, in a moment of excitement, unwittingly voiced his desires. Lin Changqing mused that perhaps Wu Jie did possess a latent talent for talisman crafting. His success rate in producing talisman paper was commendable, capable of creating mid-grade talisman paper, and the spiritual ink he concocted exhibited excellent magical conductivity. The only hurdle left was the actual drawing of talismans. In his everyday practice, using inferior talisman paper, he had managed to inscribe some basic talismans, such as cleansing and illumination talismans, rivaling those crafted by wandering cultivators. These achievements were the result of self-teaching, indicating his promising aptitude for talisman crafting, which Master Zheng likely recognized, prompting him to keep a close eye on Wu Jie. Had Lin Changqing been in Wu Jie's position, he would never have directly asked to learn talisman drawing. Instead, he would have seized the opportunity during Master Zheng's moments of joy to express his reluctance to make demands, humbly seeking to serve the master better, hoping for his guidance. Gradually, he would have plotted to request Master Zheng to take him as a disciple and impart the art of talisman drawing when the moment was right. If that failed, given Wu Jie's youth, he could simply bide his time with Master Zheng. Eventually, as Master Zheng's vitality waned, Lin Changqing was confident that the master would seek a successor, with Wu Jie, who had been by his side all along, becoming the prime candidate. Of course, if Master Zheng truly intended to safeguard his legacy for a lifetime without passing it on to anyone else, by that time, with his vitality diminished as a close confidant, Wu Jie could aid him in retaining dignity, thus allowing the legacy to be passed on. However, this approach would be time-consuming and laborious. Moreover, Lin Changqing was not Wu Jie. He possessed the spark of enlightenment and did not need to adopt Wu Jie's subservient demeanor. "And you, Shaolin, what do you desire?" Master Zheng inquired, his tone ominous. Lin Changqing felt the immense pressure exerted by Master Zheng, whose formidable aura weighed heavily upon him. Despite having successfully advanced to the second layer of qi cultivation over the past 2 years, he found himself struggling under the oppressive presence of Master Zheng, who had reached the later stages of qi cultivation. It seemed that should Lin Changqing's answer fail to meet the master's expectations, he might face severe repercussions. The young disciple harbored a deep admiration for the art of talismans and yearned to learn the craft of talisman drawing. However, he was hesitant to disturb Master Zheng's cultivation. Thus, he sought to request a talisman, hoping to observe and learn from it. Lin Changqing spoke with the utmost reverence. Lin Changqing felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, and the atmosphere in the talisman-making chamber became less oppressive. Little Lin's idea was commendable. The art of talisman crafting indeed requires a gradual approach, beginning with the fundamentals and gradually mastering the craft. Master Zheng's expression softened as he spoke with satisfaction. Although Lin Changqing claimed he wished to learn the art of talisman drawing, he merely sought a single talisman, which put Zheng, the talisman master, somewhat at ease. The notion that one could master the creation of talismans merely by observing others was utterly preposterous. If it were that simple, talisman masters would be commonplace in society. It is worth noting that even Lin Changqing, with the aid of the Enlightenment starlight, would require over 10 beams of starlight to produce a mere first-tier inferior talisman without understanding the drawing process. He had never contemplated learning talisman crafting through such a method. Soon, a talisman appeared in his hand. This was a first-tier inferior wind blade talisman crafted by the master talisman maker, which he was encouraged to study diligently. Zheng, feeling considerably more cheerful after Lin Changqing's request, was not particularly concerned about his apprentice's ambition to learn talisman drawing. After all, which apprentice did not harbor dreams of becoming a talisman master? Regardless, he had no intention of teaching. However, he did harbor a distaste for those who openly expressed their ambitions. Such brazen desires to learn the craft of talisman making could be interpreted as treasonous. The Wind Blade Talisman, despite being a first-tier inferior talisman, wielded formidable power, comparable to that of an intermediate qi refinement attack, while its crafting process was complex enough to rival that of a mid-tier talisman. Aspiring to become a talisman master based on this talisman alone was a hope destined to remain unfulfilled for a lifetime. That old fellow, despite his age, still had ulterior motives. "By the way, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion today, someone wishes to discuss business with me. Come along and broaden your horizons," Zheng remarked after handing the Wind Blade Talisman to Lin Changqing. Zheng was increasingly pleased with Lin Changqing and intended to nurture his potential. As for Wu Jie, once Lin Changqing was up and about, he would be promptly dismissed. One could not tolerate a wolfish ambition so brazenly aimed at learning his talisman-making skills. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Lin Changqing was taken aback that Zheng would take him to meet guests. "Yes," he replied with a nod of compliance. Chapter 12. The Wang family elder. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, renowned as the most prestigious tavern in Changshan Square, was adorned with exquisite decorations and soaring beams. It was said that this establishment was founded by a senior from the Qingxian sect, and virtually every market associated with the sect boasted a Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon their arrival, they were met by a host who escorted them into the vast tavern. After traversing several corridors, they finally reached a secluded private room. Inside, a gathering awaited them, and the table was laden with food and drink. An elderly man, his hair gray and face lined with wrinkles, rose to greet Zheng with a respectful gesture. "Zheng, it has been a long time." Despite his aged appearance, the old man moved with alacrity, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. "Indeed, it has been quite a while," Master Zheng replied indifferently. "The Wang family has their own talisman masters. For wandering practitioners like us, even meeting a high-grade talisman master is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I never anticipated that today Elder Wang would personally extend an invitation." Elder Wang chuckled wryly. "Oh, it is merely that our family affairs are exceedingly busy, leaving me little time to spare. Whenever I find a moment, I make it a point to pay a visit," he continued. Master Zheng snorted coldly, choosing to disregard him entirely as he took his seat. Elder Wang, however, remained unperturbed, greeting him with a warm smile. "The Wang family, After Master Zheng settled into his seat, Lin Changqing stood behind him, observing Elder Wang. The Changshan square market was established by the Qingxian sect, holding absolute authority. However, the three foundational families in the vicinity, namely the Wang, Qian, and Bai families, also commanded significant influence. These three families were entities that the scattered cultivators dared not provoke. To Lin Changqing's surprise, it was the Wang family among them that sought an audience with Master Zheng. Once Master Zheng took his seat, Elder Wang also settled down, accompanied by two young men who had been standing nearby, brought along by Elder Wang. "May I inquire about this individual?" Elder Wang asked, directing his gaze towards Lin Changqing. "A disciple I recently accepted, brought out to experience the world," Master Zheng replied nonchalantly. "A disciple?" A flicker of intrigue passed through Elder Wang's eyes. He was well aware of Master Zheng's apprentices, having conducted thorough investigations prior to this meeting. Master Zheng's reputation in this market was well known. He placed immense value on his talismanic legacy. To see him take such interest in this apprentice was unexpected. Could it be that the apprentice possessed exceptional talent in the art of talismans, prompting Master Zheng to make an exception? However, according to his findings, Master Zheng's two apprentices had barely engaged with talisman making, and Master Zheng held them in deep suspicion. Suppressing his curiosity, Elder Wang introduced the two young men at his side. "Master Zheng, these two are the promising youths of the Wang family." Lin Changqing turned his gaze towards the two individuals brought by Elder Wang, a young man and woman, both around the ages of 14 or 15, who had already reached the second level of qi refinement, matching Lin Changqing's 21 years of age. It was evident that they were indeed the progeny of a prestigious cultivation family. Upon the detection of their spiritual roots, they commenced their training. Even if their spiritual roots were of somewhat inferior quality, starting their journey earlier allowed them to compensate slightly. Furthermore, both Wang family's disciples exhibited commendable demeanor, lacking the arrogance often associated with their lineage, suggesting they had received excellent upbringing from the Wang family. Why should I concern myself with the youthful talents of the Wang family? Master Zheng seemed indifferent to their presence, engrossed in his drink. Elder Wang, with utmost caution, inquired. "These two possess remarkable potential in the art of talismans. Might Master Zheng be interested in accepting them as apprentices?" Master Zheng paused momentarily. Lin Changqing, positioned behind him, could not discern the expression on Zheng's face but surmised it was likely not favorable. "Indeed," Zheng retorted with sarcasm, "I dare not presume. Your Wang family is a foundational clan, graced with an ancestor of the foundation establishment stage. How could I possibly have the capacity to instruct the younger generation of the Wang family?" Zheng's modesty was evident, although he was a loose cultivator. In terms of talisman crafting, none in the Longxian Fengshi could rival him. Even the talisman master of the Qian family, despite being a first-tier superior talisman master, paled in comparison to him, Elder Wang extolled. Despite Zheng's brusque tone, Elder Wang maintained a cordial demeanor. The ethereal aura he had exuded upon entering now dissipated. "Isn't there a first-tier superior talisman master in your Wang family? Why seek out a loose cultivator like me?" Zheng inquired, his tone still laced with mockery. Lin Changqing understood that as a foundational family, it was only natural for them to cultivate their own talents in various aspects of cultivation. At the very least, they would recruit some talented loose cultivators as guest elders to enhance the family's stature. The Wang family indeed had a first-tier superior talisman master, who was a member of the main family, ensuring their talisman business in the market thrived. "Ah, Master Zheng, you must be aware that our esteemed talisman master, Wang Changfeng, recently passed on," Elder Wang conveyed. Lin Changqing had limited knowledge of this matter, as he was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, too inexperienced to grasp such advanced news. The demise of the Wang family's superior talisman master was likely something the family would struggle to conceal, as it represented a significant blow to their reputation. "What? That old coot Wang Changfeng has finally departed?" Zheng exclaimed, his tone tinged with exaggerated surprise. "Indeed, that old coot, who once said that my talisman skills and character were both lacking, has unexpectedly met his end. What a timely demise." A flicker of anger flashed in Elder Wang's eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed. The esteemed talisman master of his clan had passed away, leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate in the presence of Master Zheng. Furthermore, Master Zheng was not without support. The methods his family employed against ordinary rogue cultivators would prove ineffective against him. However, the two young companions Elder Wang had brought were less adept at maintaining their composure, glaring fiercely at Master Zheng. How could they allow a family elder's demise to be so casually disrespected? Elder Zheng must not be treated with disrespect, Elder Wang admonished the two younger members, before turning his attention back to Master Zheng with a bow of apology. My juniors lack the courtesy expected of them, and I hope you will forgive their transgressions. I must also apologize on behalf of my elder, who, in his advanced age, failed to recognize your worth. Both in talismanic mastery and character, you are truly exceptional. My elder's judgment has faltered with age. How could he possibly assess your capabilities? After all, given your talents, you stand shoulder to shoulder with the finest talisman masters. It would be wise for our Wang family, currently lacking in talismanic prowess, to refrain from provoking those skilled in the art. Indeed, Elder Wang possesses a way with words. Master Zheng replied with a smile, appreciating the elder's flattery as he preferred gentleness over harshness. Allow me to raise a toast to you, hoping that you will overlook my uncle's words, for you are magnanimous. With that, Elder Wang filled a cup with wine and offered a toast to Master Zheng. Master Zheng was quite pleased with the manner of Elder Wang's apology. In the past 2 years, Lin Changqing has thoroughly discerned the nature of Master Zheng. He is one who yields to soft persuasion rather than hard demands, relishing flattery while harboring a propensity for grudges. It is akin to an old remark made by a member of the Wang family, which Master Zheng has retained in his memory. It must be quite a task for the elder of the Wang family, at such an advanced age, to still be serving drinks in this manner. As for my two juniors, Elder Wang, taking advantage of Master Zheng's slight inebriation, pondered whether Master Zheng might accept them. It is not that their family has lost the inheritance of the talisman masters. They are indeed a foundational family, and the lineage of talisman crafting will not cease. However, having the two younger members positioned beside Master Zheng would facilitate the forging of alliances. At the very least, it would prevent other families from enticing Master Zheng away. Accepting them would not be out of the question. Master Zheng, slightly tipsy, responded with a casual tone, as long as Master Zheng is willing to take them in and nurture them into talisman masters. My Wang family will certainly offer a generous reward, Elder Wang assured him. Well spoken, Master Zheng replied with a smile. A single foundational spiritual item will suffice. What? Elder Wang questioned, doubting his own hearing. A single foundational spiritual item? Surely, I must have misheard. His expression stiffened. You heard correctly, Master Zheng affirmed. For just a single foundational spiritual item, I shall gladly impart all my knowledge. Elder Wang endeavored to compose himself, refraining from uttering any curses. His only desire was for the younger generation to serve as apprentices at his side, perhaps to offer a few words of guidance. To his dismay, Master Zheng boldly requested foundational spiritual objects, displaying an utter lack of shame. Such items were indeed foundational spiritual materials, spoken of as if they were mere stones found by the roadside. The path to foundational establishment was arduous. The chances of success for ordinary qi refinement cultivators barely reached 1%. Only disciples of major sects enjoyed slightly better odds, though still not significantly higher. The probability could be enhanced by the use of foundational elixirs, which could improve the chances by 20 to 30%. However, these elixirs were predominantly held by the major sections. In this region, only the Qingxian sect possessed the capability to refine them, and their supply was exceedingly limited. Even within the Qingxian sect, the distribution was scarce, primarily reserved for maintaining stability among their subordinate powers. Periodically, the Qingxian sect would release a handful of foundational elixirs. Consequently, these elixirs commanded exorbitant prices among various factions, with a single elixir fetching tens of thousands of spirit stones, capable of depleting the savings of ordinary cultivation families over generations. Yet even at such prices, they remained elusive. Aside from foundational elixirs, cultivators were not devoid of alternative means to achieve foundational establishment. One such method involved foundational spiritual materials, which were rare treasures aiding cultivators in their breakthroughs. Although their success rate was inferior to that of foundational elixirs, it still hovered around 10%. Notably, foundational spiritual materials could be used in conjunction with foundational elixirs, further enhancing their worth. While they may not rival foundational elixirs in value, whenever they surfaced, they were subject to frenzied competition, often valued at several thousand spirit stones. Thus, upon hearing Master Zheng's intention to offer foundational spiritual materials, Elder Wang nearly lost his composure. Though adept in his qi cultivation, he took a deep breath, suppressing his inner thoughts, and continued conversing with Master Zheng. He had yet to congratulate Master Zheng on his recent breakthrough to the 9th level of qi refinement, a significant step towards preparing for foundational establishment. Elder Wang began to extol, "Master Zheng, your foresight is commendable." Master Zheng nodded, responding, Indeed, it is better to address foundational matters sooner rather than later. Considering them when one's vitality has waned is somewhat tardy. Just days prior, Master Zheng had celebrated his breakthrough to the 9th level of qi refinement, generously rewarding Lin Changqing and Wu Jie with numerous spirit stones. Yet, Lin Changqing found little joy in this development, for with Master Zheng's advancement, his own desire to detach from him became increasingly challenging. Typically, cultivators began to experience a decline in vitality around the age of 60. This, however, did not imply that breakthrough was impossible. The likelihood of success merely diminished over time. He could only hope that Master Zheng's vitality would falter, rendering him unable to achieve foundational establishment. Nonetheless, relying on others was less reliable than relying on oneself. True strength was the path to follow. Once he surpassed Master Zheng, he would hold the reins of his own destiny. Elder Wang remarked, "Your foresight is indeed profound, Master Zheng. However, might I propose an alternative request? Setting aside whether foundational spiritual materials can be provided, simply accepting 2 of the Wang family's youth as apprentices does not equate to the value of such a foundational spiritual object." Master Zheng shook his head. "Although I am merely at the qi refinement stage, I have accumulated a modest fortune through my mastery of talismans over the years. Aside from foundational spiritual materials, I believe I lack for nothing. As a first-tier high-grade talisman master, he finds it effortless to amass spirit stones, and he lacks for nothing that can be purchased with them, especially considering that Master Zheng cherishes his lineage as if it were his very lifeblood. It is inconceivable for him to pass it on to another. The exorbitant price he proposes serves as a means to rebuff Elder Wang. Nonetheless, it is prudent to test the waters. Who knows if he might indeed acquire foundational spiritual items, should such treasures truly exist. Exchanging his own legacy for them would not be a loss." Elder Wang chuckles wryly. "Although my family possesses foundational spiritual items, they are reserved exclusively for our kin and will never be shared with outsiders. Even within foundational families, these items are scarce. How could they possibly be traded to outsiders? I can join the Wang family," Master Zheng asserts, climbing the figurative ladder. It is evident that he grows anxious at the mention of foundational spiritual items, naturally. Having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, he ought to contemplate foundation establishment. If he does not prepare now, it will be too late once his vitality begins to wane. Elder Wang's expression stiffens. Joining the Wang family? That would indeed be a positive development. Yet, regarding the foundational spiritual items, it appears they cannot be offered. Not only do various branches of the Wang family compete for these treasures, but even if, hypothetically, they were to grant Zheng such an item, he remains an outsider. His late entry into the family raises doubts about his loyalty. Should Master Zheng truly succeed in foundation establishment and subsequently depart the Wang family, who could impede his departure? His reputation in the marketplace is far from admirable. While Zheng's inclusion in the Wang family is undoubtedly beneficial, the allocation of foundational spiritual items is not solely within my purview, and I cannot guarantee their distribution to him. Elder Wang shakes his head and continues. However, my family possesses a legacy left by a 2nd-tier low-grade talisman master. If Master Zheng were to join us, I would be willing to present it for your perusal. The distribution of foundational spiritual items is typically determined through collective discussions among the various branches of the Wang family. As an elder, I lack the authority to make unilateral decisions. Nevertheless, leveraging a 2nd-tier low-grade talisman master's legacy to attract a 1st-tier high-grade talisman master is a decision I can indeed make. A 2nd-tier low-grade talisman master's legacy? Master Zheng's face reflects surprise. He had not anticipated that the Wang family possessed such a valuable asset. However, this is to be expected, as a foundational family with a century-long heritage would certainly have acquired numerous treasures. Zheng hesitates, but ultimately shakes his head. I still require foundational spiritual items more urgently. Until I establish my foundation, what good would a 2nd-tier talisman legacy do me? Although Zheng has consumed alcohol, he remains relatively clear-headed. Without establishing a foundation, what use is a 2nd-tier talisman legacy? At best, it might slightly enhance his talisman crafting abilities. But lacking the cultivation of foundation establishment makes it exceedingly difficult to draw 2nd-tier talismans, especially considering the 200 years of life afforded to foundational cultivators. No other possession can compare. Elder Wang expresses his regret. Recruiting a talisman master to serve would be a significant boon for the Wang family, which currently lacks such practitioners. No matter, even if you do not join the Wang family, we can still maintain our correspondence. Elder Wang raised his glass to Master Zheng. who responded with a hearty smile. The purpose of inviting Master Zheng today was of great significance. Noting that the two had become quite familiar, Elder Wang spoke up. My family is in urgent need of a substantial quantity of talismans, hence my visit to seek your assistance. A considerable quantity of talismans? Master Zheng expressed his intrigue. How many do you require? 300 medium-grade talismans. The more high-grade talismans, the better. If we could procure some exquisite talismans, that would be even more advantageous, Elder Wang stated directly. This declaration showcased the confidence of a foundational family, leaving Master Zheng astonished, while Lin Changqing, standing nearby, could only marvel in silence. Though medium-grade talismans typically fetched 4 spirit stones, they were merely the most common type. Some specialized talismans could command 6 or 7 spirit stones, while high-grade talismans generally ranged into the tens. Unique talismans with exceptional effects could easily reach several dozen spirit stones. Exquisite talismans, in particular, were exceedingly rare, often starting at a price of over 100 spirit stones. For instance, a premium talisman known as the array-breaking talisman could inflict tremendous damage upon formations. It was invaluable when exploring ancient ruins left behind by past cultivators, often guarded by protective arrays. A single array-breaking talisman could yield remarkable rewards. Moreover, some powerful rogue cultivators might target unestablished cultivation families, but these families typically had array defenses, making the array-breaking talisman all the more crucial. A cultivation family often accumulated considerable resources, and a single operation could yield vast gains. Such exquisite talismans were frequently in high demand yet scarce in supply. Once available, they would be snatched up immediately. With Elder Wang's request, it was evident that at least 2,000 spirit stones would be involved. Master Zheng was visibly taken aback by this figure, but being seasoned in his dealings, he quickly composed himself. Previously, he had been supplying talismans to the Wang family, but that had been a steady, regulated exchange. He was puzzled as to why the Wang family suddenly required such an enormous quantity of talismans. Master Zheng was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the Wang family. A first-tier exquisite talisman master had recently passed away. Yet the family should not be in dire need of talismans. After all, while the absence of that master might slightly impact business, it should not necessitate such a significant order. Curious, Master Zheng inquired, has something happened to the Wang family? Why the sudden demand for so many talismans? What issues could my family possibly face? It is merely a matter of our talisman shop needing some liquidity. Elder Wang's tone was somewhat dismissive, but Master Zheng refrained from probing further. Very well, since it pertains to the Wang family, I shall not pry. Let us discuss the matter of compensation. Master Zheng replied with a smile, not genuinely seeking information, but merely engaging in casual conversation. Seeing Master Zheng's smile, a sense of unease washed over Elder Wang. Compensation is certainly negotiable, he assured. As long as the talismans are completed on time, all matters will be agreeable. Excellent. The Wang family truly lives up to its reputation as a foundational family, indeed generous. Master Zheng chuckled, boldly stating, I desire the second-tier low-grade talisman inheritance. Elder Wang felt as if his teeth were about to shatter. Master Zheng consistently asked for exorbitant requests, daring to demand anything. Elder Wang's expression darkened as he replied, while it is true that this batch of talismans is crafted from materials of my Wang family, the value of such a precious inheritance is disproportionate. Although this collection of talismans is worth at least 2,000 spirit stones, if the Wang family provides the materials, the compensation from Master Zheng would only amount to about 1,000 spirit stones, creating a significant disparity in value. Then I shall cover the material costs as well, Master Zheng asserted. Elder Wang felt a flicker of interest. The family was currently in dire need of resources, and saving a substantial sum could greatly benefit their plans. Furthermore, providing a mere copy of the second-tier talisman inheritance would not cost the Wang family much. Yet the low-grade second-tier inheritance could not simply be assessed in terms of spirit stones. After all, it was the inheritance of a second-tier talisman master, and selling it for just a handful of talismans would be a grave undervaluation. Noticing Elder Wang's wavering resolve, Master Zheng continued to sweeten the deal. In the past 2 months, I have devoted myself to crafting talismans, and I possess far more than 300. I have a considerable stock of high-grade talismans, which I will gladly bestow upon the Wang family. Additionally, send your 2 younger descendants to me. I can spare some time to instruct them. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Elder Wang's face. Then I must express my gratitude to Master Zheng, he said, raising his cup in thanks. In that moment, the atmosphere in the private room was filled with joy and camaraderie. After their exchange, Master Zheng departed with Lin Changqing, claiming he brought Lin to experience the world. It was indeed a mere glimpse. He only sampled the aromas of the lavish spread laid before them. On their way, Master Zheng boasted to Lin Changqing, "Do you see? The control of the talisman inheritance lies firmly in our hands, and those who wish to seek my assistance must comply with my terms." Lin Changqing lowered his head in acknowledgement. Upon hearing these words, it appeared that Master Zheng had no intention of imparting his knowledge to the younger generation of the Wang family, prompting Lin Changqing to observe a moment of silence. Chapter 14. The third layer of Qi refinement. After exiting the drunken immortal pavilion and bidding farewell to Master Zheng, Lin Changqing chose not to leave the inner district of the market. Instead, he ventured to a secluded location where he made some subtle alterations to his appearance, transforming himself entirely. His skin now appeared dark and rough, a stark contrast to his previous handsome and gentle demeanor. To anyone unfamiliar, it would be nearly impossible to recognize him as Lin Changqing. With his new guise, Lin Changqing proceeded along the main thoroughfare of the market, arriving at an expansive complex that occupied a significant portion of the marketplace. The area was bustling with a considerable number of passers-by. Lin Changqing followed a young servant to a counter. He had visited this place numerous times and was quite familiar with it. "Please provide me with a Class D cave dwelling." The attendant was remarkably efficient, and in a matter of moments, a jade token was presented. "Here is the jade token for cave dwelling number 54 of Class D. Please keep it safe." Lin Changqing accepted the jade tablet and, guided by another, arrived at a cave abode brimming with spiritual energy, Qingling Pavilion. This establishment, part of the rental service offered by the market, was backed by the esteemed Qingxian sect. Much like the inner district of the market, which was rich in spiritual energy sufficient for cultivators' practice, it was precisely this allure that drew countless wandering cultivators to desire residence within the inner district. In contrast, the outer district where Lin Changqing resided barely sufficed to restore his spiritual power, making any significant advancement in cultivation exceedingly arduous. Beyond the ordinary areas of the inner district, there existed nodes of spiritual veins, where the energy was particularly concentrated. Cultivating within such a locale could notably accelerate one's progress. Thus, Qingxian sect established a rental service for cave abodes, accessible to anyone who was not an adversary of the sect. Many wandering cultivators, when on the verge of a breakthrough, would grit their teeth and rent a cave abode to ensure their success. This enterprise has undoubtedly brought substantial benefits to the market. Despite Lin Changqing's less than stellar aptitude, his frequent visits had nearly made him a regular patron. However, to avoid recognition and the covetous gazes of others, he had taken measures to alter his appearance. After all, how could an ordinary cultivator at the early stage of Qi refinement possess the financial means to rent a cave abode? Inside the cave, Lin Changqing produced a jade vial and poured forth a fragrant pill, nourishing Qi pill. This particular elixir, designed to enhance the cultivation of those at the early stage of Qi refinement, was valued at 5 spirit stones, equivalent to a mid-grade talisman. This was not his first experience with such pills. Within just 2 short years, he had advanced to the second layer of Qi refinement and was on the brink of reaching the third, largely due to these elixirs. Of course, his expenditures over these 2 years had been considerable. The pills alone had cost him over 100 spirit stones, and with the rental of the cave abode, his total expenses had reached 200 to 300 spirit stones. Fortunately, his skill in talisman crafting allowed him to maintain a precarious balance between income and expenditure. This was made possible by acquiring talisman paper and spiritual ink from Master Zheng at minimal cost, enabling him to produce talismans with little investment. Coupled with his extraordinary comprehension of talisman crafting, which yielded a remarkable success rate, it was evident that for an ordinary wandering cultivator, merely breaking even in talisman production would be an impressive feat. It is no wonder that it is said that wandering cultivators must possess a skill, for it is the foundation of the Great Way. Lin Changqing ingested the elixir, feeling the pure spiritual energy it cultivated within him as he practiced the withered wood eternal vitality technique. The spiritual energy within him gradually transformed into magical power, and Lin Changqing's aura steadily grew stronger. As the night passed, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his presence became even more potent. He had reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Lin Changqing sighed. After 2 years, he had reached the 3rd level of Qi refining. Even when compared to the disciples of the sect, he was not significantly inferior. If he were to disregard the 200 or 300 spirit stones, He mused that even the sect disciples might not possess such wealth in just 2 years. He wondered if it was due to his lack of innate talent or the nature of the cultivation method. Perhaps both factors played a role. The withered wood. Evergreen technique was indeed esoteric and profound. After comprehending it through the starlight of enlightenment, the execution of the technique proved exceedingly intricate, consuming a considerable amount of time to circulate a single cycle. Moreover, the efficacy of medicinal pills in enhancing one's magical power was often disappointing. Following the consumption of these pills, the complexity of the technique reduced their effectiveness to merely half of the usual. Expending 200 to 300 spirit stones in the early stages of qi refining could have instead nurtured a mid-stage practitioner. One could only speculate the expenses required for advancing to the mid and later stages. With such resources, one could cultivate a foundational practitioner. It was no wonder that this technique, with its formidable yet daunting implications, was seldom practiced. However, every remedy bears its risks. Even the finest alchemical creations inevitably carry the potential for toxicity. The more toxins present, the less effective the pills become, and they may even hinder cultivation. Fortunately, the toxicity within his body was not excessive. Perhaps the potency of the pills was halved, which also meant the toxicity was reduced, allowing him to consume a large quantity without fear. He also invested a significant amount of spirit stones to procure higher quality pills. Nonetheless, this cultivation method was not without its merits. Following this breakthrough, Lin Changqing finally sensed a remarkable change, an extension of his lifespan by 3 years. After his breakthrough, he finally perceived a profound enhancement of his essence, experiencing an extension of his lifespan. If he continued on this path of cultivation until achieving the full mastery of qi refinement, he could anticipate a lifespan of 180 years, comparable to that of the foundation establishment stage. In the qi refinement stage, life expectancy is 120 years. In the foundation establishment stage, it extends to 200 years, and in the golden core stage, it reaches 500 years. Regrettably, the technique bestowed upon him by Sun Wuchang was limited to the qi refinement stage, leaving him unaware of the potential increase in lifespan that could be attained at the foundation establishment stage. Having advanced to the third layer of qi refinement, Lin Changqing purchased a selection of food and wine at the Drunken Immortal Tower that very day, inviting his friends Chen Ziming and Sun Wuchang to celebrate. With the spirit ink and talismanic paper he had discreetly acquired from Master Zheng over the past 2 years, he had crafted numerous talismans, amassing a considerable fortune in spirit stones. Despite having invested a substantial amount in elixirs to enhance his cultivation, he still found himself with a generous surplus, allowing him to indulge occasionally in the delicacies of the Drunken Immortal Tower like some affluent patrons. As Lin Changqing advanced to the third layer of qi refinement, his cultivation level matched that of Sun Wuchang, both now standing at the same tier. Meanwhile, Chen Ziming had broken through to the fourth layer of qi refinement 6 months prior, entering the ranks of mid-stage practitioners, supported by the resources of a secular faction. Their progress in cultivation had been fairly rapid. It was said that their secular sect was thriving, and following Chen Ziming's advancement to the mid-stage, he had even attracted several early-stage practitioners into their fold, establishing a modest yet significant influence within the Changshan market. However, Lin Changqing was not well acquainted with the others, which is why he only invited Chen Ziming and Sun Wuchang. Congratulations, Brother Lin, on ascending to the third layer of qi refinement. May your path to immortality be smooth. Sun Wuchang raised his cup in celebration. After 2 years of camaraderie, the trio had grown exceedingly familiar, addressing one another not as fellow cultivators but as brothers. Indeed, Brother Lin, your talents are exceptional. Achieving the third layer of qi refinement in merely 2 years is remarkable. With time, foundation establishment is within reach, praised Chen Ziming. Lin Changqing smiled wryly, fully aware of his own circumstances. He had expended considerable resources to reach this stage. Establishing a solid foundation was still a distant goal. Your praise is excessive. It is merely a stroke of luck. I am yet uncertain when I might advance to the mid-stages of qi refinement, Lin Changqing humbly remarked. Lin Changqing raised his cup and returned to the two men, and the trio engaged in spirited conversation. Chapter 15. Revelation. At last, as they were about to depart, Lin Changqing presented a self-crafted fireball talisman. Sun Wuchang, incredulously receiving the talisman from Lin Changqing's hands, exclaimed, Brother Lin, you truly managed to create a fireball talisman? Among scattered cultivators, many endeavor to learn the myriad arts of cultivation, yet most scarcely scratch the surface, with only a select few achieving any notable advancement. With this fireball talisman alone, Lin Changqing could certainly forge a respectable path among his peers. "Brother, you have indeed crafted a fireball talisman," Sun Wenchang declared, his face alight with excitement. "You are now a low-tier first-rank talisman master." He waved the fireball talisman in his hand, his straightforward nature devoid of ulterior motives. Genuinely delighted at Lin Changqing's newfound status as a talisman master, which was precisely why Lin Changqing cherished their friendship. A low-tier first-rank talisman master, Chen Ziming echoed, equally astonished. He gazed at the fireball talisman in Sun Wenchang's hand, his expression one of sheer disbelief, while observing the composed Lin Changqing seated nearby. Brother Lin has become a talisman master. This skill shall serve as a foundation, paving the way for a promising future in foundational cultivation, Chen Ziming commended. Earlier, he had casually praised Lin Changqing's prospects, but now he genuinely believed in Lin Changqing's potential. "You flatter me. It was merely luck." Lin Changqing replied with a gentle smile. "I merely stumbled upon a fragmentary inheritance of talismanic knowledge in the market, coupled with my exposure to Master Zheng's teachings, which allowed me to barely attain the title of talisman master." This was his way of justifying his status, for nearly everyone knew that Master Zheng seldom imparted true knowledge. How could he, Lin Changqing, claim to have learned from him and become a talisman master? "I hope you two brothers will keep this matter discreet. My meager skills are merely the result of clandestine learning, and I would prefer that Master Zheng remains unaware." Alas, Sun Wenchang pondered, "Brother Lin, having achieved the rank of first-rank talisman master, why conceal your identity? It would be far better to proclaim it openly and create talismans to earn resources for your cultivation." Lin Changqing chuckled wryly and said, "Brother Sun, are you not aware that Master Zheng places immense importance on his talismanic teachings? Should he discover that I have been clandestinely learning, I would surely be expelled. Wenchang, have you forgotten the fate of Master Zheng's last apprentice? He attempted to pilfer the talismans and ended up losing a hand and was cast out of the marketplace." Chen Ziming remarked. Indeed, Sun Wenchang replied. "We must ensure that Master Zheng remains oblivious to this matter." It was at this moment that Sun Wenchang recalled the unfortunate outcome of Master Zheng's apprentice from 2 years prior. "Rest assured, Brother Lin, since you placed your trust in us, my brother and I will certainly keep this matter under wraps," Chen Ziming assured him. Lin Changqing also expressed his gratitude with a smile. Although he had stealthily acquired the art of talisman making through his own efforts, Master Zheng did not necessarily share the same perspective. It was only a matter of time before the two would inevitably part ways. By revealing to Chen Ziming and others that he had become a first-tier talisman master, he aimed not only to strengthen their acquaintance but also to gradually establish connections. The apprentice from earlier had been ostracized in Changxian Square due to a single word from Master Zheng, which attested to the extensive network Zheng possessed within the market. Even the Wang family from the foundational family sought Zheng's favor, and Lin, with his current abilities, was far too weak to contend with him. However, after breaking through to the 3rd level of qi refining, Lin found his supply of spirit stones to be somewhat inadequate. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refining represented a significant threshold, marking a division between the early and mid stages of qi refining. And the energy required for this leap was immense. Particularly due to Lin's spiritual roots and cultivation method, the resources consumed were astronomical for an ordinary loose cultivator, necessitating that he acquire more spirit stones to fill this bottomless pit. It was time to explore new avenues. In the market, the number of talented cultivators practicing various arts was limited. Changshan Square was the largest among all nearby markets, attracting the most loose cultivators. With such a vast base of loose cultivators, it was inevitable that some would possess exceptional talents. Additionally, various cultivation families established shops here, with some practitioners of diverse arts residing within the market itself, contributing to the perception that Changshan Square boasted a greater number of skilled cultivators. However, even with a larger pool, the number remained relatively small, and the market itself was finite. The sudden emergence of a talisman master would be quite conspicuous. If a well-known figure were to become a talisman master, it would likely lead to a simple exchange of interests, with some faction courting them, and everyone would accept it. But if an unestablished loose cultivator sought to seize market share, one would need to question their resilience. Moreover, Lin Changqing could not afford to openly present himself. Should he do so, he would inevitably face the wrath of Master Zheng. Thus, Lin decided to sell the talismans he crafted to shops within the market as a precaution. If he were to pursue the benefits of setting up his own stall, he would not only attract Zheng's ire, but also face retaliation from the shops selling talismans. However, selling to the shops was not entirely foolproof either. Over the past 2 years, he had sold a considerable number of talismans to these establishments. Perhaps due to the volume or frequency, those merchants had taken an interest in his identity, attempting to court him. Yet, Lin was uncertain whether the forces backing these shops could truly offer him protection. Furthermore, being courted by the shops would impose certain restrictions on him, curtailing his freedom. In terms of the value he had demonstrated, he feared he could not yet be compared to Master Zheng. On the surface, Lin Changqing merely exhibits the capabilities of a low-grade talisman maker, occasionally crafting a few mid-grade talismans, which places him squarely within the realm of a low-tier talisman craftsman. He does not believe that certain factions would offend Master Zheng for the sake of a mere low-grade talisman master. However, should he reveal his ability to produce mid-grade or even high-grade talismans, Lin Changqing fears that his modest stature may not protect his extraordinary talent. Moreover, how did he swiftly acquire Master Zheng's inheritance? Is there a hidden secret? If he were to attract significant attention, he would find himself at the mercy of circumstances. This unease was exacerbated after he was following a talisman sale. The local shops exhibited a lack of martial integrity, which truly startled Lin Changqing. Consequently, he has approached talisman crafting with utmost caution since then. As a result, after breaking through to the third level of qi refinement, he finds himself nearly devoid of spirit stones, prompting him to seek compensation from Chen Ziming. Chen Ziming, unlike the average wandering cultivator, does not display signs of poverty. And with his small group, Lin Changqing might find a substantial source of income. Since Brother Lin has become a first-tier talisman master, our talisman should come at a more favorable price from now on, Chen Ziming remarked with a smile. That is only natural, replied Lin Changqing, eagerly awaiting this affirmation. Over the past year, he has crafted numerous talismans that, while not yet classified, are of quality strikingly close to low-grade talismans, subtly revealing his talisman-making skills. Most of these talismans have been sold to Chen Ziming. Not only does Chen possess commendable talent, but he is also only slightly older than Lin Changqing. Having reached the fourth level of qi refinement, and he has been fortunate enough to acquire a storage pouch early in his cultivation journey, suggesting considerable fortuity. The small group that initially invited Lin Changqing to join is now flourishing under Chen's management, having garnered numerous opportunities in the secular world that have accelerated his progress remarkably. Lin Changqing had also heard that he supported mortal factions in the mundane world, assisting them in their quest for resources. Of course, there are regulations within the realm of cultivation. Practitioners are forbidden from interfering with the development of mortals and must not engage in indiscriminate killings. Yet, fortune often favors the bold, and beneath these rules lies a considerable potential for profit. Chen Ziming navigated this delicate balance adeptly, only intervening when the faction faced crises and striving to conceal his identity. Furthermore, as a mere solitary cultivator, he drew little attention as long as he refrained from mass slaughter of mortals or from utilizing them to cultivate malevolent arts or forge wicked artifacts. Thus, in recent years, Chen Ziming had thrived. The talismans he sold were largely absorbed by this small group, which might one day serve as part of his network. Ultimately, upon parting, he generously gifted 2 fireball talismans, each valued at 1 spirit stone, totaling 4 spirit stones. This act led the two to extol Lin Changqing's newfound wealth since becoming a talisman master. However, both the talisman paper and spirit ink were pilfered from Master Zheng, rendering the cost virtually non-existent for him. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Changqing began to meditate and cultivate, lacking the aid of elixirs or a cave dwelling. His progress in refining his magical energy was as slow as a tortoise's pace, yet Lin Changqing persevered, gradually circulating his cultivation method. Chapter 16. Inconsistency. The following morning, Lin Changqing emerged from his meditative state, filled with joy as he made his way to Master Zhang's villa. Having broken through to the third layer of qi refinement, he felt notably lighter on his feet. The villa was rich in spiritual energy, and he often practiced there when he had no tasks to attend to. Upon entering the outer courtyard, he immediately spotted the 2 disciples from the Wang family. They stood nervously at the boundary between the outer and inner courtyards. Lin Changqing observed the expressions of the 2 individuals and inwardly mused, surely it cannot be so grave. Is it merely the matter of becoming an apprentice to Master Zheng? Do you not have the assurances of your esteemed elders? Is there truly a need for such apprehension? He subsequently shook his head and sought out Wu Jie. At that moment, Wu Jie was concealed in a corner, one hand clutching a talisman brush while the other held a discarded talisman, murmuring to himself, "This shouldn't be the case. Where have I gone awry?" He pondered the bend in his 5th stroke. contemplating the necessity of amplifying the flow of magical energy at that juncture and allowing the brush to linger longer. Applying a greater quantity of spiritual ink to ensure the proper conduction of power. Lin Changqing spoke up to offer guidance. The discarded talisman in Wu Jie's grasp was a failed fireball talisman, and having drawn countless iterations of it, he immediately discerned the flaw. In fact, Lin Changqing possessed a deeper understanding of the fireball talisman and other talismans enlightened by the celestial starlight than even Master Zheng himself, making it effortless for him to provide instruction to Wu Jie, the apprentice. Wu Jie was momentarily taken aback, and upon reflection, he too recognized the issue. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your guidance." Wu Jie harbored a fervent desire to become a talisman master, often utilizing the remnants of talisman paper and spiritual ink left by Master Zheng for practice. Unfortunately, he had suffered from a lack of mentorship, resulting in slow progress. However, Lin Changqing, having learned the intricacies of Master Zheng's talismans, frequently offered him valuable insights. Wu Jie displayed commendable talent, having already mastered the fireball talisman, albeit with a low success rate, relying on fortuitous circumstances for successful crafting. For an apprentice devoid of guidance, this was quite impressive. "By the way, Brother Lin, Master Zheng just summoned me, requesting that we prepare additional materials, as he intends to produce a substantial number of talismans," Wu Jie reminded. Although Lin Changqing had officially become a talisman master, he still presented himself as an apprentice to Master Zheng in public, and thus, he was obliged to fulfill his responsibilities, which conveniently provided ample materials for the creation of talismans. Lin Changqing nodded, indicating his understanding. He was aware of the situation. The Wang family had recently placed a substantial order for talismans from Master Zheng, and even Master Zheng did not possess such a vast stock. Hence he had begun to work overtime to produce them. After a period of diligent labor, the presence of 2 apprentices from the Wang family would surely ease the workload considerably, as Lin Changqing and the 2 members of the Wang family prepared their materials. A middle-aged man dressed in white, exuding a gentle demeanor, emerged from the inner courtyard, followed by Master Zheng, who was seeing him off. Master Zheng was indeed a man of reason. The middle-aged man smiled, clearly in good spirits. "As you said, without establishing a foundation, what significance does having a second-tier talismanic legacy hold?" Master Zheng replied. "Moreover, once the foundation is established, one may enjoy an additional 200 years of life, which is incomparable to the mere qi training." "Good. If that is the case, I would like to express my gratitude to Master Zheng in advance," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "Each party benefits in this arrangement." Master Zheng responded courteously with a clasp of his hands. Subsequently, Master Zheng escorted the middle-aged man from the courtyard, and it seemed to be more than a mere illusion. The middle-aged man appeared to bestow a smug smile upon the 2 Wang family disciples. After the departure of the middle-aged man, the 2 Wang family disciples, who had overheard the conversation between him and Master Zheng, turned pale. Master Zheng addressed the 2 ashen-faced disciples, saying, "You may leave now. Inform your elders that our transaction is nullified." "Master Zheng, you cannot do this. You clearly made a promise." One of the Wang family members mustered the courage to protest. However, Master Zheng paid them no heed, simply instructing Lin Changqing and Wu Jie, "Prepare the materials as usual. I must continue to refine the talismans." With that, Master Zheng returned to the inner courtyard. Lin Changqing observed from the sidelines, perplexed by the sudden cancellation of the transaction between Master Zheng and the Wang family. It seemed likely that the middle-aged man from earlier, presumably an adversary of the Wang family, had played a role in this disruption. Perhaps the substantial amount of talismans the Wang family sought was intended for countering him or his ilk. Yet, the exact price that persuaded Master Zheng to annul the deal remained a mystery. With the cancellation, the 2 Wang apprentices would also depart, thus burdening Lin Changqing and Wu Jie with an overwhelming influx of talisman tasks. What was initially thought to be a lighter workload had morphed into a relentless endeavor. The 2 Wang disciples left, their faces etched with disappointment. Shortly thereafter, the elder of the Wang family stormed into Master Zheng's residence, his anger palpable. As he burst in, Master Zheng intercepted him, evidently anticipating the elder's arrival. "Master Zheng, you must provide an explanation to the Wang family regarding today's incident," the elder demanded, his expression furious. He had received reports from the 2 young apprentices about someone intervening, leading to Master Zheng's abrupt cancellation of the transaction, prompting his hasty arrival. The elder's intentions for an explanation remained unclear. Master Zheng, maintaining a serene demeanor, responded with measured composure, "What transaction have I ever had with the Wang family?" The elder retorted, "Why would you cancel our agreement? We were in the midst of negotiations, and now you unilaterally decide to withdraw, leaving me with the task of justifying this to my family." Master Zheng countered, "Who can attest to this supposed agreement?" His refusal to acknowledge any transaction with the Wang family was not unwarranted. If such an agreement existed and he reneged, it would tarnish his reputation, discouraging future dealings with others. "Yesterday at the tavern, there were members of my family present, as well as your apprentices," the elder asserted. Master Zheng replied succinctly, "Your family's members are indeed under your purview, but as for my apprentices at this." Lin Changqing felt a jolt of anxiety as Master Zheng's gaze fell upon him. He quickly averted his eyes and took a step back, internally lamenting the unexpected involvement in this predicament. Although Master Zheng had promised to expose him to the world, he had neither savored any delicacies nor enjoyed himself, only to be embroiled in this turmoil. While the elder spoke the truth regarding the previous day's events, Lin Changqing, as Master Zheng's apprentice, had not yet reached a point of severing ties with his mentor. Faced with this situation, the elder, though infuriated, found himself powerless. The transaction had only just been agreed upon, and he had merely reported to his family, preparing to bring forth the legacy for exchange, without having established any formal documentation or paid a deposit. Taking a deep breath, the elder implored, "Master Zheng, please enlighten me on the terms proposed by the Qian family that led you to forsake this deal. I assure you, the Wang family can match their offer, along with the addition of a second-tier talisman master's legacy." The Qian family, one of the three prominent foundational clans within the market, holds a status comparable to that of the Wang family. It is said that the Qian and Wang families are at odds, frequently undermining each other, and often becoming subjects of casual gossip among the independent practitioners in the market. The middle-aged man who had previously conversed with Master Zheng was presumably a member of the Qian family. The Wang family had previously proposed conditions while Lin Changqing listened attentively. The second-tier talisman master hesitated briefly before speaking. "They provided me with information regarding a foundational spiritual object, requesting that I sever ties with the Wang family and instead collaborate with the Qian family. In return, they are willing to offer equivalent resources to purchase talismans." Elder Wang's expression momentarily faltered. The Qian family had indeed made a significant move by offering such valuable information. Had the Wang family been aware of this foundational spiritual object, they likely would have dispatched someone to acquire it long ago. Master Zheng, even if possessing information about a foundational spiritual object, the Qian family would not be so benevolent. It was undoubtedly a perilous location, one that could not be easily accessed. Elder Wang spoke the truth. If such an object existed, why would the Qian family not retrieve it themselves rather than relinquish it to Master Zheng? They must have thoroughly assessed the value, and, recognizing the futility of the endeavor, decided to offer it to him instead. Before Elder Wang could finish speaking, Master Zheng interjected, "I have my own plans regarding this matter." It was evident that Master Zheng had his own intentions. Unless Elder Wang could present information about the foundational spiritual object, it would be nearly impossible to sway him. Shortly thereafter, Master Zheng departed, leaving Elder Wang's expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Lin Changqing, observing from the side, began to grasp the situation. It was clear the Qian family and Wang family were adversaries, and conflict between them seemed imminent. The Wang family required a substantial number of talismans. Yet the Qian family had effectively severed their supply by leveraging information about a foundational spiritual object. However, such matters felt distant to him. It was wiser to focus on his own development. Chapter 17. The transaction. Elder Wang emerged from Master Zheng's residence, his countenance a blend of uncertainty and frustration. Outside, two young members of the Wang family awaited him, and upon seeing Elder Wang's demeanor, they understood that negotiations with Master Zheng had not gone well. One of the young members approached, indignation evident on his face. "This Master Zheng is truly untrustworthy. He clearly made promises, but now is reneging. Elder, should we not expose this matter, allowing others to see his true nature?" Elder Wang sighed, shaking his head. "It is better to let it be. The Wang family is currently weathering a storm, and it is unwise to attract too much attention, especially with a significant battle looming ahead. If word spreads that we have lost such a substantial supply of talismans, it would rather undermine our family's prestige. Moreover, Master Zheng is not without connections, and his reputation is already somewhat tarnished in the market. Even if we were to make this public, it would not significantly harm him and may incite resentment against us." There is no need to provoke him at this juncture. Indeed, Master Zheng is rather petty. The evaluations made by the elders of the Wang family have lingered in his mind for so long that they now serve as a subtle mockery. Simultaneously, a glimmer of sternness flashed in Elder Wang's eyes. This calamity presents an opportunity for the Wang family. Once we have weathered this storm, there may be prospects for even greater development, and then we shall reclaim our honor. The disciples of the Wang family were beset with anxiety. With the loss of such a significant number of talismans, our family's combat capability is likely to be diminished. What shall we do? It was evident that the Wang family was facing an immense crisis, one that threatened their very existence, and they needed to fight back. Thus, Elder Wang decided to invest in the second-tier talisman Master's legacy to have Master Zheng craft the talismans, knowing that such a legacy is often more valuable than it appears. Moreover, this crisis was closely intertwined with the Qin family, who had expended great resources to sever the Wang family's talismans using the information regarding foundational spiritual items, simultaneously seizing the talismans for themselves. Elder Wang, skilled in maintaining his composure, soon regained his tranquility. It matters not. The Wang family has been operating in Chang'an Square for many years. We are not without connections. Since we are short on talismans, we shall seek them from other sources. With a flourish of his sleeve, Elder Wang and two disciples of the Wang family departed in indignation. In recent times, Master Zheng had been laboring tirelessly to draw talismans. The task of crafting 300 medium-grade talismans, along with superior-grade ones, was indeed a monumental undertaking, even for him. Although Master Zheng's cultivation surpassed that of Lin Changqing, the success rate of drawing talismans did not necessarily favor him, necessitating a substantial amount of talisman paper and spiritual ink. Consequently, Lin Changqing and Wu Jie, who were responsible for producing the talisman paper and spiritual ink, found themselves quite busy as well. Fortunately, Lin Changqing's skills in crafting talisman paper and spiritual ink had been greatly enhanced through the enlightenment of the starlight of comprehension, making him exceptionally proficient. Furthermore, having broken through to the third layer of qi refinement, he found the handling of materials significantly easier. With Wu Jie's assistance, he still managed to carve out some leisure time for himself. Worn and weary, Lin Changqing returned to his residence, closed the door, and his fatigued expression instantly transformed into one of vitality. The techniques he employed in creating talisman paper and spiritual ink made it effortless to meet Master Zheng's demands, especially with his recent advancements in cultivation, rendering the production of talisman paper and spiritual ink even more manageable. In fact, he had amassed a considerable surplus of spiritual ink, allowing him ample resources to create talismans. Lin Changqing began to meditate in order to attain a state of equilibrium. Once he had achieved this tranquil state, he methodically retrieved his talisman brush, spiritual ink, and talisman paper. Now, Lin Changqing possessed a storage pouch, as his daily necessities had been steadily increasing. Items such as talisman paper, spiritual ink, and finished talismans collectively held significant value, and he felt uneasy keeping them on his person. Thus, he invested a considerable amount of spiritual stones to acquire a storage pouch, an expense that weighed heavily on him for quite some time. However, the convenience it provided was undeniable, facilitating the acquisition of talisman paper and spiritual ink from Master Zheng, as well as the storage of finished talismans. Furthermore, Lin Changqing remained quite cautious, keeping the storage pouch close to him and striving to avoid drawing attention. After all, a qi refinement stage novice possessing a storage pouch could easily attract envy. He ensured that his daily demeanor was consistent with his station. Grasping the talisman brush, he held his breath and focused, executing a series of movements with fluid grace. Lin Changqing's magical prowess manifested through his talisman brush, as he skillfully delineated intricate symbols upon the talisman paper. In a fleeting moment, vibrant crimson runes emerged, only to be followed by a swift convergence of spiritual energy. The Fireball Talisman. During this period, he had consumed an array of medicinal pills, resulting in a significant depletion of his spiritual stones. Thus, he found it imperative to inscribe talismans to procure resources. For Lin Changqing, crafting a Fireball Talisman was a trivial endeavor, requiring minimal expenditure of his internal magical energy. However, this particular talisman served merely to reacquaint him with the sensation of creation. With renewed determination, he lifted his brush once more, executing a series of elegant strokes. In an effortless flourish, he conjured yet another talisman, the Ice Blade Talisman, an intermediate-grade talisman of the first tier. Yet, Lin Changqing remained unsatisfied. He proceeded to inscribe yet another ice blade talisman. Lin Changqing felt a profound emptiness in both his magical power and spirit, as a significant portion of his energy had been expended. Drawing talismans not only drained his magical essence but also took a considerable toll on his mental fortitude. Fortunately, due to his cultivation of the evergreen wood technique, his magical power was extensive, allowing for a relatively effortless recovery. Utilizing spirit stones, he managed to restore his magical energy after an hour. However, his mental state had not rejuvenated significantly, compelling him to continue crafting talismans. 2 first-grade mid-quality golden armor talismans were successfully inscribed, one for offense and the other for defense. Subsequently, Lin Changqing replenished his magical power once more and, with the remnants of his spirit, produced a batch of fireball talismans along with several other symbols. Ultimately, fatigue overtook him, necessitating a period of rest. This had become a frequent ritual for Lin Changqing over the past 2 years. Each day, aside from his cultivation, he would create various talismans, sometimes simple low-grade ones and at other times mid-grade. On occasions when he felt particularly inspired, he would prepare adequately to attempt the creation of high-grade talismans. However, due to his current level of cultivation, he had only succeeded in producing a scant 2 or 3 high-grade talismans after advancing to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. As Lin Changqing neared a sufficient state of recovery, a series of disturbances arose from outside. This was the alert formation he had set up. It bore no defensive capabilities, but merely signaled his awareness of any approaching presence, functioning akin to a doorbell. Many wandering cultivators would arrange such formations at their abodes to receive notifications, allowing them to emerge from their meditative states and prevent interruptions that could lead to missteps in their practice. Lin Changqing opened his eyes and welcomed the visitor into his abode. The guest was none other than Chen Ziming, this time without Sun Wenchong, but solely accompanied by himself. Lin Changqing had anticipated Chen Ziming's arrival and had made the necessary preparations. Chen Ziming wore a smile, his tone imbued with a hint of flattery. "Brother Lin, given the rapport we share, surely you can offer me a more favorable price for these talismans." Previously, Chen Ziming had expressed his desire to procure a substantial quantity of talismans from Lin Changqing. After all, within their small circle, aside from Chen Ziming, most were merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. If they were to confront troubles in the mundane world, a moment's carelessness could lead to the depletion of their magical energy, rendering them quite vulnerable in the secular realm. Thus, talismans emerged as a particularly advantageous choice, requiring minimal magical energy while wielding considerable power. Lin Changqing chuckled and replied, "Well said, well said." Lin Changqing retrieved 2 types of talismans from his storage bag. Since he had already unveiled his identity as a talisman master before Chen Ziming, there was no longer a need to conceal the existence of his storage bag. It is quite customary for a talisman master to possess one. Chen Ziming was not surprised that Lin Changqing owned a storage bag. After all, even a low-grade talisman master was worthy of such an item. However, as he gazed upon Lin Changqing's storage bag, a twinge of envy stirred within him. He too owned a storage bag, which he treasured dearly. Yet his acquisition was merely a stroke of luck, unlike Lin Changqing, who had earned his through diligent effort. Simultaneously, he resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Changqing. The 2 types of talismans were the Fireball Talisman and the Earth Trap Talisman. Both were low-grade talismans, and Lin Changqing was cautious not to reveal too much about his capabilities. Exposing his ability to craft mid-grade talismans would undoubtedly be astonishing. Observing the 2 talismans, one for offense and the other for confinement, he recognized their considerable power. When combined, they could potentially unleash the might of a mid-grade talisman. Excellent. I wonder how many talismans Brother Lin possesses, for I desire them all. Chen Ziming's eyes sparkled with excitement. These talismans would be immensely beneficial to his small faction. All of them. Lin Changqing contemplated the numerous low-grade talismans and several mid-grade talismans nestled within his storage pouch. Could he truly claim them all? Since the last incident where he was followed, Lin Changqing had developed a heightened sense of vigilance, fearing for his safety, which led him to reduce the frequency with which he utilized his talismans. Over time, this had resulted in a considerable accumulation of these mystical items. After a moment of reflection, he settled on a quantity befitting his persona. With a dozen of each type, he could present a total of 30. Would you take them all? Indeed, Chen Ziming declared grandly, with a small faction supporting him. Along with the backing of worldly sects and his cultivation at the mid-stage of qi refinement, consuming this batch of talismans posed no challenge whatsoever. Lin Changqing nodded and remarked, Since I previously mentioned offering you a discount, I must remain true to my word. The market price is 1 spirit stone per talisman, but I shall provide you with 3 talismans for merely 2 spirit stones. Furthermore, we can establish a long-term partnership. Chen Ziming was profoundly moved by Lin Changqing's generosity. He had initially anticipated a minor discount, yet he was pleasantly surprised by such a substantial reduction, over 30%, and it would remain so in the future. If these 2 types of talismans were to be sold in the market, they would undoubtedly sell well, without any concerns about demand. Lin Changqing's willingness to offer such a low price in consideration of their friendship left Chen Ziming at a loss for words. Brother Lin, I truly appreciate your kindness. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know. Chen Ziming assured him. Lin Changqing waved his hand dismissively, saying, Brother Chen, you are being overly courteous. We have known each other since the early days of our cultivation. A slight concession is of no consequence. In truth, the materials for these talismans were pilfered from Master Zhang, and considering his low success rate in crafting them, even selling them at a reduced price to Chen Ziming would still yield him considerable profit. Chen Ziming, with a look of genuine gratitude, replied, Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall undoubtedly respond without reservation. Observing Chen Ziming's earnest demeanor, Lin Changqing felt a stirring in his heart and cautiously broached, At present, I find myself facing a few minor difficulties and would greatly appreciate your guidance, dear brother Chen. Speak freely, Lin brother. While I may not hold much sway in this Changxian square, I possess some connections that I will gladly utilize to assist you. Chen Ziming assured him, eager to forge a bond with Lin Changqing, especially now that the latter was in need. Lin Changqing pondered carefully over his words. Brother Chen, you are well aware of Master Zhang's profound emphasis on heritage. He has previously discarded apprentices who learned talisman crafting under him. Now that I have become a talisman master myself, I fear treading the same path, thus I must conceal my identity as a talisman master. However, my cultivation still necessitates resources. It is rather inconvenient to transact with the talismans I possess within the Changxian market. Might you have alternative avenues for selling these talismans? Having been followed, Lin Changqing no longer held much trust in the shops of the market. He sought to engage with Chen Ziming to explore new channels, perhaps other markets. As the latter frequently traversed both the secular and cultivation realms and might possess considerable knowledge about alternative markets, potentially uncovering some opportunities. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziming appeared deep in thought. In the Changxian market, Master Zhang indeed posed an insurmountable obstacle. Unless one belonged to one of the 3 foundational families or the Qingxian sect, other factions found little regard for the title of a first-tier talisman master. Even the 3 foundational families had to show him some respect. Evading the influence of Master Zhang would not be a simple endeavor. However, after a brief moment, Chen Ziming seemed to devise a plan and, with an air of mystery, remarked, I wonder if Brother Lin has ever heard of the gray market? The gray market? Chapter 18, The Gray Market. Lin Changqing was momentarily taken aback. Just hearing the name, one could roughly infer its nature. However, despite his awareness, he had never heard of it, nor had any connections in that regard. Indeed, since embarking on the path of immortality, Lin Changqing had seldom engaged in social interactions. Within this market, aside from Chen Ziming, Sun Wenchang, and Wu Jie, he had little to no dealings with others, leaving him oblivious to this clandestine gray market. Such hidden markets Lin Changqing did not inquire about, and naturally, Chen Ziming would not divulge the information unprompted. The gray market was a spontaneously formed marketplace by some loose cultivators, located not far from Changxian Market, one might even say adjacent to it, where items were sold without questions regarding their origins, and most transactions were conducted under veils of anonymity. Chen Ziming explained. There were even some robbers who sold ill-gotten goods that were inconvenient to trade in the market. Furthermore, this gray market had existed for quite some time, with rarely any reports of violent crimes or thefts. Lin Changqing appeared lost in thought. If there were truly a way to access the gray market, he would not need to seek opportunities in other markets. He could simply create talismans himself. However, the question of why Lin Changqing did not directly leave Changxian Market to escape the control of Master Zhang and revel in freedom is far from simple. Exiting this quagmire merely leads to another. Currently, he is merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, his strength insufficient. Every place is a mire for him. Even if he were to venture into another market, devoid of Master Zhang's troubles, he would surely encounter other complications. By remaining in Changxian Market, as long as he does not reveal his identity as a talisman master, he can avoid retaliation from Master Zhang and live comfortably. He may even exploit the resources of spiritual paper and ink under Master Zhang's guidance, while learning the legacy of talisman crafting from him. Particularly, the title of Master Zhang's apprentice carries some weight in Chang'an market. Although it does not make him invulnerable, it provides a modicum of protection, allowing him to navigate his cultivation journey without significant troubles. Otherwise, as a loose cultivator, his path would be fraught with hardships rather than this current tranquility. This implies that Master Zhang's value has yet to be fully extracted, and Lin does not intend to sever ties with him just yet. Thus, remaining in Chang'an market for steady development is prudent. Chen Ziming's introduction of the gray market aligns perfectly with Lin's intentions. In truth, Lin Changqing had hinted at his ability to craft numerous talismans, but was constrained by Master Zhang and lacked connections. He wished to utilize Chen Ziming's network to sell talismans in other markets, establishing a long-term and stable supply line, of which he would also share a portion of the profits. However, Chen Ziming overestimated the situation. Although he recognized that Lin Changqing could produce fireball and sinkhole talismans, he regarded him merely as a low-tier talisman master. While he appreciated Lin's goodwill, he was unaware of the vast number of talismans Lin possessed. He merely assumed that after Lin sold him some talismans, he would still have a handful left without a means to dispose of them. Thus, he introduced him to the gray market. Little did he know that a substantial business opportunity slipped through his fingers. Nonetheless, whether to sell talismans in the gray market requires careful consideration. After all, a place known as the gray market cannot guarantee safety. If it proves too perilous, Lin must find a way to entrust the task of selling the talismans to Chen Ziming. If Brother Lin is concerned about safety on the road, why not entrust the task to me? I can sell them for you, Chen Ziming suggested, mistakenly believing Lin Changqing's silence stemmed from safety concerns. After all, he was aware that Lin had spent over 2 years in the market with minimal excursions outside, which would naturally lead to apprehensions about safety. Chen Ziming, having traversed various secular factions and endured his share of battles, was well acquainted with dangers, including encounters with bandits, making him a suitable ally for Lin's intentions to sell talismans in other markets. Lin Changqing came to his senses and shook his head. There is no need. It seems I have never ventured beyond the market. In that case, it would be beneficial to explore the outside world. Since embarking on his path to immortality, he had indeed confined himself to the confines of the Chang'an market. It was time to seek out the vastness beyond, for stillness breeds restlessness. Moreover, as Chen Ziming had mentioned, the gray market was not far from Chang'an market, and he should encounter little danger. Thus, it was time for him to witness the authentic realm of cultivation. As night fell, Lin Changqing donned a cloak and meticulously checked the contents of his storage bag. Ensuring he was well prepared, armed with talismans and fully equipped, he stepped out of the Chang'an market. Just as Chen Ziming had indicated, the gray market lay close by. Within a valley 5 or 6 miles from the market, a thick mist enveloped the area, providing a semblance of safety for wandering cultivators. To the untrained eye, the valley appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary mountainous landscape shrouded in fog. However, within its depths lay a hidden paradise, the mist itself a formation designed to obscure it from outsiders. Lin Changqing retrieved the token gifted by Chen Ziming and stepped into the mist. With the token in hand, Lin Changqing was assured not to lose his way. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the fog dissipated, revealing the internal scenery clearly. Upon seeing Lin Changqing approach, individuals promptly came forth to inspect the token while simultaneously collecting spirit stones. 3 spirit stones, though not inexpensive, could easily be managed if he were to part with all his talismans. This place operated somewhat like a membership system, regardless of whether transactions were made. An entry fee was required. This not only served to deter less affluent wandering cultivators, but also stimulated consumption, as one might feel inclined to purchase something after having paid the entrance fee. To be frank, there were indeed numerous valuable items here. The gray market had been established for quite some time, achieving a considerable scale, with some wandering cultivators constructing wooden shanties to shield themselves from the elements, serving as stalls. The comings and goings of around 100 individuals could be observed, and while it may not rival the Chang'an market, it could certainly be regarded as a small marketplace in other regions. It was uncertain how the Chang'an market tolerated the existence of such a gray market in its vicinity. Lin Changqing wandered through the bustling market. The majority of the individuals here donned masks or wide-brimmed hats, concealing their true identities. After all, this place was inherently shrouded in darkness, and those who ventured here for transactions were even more so. The wares displayed in this market were far more diverse than those found in the Chang'an Square, encompassing spiritual materials, medicinal pills, and various magical artifacts. Many items caught Lin Changqing's eye, igniting a sense of desire within him. However, some goods were presented with traces of blood, making their illicit origins glaringly apparent. It was no wonder they opted for this gray market instead of the legitimate square. Observing the various items, Lin Changqing felt a growing sense of vigilance. On the path of cultivation, one must tread with caution, striving not to become a mere trophy of such dealings. Chapter 19. The Wang Clan Elder. What exactly are we here to purchase? As Lin Changqing continued his leisurely exploration, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly reached his ears from nearby. It was familiar yet tinged with strangeness. Upon reflection, Lin Changqing recalled the two disciples of the Wang clan who had previously been sent to Zhengfushi. In truth, he was not well acquainted with them, having never engaged in conversation. Nonetheless, the voice that had just spoken bore a resemblance to that of the young man who had questioned Zhengfushi earlier. Lin Changqing slightly turned his head, discreetly scrutinizing the three shadowy figures beside him. Each of them was shrouded in a pitch-black cloak, rendering their features indistinguishable. Could it be that these three are members of the Wang family? One figure walked ahead, seemingly the leader among the trio. In a hushed tone, the leader remarked, "Did I not mention before? Here, observe more and inquire less. This is not a place of benevolence. Once we exit, I shall provide you with the answers you seek." The leader's voice was lowered, altered in a manner that obscured its original sound. However, based on the earlier reference made by that figure, Lin Changqing surmised that he was likely an elder of the Wang family. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this individual was the same elder Wang he had encountered previously. Lin Changqing, having nothing particular to occupy his time, casually trailed behind the other party, intrigued by their purchasing choices. There was no ulterior motive, it was merely curiosity. Simultaneously, he had yet to devise a plan for selling the talismans in his possession, so aimlessly wandering and observing the Wang family was a commendable option for the time being. The trio moved incessantly, as if they were en route to a specific destination. Lin Changqing wandered leisurely, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. However, the venue was not extensive, accommodating merely around 100 individuals. The three members of the Wang family swiftly approached a stall. They initiated a conversation with the stall owner, who displayed several newly crafted magical artifacts, suggesting that he was either a skilled artifact forger or merely a vendor representing one. The elder from the Wang family showed little interest in the artifacts on display, instead engaging the stall owner in dialogue. Due to the distance and the hushed tones of both parties, even those nearby struggled to overhear their exchange. Soon, the stall owner produced a spherical object the size of a pigeon's egg and handed it to the Wang elder for inspection. The elder received it with utmost care. Meanwhile, Lin Changqing, not far off, felt a sudden jolt of recognition. A fire thunderbolt. He immediately identified the item being exchanged. The fire thunderbolt, a one-time use magical artifact, possessed astonishing power. A single fire thunderbolt could obliterate a late-stage chi refinement practitioner. Furthermore, its production cost was exorbitant, rivaling that of conventional magical artifacts. Yet it could only be used once. Rarely would practitioners of modest means purchase such an item for use. Instead, they would opt for more cost-effective talismans. However, the fire thunderbolt had one unparalleled advantage over talismans. The power of a talisman is fixed, even when multiple talismans are activated simultaneously. Their effectiveness remains within a certain range and may even diminish due to interference among them. In contrast, the fire thunderbolt operates differently. If numerous fire thunderbolts are detonated together, even a foundation establishment practitioner would find themselves in disarray. Rumor has it that there exists an advanced version of this artifact, capable of posing a threat to foundation establishment practitioners. However, such artifacts remained beyond his reach, as only second-tier artifact forgers could craft them, corresponding to the foundation establishment level. At this moment, the Wang elder was engaged in a transaction involving fire thunderbolts with an individual in the black market. After meticulously examining the fire thunderbolt and confirming its authenticity, he proceeded to negotiate the deal. Lin Changqing cast a swift glance, noting that the other party was trading a considerable quantity, nearly 10 fire thunder pearls. The Wang clan elder was exceedingly cautious during the transaction. After all, should these fire thunder pearls detonate at such a close range, survival would be nearly impossible for anyone below the foundation establishment stage. The elder from the Wang clan promptly produced a storage bag and handed it over to the other party. The vendor meticulously verified the contents and nodded in approval, clearly pleased with the appearance of the affluent elder. To conduct the transaction using a storage bag filled with spirit stones demonstrates the elder's remarkable generosity. Each fire thunder pearl is valued at over 100 spirit stones. With such a multitude, it is likely to amount to 1,000 spirit stones. Truly worthy of a foundation establishment clan. Lin Changqing's heart stirred as he recalled Elder Wang's substantial demand for talismans, leading to a burgeoning idea within him. The Zheng talisman master had declined the Wang family's order, suggesting that the Wang family was currently in dire need of talismans. Conveniently, Lin possessed a considerable quantity of talismans. Although it fell short of the Wang family's actual needs, it still held significant value. Moreover, should he choose to set up a stall to sell these talismans, he was confident they would sell out swiftly. However, their conspicuous nature called for a more discreet approach, ideally finding a major patron who would procure the entirety of his stock in one go. And that major patron was right before him. Thus, after the Wang family's elder completed a transaction with the vendor, Lin approached directly, blocking the elder's path. The three individuals paused momentarily, having just concluded a substantial deal. The elder's nerves had yet to fully relax, and he misinterpreted Lin as a potential disruptor. "What business do you have, fellow cultivator?" the Wang elder inquired, subtly channeling his spiritual energy to emanate a pressure of complete mastery in qi refinement. This was the black market, a realm where cultivators engaged in dealings of a more clandestine nature, making their transactions exceedingly private affairs. Blocking someone directly like this is quite a taboo. "Fellow cultivator, please remain calm. I have come to engage in a business transaction with you." Lin Changqing hastily remarked that the oppressive aura of the perfected qi refinement stage was beyond the capacity of his nascent physique to endure for long. The elder of the Wang family reigned in his imposing presence, his voice gravelly. "Might I inquire what business you wish to conduct with me?" He had originally come to the gray market to procure items for his family, and should the individual before him possess something of necessity for his clan, he would not be averse to making a purchase. Lin Changqing, noticing the interest of the Wang family elder, felt reassured. "I observed that you recently purchased a fire thunder talisman at this stall. It seems you have an affinity for items that deliver substantial one-time attacks. Might I inquire if you also harbor an interest in talismans?" Lin Changqing's mention of talismans stirred something within the elder of the Wang family. Due to the demise of their esteemed talisman master, the Wang family found themselves in a precarious position with insufficient talisman reserves. Recent upheavals had intensified their need for a considerable quantity of talismans. They had originally negotiated a price with Master Zheng, only to be thwarted by the Qian family, who intercepted the deal. This unfortunate turn of events was particularly disheartening as a portion of the talismans was intended to counter the Qian family's influence. The competition between the two families exacerbated the Wang family's distress. With no other option, they resorted to acquiring talismans in bulk from the market, which consequently inflated the prices. Despite their efforts, they faced relentless suppression from a coalition between the Qian and Bai families, making their acquisition journey fraught with obstacles. They were compelled to spend exorbitant sums to procure fire thunder talismans from the gray market. To their surprise, an individual in the gray market approached them, offering talismans for sale. However, even with the fire thunder talismans in hand, their demand for talismans remained immense, and they desired more. Uncertainty lingered regarding the quantity the individual before them possessed. Chapter 20. A bountiful harvest. Do you wish to engage in a talisman trade with me? Pray tell, what type of talismans do you possess, and what is the quantity at your disposal? The elder of the Wang family rasped, his tone measured, concealing any underlying intentions. Lin Changqing had long been prepared, with the talismans ready for sale. He possessed a total of 100 low-grade fireball talismans and earth trap talismans, along with 60 medium-grade golden armor talismans and ice blade talismans. Ever since he was being followed, Lin Changqing had become increasingly cautious, rarely selling talismans. However, the creation of talismans had not ceased. After all, the spiritual ink and talisman paper acquired from Master Zheng could not go to waste. Since his cultivation had advanced, he found it effortless to craft low-grade talismans, with very few failures. The medium-grade ones proved more challenging, yielding only 1 or 2 in a night, as his magical energy and spirit could not sustain more. As for the high-grade fire separation talismans, he had once, out of curiosity, comprehended their design using the Insight Star's light during his second level of qi refinement. However, at that stage, his magical power and consciousness were insufficient for crafting. and it was only after reaching the third level of qi refinement that he could barely manage to create them. Currently, he possessed only 3 of such talismans in his storage bag. He still needed to complete Master Zheng's tasks and focus on his own cultivation, otherwise, under full exertion, the number of talismans could double. Upon hearing the number of talismans Lin Changqing had, the Wang family's elder was taken aback. Who, apart from major powers or shops, would amass such a collection of talismans? Could it be that this individual was a talisman master? Yet, judging by his early stage of qi refinement, he likely could not produce medium-grade talismans himself, suggesting that he had a talisman master backing him, merely acting as a vendor. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous for the Wang family, who required a substantial quantity of talismans and would take as many as offered. The elder of the Wang family inquired, "Do you have any high-grade talismans?" Truly, the elder of the Wang family exhibited great composure. Instead of asking about the price amidst such a vast quantity of talismans, he directly inquired about the availability of high-grade ones. Lin Changqing indeed possessed high-grade talismans, but he was not inclined to sell them. With only 3 in his storage bag, each costing him nearly half his life to create, he was not prepared to part with them at this stage. He intended to wait until he reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, when he could produce high-grade talismans in abundance before considering their sale. Lin Changqing shook his head. There are none. The elder of the Wang family appeared somewhat disappointed. Although the Wang family lacked a substantial quantity of talismans, their primary deficiency lay in the medium and high-grade, even exquisite talismans. They were not particularly short on low-grade ones. Nevertheless, since this individual was selling medium-grade talismans, it would not be an issue to acquire some low-grade ones as well. The elder of the Wang family nodded gently. If there are none, so be it. I shall purchase all your talismans at market price. Lin Changqing secretly clicked his tongue. Generally speaking, transactions involving large quantities of goods are typically accompanied by discounts. However, Elder Wang exhibited no inclination to negotiate, particularly in light of the recent significant increase in the prices of talismans. My esteemed friend, you are indeed generous. With Elder Wang's magnanimity, Lin Changqing proceeded with the transaction, presenting 2 bundles of talismans, one comprised of inferior-grade talismans and the other of medium-grade talismans. Nevertheless, Elder Wang did not hasten to accept them. Instead, he inquired, "Might there be a talisman master behind you?" Lin Changqing paused, his mind racing as he contemplated the ulterior motives of the Wang clan elder. Was he seeking to establish a long-term trade relationship? Indeed, what could be amiss? There was nothing covert about it. To produce such a plethora of talismans without the presence of a talisman master would be rather peculiar. Upon hearing this, the Wang clan elder's eyes brightened, and he hastily proclaimed, "Recently, my demand for talismans has surged. If the talisman master behind you is willing to sell a substantial quantity, I would be eager to acquire them all." Given the talismans Lin Changqing had presented, a significant portion were of intermediate grade, suggesting the presence of an adept talisman master behind him. What the Wang clan desperately needed were intermediate-grade talismans. It seemed that the Qian clan had lured away Master Zheng, thus cornering the Wang clan. However, hearing the elder's proposition stirred Lin Changqing's interest. Such an extensive transaction of talismans was a rare opportunity, particularly a one-on-one deal that would not expose his identity. Should he seize this chance, Lin Changqing could potentially reap substantial rewards, possibly amassing enough resources to sustain him well into the mid-stages of qi refinement. Lin Changqing felt his heart stir. However, it was not without its drawbacks. Engaging in transactions with the formidable Wang family could lead to peril if one were not cautious. Setting aside other concerns, the mere fact that the elder from the Wang family harbored even a hint of ill intent towards him could spell his doom. The 3 fire talismans within his storage pouch were unlikely to suffice against such an opponent. Yet opportunities like this are rare. Should he succeed this time, he would be able to avoid the risks of selling talismans for a considerable period, and Master Zheng would remain oblivious to his identity as a talisman master. With his thoughts racing, Lin Changqing finally steeled himself. He would go for it. Considering the elder's demand for talismans, it was evident that the Wang family was in grave trouble, necessitating the use of such potent talismans like the Fire Thunder talisman. Therefore, they would likely not pay much heed to him, a mere insignificant insect. Lin Changqing inquired of Elder Wang, "What kind of talismans do you require, my friend?" Elder Wang felt a sense of relief in his heart, as it appeared that the other party was indeed prepared to engage in this transaction. "I seek talismans of an offensive or defensive nature, preferably of medium quality. If there are any high-quality talismans available, that would be even better." Whatever quantity you possess, I shall take. Lin Changqing felt a surge of unease, pondering what predicament the Wang family was entangled in. However, this was of no concern to him, as long as it did not encroach upon his own affairs. Soon, both parties reached an agreement. The price for inferior talismans was set at 2 spirit stones apiece, while the medium-grade talismans were offered at 5 spirit stones each. Recently, the market had witnessed a rise in talisman prices, and the elder of the Wang family adhered to the current rate. Furthermore, he made a direct promise: should the price of talismans increase within a month, he would be willing to purchase them at market value, even offering a premium. The elder's words hinted at the potential for further price appreciation in the coming month, when matters would also become clearer. A month hence, friends could deliver goods to the Wang family shop, and he assured that payment would be made at the agreed price in spirit stones. The elder revealed his identity. Yet with the Wang family's reputation and his own perfected qi cultivation, he felt no trepidation. Of course, if the friend remained apprehensive, they could return for further transactions. It was evident that the elder of the Wang family was somewhat anxious. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing was certain he would engage in a transaction with him. For who would refuse the allure of profit from spirit stones? Ultimately, the elder disbursed 450 spirit stones. What was it like to hold such a sum? Lin Changqing felt somewhat dazed. Do not fault him for his limited perspective. After all, a nascent cultivator in the early stages of qi refinement rarely comes into possession of such a substantial fortune. Were 400 spirit stones a significant amount? Indeed, they were. I fear that even some impoverished cultivators at the latter stages of qi refinement do not possess such worth. Yet, it is not an overwhelming amount. Over the past 2 years, Lin Changqing has expended nearly 300 spirit stones, barely managing to reach the 3rd level of qi refinement. Furthermore, the more than 400 spirit stones he currently possesses are the result of nearly a year of diligent accumulation. This is primarily due to the fact that he previously spent his spirit stones shortly after selling talismans, leaving little in reserve. Thus, the sudden influx of over 400 spirit stones is quite a shock for him. However, upon reflection, it seems rather ordinary. Earning 400 spirit stones in a year is somewhat considerable for a first-tier low-grade talisman master, though not entirely implausible, especially since Lin Changqing has been exploiting Zheng's talisman paper and ink at almost no cost. When accounting for expenses, it appears rather reasonable. With this thought, Lin Changqing began to regain his composure. He then clasped his storage pouch, preparing to leave the gray market, as only within the confines of the market could he find a semblance of security. Chapter 21. Ambush with the mist formation in place. Unless one travels in a group, it is all too easy to become separated and exceedingly difficult to track. Consequently, upon completing transactions and departing, the safety of the traders is well secured. After leaving the gray market, Lin Changqing immediately sprinted towards the direction of the Changshan market, where he could find a degree of safety. However, circumstances are often less than ideal. Just a few dozen paces from Changshan market, an ominous figure swiftly approached from behind. The newcomer bore ill intentions. Lin Changqing felt a tremor of unease at the movements behind him, and his heart sank. He summoned his strength, quickening his pace. He aimed to reach the market swiftly. Even in the outer district, a significant disturbance could attract the attention of the enforcement team, whereas outside the market, it would be nearly impossible for them to detect any commotion. Observing his urgency, a shadow behind him unleashed a dark projectile, hurtling towards Lin Changqing with alarming speed. Sensing the imminent threat, Lin Changqing could only react swiftly to evade the attack. The dark energy missed its mark, crashing into the ground ahead of him and vanishing into the earth. However, this momentary delay caused Lin Changqing's speed to diminish. In that brief pause, the pursuer closed the distance. Not bad. You run quite swiftly, almost evaded me. If it weren't for a little trick I played on you, you might have truly escaped. The figure positioned himself before Lin Changqing, blocking his path. The newcomer was imposing in stature, perhaps in a bid to enhance his speed. He had removed any coverings that concealed his face. Lin Changqing was certain he did not recognize him. Yet, recalling the figure's physique, he had a vague recollection of having crossed paths with him in the gray market, though they had never spoken or interacted directly. Nevertheless, the realm of cultivation is replete with peculiar techniques that allow for distant marking, a concept he had not fully grasped. Yet here he was, ensnared by it. He focused intently, seeking to gauge the opponent's cultivation level, the mid-stage of qi refinement, likely around the 5th layer. Lin Changqing took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had indeed taken lives, yet this was his first encounter in combat with a cultivator. And to speak of a battle to the death was even more daunting. Steady yourself, there is no need for fear. He still possessed a substantial array of talismans. Even if his opponent was at the mid-stage of chi refinement, he could still vanquish him. Fellow cultivator, it appears we are strangers. Why do you obstruct my path? Lin Changqing, employing language as a means to buy time, retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch. The burly man laughed heartily. Hand over all your valuable possessions. I can see it clearly. You've accumulated nearly 500 spirit stones. Surely, you must possess even more treasures. A mere novice in the chi refinement stage, he was, indeed, a plump target. Once this job was finished, I shall enjoy a well-deserved respite. Alas, what one fears often comes to pass. A bandit. Despite exercising extreme caution within the black market, having chosen to transact solely with Elder Wang, he had still attracted unwanted attention. It is only natural. For while he had been focused on Elder Wang's dealings, others must have been observing him as well. Elder Wang, a master at the pinnacle of chi refinement, belonged to a foundational family, thus possessing ample magical artifacts and talismans, making him an unlikely target. However, this novice, a fledgling in the chi refinement stage, was far less fortunate. Good sir, have you mistaken me? I am merely a beginner in chi refinement, venturing into the black market to broaden my horizons. I have engaged in no transactions, nor do I possess the medium-grade spirit stones you speak of. Please, spare my life. Lin Changqing feigned weakness while subtly biding his time. Behind the scenes, the talismans in his hand were being continuously activated, unbeknownst to the burly man. The robust figure scoffed. My tracking skills are infallible. Enough of this chatter. Hand over your storage bag. If I'm feeling generous, I might even leave you with a whole corpse. As he spoke, the brawny man beckoned with his hand, summoning the shadow that had just attacked Lin Changqing back to him. Upon closer inspection, it was a flying sword as dark as ink. Clearly, this sword was a magical artifact, refined by the burly man to the point of being an extension of his will. He was no novice in the profession of robbery. His methods were direct and efficient. With a swift motion, he urged the flying sword to dart towards Lin Changqing. It was possible he was also wary of the enforcement team in Changxian Square, particularly in a market backed by the Clearshian sect, notorious for their disdain for robbers and possessing the power to swiftly eradicate them. If he were to be discovered, he would likely not escape unscathed. Lin Changqing stood still, rooted to the spot. Lin Changqing stood not far from the burly man. At such proximity, there was no time for him to evade. He resolved instead to endure the impact head-on. A brilliant golden light shimmered upon Lin Changqing's body. The golden armor talisman, a mid-tier first-grade talisman. It could withstand the full force of a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner. The golden armor talisman successfully intercepted the assault of the flying sword. However, as the sword's strength gradually waned, it was left to rely solely on its inherent sharpness. Yet, beneath the onslaught of the sword, the golden armor talisman was perilously close to shattering. Lin Changqing resolutely revoked the golden armor talisman, subsequently igniting another one. The radiant golden light re-emerged. Yet the flying sword merely caused ripples upon contact. There exists a certain interference among the talismans. One cannot activate multiple golden armor talismans simultaneously, for the mutual disruption would render their protective capabilities inferior to their usual efficacy. After successfully defending against the flying sword, Lin Changqing initiated his counterattack. Earth Collapse Talisman. Lin Changqing activated the talisman in his hand. The burly man's expression shifted dramatically as he felt the ground beneath him soften, the earth beneath his feet gradually sinking. However, the robust man reacted swiftly. He exerted force beneath him and leapt away from his original position. Yet, just as he landed in a new spot and attempted to regain his balance, he found his feet sinking once more. This time, the soil was even softer than before. By the time the burly man realized what was happening, the mud had already enveloped his ankles. He endeavored to extricate himself from the mire, but it felt as though his feet were ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him utterly immobile. Lin Changqing's earlier delay was not in vain. The ground-imploding talismans he wielded were unleashed with abandon. To ensure their effectiveness, he had encircled the burly man with these talismans, meaning that no matter which direction the man chose to leap, he would inevitably plummet into the carefully prepared traps. As the giant struggled in the mire, Lin Changqing seized the moment to activate another talisman, the Fireball Talisman. A sphere, the size of a bowl, hurtled towards the muscular figure. Seeing the situation unfold, the giant, realizing his struggles were futile, relinquished his efforts and resorted to another tactic. Control. He bellowed as a bronze-hued heart-protecting mirror materialized around him, radiating a mystical light, clearly another magical artifact. This bandit possessed quite a substantial wealth, supplemented by the flying sword currently attacking Lin Changqing, thus wielding two artifacts. The heart-protecting mirror positioned itself defensively, perfectly intercepting the speeding fireball. However, Lin Changqing's counterattack was far from straightforward. The fire separation talisman. Boom. The fireball exploded, revealing the hidden fire separation talisman behind it. The talisman struck the heart-protecting mirror, transforming into a searing wave of flames that turned the mirror a fiery red. But that was not all. The flames surged past the heart-protecting mirror, advancing toward the ensnared giant. Despite being mired in the muck, the giant was not without action. He channeled his magical energy into the mirror. In an instant, the mirror radiated a formidable brilliance, casting a golden shield that shielded the man robustly, rendering him impervious to the onslaught of flames. Yet, the fire separation talisman, being a mere talisman, had a limited duration, and the waves of fire gradually diminished. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing remained undeterred. First tier, medium grade, Ice Blade Talisman. Not just one. 3 Ice Blade Talismans formed a straight line, all aimed at the same target. The trio of Ice Blade Talismans caused the bandit giant's countenance to shift dramatically. The heart-protecting mirror, already scorched by the fire separation talisman, shattered under the relentless assault of the Ice Blade Talismans, leaving the giant scarcely able to react. Lin Changqing, seizing the moment, summoned another flame talisman for added assurance. The flames conjured by the talisman surged towards the burly man. The fiery wave enveloped him, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Yet, the man's cries swiftly faded, as the flying sword that had previously been assailing Lin Changqing fell to the ground, rendered powerless and uncontrollable after the activation of the flame talisman. The second gold armor talisman on Lin Changqing is on the verge of shattering. However, this poses no significant concern, even if it were to break. He possesses a third gold armor talisman, and following that, a fourth and a fifth. He has engaged in considerable transactions with Elder Wang, acquiring numerous mid-grade talismans. Otherwise, relying solely on the gold armor talismans, he could exhaust this burly bandit to death. Additionally, there are the fire separation talismans. Even if the first fire separation talisman is countered, he still has a third at his disposal. These 3 are all he has left. Nonetheless, he also possesses several Ice Blade talismans. Chapter 22. Inventory. Qin Ziming remarked that rumors of murder and smuggling seldom circulate in the gray market, yet they do exist. And he was unexpectedly caught in one. Calming his racing heart, Lin Changqing approached the headless charred corpse of the brawny man. Theoretically, after enduring a fire separation talisman, the man should not have survived. But what if? To prevent the possibility of the man feigning death, Lin Changqing activated an Ice Blade talisman from a distance, severing the man's head completely. The burly man was undeniably dead. Next came the anticipated and somewhat morbid task of searching the corpse. Lin Changqing meticulously searched the charred body and discovered a somewhat damaged storage pouch, likely a consequence of the fire talisman. The lack of protection for the burly man rendered the pouch's damage inevitable. Fortunately, it remained usable. After conducting a thorough search with no further discoveries, Lin Changqing swiftly placed both the flying sword and the heart-protecting mirror into the storage pouch and departed hastily. There was no time to examine the contents of the pouch, as the commotion from the earlier battle was substantial, and he wished to avoid attracting the attention of other rogue cultivators. Half an hour later, Lin Changqing returned to the inner district of the market. His small, dilapidated abode no longer provided him with a sense of security. However, some of the caves in the inner district were protected by formations, ensuring minimal risk, which offered him a slight reprieve, previously constrained by a lack of spirit stones. With a substantial amount now acquired, it was time to consider a change of residence. Nevertheless, there was no urgency. The priority was to assess his gains. He opened the storage pouch of the rogue cultivator, spilling forth its contents. The items were scattered, comprising various jars and bottles. Upon careful appraisal, Lin Changqing realized that there was little of value. Aside from some everyday necessities, there were merely 3 or 4 spirit stones and a handful of healing elixirs, the latter barely worth much. However, the burly rogue cultivator did possess some valuable items: 2 magical artifacts, a flying sword and a heart-protecting mirror, both of which were mid-tier artifacts of the first rank. In the market, A mid-tier artifact would fetch at least several dozen spirit stones, while those of superior quality could command hundreds. The combined value of these two artifacts approached 200 spirit stones. As expected of a rogue cultivator, all his worth was invested in these practical tools. Regrettably, the heart-protecting mirror had sustained some damage from the fire talisman. Fortunately, the impairment was minor, and it remained functional. He would find a craftsman in the market to repair it at a later time. He decided against selling these two artifacts, opting to keep them for personal use. Now at the third level of Qi training and poised to break through to the fourth, he lacked a suitable magical artifact. Thus, he graciously accepted the gifts from the rogue cultivator. Though he did not relish combat, he was not averse to it. One must always remain vigilant and prepared for battle. As he casually rummaged through the remaining items, he stumbled upon something that piqued his interest, a tome that appeared quite ancient, bearing the title record of Rogue Cultivators. It chronicled the experiences of a rogue cultivator who had reached the foundation establishment stage, documenting his journey in the hopes that future generations might emulate his path and achieve legendary status. How intriguing! In this day and age, even those who practice robbery have begun to compile their experiences into books. Upon meticulous examination, the contents proved to be quite captivating, detailing the journey from the initial stages of cultivating one's energy to the foundational establishment, instructing future generations on how to become adept at their craft. The successors have not disappointed, flourishing under this guidance to become skilled practitioners. Moreover, there are annotations and writings by no fewer than one additional adept, suggesting that at least 7 or 8 practitioners have contributed their insights. However, now that this knowledge has reached Lin Changqing, it appears that the path of a robber is indeed a perilous profession. Lin Changqing would certainly never take the initiative to become a bandit. He finds far more stability and security in drawing talismans to earn spirit stones than in engaging in banditry. However, the information recorded in this tome proves to be significantly beneficial to him. For instance, it details the techniques employed by the burly bandit against Lin Changqing, particularly a type of fragrant spice known as dark fragrance, specifically concocted for bandits to track their prey. The application of this dark fragrance does not necessitate close proximity to the target. A gentle sprinkling of the spice, followed by guidance, allows it to be implanted on the cultivator without their awareness. The manuscript elucidates the materials and processes for concocting dark fragrance, as well as the methods for marking and tracking its presence. Fortunately, this dark fragrance is harmless to individuals and dissipates after a period, which reassures Lin Changqing. Moreover, it contains insights on identifying prime targets and recognizing cultivators who feign weakness to ensnare others. These various stratagems greatly broaden Lin Changqing's horizons. The text not only discusses how to become a bandit but also outlines cases of failure, offering Lin Changqing invaluable experiences to evade the attention of bandits. After a thorough review, what intrigues Lin Changqing most is the final entry in the Bandit Compendium, which details a secret technique. This technique is a method for concealing one's presence. Upon mastering this technique, one can suppress their magical fluctuations to an imperceptible level, resembling an ordinary person. However, employing such a technique amidst a crowd of cultivators could paradoxically render one more conspicuous. Thus, upon achieving mastery in this art, one can freely adjust the magical fluctuations they emit, remaining undetectable to anyone below a significant realm above the practitioner. If Lin Changqing were to utilize this technique, only foundational cultivators would be able to perceive him. For bandits, it serves to conceal their cultivation, preventing unwanted attention, but for Lin Changqing, it harbors additional advantages. It can even be described as a timely boon. Recently, Lin Changqing has begun to worry about the cultivation level he displays publicly. Although being at the third layer of Qi refinement is relatively weak, his rapid ascent from the first to the third layer within 2 years makes him overly conspicuous among casual cultivators. While he could lower his magical operation to avoid drawing attention, should he encounter a discerning individual, his cultivation would be laid bare, particularly as he has recently acquired a substantial sum of spirit stones and is preparing to break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. A successful advancement would attract even more scrutiny. With the concealment technique now in his possession, he no longer needs to fret over this issue. After meticulously cataloging his gains, Lin Changqing felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Truly, the spoils of war are bounteous. The various items he procured from the bandit alone are valued at around 200 spirit stones. This prospect excites Lin Changqing, for a single endeavor could equate to 6 months of arduous talisman drawing. What of the ordinary casual cultivators? Should they taste such sweet rewards, they might tread a treacherous path from which there is no return. Yet how many can achieve the foundational cultivation of the esteemed predecessor who penned the Bandit Compendium? Lin Changqing reminded himself not to be blinded by immediate gains. One who frequently walks along the shore is bound to wet their shoes. A moment's carelessness could lead to a capsizing in the mire. The corpse before him serves as a stark testament to this truth. Perhaps the antagonist initially aimed only at those weaker than themselves, gradually amassing power. Yet, inevitably, they would encounter someone adept at concealing their true capabilities. A proverbial pig masquerading as a tiger. Chapter 23. The Coming Storm at the Residence of Master Zhengfu. Lin Changqing and Wu Jie, bearing dark circles beneath their eyes, resembled mere shells of their former selves as they mechanically carried out the process of crafting talismans. Master Zheng was still diligently completing the talismans required by the Qian family. In recent times, Lin Changqing and Wu Jie have been rather overworked. Wu Jie, diligent in his endeavors, spends his days crafting talisman paper and spiritual ink under the guidance of Master Zheng, only to return home at night to further study the art of talisman creation. Previously, Lin Changqing would occasionally offer a few words of encouragement, feeling a pang of sympathy for his companion. However, he now finds himself too preoccupied to mentor Wu Jie. After completing the tasks assigned by Master Zheng, Lin Changqing hurries back to his residence to commence his own talisman painting. After all, the elder of the Wang family has commissioned a substantial number of talismans, representing a considerable fortune in spiritual stones. To enhance his production, Lin Changqing has procured a variety of restorative elixirs, some for replenishing mana, others for restoring energy. The expense for these potions is not insignificant, yet it pales in comparison to the potential profits from selling the talismans. Undoubtedly, the forthcoming talismans will be in great demand. Nevertheless, despite the aid of these elixirs, the relentless pace has taken a toll on Lin Changqing's body, leaving him to labor alongside Wu Jie, both burdened by fatigue. Suddenly, a cacophony of crackling sounds emanates from the talisman crafting room. If all goes as expected, it is likely that Master Zheng has encountered a failure in his talisman making, leaving him in a rather foul mood. Lin Changqing could roughly discern the underlying reasons. Ever since he undertook the task of crafting talismans for the Qian family, Master Zheng's disposition had notably soured. Following this assignment, the prices of talismans in the market steadily escalated. Yet the remuneration agreed upon with the Qian family remained at the previously established normal rate. This disparity was intolerable for the inherently petty Master Zheng. However, unlike the verbal agreements with the Wang family, his arrangement with the Qian family was formalized through a spiritual contract, duly witnessed by the Qingxian sect. Reaching such a pact would incur significant repercussions. Consequently, having suffered considerable losses in spirit stones, Master Zheng's temperament soured further, often resorting to harsh reprimands towards Wu Jie and Lin Changqing. It was only later that the Qian family sent representatives to apologize and compensated Master Zheng with a substantial number of spirit stones. After all, these talismans were essential to the Qian family, and defending Master Zheng could lead to unforeseen consequences should he decide to take subtle actions against them at a critical juncture. With this resolution, Master Zheng's mood improved considerably. Yet, with the recent surge in talisman prices, his spirits again dampened. Emerging from the talisman crafting room, visibly fatigued, Master Zheng inspected the efforts of Lin Changqing and Wu Jie. Despite being a high-ranking talisman master, the immense workload had begun to take its toll on him. Instead of offering commendation or rewards to the weary Lin Changqing and Wu Jie, he felt rather pleased with their condition, and his previously irritable mood had eased significantly. This led Lin Changqing to harbor unspoken grievances, concluding that Master Zheng was indeed a heartless talisman master. Fortunately, after a month and a half, Master Zheng finally completed the task. In a buoyant mood, he offered no rewards but granted Lin Changqing and Wu Jie a well-deserved break to recuperate. Lin Changqing and Wu Jie finally relaxed. Lin Changqing returned to his new residence. With the acquisition of spirit stones, he finally relocated to the inner district, where the spiritual energy was significantly more abundant. Whether he would attract the attention of discerning individuals remained a matter of chance. However, it was unlikely that many would pay heed to a mere qi refinement stage cultivator like him. Even if he were to draw attention, he rarely ventured far from the market, and with the enforcement team present, it would be unwise for anyone to act against him. In this new abode, an unexpected guest arrived. Ever since Lin Changqing revealed his identity as a talisman master, Chen Ziming had been visiting more frequently, observing the residents in the inner district. Chen Ziming was filled with admiration. He had not anticipated that his brother would become so affluent after becoming a talisman master. Moving directly from the outer district to the inner district, Chen Ziming himself possessed a residence in the inner district, slightly larger than Lin Changqing's. However, that place was rented collectively by his small group, where he bore the majority of the cost and occupied just a single room, while the others squeezed in together. Initially satisfied with his arrangement, he now felt it paled in comparison to Lin Changqing's living situation. As they exchanged news from the market, they noted a considerable surge in prices for magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. Numerous shops began to impose limits on sales, and even the three prominent families had ceased selling altogether, redirecting their focus to acquisitions. Lin Changqing recalled how Elder Wang had ordered a substantial quantity of talismans from Master Zheng at a great expense, only for the Qian family to subsequently seize them at an even greater cost. Notably, Elder Wang appeared in the black market, acquiring numerous fire thunder talismans and other talismans from Zheng's hands. Even so, the void left behind was likely significant. Even if Lin Changqing were to double his own talismans, Elder Wang would still be able to consume them. Reflecting on the recent surge in market prices within the artisan district, it seemed as though the three prominent families were on the verge of a great conflict. It would be wise to refrain from venturing into the market for the time being, as chaos was likely to ensue for quite a while, Lin Changqing advised. Chen Ziming nodded in agreement, acknowledging the turmoil outside. It was rumored that a merchant convoy had been coveting the prices in the Changxian artisan district, attempting to transport goods directly there. However, they encountered bandit cultivators along the way. More than one convoy had vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. Akin to an encounter with malevolent practitioners. With the increasing traffic of merchant convoys, the emergence of bandit cultivators was inevitable. Furthermore, these bandits were elusive and difficult to detect. Some rogue cultivators, facing adversity, would simply conceal their identities and commit a robbery. Ultimately, Chen Ziming departed, having acquired several fireball talismans from Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing earnestly instructed that if Chen Ziming truly intended to sell, he should endeavor to keep his whereabouts concealed. After Chen Ziming departed, Lin Changqing noted that the time was opportune and subsequently changed into a different outfit. When the moment arrived, he prepared to approach the elder of the Wang family once more for a transaction. This time, he opted for the gray market, a decision that was not made lightly. Although the elder had suggested conducting the exchange at the Wang family's establishment, that venue was currently under scrutiny from two rival families, making it inevitable for any seller to face thorough inquiries about the Wang family's hidden assets. The same scrutiny extended to the shops of the other two families as well. Furthermore, Lin Changqing not only intended to sell a substantial quantity of talismans but also wished to keep his identity shrouded in secrecy, rendering a visit to the shops impractical. Despite encountering bandits on his previous return from the gray market, he had managed to resolve that situation. This time, as long as he prepared an adequate supply of talismans, coupled with the artifact acquired from the burly bandit, he was confident that even if he faced another ambush, he could utilize the golden armor talisman to fend off his assailants and retreat safely to the market. Thus, Lin Changqing once again ventured into the gray market. The foot traffic within the market had notably increased, likely indicating a rise in bandits as well. He produced 60 mid-grade talismans, primarily because he needed to fulfill the task assigned by Master Zheng. Otherwise, he could have crafted even more talismans. According to the current market rate, mid-grade talismans were priced at 7 spirit stones each, totaling 420 spirit stones. With the spirit stones he had from his previous dealings, Lin Changqing resolved that he would not need to take any risks until he reached the later stages of qi refinement. The elder of the Wang family promptly paid him in spirit stones, appearing quite anxious, before swiftly making his exit. Lin Changqing cautiously exited the gray market, this time encountering far less misfortune, and safely returned to the bustling market. Chapter 24. Recruitment of loose practitioners. As numerous loose practitioners speculated on the events prompting such actions from the three major families, a piece of news captured the attention of all. The three prominent clans had commenced a sweeping recruitment of loose cultivators. The announcement sent ripples through the market, for typically, the three families seldom sought out loose practitioners. The three foundational clans are not insignificant. Their lineage boasts a considerable number of members. Through generations of intermarriage, they have produced numerous individuals possessing spiritual roots. Even though these foundational families are vast and affluent, the resources allocated to their own descendants often feel inadequate, making the recruitment of loose practitioners an unlikely endeavor. Moreover, since cultivation families primarily rely on bloodlines, the loyalty of loose practitioners cannot be guaranteed, further discouraging such recruitment. Exceptions are made only for rare talents in alchemy, artifact crafting, formations, and talisman creation, who may be invited as guest elders. Even in these cases, foundational families prioritize the training of their own kin. Typically, the recruitment of loose practitioners by a single family creates quite a stir, yet with all three families recruiting simultaneously. Loose cultivators from nearby markets flocked to the scene. The market buzzed with excitement, even though many sensed underlying dangers and potential life-threatening risks. A continuous stream of loose practitioners sought to join the three families, drawn by the extraordinarily generous terms offered. For those in the late stage of chi refinement, immediate rewards included magical tools, talismans, and elixirs, collectively valued at over 100 spirit stones. They even proclaimed that sufficient merit could later be exchanged for foundational spiritual items. The mere mention of foundational spiritual items sent waves of fervor among loose practitioners in the late chi refinement stage. Even Zheng, the talisman master who had completed a task for the Qian family, found his breath growing heavy. Yet, he restrained himself, realizing that such foundational items, while attainable, could prove perilous to wield. He had a pathway to foundational materials, albeit challenging, and thus deemed it unnecessary to take risks. Nonetheless, many practitioners without connections were irresistibly drawn in. For those in the mid-chi refinement stage, rewards included magical tools, talismans, and elixirs, though of a lesser caliber than those offered to their late-stage counterparts. Those in the early chi refinement stage received fewer benefits, but were still provided with some talismans and elixirs. All joining loose practitioners could accumulate merit points, exchanging them for powerful elixirs to enhance their magical abilities, formidable magical tools, and resources leading to foundational cultivation inheritance. Had Lin Changqing not just acquired a substantial sum of spirit stones in the insight of the Star of Enlightenment, he too might have succumbed to the frenzy of the loose practitioners. Simultaneously, during the recruitment process, the reason behind the three families' sudden recruitment was unveiled. They had discovered a vein of spirit stones, a small mine containing at least several million spirit stones. The revelation caused an uproar throughout the market that amounts to millions of spirit stones. It is not merely the foundation establishment stage that could be achieved, but even a golden core cultivator might struggle to amass such a fortune. However, despite the discovery being made by the three prominent families, this territory ultimately belongs to the Qingxian sect, and thus anything found here should rightfully be claimed by them, regardless of the circumstances of the discovery. Nevertheless, the Qingxian sect, known for its benevolence, has graciously allocated a 20% share for the three families, acknowledging their contribution in uncovering the spirit stone vein. The three families have decided to determine their respective shares through a grand contest. Such a small-scale spirit stone mine could yield approximately 100,000 spirit stones annually, sustaining production for several decades. Consequently, the 20% share translates to 20,000 spirit stones each year. If evenly divided among the three families, each would receive nearly 7,000 spirit stones, which over 2 years would equate to a foundation establishment pill with a surplus. This figure is enough to incite frenzy within any family. With the winds of competition stirring, one can foresee that the ensuing conflict among the three families will undoubtedly resemble a veritable slaughterhouse. Lin Changqing was once again taken out by Master Zheng to discuss business, this time with the Wang family, the same family to whom Lin Changqing had previously sold talismans. For a period, Master Zheng had been preoccupied with the talisman tasks from the Qian family. However, during this time, he had not been idle, utilizing the materials provided by the Qian family. Master Zheng secretly crafted a considerable number of talismans. This was somewhat inevitable, as the Qian family had inquired if Master Zheng had any surplus talismans, offering to purchase them at a high price. Yet, Master Zheng firmly asserted that he had none to spare, leaving the Qian family with no choice but to proceed with their usual purchases. But how could Master Zheng not have any hidden stock? He reached out to the Wang family, whom he had previously turned down. In the familiar room, with similar dishes laid out, Lin Changqing stood by, inhaling the enticing aromas. Master Zheng produced a bundle of mid-grade talismans, interspersed with a few high-grade ones, and quoted a price, 1,000 spirit stones. "That's impossible," Elder Wang replied with conviction. Refusing without hesitation, Master Zheng remained calm, asserting, "Elder Wang, you must consider this carefully. Once you step outside, No one else will be able to offer such a quantity of mid-grade and high-grade talismans. Master Zheng was as steady as a mountain, speaking the truth. While there were indeed other high-grade talisman masters in the market, they were backed by their respective powers, including the Bai and Qian families, making it unlikely for them to sell talismans to the Wang family. Elder Wang grew somewhat irritated. Under normal circumstances, the talismans Master Zheng offered would barely fetch 500 spirit stones. Even with the current rates, they certainly wouldn't reach 1,000 spirit stones. Only if a merchant could source talismans from elsewhere might Master Zheng have been able to demand 2,000 spirit stones. However, Elder Wang quickly adjusted his mindset and still declined Master Zheng's offer. He scoffed. If these talismans were offered by someone else, I might have considered purchasing them. But from you, I truly refuse. The Wang family is not in such dire need of talismans. With that, Elder Wang exited the room with a dismissive air, leaving no room for negotiation. Watching Elder Wang depart, Master Zheng's expression darkened instantly. He had calculated carefully. Since he had not taken on the talisman task from the Wang family, their acquisition of talismans had not been significantly greater than that of the other two families. Thus, there must be a considerable gap in the Wang family's talisman stock. Even if he raised his price, the Wang family would have no choice but to begrudgingly accept his talismans, allowing him to earn a substantial profit. Yet, the Wang family had left without a word, leaving Master Zheng perplexed as to where the problem lay. Lin Changqing speculated nearby, wondering if the talismans he had sold were the reason the Wang family felt confident enough to reject Master Zheng's talismans. Although his offerings did not include any top-tier items, the quantity of his mid-grade talismans combined was significantly greater than that of Master Zheng's. Moreover, all of Lin's talismans were learned from Master Zheng himself. In terms of mid-grade talismans, their varieties were identical, and acquiring more from Master Zheng seemed somewhat excessive. Unintentionally, he had encroached upon Master Zheng's territory. As they exited the drunken immortal pavilion, Master Zheng continued to murmur in disbelief. It's impossible. Why wouldn't he accept my talismans? How could the Wang family possibly lack talismans? In reality, mid-grade talismans certainly had a market, albeit at slightly reduced prices compared to their top-tier counterparts. However, for Master Zheng, any decrease in earnings felt like a loss he could hardly bear. Chapter 25. A fortuitous encounter just as they departed from the drunken immortal pavilion. A melodious voice called out from behind. Brother Lin? Brother Lin? Is that really you? Lin Changqing turned around to behold a graceful figure clad in resplendent attire. A young maiden with a radiant smile directed at him. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette before him, Lin Changqing spoke with uncertainty. Miss Li? The young maiden was none other than Li Xinyao, who had joined the Qingxian sect and had not been seen for several years. It had been almost 3 years since Li Xinyao's initiation into the sect, and her aura had become even more exceptional, making Lin Changqing nearly unrecognizable. It is I, Li Xinyao replied, gazing at the handsome Lin Changqing, whose dark eyes hinted at considerable transformation, and a glimmer of nostalgia graced her expression. It has indeed been years since we last met. Brother Lin has truly embarked upon the path of immortality. You should now address me as Taoist friend. In the span of these 2 years, influenced by the ancient wood of everlasting vitality, Lin Changqing had not merely undergone a change in appearance, but had significantly refined his character and essence. I owe my gratitude to Miss Li for the fated connection you bestowed upon me. Without your gift of the qi drawing technique, even with the enlightenment of the Star of Understanding, I would have found it exceedingly arduous to cultivate my powers, Lin Changqing expressed, bowing respectfully to Li Xinyao. After all, it is merely the most fundamental qi drawing technique, Li Xinyao remarked. Now that Brother Lin has entered the realm of immortality, there is no need for formalities. We may simply address each other as Taoist friends. Upon further examination, Li Xinyao had reached the 5th level of qi refinement, marking her advancement into the mid-stage of this realm. The path of qi refinement becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses, with resource consumption escalating significantly. Yet her advancement showed no signs of deceleration. Remarkably, she had ascended from the 2nd to the 5th level in less than 3 years. Particularly noteworthy was her seamless transition from the 3rd to the 4th level, a leap often hindered by the bottleneck between the early and mid-stages. One could only commend her as a worthy disciple of the sect. Just as Lin Changqing was about to speak, he was interrupted. Shaolin, who is this? I haven't heard you mention them before, Zheng Fushi inquired, casting a glance at Li Xinyao. The ethereal aura she exuded was so captivating that even he, who typically shunned female company, found himself astonished. This very reason kept him from expressing his anger at being interrupted. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Disciple of the Qingxian sect, Li Xinyao, pays her respects to the esteemed elder, she said, offering a slight bow to Zheng Fushi. As a practitioner in the mid-stage of qi refinement, she was at a level below Zheng Fushi, who was in the late stage. And given his age, addressing him as elder was quite appropriate. However, as a disciple of the Qingxian sect, she maintained a dignified composure before the free-spirited Zheng Fushi, showing neither excessive reverence nor disdain. Upon hearing the name of the Qingxian sect, Zheng Fushi's surprise was palpable. While he could accept being called elder by an outer disciple, the same title from an inner disciple was a different matter altogether. In Changxian Square, provoking a disciple of the Qingxian sect was ill-advised, especially with a foundation establishment elder station nearby. His previous bravado in speaking disrespectfully to an elder of the Wang family was supported by the rules of Changxian Square, but offending a disciple of the Qingxian sect would strip him of that support. Reflecting on his earlier demeanor, he realized that although his attitude had not been particularly courteous, it had not been overtly disrespectful either. So, it turns out she is a distinguished disciple of the Qingxian sect. Zheng Fushi treaded carefully. Though he was a late-stage qi refinement practitioner and not particularly concerned about a mid-stage one, the fact that she belonged to the Qingxian sect, especially one who had become an inner disciple at such a young age, warranted caution. Considering her remarkable presence, he could not dismiss the possibility of a foundation establishment elder standing behind her. Since you two are acquainted, perhaps we could reminisce here? Observing Zheng Fushi's expression, Lin Changqing discerned his intentions. He aimed to leverage their connection to befriend Li Xinyao, the inner disciple of the Qingxian sect. Yet, it remained uncertain how much of their mutual bond had endured the passage of time. Lin Changqing gazed at Li Xinyao, who returned his smile. I have just arrived in Changshuanfang City. As a fellow cultivator, you must have resided here for quite some time. Would you be so kind as to guide me and help me become acquainted with this place? Lin Changqing let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the other parties still cherished their friendship. Noticing the potential for further development between the two, Zheng Fushi, displaying great tact, decided to take his leave. Li Xinyao and Lin Changqing entered the drunken immortal pavilion. Given Li Xinyao's esteemed status, their accommodations were of a commendable standard. As they settled in, Li Xinyao and Lin Changqing engaged in a lively exchange. Li Xinyao recounted some past events within the Qingxian sect, revealing that shortly after her initiation, she had caught the attention of a foundational elder due to her innate talent, who took her on as a disciple, subsequently elevating her to the status of an inner disciple. Upon hearing that she had been accepted as a disciple by a foundational elder, Lin Changqing felt a surge of admiration and envy. Having spent a considerable amount of time as a loose cultivator, he understood the significance of having a foundational master. In the bustling Changshan market, such a position afforded one considerable influence, rendering most others inconsequential, save for the foundational elders stationed there. Lin Changqing also shared his circumstances. He briefly mentioned his apprenticeship under Master Zheng and how he has now become a talisman master. He did not disclose that he is a middle-grade talisman master, and it is likely that Li Xinyao assumes him to be of lower grade. After all, she is a familiar acquaintance, and Master Zheng has no connection to her. It is improbable that she would expose him to Zheng. Furthermore, as an inner disciple of the Qingxian sect, she represents a valuable connection. This lays the groundwork for any potential future discord between himself and Master Zheng. Simultaneously, he subtly revealed aspects of Master Zheng's character, such as his unwavering dedication to his lineage and the account of a previous apprentice who was ostracized for becoming a talisman master and subsequently had his arm severed by Zheng. Indeed, upon hearing this, Li Xinyao expressed her willingness to assist Lin Changqing. Since you are in Changshan Square, I am acquainted with the station disciples here and can certainly recommend you, Li Xinyao remarked, glancing at Lin Changqing. A recommendation to the station disciples of the Qingxian sect? Although the ties between the two had seemingly been severed, it was evident that Li Xinyao still cherished their past friendship. Offering assistance in recommending a disciple from the Qingxian sect, even in a small way, could prove beneficial. However, that would be the extent of it. A promising inner disciple with the potential to establish a foundation and a wandering cultivator would likely drift further apart under normal circumstances. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, Lin Changqing refrained from accepting the offer. I appreciate your kindness, but it would be unnecessary trouble for you. Though Master Zheng may be strict, I am under his protection here in Changshan Square, and my situation is not too dire. Li Xinyao's intention to recommend him to the station disciples was indeed a benevolent gesture. With the protection of a disciple from the Qingxian sect, it would deter Master Zheng from making any threats against him. Even if Master Zheng were to discover that he had learned talisman crafting, he would likely begrudgingly accept it and merely expel him. However, Lin Changqing felt that the time was not yet ripe for such a confrontation. He was not prepared to sever ties with Master Zheng, as he still needed the latter's reputation and resources. After all, certain materials like talisman paper and spiritual ink, along with other methods of talisman production that Zheng possessed, were invaluable. In essence, as long as he had not been discovered by Master Zheng and had yet to extract the full extent of his value, he would choose to remain for the time being. Moreover, having Li Xinyao recommend disciples of the Qingxian sect would only squander her goodwill. He is no longer an inexperienced cultivator. Among the outer disciples stationed in remote areas, aside from the elders, most are unlikely to achieve foundation establishment. In contrast, those with genuine prospects are often found practicing within the sect, much like Li Xinyao herself. The value of an inner sect disciple with potential for foundation establishment far outweighs that of an outer disciple, a fact that is readily apparent. Furthermore, even in the absence of a station disciple from the Qingxian sect, Master Zheng is already aware of his acquaintance with an inner sect disciple, which would likely cause him to exercise caution. Chapter 26. The underlying truth. The two continued their conversation, discussing the purpose of her visit to Changshanfang Market. She had come in response to a mission to eradicate the bandits operating near the market. Recently, the market had become increasingly lively, attracting numerous itinerant cultivators, which in turn invited the presence of bandits, causing considerable distress to the passing practitioners. A disciple from the Qingxian sect, who had come to the market for procurement, unfortunately encountered these bandits and had all his possessions ruthlessly plundered. This disciple was not one specifically assigned for purchasing, but rather had connections to a foundation establishment elder within the sect. The elder, seeing the potential profits in Changshanfang Market, wished to partake in the opportunities but was unable to leave due to pressing matters within the sect, thus sending someone to seize a share. However, it was unforeseen that a disciple carrying over 1,000 spirit stones would vanish without a trace. While the elder may not mourn the loss of the disciple, the disappearance of 1,000 spirit stones is no trivial matter for a foundation establishment cultivator, and such a loss would surely cause significant distress. Consequently, a mission was issued within the sect. Li Xinyao's master had already intended for her to undertake some missions for her training, and fortuitously, her master was in Changshanfang Market at that time, prompting her to accept this task. It appears that Li Xinyao's master is also in Changshanfang Market. This suggests that at least 2 foundation establishment elders from the Qingxian sect are stationed there. Lin Changqing did not inquire further, as this matter pertained to the Qingxian sect, and it was not his place to ask too many questions regarding the recruitment of loose cultivators by the 3 major foundational families. Li Xinyao specifically asked Lin Changqing whether he intended to participate. Upon learning that Lin Changqing had not engaged in this endeavor, Li Xinyao let out a sigh of relief. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Lin Changqing voiced his perplexity. What could possibly be the cause of this conflict among the 3 great families? Is it merely for the sake of the spirit stone mine? Frankly speaking, the current demeanor of these 3 clans resembles that of a battle for survival. Moreover, it is not just the 3 families involved. Even the rogue cultivators are entangled in this turmoil. If the dispute is indeed over the spirit stone mine, the magnitude of the disturbance is rather excessive. Even without the mine, the 3 families possess foundational strength through their foundation-building cultivators, which remains an unassailable cornerstone. Yet, the conflict has escalated to a point where it appears one must annihilate the others. It is a matter of either their demise or ours. Does the Qingxian sect remain indifferent? After all, these 3 families fall under its jurisdiction, and should significant harm befall them, the losses would ultimately reflect upon the Qingxian sect itself. Upon hearing this, Li Xinyao pondered for a moment before responding. It would not hurt to share this matter with you. The conflict among the 3 families has been sanctioned by the sect, and such a state of affairs is precisely what the sect's overseers wish to witness. With this revelation, Li Xinyao unveiled a weighty piece of information. The origins of this battle trace back to the Spirit Stone Mine. The mine was discovered by a member of the Bai family, and as it was solely their discovery, the Bai family developed ambitions that were disproportionate to their strength. A spirit stone mine of such magnitude, containing millions of stones, would incite any faction to claim it as their own. The Bai family, being a subordinate force of the Qingxian sect, ought to have reported the discovery to the sect. Even if they could not claim the entirety, they would at least benefit from a share. After all, the Qingxian sect is considered a righteous sect, renowned for its fairness and integrity. However, it is precisely this reputation that led them to conceive the idea of monopolizing the spirit stone mine, causing them to forget that the Qingxian sect is the dominant force in the region, boasting several golden core cultivators. Such a formidable power cannot be as benign as it appears on the surface. Initially, the Bai family safeguarded their secret with diligence, engaging in small-scale mining operations which proceeded smoothly. Yet, in this world, there is no wall that remains unbreached. Even the Bai family's modest mining activities were eventually uncovered by the other two families. The ancestors of these two clans personally visited, uniting to exert pressure and demanding that the Bai family relinquish the majority of their share in the spirit stone mine. The Bai family's ancestor, being resolute, or perhaps reacting to the excessively harsh conditions proposed by the other two families, in a fit of anger, disclosed the matter of the spirit stone mine. In truth, the Bai family had long been prepared for such an eventuality, while the elder of the Bai family held off the other two. They dispatched a messenger to the Qingxian sect to report the discovery of the spirit stone mine. The Bai family reasoned that if all desired the mine, then none should possess it. To the astonishment of many, the Qingxian sect unexpectedly allocated 2 portions of its resources. Li Xinyao, well versed in the intricacies of the situation, along with the 3 prominent families, understood that this gesture from the Qingxian sect was far from benevolent. Rather, it served as a stern warning to the 3 families. Although it was the Bai family that first reported the matter, the Qingxian sect, with a modicum of inquiry, would soon uncover the roots of the incident. Thus realizing that none of the 3 families harbored good intentions, the Qingxian sect, while not seeking the complete annihilation of the 3 families, an endeavor that would tarnish its own reputation, aimed instead to ensure that they would not regain their strength for at least a decade. This was intended to instill a lasting lesson in the 3 families, while simultaneously deterring the lower-tier forces from harboring any ulterior motives. The strategic allocation of territory between the 3 families was designed to deplete their energies through mutual conflict. This battle was not merely a contest of which faction could seize a greater share of spiritual stones. Rather, it was a test of endurance, determining which family could withstand the most attrition and emerge intact. The current frantic consumption of resources by the 3 families was not in pursuit of development, but rather a desperate bid for survival. Little did they realize the true motivations lurking behind these actions. Lin Changqing sighed, reflecting on Li Xinyao's narrative, acknowledging that it may merely represent the tip of the iceberg. After all, Li Xinyao is merely an inner disciple, her position insufficiently elevated to grasp the complete picture. However, considering the recent frenzy in the outside world, he could almost envision the underlying brutality concealed beneath the surface. This matter is scarcely known to anyone. Only my master has participated in it, and I was by his side at that time. Otherwise, I would not be privy to such knowledge. Li Xinyao further cautioned, additionally, I have only spoken of this to Daoist Li. It is preferable that as few people as possible are aware of it. Lin Changqing nodded in understanding. Naturally, the actions of the Qingxian sect were not intended to attract gossip. Ultimately, the two parted ways, without truly allowing Lin Changqing to familiarize himself with the marketplace. It was merely a pretext. However, they exchanged addresses to maintain correspondence. In the days that followed, Master Zheng's attitude towards Lin Changqing improved significantly. Although Master Zheng was a first-tier high-grade talisman master, he was not particularly noteworthy in the eyes of the Qingxian sect. He indeed wished to befriend some of its disciples. Yet the disciples he encountered were mostly outer sect chi practitioners, who had little hope of establishing a foundation and were of no real benefit. It was only when he finally met an inner sect disciple, whose potential hinted at the possibility of foundation establishment, that he sought to cultivate a friendship. Lin Changqing could only recount the events of their journey from the mundane world to the market in a straightforward manner to Master Zheng, albeit not in exhaustive detail, in an effort to dissuade him from any ill-conceived notions. Cultivation is not merely about combat. It also requires an understanding of human relationships. Engaging with disciples of the sect will greatly benefit you, Master Zheng advised. Despite Lin Changqing's assertions, he perceived the relationship between Li Xinyao and Lin Changqing to be far more intricate than Lin's simplification suggested. Much like myself, I have the backing of an elder stationed in the market. Even the 3 prominent families would hesitate to coerce me into actions I disdain. Master Zheng boasted of his connections. According to Master Zheng, he enjoyed a close rapport with the elder from the Qingxian sect stationed in the market, which rendered him fearless in the presence of the Wang family from the foundational clans. Otherwise, as a mere rogue cultivator, how could he, even as a first-tier talisman master, maintain his freedom without succumbing to the pressures of various factions? Lin Changqing had heard such rumors before, particularly from Chun Ziming and his companions, who provided a more detailed and credible account than Master Zheng's claims. In truth, Master Zheng surrendered 40% of his talisman-making income to the stationed elder in exchange for protection. As a first-tier talisman master, he reaped considerable rewards over the year. With no obligations to fulfill, merely adhering to the customary regulations of the market could yield a significant sum of spirit stones, enticing even foundational elders. However, Master Zheng possessed certain connections. Otherwise, the elder would not simply accept spirit stones without due cause. Considering the presence of this foundational elder, Lin Changqing felt compelled to remain discreet. Even with Li Xinyao by his side, his safety was not guaranteed, as she was merely a disciple of the foundational elder, with the potential to ascend rather than having already established herself. Of course, he outwardly expressed agreement, aligning himself with Master Zheng's sentiments. He believed that true strength lay in self-reliance. Relying on external forces was ultimately not the righteous path. As long as one possesses formidable strength, others would come to seek their goodwill. Yet, he recognized that he was not yet sufficiently powerful and still needed to navigate the intricacies of human relations. Chapter 27. The Great Battle. The assertion that if one is strong, they become the network for others indeed rings true. Mastery of talismanic arts could also be considered a form of personal strength. Chen Ziming specifically brought Sun Wuchang to seek talismans. Are both of you certain you wish to partake in this endeavor? This battle resembles a meat grinder. No matter how many enter, it will never be satiated. Unless they are foundational cultivators. Otherwise, no matter how formidable a chi-refining practitioner may be, their safety cannot be assured. Lin Changqing advised, this matter is fraught with peril. It would be wise to wait for a while before making further plans. Chen Ziming, with unwavering resolve, replied, alas, Brother Lin, your outlook is commendable. Yet we are not endowed with the same aptitude for cultivating the myriad arts as you. We can only strive with all our might. As loose cultivators, we must gamble our very lives for the chance at fortune. Indeed, the impending confrontation among the three great families is perilous. But has any opportunity ever been devoid of danger? If we were to retreat at every daunting prospect, we would ultimately end up with nothing. Lin Changqing fell into silence. Indeed, not everyone can develop as steadily as he has. Sun Wuchang wore a look of helplessness, for as Lin Changqing had pointed out, there was truly no need to take such risks. It was easy to envision that this battle would claim many lives. Yet becoming a rogue cultivator signified that one had not entirely lost hope in the path to immortality, but rather clung to a faint glimmer of aspiration to ascend the grand Dao. Presently, that flicker of hope lay before them. The conditions offered by the three major families were indeed generous. Surviving this battle would allow them to accumulate sufficient merit, thus securing the resources necessary for their next stage of cultivation. Who knows? Perhaps on the battlefield they might stumble upon a few storage bags, and with a stroke of luck, even attain the foundation establishment. Lin Changqing let out a sigh. From his understanding, this battle would not merely claim a few lives. It was destined to result in an immense loss of life. However, he refrained from further counsel. Each individual possesses their own destiny, and the opportunities for rogue cultivators to emerge are limited. Now that a chance has arisen, even if it leads into the abyss, one must tread over the corpses of others to seize it. Had it not been for his enlightenment from the starlight of Dao, which allowed him to become a talisman master, he might have been among those venturing forth. I shall not insist further. I have some talismans here that you two brothers may take for your protection. As he spoke, Lin Changqing produced several talismans, including a few of medium grade. In the past, Master Zheng had graciously bestowed upon him some medium grade talismans, which the two could use without the need to pay in spirit stones for now. They could return them if given the chance to come back. Of course, this was a fib. Master Zheng was not so generous with medium-grade talismans. Lin Changqing merely sought a pretext to gift them, as both low and medium-grade talismans were trivial for him to part with. If not for the need to maintain his own persona, he might have been inclined to give away even more. Among the bustling market, he was only familiar with Chun Ziming and Sun Wuchang. He had no other acquaintances, and he certainly did not wish for the two he knew to perish on the battlefield. Chun Ziming accepted the talismans, his expression filled with gratitude. Rest assured, Brother Lin, we shall return safely. and a share of our spoils will belong to you. Lin Changqing congratulated. Then I wish both of you brothers great success and a safe return. The three major families had prepared for battle for an extended period, and ultimately they engaged directly in combat near the Spirit Stone mine. Consequently, the market experienced a period of unusual quiet. The clash between the three families was grand in scale, and various tales of the battlefield frequently circulated among the populace. After approximately 10 days, this brutal conflict finally came to a close. Lin Changqing sat in his elevated position, observing the two who had returned safely, yet exuding a markedly transformed aura, Chun Ziming and his companion. The once unassuming Sun Wenchang had grown noticeably more reticent, quietly seated beside him, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the formerly sharp and incisive Chun Ziming had adopted a demeanor of greater restraint, now exhibiting a newfound depth of composure. Lin Changqing listened attentively as Chun Ziming recounted the events that transpired on the battlefield. At the onset of the conflict, the once adversarial Wang and Qin families unexpectedly formed an alliance, prioritizing their assault on the Bai family. Initially, Chun Ziming and his companions aligned themselves with the Qin family, as the conditions offered by the three factions were largely similar, albeit with different emphases. After careful consideration, Chun Ziming chose the Qin family, renowned for their expertise in alchemy, which promised a plethora of elixirs to enhance cultivation. True to their reputation, the Qin family led them toward a semblance of victory. However, it would be misleading to term it a true victory. The outcome of the battle left no clear victor, only a singular major loser and two minor ones. The Bai family, originally a foundational lineage, was utterly annihilated, with their foundational ancestor being besieged and slain by the combined forces of the Qin and Wang patriarchs. The remaining clan members and scattered cultivators were mercilessly exterminated by the two dominant families. One could only speculate whether this was orchestrated under the auspices of the Qingxian sect. Although the Bai family was the first to report the discovery of the Spirit Stone vein, they were also the first to seek to conceal this information. Had it not been for the coercive pressure from the other two families, the Bai family might have continued to hide this critical intelligence. They likely sensed the impending doom. Aware that while concealing a common mineral vein could be manageable, hiding the existence of a Spirit Stone vein was akin to treason. Yet, they must have harbored a glimmer of hope, attempting to leverage their formidable presence to entrap the Qingxian sect, if not to secure their own survival entirely, then at least to preserve the legacy of their lineage at a significant cost. However, events did not unfold as the Bai family had envisioned. They were granted no further opportunities. The fates of the other two families were not markedly better. The very families that had obliterated the Bai lineage soon turned on each other. Their long-standing animosities erupted into open conflict, with both factions unleashing their wrath. According to Chun Ziming's account, despite suffering considerable losses while combating the Bai family, the two families, united, wielded overwhelming strength, sustaining only minor injuries. As everyone celebrated what they believed to be an easy acquisition of resources, the two families ignited a brutal war. The true slaughter had only just commenced. In their clashes, human life was treated with utter disregard, as the combatants fought with reckless abandon. The scattered cultivators contemplated fleeing, for they were not bound by familial ties. However, the three families had foreseen such possibilities, requiring all scattered cultivators to sign spirit contracts prior to their enlistment. These contracts were imbued with curses. Reaching them would not result in immediate death, but resisting their terms would exact a heavy toll. The family cultivators established oversight teams, executing anyone who violated the contracts without mercy. Consequently, the scattered cultivators were compelled to engage in battle against one another. Yet, the family cultivators did not emerge unscathed. By Chun Ziming's account, by the end of the conflict, only about 1/10 or 1/12 of the scattered cultivators remained, while the family cultivators numbered only about 2/10 or 2/10 of their initial strength. Ultimately, the family cultivators found themselves nearly overwhelmed by the scattered cultivators, leading to a cessation of hostilities. Lin Changqing speculated that the significant injuries sustained by the family cultivators were likely the very outcome that the Qingxian sect desired. The sect wished to witness this result, and indeed, it materialized. Consequently, the three prominent families in the vicinity have now dwindled to merely two. The annihilation of the Bai family has allowed the Qin and Wang families to seize their share of the Spirit Stone mine, each claiming 1/10 of the resources. Following a fierce battle, Chun Ziming seemed to have undergone a profound transformation, gaining clarity amidst the turmoil. With a tone tinged with melancholy, Chun Ziming remarked, I cannot fathom what these two families are truly vying for. After all the strife, they merely end up dividing the spoils equally. What is the significance in that? In this world, the might of one's fist reigns supreme. Listening to Chen Ziming's account, Lin Changqing could envision the brutality of the situation and could only offer consolation. Survival is what matters. Indeed, surviving is all that counts. Chen Ziming had also come to terms with the reality and, from his storage bag, retrieved a jade vial. He had previously mentioned that Lin Changqing was entitled to a share of the spoils from this battle, and this was his reward. Upon receiving the vial, Lin Changqing examined it closely, and upon discerning the type of elixir contained within, he was taken aback. This was a breakthrough pill. The breakthrough pill, as its name implies, assists cultivators in overcoming minor bottlenecks. For instance, it aids in advancing from the early to the mid stages of qi refinement, or from the mid to the late stages. Judging by the quality of this particular pill, it appears to be designed to facilitate a transition from the early to the mid stage of qi refinement. Nonetheless, it is an exceptionally precious item. Such breakthrough elixirs are often rare and difficult to procure, with a single pill valued at 4 to 5 dozen spirit stones. Lin Changqing had initially contemplated waiting until his own magical prowess was fully developed before seeking out such a pill, never anticipating that it would be presented to him so fortuitously. Lin Changqing hesitated. This elixir, in truth, was of little consequence to him. At most, it would require a bit of effort and some additional spirit stones to acquire it. However, it held significant value for Sun Wenchang. Having already reached the third level of qi refinement, Sun Wenchang would likely experience an immediate breakthrough to the mid-qi refinement stage upon consuming the elixir. As for Lin Changqing, his magical powers were not yet perfected, and he required more time. Thus he felt no urgency. Chapter 28. The outcome. Noticing Lin Changqing's gaze directed at Sun Wenchang, Chen Ziming swiftly interjected, "We have returned safely, and our gains have been quite abundant. Even if I were to bestow upon you a breakthrough elixir, I still have plenty left, which I had reserved for Brother Sun long ago. Moreover, the talismans you gifted us have saved our lives on numerous occasions. One elixir cannot possibly compensate for your kindness." Sun Wenchang also urged him to accept the elixir. In truth, as per Chen Ziming's account, their small group had all participated in the recent battle, yet only the two of them returned. The merits earned by the others had been claimed by the pair. Additionally, amidst the numerous corpses from the battle, they had garnered considerable spoils. For Chen Ziming and his companion, their harvest was truly plentiful. The resources they possessed might very well rival those of Lin Changqing at that moment. It was possible that they would not have to worry about resources until reaching the later stages of qi refinement. At the same time, Chen Ziming produced a somewhat tattered tome. This is a fragment of a talismanic inheritance I acquired from the corpse of a wandering cultivator. I believe it may be of use to you, dear brother, and I present it to you with great care. A talismanic inheritance? Lin Changqing felt a surge of joy within. He had not acquired any new talismans from Master Zheng lately, as the latter was quite busy and had little time to showcase his skills or indulge in the flattery of his apprentices. However, the transmission of talismanic teachings from Chen Ziming proved to be of considerable assistance to him. Lin Changqing casually flipped through the pages, which presented a wealth of knowledge regarding talismanic arts, along with several novel talismans of considerable rank. As for the precise grade of these talismans, it would necessitate further study by Lin Changqing to arrive at a conclusion. Thank you, Brother Chen. This inheritance of talismanic knowledge is indeed of great benefit to me, and I express my gratitude in advance. Chen Ziming replied with a smile. As long as it proves useful, that is what matters. Should you discover any new talismans in the future, do not forget about me. Lin Changqing solemnly promised, certainly. Following this, Chen Ziming departed with Sun Wenchang. Yet, Lin Changqing, observing the unusual state of Sun Wenchang, felt a twinge of concern. For Chen Ziming, the brutal battle served as a crucible, yet for Sun Wenchang, the implications were far more profound. It appeared that this conflict had left an indelible mark on him. Should he manage to surmount this hurdle, he might very well experience a metamorphosis. However, if he faltered, he risked being engulfed by despair. Regarding the ultimate outcome of this confrontation, the two families convened to deliberate, invoking the benevolence of the higher sect, and humbly offered their respective shares, refraining from competing for profit, to demonstrate their virtue. The Qingxian sect did not accept the entirety of the spiritual stone mine shares. Rather, both families reclaimed half, ultimately leaving each with a modest portion. Upon the arrival of the 4 foundational cultivators from the Qingxian sect, the two families expressed their gratitude. The great conflict among the three families unfolded under the watchful gaze of the four foundational cultivators. The remaining ancestors of the two families bid farewell to the foundational cultivators of the Changqian sect and exited the marketplace, perceiving the surrounding scenery as significantly more beautiful. The oppressive aura emanating from the four cultivators was nearly suffocating. A moment's carelessness could spell the annihilation of their clans. They exchanged glances, reflecting on the injuries they had inflicted upon one another, and a sense of melancholy washed over them. Originally, the two clans were adversaries, and this recent battle had claimed numerous kin, deepening their animosity. Yet, at this moment, the two ancestors found themselves surprisingly composed. The ancestor of the Qian family spoke first. "Daoist Wang, your strike was indeed formidable. Had my injuries been any more severe, they might have jeopardized my foundation." Though his words bore an air of accountability, there was little trace of reproach, rather a hint of relief. The ancestor of the Wang family snorted dismissively. "Did you not declare that we should truly engage? Even if it risked our lives, we were to hold nothing back. I had already restrained my strength." The ancestor of the Qian family managed a wry smile. "In the heat of battle, the foundational cultivators of the higher sect were likely observing us closely. If we did not fight earnestly, we might not have survived." The ancestor of the Wang family fell silent, refraining from response, perhaps feeling a degree of trepidation now that they had exited the marketplace. Observing this silence, the ancestor of the Qian family sighed and shook his head. "These injuries are grievous. Upon returning to my clan, I fear I shall need to enter seclusion immediately to recuperate." The ancestor of the Wang family regarded him, calm in demeanor. Whether it was their initial collaboration to force the Bai family to relinquish a substantial share of the spiritual stone mine, or their subsequent joint annihilation of the Bai family in the face of the Changqian sect's wrath, it was always the other party's initiative. He believed he could not match the other's cunning. Thus, as he sensed the other preparing for seclusion, he inquired about the duration of this retreat, intending to mirror it. "How long do you intend to seclude yourself, my friend?" 10 years. "Within this decade, unless the survival of my clan is at stake, I shall not emerge." After the elder of the Qian family departed, the elder of the Wang family murmured a few words and also flew towards his own clan. For the next decade, it is likely that both families will adopt a more low-key approach. In truth, Chen Ziming had previously expressed his grievances to Lin Changqing. He had anticipated that the remaining two families, having suffered significant losses, would open their doors to recruit loose cultivators. After all, those among them who survived the great battle were formidable fighters. Even if they were not exceptionally skilled in cultivation, their contributions to the family would not be insignificant. There had been precedents where cultivation families, upon facing dire circumstances, absorbed loose cultivators into their ranks, gradually integrating them into the family. Having experienced the war, he had come to a more enlightened perspective, realizing that having a powerful backing was not without its advantages. He even reached out to a group of loose cultivators, inquiring with the family's practitioners whether they would accept loose cultivators. However, his overtures were met with rejection. Lin Changqing, possessing some insider knowledge, speculated on the reasons behind the two families' silence. The actions of the Changqian sect were fundamentally aimed at suppressing the three great families. Although the conflict had reduced them to two families, the pressure from the Changqian sect would not relent. Now that the battle had concluded, did they still wish to expand? Were they courting disaster? This region was not devoid of foundational cultivators. Even if they were absent, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to conjure them. Perhaps, once the Changqian sect gradually forgets this matter over time, or loses interest in it, the two families may then begin to resurface. The once quiet market had become bustling once more. Although the number of people had diminished, their purchasing power had significantly increased. Most loose cultivators emerged from the recent conflict with substantial gains. However, unsettling rumors circulated within the market, suggesting that the Changqian sect's suppression of the three families was due to the latter's initial concealment of the spirit stone vein's existence, which had provoked the Changqian sect. A casual guess would not stray far from the truth. Lin Changqing, being privy to some of the intricacies, refrained from spreading any unfounded rumors. He dared not do so. In truth, the wandering cultivators outside are not entirely ignorant. Some may possess connections that allow them to grasp the underlying truths. However, this is the domain of the Changqian sect, and given that the marketplace operates under its auspices, who would dare to speak freely? They can only align themselves with the majority of wandering cultivators, expressing their admiration for the benevolence of the Changqian sect. Perhaps those outside who are privy to certain secrets are merely disseminating information intentionally leaked by the Changqian sect, aimed at intimidating those harboring ulterior motives below. The priority remains the enhancement of one's cultivation. However, Lin Changqing finds himself somewhat troubled. The wandering cultivators have become affluent, leading to increased consumption. As they spend, prices inevitably rise. The cost of elixirs that enhance spiritual prowess has surged significantly, nearly matching the prices during the resource acquisitions by the three prominent families. Conversely, the prices of talismans and magical artifacts have considerably decreased. Nevertheless, he lacks none of these. Fortunately, he had anticipated such a scenario. He had already stocked up on numerous elixirs for enhancing his magical energy, expending over 100 spirit stones, which should suffice to bring his chi refinement to completion. Moreover, Chenziming had fortuitously gifted him a breakthrough pill, ensuring he is well prepared. Yet, Lin Changqing's concern lies in the scarcity of available chambers in the Qigling Pavilion. Previously, the wandering cultivators possessed few spirit stones, with only a handful of family cultivators utilizing the facilities, leaving most of the chambers vacant. However, with the sudden influx of wealth among the wandering cultivators, the Qingling Pavilion has become exceedingly popular, leaving virtually no chambers available. Without the assistance of these chambers, Lin Changqing fears that his cultivation speed may slow considerably. Nevertheless, there is little he can do about the lack of available chambers. Thus, he begins to delve into the talismanic teachings that Chenziming had previously bestowed upon him. Chapter 29. The Yi Family Talismans. The Yi Family Talismans. This is the name of the talismanic legacy gifted to Lin Changqing by Chenziming. From the name alone, one can discern that this legacy likely originates from a certain lineage of cultivators. However, Lin Changqing has not heard of the Yi family, at least not of any notable Yi clan within this region. The text further elaborates on the family's historical achievements, noting that the Yi family was once a foundational lineage. Regrettably, subsequent generations lacked capability, tarnishing the ancestral legacy, ultimately leaving behind the second-tier talisman master inheritance. A second-tier talisman master inheritance? I fear that future generations may perceive this legacy of talismanic arts as nothing more than a deception, much like the stalls of wandering practitioners in the marketplace, which are predominantly filled with such misleading legacies, often priced exorbitantly, anticipating the day they might encounter a plump target to exploit. However, it is a grim reality that 9.5 out of 10 of these offerings are mere fabrications, with the remaining fraction consisting of low-tier talismanic knowledge designed to dupe the unsuspecting. Nevertheless, upon meticulous examination, Lin Changqing discovered that this legacy of talismanic arts indeed contained genuine elements. It is possible that there exists an authentic transmission of second-tier talismans. Beyond the introduction of some fundamental talismans that most are familiar with, the entirety of this legacy appears to be a cohesive body of knowledge. Furthermore, it encompasses certain talismans that even Lin Changqing had never previously encountered, such as a unique talisman known as the tracking talisman. This should be a fundamental talisman, one that novice talisman makers create during their practice, primarily utilized in the wilderness to track certain mystical beasts. It requires merely the collection of the lingering essence left by these creatures to follow their trail. However, this particular talisman is rather superfluous. It can only trace paths marked by the intense essence of mystical beasts, for instance. It can detect a beast that has been gravely injured and is unable to contain its aura, or one that leaves traces while engaged in continuous combat. Nevertheless, most mystical beasts have awakened a degree of intelligence, albeit inferior to that of humans. They are aware of the necessity to conceal their essence, rendering the tracking talisman ineffective. Consequently, the market for conventional tracking talismans is not particularly robust. However, this one has undergone several enhancements. The new tracking talisman significantly amplifies its efficacy, capable of detecting even the faintest fluctuations of magical energy, rivaling the olfactory prowess of certain mystical beasts. Should those specialized in hunting such creatures become aware of this new talisman, it would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Typically, when the trail of a mystical beast is lost, one must rely on the seasoned expertise of experienced hunters, who often find themselves outmaneuvered by their quarry. Yet, with this new tracking talisman, such concerns are entirely alleviated, greatly enhancing the efficiency of beast hunting. Nevertheless, this talisman is of a slightly higher grade, classified as a mid-tier first-grade talisman, which may limit its market appeal. Mid-tier talismans, both in terms of production costs and selling price, are significantly more expensive, beyond the means of ordinary cultivators. Besides tracking mystical beasts, this talisman, after its modifications, possesses additional capabilities. For instance, it can also be used against individuals. If a bandit were to intercept someone's magical essence, they could pursue their target indefinitely. Upon considering this, Lin Changqing swiftly shook his head, realizing that he had been unduly influenced by the perspective of a bandit. His talismans ought to serve righteous purposes instead. Shaking off such thoughts, he turned his attention back to the other low-level talismans present, such as fireball talismans, water condensation talismans, and vine talismans. However, it was the final talisman that truly captivated Lin Changqing's interest. The last talisman was extraordinarily intricate, so much so that it barely resembled a first-grade talisman. Its complexity appearing within a lineage that could barely be classified as first-grade was indeed perplexing. Had it been a standard talisman maker, they might have assumed that the individual who left this inheritance was merely jesting, or perhaps that someone had maliciously crafted an impossible talisman. Such occurrences are not unheard of, as some unscrupulous talisman makers intentionally sabotage their own legacies, ensuring that even if others acquire them, they cannot successfully create the talismans, as the crucial techniques have been altered. However, Lin Changqing was certain that this talisman was not erroneous. In his leisure time, Lin Changqing conducted an experiment, seeking a completely erroneous method of drawing symbols in an attempt to fully comprehend through the Enlightenment Star Light. However, his endeavor proved futile. The Enlightenment Star Light merely enables one to grasp existing knowledge. It is an impossibility to conjure something from nothing or to learn from erroneous information. Forcibly applying such flawed knowledge would only lead to deductions based on incorrect principles, revealing the mistakes inherent in the process. Yet, unexpectedly, he succeeded in perceiving the final page of the symbol through the Enlightenment Star Light. Nevertheless, the quantity of Enlightenment Star Light required was astonishing, 23 units. It is noteworthy that with his current understanding of symbolism, he could manage to control around 10 units of Enlightenment Star Light for high-grade symbols, and possibly a bit more for exquisite symbols, but not by a significant margin. Now, however, this particular symbol demands over 20 units of Enlightenment Star Light, unless it is indeed a second-tier symbol. Lin Changqing delicately caressed the final page adorned with the intricate designs of the second-tier talisman. Although it bore resemblance to the preceding pages, the texture was markedly different. This last sheet exhibited far greater resilience than its predecessors. It appeared that this concluding talisman had been added later by someone. Judging by this particular talisman, the earlier claims might indeed hold some truth. The Yi family may have once enjoyed considerable wealth. Regrettably, their descendants seem to lack the capability, as they can no longer afford jade slips to document their talismanic heritage, resorting instead to mere books for record-keeping. Such a precious legacy is typically preserved through jade slips, which ensure durability and ease of reading, facilitating the passage of knowledge. This discovery truly feels like a treasure. The method for crafting second-tier talismans is generally confined within the teachings of second-tier talismancers, and even if sold separately, it would command a price of several hundred spirit stones. However, Lin Changqing had no intention of parting with it. It was far wiser to retain such a valuable item for personal use. Especially since he currently lacked for spirit stones, selling it would be rather conspicuous. It was prudent to keep it for himself. Lin Changqing did not forcefully comprehend the talismans using the Enlightenment Star Light, for these were second-tier talismans, and even if he were to master them, he would be unable to inscribe them at this moment. Moreover, his current supply of Enlightenment Star Light was rather limited. In an effort to conserve this precious resource, he refrained from grasping the tracking talisman. After all, he had no need to rely on the tracking talisman to accumulate spirit stones. Instead, he took some idle talisman paper and engaged in practice, attempting to inscribe the tracking talisman. The reality proved, however, that without the assistance of Enlightenment Star Light, his innate talent in talisman crafting was rather lackluster. Drawing upon his prior experience in talisman creation, he squandered copious amounts of time and paper, ultimately producing only a few successful inscriptions. Were he an ordinary rogue cultivator, he would have surely suffered significant losses. Consequently, Lin Changqing came to a sobering realization. He would need to rely on the Enlightenment Star Light for sustenance in the future. Chapter 30. The tracking talismans might after some time had passed. Li Xinyao and Lin Changqing gathered for a small reunion at the drunken immortal tower. Having not seen each other for a while, a hint of worry had settled upon Li Xinyao's countenance. Following their exchange, Lin Changqing learned the details of her situation. It turned out that Li Xinyao's mission in the Changshin Fang market had not proceeded smoothly. The task assigned by the Foundation establishment elder was to eliminate the bandits in the vicinity of the market. However, the specifics of the bandits involved were not disclosed. In fact, one could say that nearly all rogue cultivators in the Changshan Feng market could potentially be bandits once they stepped outside the market, cloaked in anonymity. They transformed into bandits. Thus, Li Xinyao contemplated neutralizing the most notorious bandit gang active near the market, believing that if she could diminish their influence, her mission would be considered accomplished. Yet, the matter proved far more complex. Bandits concealed themselves among the rogue cultivators, revealing their presence only when they struck. Moreover, when they did act, they were swift and decisive, completing their heist before vanishing, only to adopt new identities upon returning to the market or simply fleeing far away, making them exceedingly difficult to apprehend. Li Xinyao accepted this task, relying on her status as a disciple of her master, coupled with the identity token of the elder who had issued the mission to command the enforcement team within the market to pursue the bandits. However, days passed with little to show for their efforts, especially as many rogue cultivators had recently become quite prosperous, drawing the bandits' attention and causing their activities to become increasingly rampant. The enforcement team was often caught unawares. By the time they arrived at the scene, the bandits had long since made their escape. In this dire situation, the enforcement team found themselves in a lamentable predicament, had it not been for Li Xinyao's master still residing in the market, and her master's good rapport with the stationed elder. The enforcement team would have likely revolted. Yet, despite the suppression from 2 Foundation establishment elders, her lack of tangible results remained her source of distress. Originally, her master had assigned her this task to hone her skills. Underperforming could potentially diminish her standing in her master's eyes, and she might find her access to resources curtailed in the future. What if she could not trace the bandits' whereabouts? Lin Changqing recalled the newly acquired Yi family's talisman, which conveniently contained the latest version of the tracking talisman. This talisman was not only effective against demonic beasts but also proved beneficial when used against cultivators. In the hands of a rogue cultivator, it could become a lethal weapon for murder and treasure acquisition. Conversely, if it fell into the hands of the enforcement squad, it would serve as an excellent tool for exterminating rogue cultivators. Consequently, Lin Changqing decided to disclose the efficacy of the tracking talisman to Li Xinyao. After mastering the talisman, Lin Changqing had attempted to create his own. However, he had no intentions of mass-producing and selling them, as he currently possessed a substantial amount of spirit stones and resources, rendering the need for income through talisman crafting unnecessary. Thus, he refrained from relying on the insight of starry wisdom for comprehension, and after expending considerable talisman paper, he successfully crafted only a few talismans. Lin Changqing initially thought that he might have future opportunities to utilize these talismans, so he treated these few runes as inconsequential and did not delve deeply into their study. However, he did not anticipate that he would need them so soon. Presently, Li Xinyao finds herself in dire need of such means, and Lin Changqing's offering perfectly alleviates her urgent predicament. Thus, a bond of gratitude is formed, is it not? Indeed. Upon Lin Changqing producing the tracking talisman, Li Xinyao was filled with immense joy. After a brief experiment, she confirmed that this tracking talisman would enable her to accomplish her task flawlessly. Simultaneously, she recognized the grade of the talisman as a mid-grade rune, which sparked astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Lin, my friend. Lin Changqing hastily feigned modesty, asserting that the talisman was not of his own creation. He had merely stumbled upon it by chance. While it could be explained that he had become a low-grade talisman master within 3 years, ascending to the ranks of a mid-grade master would be an astonishingly formidable talent. Such extraordinary aptitude would undoubtedly attract undue attention, which would be detrimental to his desire for steady development. As for the possibility that Li Xinyao might suspect him of being a mid-grade master after receiving the talisman, that was an unavoidable consequence. Even if she were to speculate, it would matter little. Li Xinyao was unlikely to make a public spectacle of it. Moreover, it was not impossible for a low-grade talisman master to accidentally produce a few mid-grade talismans through sheer luck. This would serve to elevate his standing in Li Xinyao's eyes, as he could not perpetually rely on their prior mundane friendship to sustain their relationship. However, Li Xinyao would likely remain unaware of his status as a mid-grade master, as well as the alarming success rate of his mid-grade talismans. After expressing her gratitude to Lin Changqing, Li Xinyao hurriedly departed, eager to complete her task. She also promised to repay Lin Changqing handsomely after the mission, which sufficed for his purposes. As a disciple of the sect, Li Xinyao had access to numerous scarce resources, allowing for mutual benefit between them. Previously, when he had mentioned becoming a talisman master, she had not taken it seriously, considering that her foundation-building master would surely provide her with any talisman she required. Yet now, having utilized his talisman mastery to extricate her from a predicament, he had undoubtedly captured her attention. Their prior interactions had largely stemmed from the bonds forged during their mundane lives, with Lin motivated by the desire to assist an old friend. A mere shift in mindset could distance them, but with the introduction of mutual interests, their relationship would inevitably deepen. Future exchanges between them would likely become more frequent, granting him access to some upper echelons of information within the cultivation world. For instance, as a loose cultivator, Lin Changqing had been entirely oblivious to the turmoil among the three prominent families, which had erupted into open conflict. Had he not remained uninvolved, he might have faced dire consequences. However, had he been privy to such information beforehand, he could have at least maintained a safe distance, if not sought to gain some advantage. Moreover, cultivating a connection with an inner disciple of the Qingxian sect provided him with a notable background. Notably, in recent days, Master Zhang's attitude towards him had improved significantly. Even if his identity as a talisman master were to be revealed later, Master Zhang might not act against him. According to Lin Changqing's plan, by the time his identity was exposed, his own power would be on par with Master Zhang's, rendering him independent of external support and unafraid of confrontation. Once Li Xinyao obtained the tracking talisman, chaos erupted within the marketplace. Many robbers returned directly to the market after their plundering, with some being familiar cultivators within the vicinity. Those bold enough began to hawk their stolen goods right in the marketplace. With the tracking talisman in her possession, Li Xinyao quickly detected the magical auras of several robbers, utilizing the talisman to locate numerous culprits. In fact, some robbers operated as a gang, and the enforcement team of the marketplace managed to apprehend them all in one fell swoop. Although the marketplace was in disarray, the atmosphere had improved significantly. Chapter 31. Unforeseen calamity. As night fell, darkness enveloped the sky. Lin Changqing sat cross-legged within his dwelling, engaging in the practice of breathing and meditation. The ethereal energies of the universe were drawn into his being, gradually refined into magical power, and his cultivation progressed steadily. Suddenly, Lin Changqing's eyes flew open. At that moment, two dark figures flitted through his courtyard. The two shadowy silhouettes had arrived at Lin Changqing's residence while he was engrossed in his training, utterly oblivious to the disturbances in the outside world. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Changqing had deliberately refrained from setting up defensive formations in his abode. As merely a novice in the early stages of qi refinement, merely residing in the inner district was an achievement in itself. If he were to establish a defensive array, others would undoubtedly suspect him. Moreover, given that this area was within the confines of the bustling marketplace, patrolled by law enforcement, Lin Changqing felt secure from peril. Thus, he had only arranged a warning formation, yet even this precaution had failed to register the arrival of the two figures. The energy signatures of these individuals were concealed by some mysterious means, which explained why the warning formation had not been triggered. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the two figures, a man and a woman, were clad in dark robes, rendering them exceptionally elusive in the night. The woman supported the man, leaning against the wall. Clearly, they were fleeing from pursuers. The man bore significant injuries, prompting their retreat to this sanctuary. Junior sister, please check if anyone resides here. If so, we must eliminate them without attracting attention. The man spoke, his voice weak and fragmented. Understood, senior brother. You must attend to your wounds. Delaying any further will only exacerbate your condition. The woman replied, her tone also feeble, indicating she too had sustained injuries, though hers appeared to be less severe. Her concern for the man was palpable. She turned to assess their surroundings. However, as she did so, her form froze. The man, referred to as senior brother, launched a surprise attack from behind, his claw piercing through her chest, capturing her still beating heart in his grasp. Since you are aware of my condition worsening, why not assist me in recovering? The dark-robed man uttered in a voice filled with sinister intent, instilling despair in the unsuspecting woman. Senior brother, I aspire to tread the path of foundation establishment or even ascend to the golden core stage. I cannot allow this injury to hinder me. Fear not, junior sister. I shall remember you. The man's tone was now resolute, dispelling the weakness that had initially characterized his speech. As the woman slowly turned her head, in her final moments, she summoned a surge of magical energy and directed it forcefully towards a specific point in the courtyard. The warning formation was activated, and Lin Changqing's eyes widened in alarm. Is someone there? Who? Who would seek me at this hour? He pondered, aware that only a handful of individuals knew of his whereabouts. Chen Ziming? Recently, Chen Ziming acquired a substantial amount of resources, and both he and Sun Wenchang have been diligently cultivating, hardly seeking out Lin Changqing. Moreover, should anyone wish to meet him, they typically provide prior notice. That leaves only one possibility, Li Xinyao. She had mentioned her intention to express gratitude after the mission's conclusion. However, such gratitude would presumably take place at the drunken immortal pavilion, and she had not informed him of a visit to his residence. Apart from these individuals, Lin Changqing truly could not fathom who else might seek him. With a sense of perplexity, Lin Changqing exited his state of cultivation. In truth, upon emerging, he had not been overly cautious, although marauders were rampant outside the market. The interior remained relatively secure, posing little danger. Upon stepping outside, he was confronted by a figure clad in black robes, radiating a sanguine aura. One hand dripped with fresh blood, while the other rested upon a slowly desiccating corpse. It was evident that the man in black was siphoning the lifeblood from the body. And as the corpse withered, the crimson hue surrounding him intensified. Noticing Lin Changqing's bewilderment, the black-clad man smirked slightly. Another presence? Excellent. One person's essence may not suffice for my full recovery, but with an additional soul, I shall be nearly restored. Before Lin Changqing could react, the man waved his hand, conjuring 4 tendrils of black mist that dispersed and settled around the 4 cardinal points of Lin Changqing's abode. The mist intertwined, forming a dark veil that enveloped the residence securely. Meanwhile, Li Xinyao, having changed her attire, exuded an air of deadly intent as she wielded a spiritual sword, its blade shimmering with ethereal light, resembling a top-tier magical artifact. Her robes also subtly glimmered with spiritual radiance, indicating they were of high quality. The oppressive aura she emanated caused even the captain of the law enforcement team, who was at the later stages of qi cultivation, to feel a sense of trepidation. Truly, she was a disciple of the esteemed sect. Despite being at the mid-stage of qi cultivation, she was no less formidable than ordinary late-stage cultivators. Furrowing her brow, Li Xinyao scrutinized the now-dim tracking talisman. It was not that the talisman had exhausted its energy, but rather that her quarry had employed a unique method to conceal their magical fluctuations, rendering the talisman ineffective. The tracking talisman was not invincible. If a cultivator practiced specialized techniques to mask their presence, they could easily evade detection. Just as Lin Changqing had acquired the breath concealment technique, should he utilize it. Even if an adversary detected his magical aura, they would be unable to trace him through the talisman. Evidently, today, Li Xinyao encountered a marauder skilled in such secret arts as she pursued them. This particular marauder had evaded the law enforcement team's pursuit and now appeared at Lin Changqing's residence. Li Xinyao was issuing commands to the members of the enforcement team. Search. Spread out and look. These 2 marauders will not escape the market. The enforcers immediately received their orders and dispersed to search for the rogue cultivator mentioned by Li Xinyao. However, the paths they pursued were in stark contrast to the direction in which Lin Changqing was located. Lin Changqing was taken aback by the scene before him. Who was this? A bandit? This was the inner district of the marketplace. How could there be a bandit here? Especially upon seeing the bloodlust emanating from the man in the black robe, it was evident that he was no ordinary rogue. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Lin Changqing regained his composure and attempted to make a sound to attract external attention, he found that upon channeling his spiritual energy, the outside world remained utterly unresponsive. He recalled that there were indeed other residents nearby. Surely they should have sensed the commotion from his actions. It appeared that the veil of darkness shrouding this area was effectively isolating it from the outside. A mere novice in the early stages of qi refinement? The sinister voice of the man in black dripped with satisfaction. Spare me the effort. My 4 Ghosts Night Veil formation is designed to sever the connection between inside and out. Even if a battle were to ensue within, the outside world would remain blissfully unaware. Lin Changqing stood in place, his expression a tumult of uncertainty. Subsequently, a talisman materialized in his hand, the Fireball Talisman. A sphere of flame surged forth towards the dark veil. The man in black, engrossed in siphoning the blood essence from the corpses, paid no heed to Lin Changqing's actions, confident that a mere qi refinement novice could not breach his 4 Ghosts Night Veil formation. The dark curtain rippled, yet the Fireball Talisman inflicted no harm. The black-clad man smirked with arrogance. However, just as that smug grin appeared, it abruptly froze. The Separation Fire Talisman. Explosion. The concealed separation fire talisman within the fireball was triggered. A torrent of flames surged upon the dark veil. The curtain swayed violently but fortunately remained intact. The expression of the man in black shifted dramatically. He could no longer afford to extract the final remnants of blood essence from the corpse. With a swift gesture, he stabilized the dark veil, his countenance darkening ominously. Chapter 32. Fierce Battle. I never anticipated that you, a mere chi refinement novice, would possess such tenacity. Since you wish for a swift demise, allow me to oblige. With a casual incantation, a silver curved blade materialized from thin air, glinting ominously with a cold light. Stained with traces of blood, as if it had just claimed a life. Go. Manipulated by the sorcerer's power, the curved blade emanated a sinister glow, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. Lin Changqing stood his ground, fully aware that evasion was improbable. He resolved to endure the impending assault, utilizing the time to engage in other endeavors. The curved blade swept across Lin Changqing's body, only to be intercepted by an ethereal golden armor that materialized out of thin air. However, this protective barrier did not withstand the onslaught for long, as it swiftly shattered. The golden armor talisman, destroyed. In just a single strike, his talisman was rendered ineffective, yet the adversary's blade, too, was diminished in potency due to waning magical energy. Lin Changqing immediately realized the situation, and golden light once again enveloped him as he activated a new golden armor talisman. He possessed an abundance of talismans, even if he did not currently intend to rely on them for acquiring spirit stones. Nevertheless, he had crafted quite a number of talismans. Having acquired a substantial amount of talisman paper and spirit ink from Master Zheng, it would be a waste to let them go unused. Thus, during his leisure time, Lin Changqing devoted himself to drawing talismans, preparing for moments of dire necessity when he would not have the luxury to create them on the spot. Such a moment was now upon him. In his possession were several recently crafted talismans, alongside the remnants from his previous transaction with the Wang family elder, totaling over 10 golden armor talismans and more than 10 ice blade talismans, in addition to 2 fire separation talismans. One had just been expended in an attack against the black-cloaked figure, leaving him with but a single fire separation talisman. It is in times of need that one laments the scarcity of resources. Even with a considerable collection of talismans, he felt a twinge of regret for not having more. Particularly the fire separation talismans, which he ought to have drawn more of, even if his magical energy was depleted. However, his inventory of talismans was nearly sufficient, especially given the current injured state of the black-robed man. Lin Changqing observed his opponent carefully. Even in a state of combat, the aura of the individual remained concealed, making it difficult to discern his cultivation level. However, based on the earlier attack, it was evident that the opponent possessed formidable strength, possibly at the late stage of chi refinement. Under normal circumstances, Lin would have numerous talismans at his disposal, allowing him to escape even if he could not win. Yet, the opponent had employed methods to trap him within this secluded courtyard, rendering escape impossible, and he was unable to send any messages for help. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing was not without opportunities for resistance. The man in the black robe exuded a palpable aura of blood, and from a distance, Lin could detect the stench of blood emanating from him. The robe bore several ragged tears, clearly the result of battle, with one particularly grievous wound that had scabbed over, suggesting that he had stabilized his injuries by absorbing the essence from the corpses on the ground, which appeared to belong to his companions. The adversary was severely wounded, presenting Lin Changqing with a potential opportunity. While he might not be able to eliminate the foe outright, he could at least delay him until the injuries became unbearable or until reinforcements arrived, or until the opponent's magical energy waned. As long as he could stall, the prospect of victory remained alive. With this thought, Lin's mindset gradually steadied. The curved blade talismans soared around him, yet were intercepted by waves of golden light emanating from Lin Changqing. This infuriated the man in the black robe. Damn it! So many talismans? Is this fellow a talisman master? Even a talisman master shouldn't carry this many. Gritting his teeth, the black-robed man activated his spell, causing the originally dark gleam of the curved blade to shift to a blood-red hue, seemingly drawing vitality from the man himself, rendering the blood essence on his body somewhat diminished. After absorbing the blood essence, the crimson curved blade pulsated with newfound vigor, darting toward Lin Changqing like a venomous serpent. As soon as the blade made contact with the golden armor talisman, it melted through it effortlessly, continuing its relentless trajectory towards Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing maintained his composure, facing the situation with remarkable calmness. In an instant, a resplendent golden heart-protecting mirror appeared before him, intercepting the arc of the curved blade. This time, the cloaked man had indeed learned from his prior encounters. Although his previous assaults had shattered Lin Changqing's golden armor talismans, they had scarcely inflicted any genuine harm. Thus, the cloaked man exerted his blood energy for a full-force strike. However, Lin Changqing was not unprepared. The defensive artifact, the heart-protecting mirror, which he had acquired from the burly bandit earlier, had been meticulously restored and refined, and he carried it with him at all times. Although the blood-red curved blade wielded by the cloaked man possessed formidable power, its might was considerably diminished after being mitigated by the golden armor talisman. Consequently, the heart-protecting mirror was still capable of withstanding the attack. Gritting his teeth, the cloaked man muttered in frustration, "Damn it. Is he still alive? Is this really a cultivator at the initial stage of chi refinement?" After enduring this blow, Lin Changqing felt a sense of relief. The fact that he could withstand it indicated that he was not in grave danger. Once again, he activated the golden armor talisman and retrieved another type of talisman, the ice blade talisman. Having endured numerous attacks, it was now his turn to retaliate. A sharp ice blade materialized, swiftly hurtling towards the robed man. The robed man attempted to evade, but the ground beneath him had become exceedingly soft. Just a slight exertion would cause his feet to sink into it, a condition that prevailed throughout the area. His patience in enduring the robed man's assaults was not without purpose. The ground sync talisman, utilizing the same strategy. He transformed the terrain into a region where swift movement was rendered impossible. Within this courtyard, he had crafted an environment conducive to his combat style. In truth, this maneuver could be easily countered. One merely had to step outside this designated area. No matter how many ground sync talismans he possessed, he could not alter every inch of terrain. However, the robed man was not likely to abandon this area easily. It was evident that the robed man had employed a formation to isolate himself from the outside, fearful that Lin Changqing might send out a message. Outside, there were undoubtedly individuals whom he feared, likely those he had previously injured, who were still pursuing him. Thus, the robed man would never step beyond the confines of the formation. Most of this region was affected by the ground sync talisman, leaving him to endure Lin Changqing's ice blade talisman. The robed man summoned a piece of magical equipment, a black banner adorned with crimson patterns that seemed to writhe as if alive. However, like the garments of the robed man, this black banner bore several deep gashes, appearing somewhat tattered. Upon summoning the black banner, the crimson patterns transformed into fierce blood beasts that leaped forth, shielding the robed man. The ice blade from the ice blade talisman struck one of the blood beasts, leaving a significant gash. Yet, almost instantaneously, the blood beast began to repair itself, swiftly mending the wound. "Go," commanded the robed man, urging the banner to retain 2 blood beasts for his defense, while the remaining nearly 10 lunged toward Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing was not without means to cope. He summoned a black flying sword with a mere thought. Having already refined the heart-guarding mirror, it was only natural that the flying sword could also be refined. With a decisive strike, the black flying sword, propelled by Lin Changqing's will, transformed into a shadow and cleaved the foremost blood beast in 2, reducing it to a pool of blood that could not be restored. Lin Changqing sensed a slight depletion of his internal magical energy. After all, this was a mid-tier first-grade magical artifact, and as a practitioner at the early stage of chi cultivation, he could only wield the flying sword a limited number of times. He needed to conserve a portion of his magical energy to activate the heart-guarding mirror. Otherwise, once the black-robed man breached his golden armor talisman, he would be exposed to the opponent's onslaught. After consuming a pill designed to restore magical energy, he realized that while he could not recover much in the heat of battle, it would allow him to endure a bit longer. However, the state of the black-robed man seemed to be suffering as well. Initially, his curved blade was extraordinarily fierce, capable of shattering the golden armor talisman with a single strike. But now its power had significantly waned. Especially after the recent full-force strike powered by absorbed blood essence, its strength was lacking. It would likely take 2 strikes to breach a single golden armor talisman. Presently, the black-robed man had ceased relying on the curved blade for direct attacks, primarily using it as a means of distraction while the blood beast launched the main assault. Yet, the blood beasts were far from the simplistic foes Lin Changqing had envisioned. The blood water from the blood beast he had cleaved in 2 was swiftly absorbed by the subsequent blood beasts that came into contact with it, causing their crimson form to solidify further, and their speed increased by several degrees. Lin Changqing's expression shifted dramatically. The blood beasts were indeed sinister. However, there was no time for contemplation, as several blood beasts had already approached him, their metallic scent inducing nausea. With so many blood beasts, his golden armor talisman would prove inadequate. The golden armor talisman was merely a mid-grade talisman, capable of withstanding the attacks of cultivators at the mid-stage of chi refinement at best. Each of these blood beasts exuded formidable power, and it would take only a few to shatter the talisman. As the blood beasts prepared to close in, Lin Changqing swiftly activated a talisman. The fire separation talisman. Explode. The flames conjured by the fire separation talisman surged forth, engulfing the blood beasts before him. The blood beasts, composed of blood water, rapidly boiled under the scorching heat of the talisman, their blood being swiftly evaporated. Simultaneously, it was not only the blood water that was seared. It seemed as though resentful spirits were also being tortured, and Lin Changqing could almost hear their mournful screams. Yet, he had no time to ponder this. As the blood beasts, tortured by the fire separation talisman, underwent a drastic transformation, shrinking to half their size and becoming gravely weakened. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to finish them off. Lin Changqing swiftly produced a substantial collection of fireball talismans, realizing that against blood beasts capable of rapid regeneration, the efficacy of ice blade talismans might pale in comparison to that of even inferior fireball talismans. With a flurry of fireball talismans ignited, each blood beast was met with 2 or 3 fiery assaults. The man in black, taken aback, attempted to summon the blood beasts back with his long banner. However, the condition of the blood beasts, scorched by the fireball talismans, was dire. Though they received the command to flee, their speed was insufficient. One by one, the fireballs descended upon the shrinking forms of the blood beasts. Under the searing flames, they were reduced to mere piles of black ash. After the blood beasts had been thoroughly incinerated, the once tattered long banner dimmed significantly, resembling nothing more than a stick picked up carelessly from the roadside. Bearing a tattered cloth, simultaneously, the man in black coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body weakening. Had he not anchored the long banner in the ground for support, he would have surely collapsed. Furthermore, the vitality emanating from him rapidly diminished, leaving behind only a faint aura that was nearly imperceptible. It appeared that the long banner was of paramount importance to the man in black. Its damage inflicted tremendous repercussions upon its wielder, suggesting it was indeed a lifebound artifact. A splendid opportunity presented itself. Lin Changqing summoned several icy blades inscribed with runes. The man in the black robe gritted his teeth, forcing his weakened body to channel his magical energy, enveloping himself in a faint crimson barrier. However, in such a feeble state, the barrier offered little in terms of defense. The icy blades effortlessly tore through the protective shield, each one striking the man with unyielding precision. The blades carved into his flesh, leaving wounds deep enough to expose bone. And in one area, his heart was visible, with blood gushing uncontrollably. Ultimately, the black-robed man could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground, his curved dagger falling from his grasp. Lin Changqing let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he possessed a vast array of talismans, and given that his adversary was already gravely injured, the outcome of today's confrontation might have been uncertain otherwise. However, Lin Changqing was not one to let his guard down completely. He unleashed a fireball talisman, which struck the figure in the black robe, leaving him charred. Still feeling it was insufficiently secure, he invoked an ice blade talisman, aimed at the neck of the black-robed man. It was essential to ensure his head was severed for absolute safety. In the next moment, the black-robed figure inexplicably shifted, causing the ice blade talisman to miss its target entirely. The man stood upright from his previous position. Indeed, he was merely feigning death. Very well, Lin Changqing had not truly guessed. Rather, he had cautiously embarked on an attempt, for the talismans bore little value to him. Fortuitously, he was correct. Today would mark the end for the man in the black robe. You shall pay for this. The voice of the black-robed man was laced with venomous hatred, as if he yearned to rend Lin Changqing asunder. With a forceful stamp of his foot, he created a gaping hole in the ground, which had been transformed into a quagmire by a sinkhole talisman. The black-robed man extricated himself and lunged toward Lin Changqing. However, the entire courtyard had been ensnared by Lin Changqing's sinkhole talismans, and as he took another step, he found himself once again engulfed in the mire. With renewed determination, the black-robed man exerted himself once more, employing the same tactic to escape the quagmire. Yet, Lin Changqing would not allow him to draw near. He activated multiple ice blade talismans, which shot forth towards the black-robed man. In desperation, the black-robed man seized a nearby banner and wrapped it around himself. Although the banner was tattered, its material proved resilient. The ice blades merely grazed it, leaving behind only a faint wound on the black-robed man's body, curiously accompanied by little blood. Thus, Lin Changqing alternated between fireball and ice blade talismans, striving to incinerate the banner while simultaneously inflicting harm upon the black-robed man, attempting to impede his advance. However, the black-robed man guarded his vital points closely, indifferent to the wounds elsewhere, intent only on closing the distance to Lin Changqing. The gap between them was neither particularly close nor far, and despite the presence of the sinkhole talismans, the adversary swiftly approached Lin Changqing. This man's physical strength was formidable. It was perplexing why he had not previously exploited this strength to break free from the sinkhole talismans and approach him. But now was not the moment for such musings. As the black-robed man neared, Lin Changqing summoned a flying sword. It was a moment of desperation, and he could no longer afford to conserve his magical energy. The black-robed man was now but a step away from Lin Changqing, his fist raised high, intent on attacking with sheer brute force. With a single strike, he shattered the golden armor talisman. The physique of this individual is remarkably formidable, rivaling that of seasoned martial artists. As his fist struck the heart-protecting mirror, Lin Changqing felt an overwhelming force surge through him, compelling his body to retreat uncontrollably. Simultaneously, his flying sword was poised for action. With a resonant clang, the sword emerged from behind the cloaked figure, targeting his head with unerring precision. In a flash, the sword's brilliance severed the head of the man in black, whose eyes, in the moments before death, reflected a lingering resentment. After years of cultivation, he found himself vanquished by a mere practitioner in the nascent stage of chi refinement. Upon losing his head, the lifeless body of the cloaked man quickly withered, ultimately reducing to a desiccated husk, scarcely better than the corpse from which he had siphoned vitality. It appeared that the final desperate outburst from the black-clad man exacted a tremendous toll, a technique that led to mutual destruction. This time, it seemed to be a definitive conclusion. After employing several talismans to repeatedly strike the corpse, Lin Changqing confirmed its complete demise before daring to approach. Chapter 33. Assessing the gains once assured of the black-clad man's utter defeat, Lin Changqing finally relaxed, rubbing his chest. He recalled the terrifying punch delivered by the man just before his demise. A blow that could rival the full-force strikes of a practitioner in the late stages of chi refinement. Having endured the impacts of the golden armor talisman and the heart-protecting mirror, he sustained significant injuries. Fortunately, such a state could not persist. On one hand, there was the adversary's strength. On the other, Lin Changqing's own inadequacies. This realization instilled in him a sense of urgency, a desire to swiftly ascend to the intermediate stage of chi refinement. However, cultivation cannot be rushed, for now. He would examine the treasures contained within the black-clad man's possessions. As he sifted through the contents of 2 storage bags, delight blossomed within him upon discovering the riches therein. One bag belonged to the cloaked man, while the other was taken from the corpse that had been drained of its life force. Lin Changqing paid no heed to the betrayal of his senior disciples. His focus lay solely on the value of the various items within his storage bag. The first thing that caught his eye was the spirit stones, with the total exceeding 500. However, the true treasures of the storage bag were not merely the spirit stones. Numerous magical artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual materials were nestled within the bags, a testament to the wealth of a late-stage chi refining cultivator. Even a mere selection of these treasures would leave the average early-stage chi refining practitioner in awe. Yet, Lin Changqing was not an ordinary early-stage practitioner. His substantial wealth allowed him to resist the temptation presented by these valuable items, maintaining his composure. His dwelling, shrouded by the black-robed man's machinations, remained undetected by the outside world, enabling Lin Changqing to meticulously count his spoils in peace. Among his most prized possessions were several magical artifacts, including 3 superior-grade ones. One was the curved blade he had recently clashed with. Another was a serpentine longsword retrieved from the storage bag of a desiccated corpse, and a nearly half-destroyed black banner, which had sustained damage during the battle and further suffered from flames and ice blades, leaving it in tatters, especially after the vital blood beast had been completely expended, rendering it irreparable. In addition to these superior artifacts, there were several mid-grade and low-grade ones, collectively worth at least 500 spirit stones. The storage bags also contained a variety of spiritual materials, low, mid, and high quality, all in disarray. The chaotic arrangement of these items raised suspicions of their origin as loot from a bandit. The diverse styles of the artifacts and the repetition of certain effects suggested they were not all from the same individual. Coupled with the fact that he had been grievously injured late at night and suddenly found himself in his own secluded estate, it was easy to deduce his adversary's identity, making it all the more justifiable for him to claim these possessions. Estimating the value of the spiritual materials, they could easily amount to 100 spirit stones. As such, basic resources seldom commanded high prices unless they were exceedingly rare. The spirit stones, magical artifacts, spiritual materials, and various other odds and ends collectively amassed a fortune exceeding 1,000 spirit stones. The sheer volume of spirit stones instilled in him a sensation of effortless cultivation. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing tempered his excitement, recognizing that such fortuitous events were not an everyday occurrence and that he must continue his training diligently. Beyond these items, there were also several other valuables difficult to appraise, including a few jade slips inscribed with the teachings of various cultivation methods. Among them, Lin Changqing placed particular importance on a beast-taming inheritance. The beast-taming inheritance. It could be regarded as one of the myriad arts of cultivation. Simultaneously, it is considered a superior lineage among these arts. Should one successfully nurture a formidable beast, the path to immortality would be secure. The records contain numerous methods for cultivating beasts, albeit focusing primarily on a select few types from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. However, the process of nurturing these creatures is intricate. It is not merely a matter of cultivation, as the resources expended are comparable to those required for training a cultivator. Should a suitable beast be encountered thereafter, I would not hesitate to harness one as an embodiment of my combat prowess. Most of these jade slips predominantly document the art of beast taming. It is perplexing why this enigmatic figure clad in black, possessing such comprehensive knowledge of beast taming, remains without a companion beast. Perhaps he was subdued by the law enforcement team, or perhaps his beast has become sustenance for the dark banner he bears. As those blood beasts are indeed of the beastly form. Aside from these taming records, the remaining 2 jade slips are also of considerable value. One of them pertains to the inheritance of an alchemist. It encompasses a wealth of alchemical knowledge along with several formulas for concocting elixirs. Upon careful examination, it appears to be a first-tier middle-grade alchemical inheritance. It is quite astonishing that this figure in black possesses such treasures. One wonders from which unfortunate cultivator they were seized. Once, Lin Changqing had contemplated becoming an alchemical apprentice, enabling him to refine and consume his own elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Alas, that opportunity eluded him. To his surprise, he has now acquired an alchemical inheritance, which may allow him to evolve into an alchemist himself. Given his comprehension of the Star of Enlightenment, the path to becoming an alchemist would be effortlessly within his grasp. Yet, becoming an alchemist is still premature. He must first elevate his own cultivation. Moreover, the quantity of enlightenment stars within his sea of consciousness is insufficient to grasp the entirety of the inheritance. Patience is required. Finally, Lin Changqing examined the last jade slip, the blood spirit of all beasts. After a cursory glance, he discerned that this is a body refinement technique. The figure in black must have practiced this method, thereby unleashing such formidable strength through his physical form. Of course, the blood spirit of all beasts itself does not inherently possess such overwhelming power. It is merely a relatively potent body refinement technique. To truly rival the attacks of a late-stage Qi refiner with a single punch necessitates profound cultivation. The black-clad man has not reached such depths. His final outburst was reliant on a secret technique documented within, the Blood Fury secret technique. This technique involves the consumption of one's essence, unleashing a power that surpasses the ordinary. However, this act of sacrificing one's essence inevitably leads to a prolonged state of weakness, the duration of which is contingent upon the quantity of essence consumed and the constitution of the individual. Should one possess a substantial reserve of essence, the consumption of a portion may prove inconsequential. Likewise, if one's physique is robust, a partial sacrifice can be swiftly recuperated without significant detriment. Yet, in the case of the man in the black robe, his excessive consumption rendered him akin to a mere husk. Continuous reliance on the technique of blood burning in the face of relentless combat results in such a fate. Nevertheless, the duration of his application of this method during battle was not extensive. Soon, Lin Changqing discerned the underlying cause from a subsequent technique, the blood shadow secret art. This method enables one to burn their essence to facilitate escape, allowing for a retreat of several miles in a single instance, albeit followed by an inevitable state of weakness. Lin Changqing speculated that the man in the black robe had likely employed the blood shadow technique before arriving, leaving him in a weakened state. It was also mentioned that this method of burning one's essence is ill-advised for frequent use. Overindulgence in such a technique would deplete one's vital essence and diminish one's lifespan. However, when faced with life-and-death circumstances, one may not have the luxury to ponder such consequences. It is a choice between immediate demise or a delayed fate of death. Which would you choose? Chapter 34. The Spirit Control Sect. Regrettably, despite the black-robed man resorting to the blood-burning technique, he ultimately faced defeat. Beyond the two blood-burning methods, this was also a formidable body refinement technique, allowing the practitioner to harness the essence of various magical beasts for bodily enhancement. In the end, one could attain a physique comparable to that of a magical beast. Harnessing the essence of magical beasts, Lin Changqing recalled that the storage bag of the man in the black robe contained numerous vials filled with blood. Initially, he was perplexed about their purpose, but now he comprehended their significance. Truly, this man in the black robe is a benevolent soul. Not only did he bestow upon him the technique for body refinement, but he also provided the accompanying resources essential for its practice. Lin Changqing, at the conclusion of the myriad beast's blood spirit technique, discerned the origins of this body refinement method, the myriad beast sect. The name of this sect resonated with a sense of familiarity. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed that no such sect existed within the Qi kingdom. By now, Lin Changqing had progressed beyond the novice stage in the realm of cultivation and had gained a clearer understanding of his surroundings. He currently resided in the Liang kingdom, where the predominant power was a sect known as the Xuanhua Palace, presided over by an esteemed ancestor in the nascent soul stage. Beneath it lay several forces akin to the Qingxian sect, each possessing golden core cultivators. As for the myriad beast sect, it might have been mentioned in passing by someone, but the details had since eluded his memory. Lin Changqing speculated that the black-robed man had intercepted a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect to acquire this technique. The prowess of this black-robed figure was indeed formidable. After meticulously cataloging the jade slips, he began to appraise their worth. In the realm of cultivation, the most crucial element is inheritance. The reason why rogue cultivators struggle so is twofold: a lack of resources and a deficiency in inheritance. A mediocre lineage results in subpar magical abilities, rendering them inferior to the disciples of established sects and families in both combat and daily practice. The inheritance contained within these jade slips holds value comparable to that of spirit stones, spiritual materials, and magical artifacts. However, Lin Changqing found himself in a position where resources were not of concern, rendering the sale of these inheritances unnecessary. Lin Changqing discovered a peculiar token within the storage pouch of the man in the black robe. One side was inscribed with "Inner Sect," resembling a disciple's token from a sect. The other side bore the characters Yuling. Upon seeing these two characters, Lin Changqing's heart skipped a beat, and he nearly dropped the token from his grasp. Yuling sect. This is the token of an inner disciple of the Yuling sect. No wonder he felt a certain familiarity with the Wan Shou sect. He suddenly recalled that the Wan Shou sect was indeed the predecessor of the Yuling sect. In essence, this demonic sect was established upon the ruins of the Wan Shou sect. The Wan Shou sect had previously been a sect of similar stature to the Qingxian sect, albeit slightly weaker, possessing only one golden core true person. This sect was considered a righteous sect with a commendable reputation. However, it was later revealed that the Wan Shou sect had remarkably nurtured a nascent soul cultivator. Following the expected trajectory, the Wan Shou sect should have ascended to the rank of a nascent soul sect, engaging in a series of overt and covert struggles to secure their status as such, especially with a nascent soul cultivator in their ranks. Other sects would find it challenging to wage war against them. Yet, it was subsequently exposed that this newly ascended true monarch was a demonic cultivator active across several nations. This demonic cultivator committed heinous acts, engaging in blood sacrifices multiple times to bolster his cultivation. He even annihilated a nascent soul seed from another nascent soul sect in a fierce struggle for a particular resource necessary for forming a nascent soul. And this seed was a descendant of a venerable nascent soul ancestor. Such incidents were not isolated. He repeatedly provoked various nascent soul sects, experiencing both victories and defeats, thereby acquiring numerous beneficial resources for his cultivation. Ultimately, he successfully formed his nascent soul. Had his true identity not been exposed, he might have truly become a legendary figure. In fact, even after his exposure, he remained a legend, having survived the assaults from multiple nascent soul factions. The Wan Shou sect's nascent soul cultivator led the sect to endure the onslaught from various forces. They then relocated the sect to a perilous area at the intersection of several nations, a lawless expanse devoid of ownership, whereupon all nascent soul cultivators retreated. It is worth noting that the nascent soul cultivators besieging the Wan Shou sect were not particularly harmonious. Their coalition against the Wan Shou sect stemmed not only from the prior plundering of resources, but also from a fear of the Wan Shou sect's rise, which threatened to disrupt the benefits enjoyed by the existing nascent soul factions. Given that the Wan Shou sect had retreated, there was little need for them to pursue total annihilation. Furthermore, they were wary of the fact that the Wan Shou sect had also produced a nascent soul cultivator. In a desperate confrontation, they too would suffer. Thus, retreat was the only viable option. Nevertheless, even in retreat, they ultimately branded the Wan Shou sect with the label of a demonic sect, compelling their respective factions to eliminate demons and monsters to prevent the Wan Shou sect from flourishing and encroaching upon their territories. Subsequently, the Wan Shou sect was renamed the Yuling sect. Lin Changqing recalled the intelligence regarding the Yuling sect, gleaned from the idle chatter of wandering cultivators. While this constituted fundamental information, the most critical aspect was that the opposing faction bore the ominous label of demonic cultivators, and indeed, they had engaged in numerous nefarious deeds. Blood sacrifices, the crafting of demonic artifacts, and the incitement of chaos among ferocious beasts were but a few of their transgressions, rendering the demonic sects truly deserving of their infamous reputation. Now, having slain what was likely a disciple of such a sect, the implications were significant. Should a disciple from a righteous sect have vanquished a demonic one, it would undoubtedly warrant grand announcements. However, as a solitary cultivator, this was more likely to spell disaster than fortune. Fortunately, the presence of the Four Ghosts Night Veil formation ensured that the commotion within the courtyard would remain contained, preventing anyone from discovering that a nascent Qi cultivator had dispatched a late-stage demonic practitioner. And thus, the Four Ghosts Night Veil formation remained a crucial asset. Lin Changqing discovered the formation plate of the Four Ghosts Night Veil array within the storage bag of the cloaked man, along with the method to activate it. Not everyone possesses an innate talent for formations. If an ordinary cultivator wishes to manipulate a formation, they must rely on the assistance of a formation plate. The formation master records the variations of the formation onto the plate, allowing ordinary cultivators to activate it, albeit with less agility and adaptability than the formation itself. The Four Ghosts Night Veil Array is a mid-tier first-grade composite formation. It can serve as a trapping formation, where four cultivators act as the focal points, effortlessly ensnaring late-stage Qi refiner practitioners. Additionally, it can summon four night ghosts to engage in battle, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary late-stage Qi refiners to contend with these spectral adversaries. The Cloaked Man, now devoid of companions and lacking sufficient magical power, is unable to fully activate the formation. Furthermore, it can also function as a defensive array, with four cultivators as the focal points, rendering it nearly impervious to damage from late-stage Qi refiners, and even those at the peak of Qi refinement may struggle to breach its defenses. Lin Changqing was merely a solitary cultivator, thus he could not locate the remaining four practitioners. However, even in the absence of these four, the formation could still function, albeit its potency would be significantly diminished, rendering it an ordinary array. Nonetheless, Lin Changqing felt quite content with this outcome. Unlike talismans, a mid-grade formation is valued at several hundred spirit stones, and the Four Ghosts Night Veil Array, being a composite formation, boasts immense worth, rivaling even some superior grade formations. This particular array is estimated to be worth nearly 1,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, its concealment properties are remarkably strong, unless activated. It would be exceedingly difficult for outsiders to detect, thus remaining inconspicuous. Lin Changqing resolved to keep the items for personal use, in order to prevent a recurrence of such circumstances. Although this time he had reaped considerable rewards, acquiring nearly 3,000 spirit stones, it was merely a stroke of good fortune, stemming from an encounter with a severely wounded individual. Should he face another adversary of similar caliber, he would not stand a chance. Therefore, it was prudent to establish a defensive formation within his courtyard. Chapter 35. Turmoil. After meticulously inventorying his possessions, Lin realized that his wealth now surpassed that of many fully realized Qi refinement cultivators. He then began to ponder the reasons behind the appearance of the black-robed man, a disciple of the demonic path, in his vicinity. The man's presence in his courtyard likely indicated he was being pursued by the enforcement team. But what led to this pursuit? It was highly probable that he had been discovered as a bandit, and the enforcement team had been making significant efforts to track down such criminals recently. As for whether the enforcement team was aware of his identity as a disciple of the demonic path, that remained uncertain. Why then, had a disciple of the demonic path appeared within the confines of Xianfang City, or more specifically, within the territory of Qingxian sect? The demonic path also possessed its own realms. It was unlikely that their disciples would wander into the territory of the righteous path without cause. Was there a conspiracy or hidden agenda at play? However, Lin found himself with scant information and intelligence regarding these matters. Henceforth, it would be wise for him to cultivate a good relationship with Li Xinyao, in hopes of acquiring insights into the upper echelons of the cultivation world from her. With such knowledge, he would be better prepared for any significant events that might unfold, ensuring he could take flight if necessary. Lin Changqing meticulously organized his spoils and tidied the courtyard to ensure that no traces would be discovered. Following a specific incantation, he refined the formation plate, retrieving the 4 Ghosts Night Veil array, and subsequently set it to a concealed state, rendering it imperceptible to ordinary observers. Just as he completed this task, Chen Ziming came knocking at the door. After a prolonged absence, Chen Ziming's aura had intensified noticeably, indicating that he had likely surpassed the 5th level of qi refinement. It appeared that his participation in the conflict among the 3 prominent families had yielded substantial rewards. With a radiant smile, Chen Ziming recounted his advancements in cultivation, mentioning that Sun Wenchang had consumed a breakthrough pill and was currently in seclusion to elevate his skills. Expected to emerge as a practitioner at the 4th level of qi refinement upon their next encounter, Lin Changqing was on the cusp of a breakthrough. Even with the consumption of elixirs, it would still require some time for him to transcend his current limitations. As they conversed, the discussion naturally veered towards the battle of the previous night. Lin Changqing had been in a state of cultivation, largely oblivious to external information. Furthermore, the distance during the battle was significant enough that he remained unaware of the events unfolding. It was only when the intruder stealthily approached his residence and deliberately triggered the defensive array that Lin Changqing was stirred from his meditation. In contrast, Chen Ziming was situated right at the epicenter of the conflict between the enforcement team and the rogue cultivators. The chaos escalated particularly as the rogue cultivators fled, prompting the enforcement team to scour the area, resulting in a tumultuous uproar. Yet, in the end, their efforts yielded no results, leading them to conclude that the rogue cultivators had successfully escaped the market. When recounting the events of the previous night's battle, Chen Ziming spoke with remarkable clarity, as though he had been a witness to the turmoil. Brother Lin, you cannot fathom the strength of that rogue cultivator. Alone, he clashed against several late-stage qi refinement enforcement cultivators, wielding a long banner that summoned dozens of bloodthirsty demonic beasts. Moreover, he had a first-tier superior demonic tiger under his command, equivalent to a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, forcing the enforcement team to retreat in disarray. As Chen Ziming discussed the rogue cultivator's confrontation with the enforcement team, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, Chen Ziming was himself an independent cultivator. And although the rogue cultivators had been besieged last night, they too were independent cultivators. The emergence of such formidable figures among independent cultivators was a source of pride, even if he had no direct connection to them. Observing Chen Ziming's expression, one might surmise that he had set his sights on emulating such strength in the future. According to Chen Ziming, the black-robed man who had sought refuge at his residence the previous night was likely one of the besieged rogue cultivators. It was no wonder he bore severe injuries, leaving Chen Ziming with an unexpected advantage. Not only that, the rogue cultivator had an accomplice who, with a sudden ambush, killed a late-stage qi refinement enforcement cultivator, and together they managed to subdue the enforcement team's members. Though Chen Ziming regarded them as independent cultivators, it was essential to note that they were indeed genuine disciples of a sect, specifically a nascent soul sect, under equal cultivation levels. It was not unusual for them to overpower some enforcement cultivators within the market. Unfortunately, reinforcements from the enforcement team soon arrived, reportedly comprising disciples of the Qingxian sect. The tide of battle swiftly turned. True to their sect lineage, these disciples possessed not only superior-grade magical artifacts but also top-tier protective gear. Remarkably, despite being only at the mid-stage of qi refinement, they managed to severely injure the rogue cultivators, who ultimately fled with their companions. However, while the cultivators escaped, Their demonic beasts could not evade capture, meeting their demise at the hands of the surrounding cultivators. Chen Ziming shared the details of the scene and the intelligence he had gathered with Lin Changqing. Speaking of the sect disciples, he displayed a face full of envy. As a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator himself, he possessed only a mid-grade magical artifact, while the sect disciples wielded top-tier ones. It is noteworthy that only a select few fully realized qi refinement cultivators would possess top-tier artifacts. Some impoverished foundation establishment cultivators might still utilize such artifacts upon their successful establishment. At the same time, he expressed regret for the rogue cultivators, pondering how they might have wreaked havoc had the sect disciples not arrived in time. Certainly, this is merely a matter of contemplation. The enforcement team is not to be underestimated. Initially, they faced a shortage of personnel. Subsequently, even in the absence of sect disciples, there remained a considerable number of late-stage qi refinement practitioners ready to lend their support. Even if we were to concede a hypothetical scenario where no sect disciples were present, the market still boasts foundation establishment elders. No matter how formidable the bandits may be, they remain in the qi refinement stage and cannot overturn the balance of power. However, when Chen Ziming mentioned sect disciples, it could not possibly refer to Li Xinyao. One cannot help but admire the sect disciples, with a foundation establishment elder as their mentor, possessing merely mid-stage qi refinement cultivation, yet wielding superior quality magical artifacts, and even having exquisite magical artifacts for protection. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing surmised that the exquisite magical artifact was likely just a temporary provision from her master for her safety. It is unlikely that a foundation establishment elder would be so generous as to bestow upon her a priceless magical artifact outright. In the following days, Chen Ziming lingered with Lin Changqing for a while longer. During this time, he also inquired about Lin Changqing's talisman-making skills, specifically whether he could craft mid-grade talismans. Should he succeed, Chen Ziming could assist in their sale. It is evident that Chen Ziming has begun to contemplate future plans, despite the sudden influx of resources. One cannot simply rely on them indefinitely and must prepare for what lies ahead. Lin Changqing currently lacks no resources. He can only seek reasons to defer. He claims that his cultivation is insufficient, asserting that it is still premature for him to inscribe mid-grade talismans. Even upon reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement, the pursuit of mid-grade talismans remains exceedingly challenging. Previously, Lin Changqing had contemplated having Chen Ziming sell talismans on his behalf, but now that Chen Ziming has approached him directly, Lin Changqing has opted out. One can only say that plans often fall short of the unexpected twists of fate. Lin Changqing could only offer comfort to the other party, promising that once he was able to craft mid-grade talismans, he would certainly think of them. Days passed, and following the unsuccessful capture of the bandit on the market, a wave of unrest swept through. However, it soon subsided. Li Xinyao also took the initiative to visit Lin Changqing, paying him a special call. Chapter 36. Gratitude. Although a handful of rogue cultivators managed to escape, the majority were eliminated, effectively curtailing the blatant acts of banditry. On the surface, Li Xinyao had successfully completed her task. Hence, she took the time to express her gratitude. Once again at the drunken immortal pavilion, Li Xinyao hosted a banquet in honor of Lin Changqing. I must extend my heartfelt thanks to you, fellow Taoist Lin, for your tracking talismans. They were of immense assistance. Previously, the number of tracking talismans Lin Changqing had provided was insufficient, prompting him to expend considerable talisman paper to create additional ones to aid Li Xinyao. Due to the limited availability of Enlightenment Star glimmers and Lin Changqing's lack of intention to profit from the tracking talismans, he did not utilize them to comprehend the talisman art. The tracking talismans merely revealed the whereabouts of the bandits. It was ultimately Li Xinyao who took decisive action against them. I cannot claim credit for the accomplishments, Lin Changqing humbly stated, attributing his contribution solely to the crafting of a few talismans and refusing to take credit for the success. Regardless of the circumstances, your talismans have greatly aided me, and I feel compelled to express my gratitude, Li Xinyao reiterated, having previously promised to thank him after the pursuit of the bandits. Now that I have completed my task and will soon be departing from Changshan Market, allow me to introduce you to a few members of the enforcement team within the market, who are also disciples of the Qingxian sect. I have some modest connections with them, and having acquaintances in this market could serve as a support for you, making your future cultivation more convenient. Li Xinyao once again proposed to introduce Lin Changqing to the disciples of the Qingxian sect, and it was evident that her offer was genuine, not merely a formality. However, Lin Changqing shook his head once more. At present, He had ample resources, sufficient to cultivate to the mid-stage of qi refinement, even in excess. And he did not plan to rely on talismans for resource acquisition for the time being. This way, his identity as a talisman master would remain concealed. And he need not worry about any retaliation from Master Zheng. Furthermore, Master Zheng was aware of Lin Changqing's acquaintance with Li Xinyao, suggesting that Lin Changqing would likely have a prosperous future. Li Xinyao felt a twinge of regret, yet she did not display excessive emotion. She then spoke again. In that case, I shall not press the matter further. Knowing that you have become a talisman master, I have taken the liberty to seek out insights on talisman crafting from a renowned master in the field, hoping that you may find success on your path through the realm of immortals. Li Xinyao, being exceptionally thoughtful, recognized Lin Changqing's lack of inheritance and had specifically sought out a treatise on talisman crafting. Insights on talisman crafting. Lin Changqing's eyes sparkled with realization. It was said that with the illumination of the Enlightenment Star, one could learn anything at will, although he could grasp completely unfamiliar concepts through this divine light. Such an endeavor would require an exorbitant amount of it, given that his supply of Enlightenment Star Light was already limited. It was impractical to rely solely on it for comprehending every aspect of cultivation. Thus, Lin Changqing refrained from attempting to master all the myriad arts of cultivation. Both his energy and the Enlightenment Star Light were significant factors. However, once he fully comprehended this understanding of talismans, he would be able to conserve a considerable amount of Enlightenment Star Light when studying other talismans in the future. At that moment, Li Xinyao retrieved a jade slip from her storage pouch. Lin Changqing took the jade slip and gently pressed it against his forehead, employing his spiritual consciousness to examine its contents. The small jade slip was imbued with a wealth of knowledge. After a casual glance, Lin Changqing grasped the insights of this master of talismans. The slip contained a compendium of various knowledge regarding talismanic arts, encompassing both foundational and advanced concepts. Although it did not include methods for drawing talismans, and thus could not be regarded as a true inheritance, this treatise on talismanic theory remained exceptionally valuable. Furthermore, Lin Changqing was aware of its origin, the Bai family. This treatise was authored by a first-tier high-grade talisman master of the Bai family, who, with great foresight, compiled the foundational knowledge of talismanic arts for the benefit of the younger generation within the clan. Such a treasure, any cultivation family, unless they already possessed a similar resource, would undoubtedly expend great effort to acquire this treatise. Even families that had such resources would still find it intriguing, as it could aid in identifying gaps in their understanding. If an ordinary cultivator could fully comprehend the knowledge contained within, they would be nearly prepared to begin drawing talismans. In future talisman creation endeavors, while not necessarily innovating or improving particular talismans, at the very least, they would grasp the underlying principles and execute the drawing process with finesse. This was precisely the knowledge that Lin Changqing lacked. In truth, every authentic talisman master had to undergo this phase. Previously, Lin Changqing had relied solely on the brilliance of the Enlightenment Star to forcefully comprehend the art, achieving a high success rate only with specific talismans, while struggling with others, such as the tracking talisman, which consumed vast amounts of talisman paper without yielding satisfactory results. However, with the knowledge from the treatise on talismanic arts now at his disposal, he could extricate himself from such predicaments. In instances where a particular talisman was urgently needed, yet he wished to conserve the Enlightenment Star's energy, he could gradually experiment to produce it, albeit at the cost of substantial resources, thereby saving the precious energy of the Enlightenment Star. Lin Changqing expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Daoist Li. Your insights into the talismanic arts have been immensely beneficial to me." Li Xinyao responded with a warm smile. "I am delighted to hear that." Daoist Lin. Following this, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation. Li Xinyao advised Lin Changqing that should he encounter any difficulties in the future, he could reach out to her, and she would certainly assist him to the best of her abilities. Lin Changqing expressed his certainty. Subsequently, he inadvertently inquired about information regarding the demonic path, questioning Li Xinyao whether there were traces of it within the Changshan Square city. Li Xinyao asked Lin Changqing why he was curious about matters related to the demonic path. Lin Changqing fabricated a casual explanation, stating that among the scattered cultivators, there had been discussions regarding the sudden disappearance of some individuals, vanishing without a trace, neither alive nor dead, which raised suspicions of the presence of malevolent practitioners in the vicinity. After all, bandits typically sought only wealth, leaving corpses carelessly discarded by the roadside. Those fortunate enough might be discovered and interred on the spot, while the unfortunate would fall prey to wild beasts or demonic creatures. As for whether such rumors circulated among the scattered cultivators, Lin Changqing was uncertain. However, he had unearthed a body-refining technique known as the 10,000 Beasts Blood Spirit Art from the black-robed man's storage pouch, which detailed a blood sacrifice method that utilized the essence blood of cultivators in place of that of beasts for training purposes. Given that the black-robed man had engaged in banditry and practiced the 10,000 Beasts Blood Spirit Art, it was inevitable that after slaying the scattered cultivators, he would employ their corpses for blood sacrificial rites. At the mention of the demonic path, Li Xinyao furrowed her brow. This reminded her of a certain individual she had encountered previously, who resembled a demonic practitioner. This individual possessed formidable strength, unlike ordinary scattered cultivators. And after escaping from their grasp, he had since vanished without a trace. Li Xinyao referred to the black-robed man who had been dealt with by Lin Changqing after his escape that fateful night. Lin Changqing swiftly inquired, "What brings that practitioner of the demonic path to Changshan Fangshi?" Li Xinyao shook her head in response. "I had not received any information regarding the presence of such practitioners in Changshan Fangshi. The reason remains unknown. Perhaps it is in pursuit of blood offerings. Upon my return to the sect, I shall report this matter and see if the sect can uncover the underlying cause." Lin Changqing continued. "If it is confirmed that there are practitioners of the demonic path near Changswenfang City, I kindly ask you, Daoistly, to inform me, and I shall do my utmost to avoid them." Li Xinyao smiled gently. "Certainly. Let us keep in touch more often." Chapter 37. Mid-stage Qi Refinement. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had swiftly passed. Lin Changqing remained an apprentice under Zheng Fushi, secretly siphoning off his resources. Not only did he clandestinely withhold materials, but he also learned the techniques for crafting several talismans from Zheng Fushi, perhaps due to Li Xinyao's influence. Zheng Fushi's attitude towards him had significantly improved, and Lin Changqing was invited multiple times to observe the talisman drawing process, which was the reason he could acquire new talisman knowledge. Regrettably, Zheng Fushi continued to be as stingy as ever, unwilling to impart genuine knowledge, leaving Lin Changqing to learn in a manner that felt justified. The bottleneck in the Qi refinement stage was far more challenging than he had anticipated. His innate talent was lacking, compounded by the inherently slow progress of the ancient wood evergreen technique, which resulted in a prolonged struggle at the third level of Qi refinement. Although his mastery of the third level's magical power was already perfected, the persistent bottleneck had deterred him from consuming breakthrough pills. Using them in such a state would be a sheer waste. It was indeed embarrassing that, despite consuming numerous elixirs, a mere threshold could impede him for such an extended period. It was said that those with superior spiritual roots typically encounter no bottlenecks prior to the golden core stage. And even between Qi refinement and foundation establishment, such hindrances are virtually non-existent. The barriers between the early and mid stages of Qi refinement can be effortlessly surpassed. Fortunately, after extensive refinement of his magical power, he had begun to sense a loosening of the bottleneck. If he were to rely solely on his own cultivation, it would likely take him another 2 years to overcome this obstacle. It was time to consume the breakthrough pill. The 4th level of Qi refinement would be attained today. Resolute, Lin Changqing swallowed the breakthrough pill. As the elixir entered his abdomen, it transformed into a torrent of wild magical energy, which he skillfully guided to rupture the bottleneck. Success. Lin Changqing once again experienced a profound enhancement of his essence, resulting in a significant extension of his lifespan. Following the principles of the ancient wood longevity technique, his advancement to the 4th layer of Qi training conferred an additional 4 years to his life, culminating in a total increase of 10 years thus far. The cumulative effect is indeed formidable. The commotion from his breakthrough was relatively subdued. Within the confines of his courtyard, a minor surge of spiritual energy transpired, reminiscent of a gentle breeze. After all, as he was only in the mid-stage of Qi training, it did not generate considerable disturbance. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing took the precaution of activating the Four Ghosts Night Veil formation to further obscure any residual noise. Although it was unlikely anyone would notice his breakthrough, he preferred to remain inconspicuous, allowing for a tranquil and steady development. With no one aware of his advancement, there was no need for celebration. Before Lin Changqing commenced his cultivation, he acquired a secret technique for gathering breath, causing a profound transformation in his aura. His originally expected cultivation level of the 4th stage of Qi refinement regressed to the 3rd stage. resembling the state of one who has long been ensnared in the mid-stages of qi refinement. This layer of precaution provided a sense of security. Nearly 5 years elapsed, during which Lin Changqing, once a mere mortal devoid of any foundation, ascended to become a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator. Although attaining the mid-stage of qi refinement at the age of 23 is commonplace among wandering cultivators, should anyone delve deeply into the fact that he transitioned from a mortal to a mid-stage cultivator within 5 years, all while remaining in the market and serving as an apprentice under the miserly Zheng master, it would seem implausible for such rapid advancement in cultivation. It would be wise for him to keep his true depth concealed. Lin Changqing intended to wait until he reached the 5th layer of qi refinement before revealing his cultivation level as a mid-stage qi refiner. Once he successfully broke through to this stage, tasks that had previously seemed insurmountable became considerably simpler. For instance, crafting a high-grade talisman, which had once nearly cost him his life, was now a manageable endeavor. The only drawback was the potential overexertion of his mana and spiritual consciousness, leading to temporary weakness. But with the aid of medicinal pills, he could swiftly recover. Consequently, he was now capable of producing a substantial quantity of high-grade talismans. Not only were these talismans immensely valuable, but their formidable power also provided him with a significant sense of security, whether for trade or personal protection. However, despite his considerable advancements in talisman making, his progress in alchemy remained stagnant. Having obtained a legacy of alchemical knowledge from a demonic disciple in a black robe, Lin Changqing endeavored to learn this new craft. Indeed, beyond talismans, he was now poised to embark on the path of alchemy. His primary motivation was to create his own medicinal pills for personal consumption. Initially, he could rely on the marketplace for an ample supply. But what would happen once his cultivation advanced further? As one's cultivation level ascends, the availability of various resources becomes increasingly scarce. There are times when even possessing spirit stones does not guarantee the procurement of essentials. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Concurrently, Lin Changqing has discerned other potential hazards. The elixirs sold within the marketplace are predominantly of mediocre quality, imbued with a significant amount of alchemical toxins. While minor consumption may pose no immediate threat, excessive intake can lead to the accumulation of these toxins, detrimental to one's cultivation. Since the inception of his journey, Lin Changqing has relied heavily on an abundance of elixirs, resulting in a considerable buildup of toxins within his body, which has gradually impeded his cultivation progress. There exists a remedy, albeit a challenging one, to reduce the intake of elixirs and gradually expel the toxins. However, the prospect of slowing his cultivation speed is unacceptable to Lin Changqing. Alternatively, he could seek higher quality elixirs, which not only facilitate superior enhancement of cultivation, but also contain fewer toxins. Yet, such elixirs can only be concocted by master alchemists. Even if they were successfully produced, acquiring them is no simple feat. High-quality elixirs are not only pricier than ordinary ones, but also not readily available for purchase. By the time they reach the shelves, they are often already sold out, leaving Lin Changqing without connections to procure them. Thus, he resolves to rely on his own abilities. Since purchasing is not an option, he must undertake the task of self-manufacturing. Regrettably, his aptitude in alchemy leaves much to be desired. Unless he could leverage the light of enlightenment, he would likely achieve little in this domain. However, the inheritance of alchemical mastery demands a substantial investment of enlightenment light. To acquire a first-tier, medium-grade alchemical inheritance requires 25 units of enlightenment light, a figure that has been trimmed down by omitting several recipes for elixirs that Lin Changqing finds largely irrelevant. 25 units of enlightenment light is indeed a considerable amount. It is not that he cannot amass it. Over the past 2 years, he has accumulated nearly 30 units. While gaining access to the alchemical inheritance is feasible, doing so would deplete the enlightenment light he has painstakingly gathered. Furthermore, he possesses several techniques for drawing talismans that he covertly learned from Master Zheng, and he intends to utilize the enlightenment light to master those talismans of particular interest to him. If the knowledge of alchemical practices is attained, the study of talismans will inevitably be postponed. Although mastering alchemy may eventually yield profits through the creation of elixirs, the merits of talismans cannot be overlooked. Possessing a plethora of talismans can serve as a formidable means of offense, particularly in the later stages, as one ascends in cultivation. High-level talismans become increasingly rare and often unattainable, even with spirit stones. Given that he relies on his multifaceted skills and cultivation to ensure a smoother path to immortality, His combat prowess remains relatively modest. It is only through the utilization of talismans that he can enhance his formidable strength. Thus, the study of talismans remains essential. Concurrently, the art of alchemy must also be pursued. Future advancements in his cultivation will heavily depend on elixirs. Given his inferior spiritual root, the prospect of becoming a foundational cultivator seems uncertain and distant. Of course, Lin Changqing might opt to focus solely on the methods for refining a specific type of elixir, akin to his approach with talismans. Nevertheless, this method merely serves as a temporary fix. Although the consumption of enlightenment starlight for a singular elixir is lesser than that required for an entire legacy, in the long run, he will need to concoct a variety of elixirs to sustain his practice. Over time, the total consumption of enlightenment starlight will surpass that of a complete legacy. It would be more prudent to begin with foundational knowledge, thereby reducing future starlight consumption. Lin Changqing has now begun to gradually delve into the art of alchemy, striving to acquire a greater breadth of knowledge in this discipline. This endeavor allows him to consume less of the ethereal starlight, while still possessing the energy to explore other pursuits. Chapter 38. A wounded return. The day following his breakthrough in cultivation, Lin Changqing meticulously concealed his true abilities and made his way to Master Zheng's manor. As Master Zheng was merely at the late stage of qi refinement, he remained oblivious to Lin's disguise. Originally, Wu Jie had surpassed Lin in cultivation, but he has now fallen behind, remaining at the third layer of qi refinement. In truth, Wu Jie's progress is representative of the typical pace of most rogue cultivators. Not everyone can indulge in the relentless consumption of medicinal pills as Lin Changqing does. Having worked as an apprentice under Master Zheng, Wu Jie has been navigating the challenges of survival on meager spirit stones, which is no small feat. He also expends considerable effort to study the art of talismans, making any advancement in his cultivation commendable. Nevertheless, on the surface, Lin Changqing's cultivation appears to be on par with Wu Jie's. Lin Changqing and Wu Jie were diligently preparing materials in the secluded villa of Master Zheng. Lin Changqing's cultivation had significantly advanced, enabling him to handle the materials with remarkable ease. A substantial quantity of exquisite talisman paper was produced, though the majority found its way into Lin Changqing's own possession, with only a few sheets occasionally offered to bring a smile to Master Zheng's face. Recently, Master Zheng had begun to exhibit an air of mystery, seemingly intent on crafting a plethora of talismans, thus requesting that Wu Jie and Lin Changqing produce a considerable amount of high-quality talisman paper, with an upgrade in the materials to yield even more exquisite results. Lin Changqing found himself quite content with the elevation of material quality. The number of exquisite talisman papers he could retain increased. Master Zheng became increasingly enigmatic, and Lin Changqing was no longer invited to observe the talisman crafting process, which regrettably hindered his learning. However, he reassured himself that he had already mastered a sufficient number of talismans. After a period of mystery, Master Zheng finally concluded the creation of the talismans. Upon emerging from the talisman crafting chamber, though visibly fatigued, he wore a smile that suggested he was in good spirits. Observing Lin Changqing and Wu Jie still engrossed in their tasks, Master Zheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He summoned the two over. "You both have been performing admirably of late," he declared. "Coincidentally, I am in a good mood, so here is a reward for you." He produced 4 spirit stones from his storage bag, distributing 2 to each of them. For ordinary rogue cultivators, this was considered a generous offering. However, for Lin Changqing, it felt as trivial as a mosquito's leg, offering little utility. Nonetheless, he graciously accepted the gift, providing Master Zheng with considerable emotional value. "Thank you, Master Zheng, for your generosity," Lin Changqing expressed, and Master Zheng appreciated the sentiment. "I will be embarking on a journey soon, allowing you both some time to rest. Little Lin, if you find yourself with nothing to do, you may come here to tidy up a bit. Do not let the outer courtyard gather dust." Upon hearing this, Lin Changqing's focus shifted not to the task of cleaning, but to the revelation that Master Zheng would be away for a while. This implied that he could come and go freely in Master Zheng's residence. This place was undoubtedly a cut above his own living quarters. Even the spirit-gathering formation there provided an abundance of spiritual energy rivaling that found in the Qingling Pavilion's caves. Although the outer courtyard was slightly less potent, it still exuded rich spiritual energy, making cultivation there significantly more efficient. Typically, they were occupied with work, and at most, could meditate to restore their mana. As Master Zheng prohibited overnight stays, which limited their cultivation opportunities. If Master Zheng were absent, however, he could indulge in such a nurturing environment. Indeed, I shall ensure the courtyard is impeccably clean. After delivering his instructions, Master Zheng tidied up casually before departing. Lin Changqing swiftly moved into the auxiliary residence. Naturally, Zheng Fusher had certainly taken precautions, allowing him only access to the outer courtyard, where he could not partake in the enhancements of the spirit-gathering array within the inner courtyard. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing was quite content, as the environment of the outer courtyard was already quite splendid. The passage of time in his cultivation seemed to fly by, and before he knew it, over a month had elapsed. During this period, Lin Changqing fortified his magical power, and his realm became notably stabilized. Lin Changqing felt a sense of reluctance towards the environment here. One day, while he was immersed in his cultivation, Master Zheng returned unexpectedly from outside. His complexion was pale, and he appeared hurried as he swiftly made his way back to his inner courtyard, neglecting even to acknowledge Lin Changqing, who was cultivating nearby. Lin Changqing emerged from his meditative state, feeling somewhat perplexed. Typically, he would have been met with a torrent of scolding. Shortly after Master Zheng returned to his private courtyard, his voice resonated from within, commanding, "Fetch Dr. Gu at once. Do not concern yourself with the expenditure of spirit stones." Almost as soon as the words left his lips, a bag of spirit stones was hurled out from the courtyard. There was an urgency in Master Zheng's tone. Had he sustained an injury? Lin Changqing felt a stirring in his heart, not because of any particular thought, but rather due to his realization of why Master Zheng Fu had sustained injuries. He recalled that 2 years prior, the Qian family, a foundational clan, had seized a batch of talismans from Master Zheng by leveraging a piece of intelligence that severed the Wang family's access to these talismans. This intelligence pertained to a foundational spiritual object. However, it was evident that this foundational spiritual object was not easily obtainable. Otherwise, it would have already been in the possession of the Qian family. Although Master Zheng was not of noble character, he was indeed a genuine late-stage qi refinement cultivator. And it was rather rare for him to be grievously wounded, especially considering he carried a substantial number of talismans. Such an occurrence would only transpire in exceedingly perilous circumstances. And Lin Changqing could only surmise that the information regarding the foundational spiritual object was indeed the catalyst for the incident. Moreover, Master Zheng was nearing 60 years of age. Once one surpassed 60, their vitality waned, making foundational cultivation increasingly challenging. It was only natural to take risks in such a situation. However, Lin Changqing was left wondering whether Master Zheng had managed to acquire the foundational spiritual object on this occasion. His curiosity was purely academic. Being only at the 4th layer of qi refinement, he was still far from achieving perfection in his cultivation and would have no use for such an object. Furthermore, he found himself incapable of any ulterior motives, as Master Zheng's inner courtyard was fortified not only with a gathering spirit array, but also with various defensive formations, rendering any attempt to act unfeasible. Thus, he decided to heed the orders and seek out Physician Gu. Changxian Square was abuzz with numerous loose cultivators, producing a wealth of talent. Physician Gu was a first-tier superior physician, a profession considered a branch of the myriad arts of cultivation, subordinate to alchemy. Medicine knows no boundaries. Physician Gu was not only exceptionally skilled in healing arts but also proficient in alchemy, particularly in crafting healing potions, which were exceedingly popular among loose cultivators. His reputation was widespread, and Lin Changqing had gleaned much about him merely through casual conversations. This individual was fond of indulgence and placed great value on spirit stones. Such a disposition was understandable, as enjoyment required expenditure of spirit stones. Consequently, Physician G's consultation fees were exorbitant, and the healing potions he sold were also quite costly. Nonetheless, his medical expertise was indeed remarkable, and the quality of his potions was superb. In terms of healing elixirs, he could be regarded as a master alchemist, earning the esteem of even the foundational elders stationed at Qinxian sect. This reverence was not merely rooted in a transactional relationship involving the exchange of vast spirit stones, but rather in a genuine appreciation for his capabilities. Moreover, there were rumors circulating that Physician Gu had connections within the Qinxian sect, which further contributed to the respect he commanded from the foundational elders stationed there. Of course, the external narratives served only to affirm his prowess. Simultaneously, Lin Changqing had encountered a particular piece of information, or rather, a fact that was no longer concealed. In his pursuit of spirit stones, this Physician Gu not only provided consultations and sold potions, but also had no qualms about selling his lineage. Chapter 39. The Foundation of Demonic Poison. Certainly, The sale of inheritance is not akin to the mere organization of one's legacy into a jade slip, a one-time transaction that is seldom pursued, except by certain alchemists on the verge of passing away who wish to bequeath their knowledge. Instead, the more common practice involves the recruitment of apprentices. As long as they can provide sufficient spirit stones, they can become students. Physician Gu is generous in his teachings, standing in stark contrast to Master Zheng, who operates on an entirely different level. It can be said that Physician Gu has effectively established an alchemical school. Initially, Lin Changqing had contemplated the idea of becoming an alchemy apprentice. However, the exorbitant tuition fees instilled a sense of trepidation within him. The cost amounted to 10 spirit stones per month, a sum only affordable to certain cultivation families devoid of alchemical lineage or particularly formidable loose cultivators with aspirations for greatness. Moreover, there was no guarantee of success in becoming an alchemist. The innate talent for the myriad arts of cultivation remained indeterminate. By the time one ascertained their potential for alchemy, they might have already expended hundreds of spirit stones. Should one indeed achieve the status of an alchemist, it could be deemed worthwhile, perhaps even allowing for a recovery of the investment. Yet, in the absence of such talent, the consequences would be catastrophic, resulting in a complete loss of resources. Nevertheless, Dr. Gu had successfully nurtured numerous apprentices capable of refining elixirs. Although the quality of their products could not be assured, they could, with some effort, be deemed as successful concoctions. This phenomenon contributed to the relatively low prices of basic elixirs within Changqian Square, which were at least 20% cheaper than those in other markets. Simultaneously, the prevalence of elixir toxicity in the lower-grade products within Changqian Square was notably higher than that found in typical markets. It should be noted that the quality of goods in the shops underwent rigorous scrutiny. However, transactions among loose cultivators lacked such guarantees. Many of these loose cultivators found themselves hindered by elixir toxicity, their cultivation stagnating. Reflecting on his recent preoccupation with alchemical pursuits, Lin Changqing mused that becoming an apprentice to Dr. Gu would indeed be a commendable choice. The monthly fee of 10 spirit stones posed no obstacle for him. Should he acquire knowledge of alchemy from Dr. Gu, he would save considerable time in his quest for enlightenment, particularly since, in the future, should he reveal his alchemical abilities, he would possess a valid rationale, which was of utmost importance, ensuring he did not attract undue attention. Everything he endeavored to achieve was aimed at maintaining a low profile, for his enlightenment must remain a closely guarded secret. As for future explorations into the alchemical lineage, that was a matter for another time. For now, he needed to fulfill Master Zheng's directive to consult Dr. Gu, simultaneously familiarizing himself for future studies in alchemy. Lin Changqing, clutching the spirit stones, arrived at the medical clinic run by Physician Gu. The clinic was frequented by numerous itinerant cultivators, for it is inevitable that those who wander the world would encounter various dangers, with injuries and poisonings being commonplace. However, most of these cultivators merely sought to purchase some medicinal pills as a precaution. Moreover, the spirit stones required for Physician Ji's services were quite substantial. Just moments ago, Master Zheng had tossed him nearly 100 spirit stones. Lin Changqing encountered Dr. Gu, an elderly gentleman in his 70s or 80s, whose gentle and benevolent demeanor was evident as he reclined on a chair with his eyes closed, resting peacefully. Beside him stood a young apprentice, silently fanning him. Lin Changqing hurriedly approached to explain his intentions. Master Zheng Fu, he gathered quite a few people not long ago and has returned severely injured. The fact that many had been summoned was news to Lin Changqing. However, it made sense. An extraordinary foundational spiritual object that even a foundational family could not easily acquire would indeed require more individuals to share the risks. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's account, Dr. Gu straightened his posture, his eyes brightening with interest. Let us go. I wish to see the nature of his injuries. The urgency displayed by Dr. Gu surpassed even that of Lin Changqing, the apprentice. As they made their way back, Dr. Gu led the way with Lin Changqing following closely. Despite appearing somewhat aged, Dr. Ji's cultivation level seemed formidable. Upon arriving at Master Zheng Fu's residence, Lin Changqing benefited from Dr. Ji's presence and entered the inner courtyard together. Master Zheng Fu was seated in meditation, visibly in pain and sweating profusely, indicating serious injuries. Dr. Gu quickly approached and placed a hand on Master Zheng Fu's wrist. Upon opening his eyes and recognizing Dr. Gu, Master Zheng Fu's expression relaxed slightly. Suddenly, as Dr. Gu continued his examination, he appeared to have made a crucial discovery. Retracting his hand from Master Zheng Fu's wrist with lightning speed, Poison from a foundational level beast. Did you encounter a foundational beast? Recently. Did you gather numerous loose cultivators to hunt a foundational level beast? The rapid-fire questions from Dr. Gu eased some of the tension on Master Zhengfu's face. Roughly, yes. Can it be treated? Master Zhengfu's tone was weak, clearly suffering from the torment of the foundational level beast poison. Dr. G's expression turned grave. If it were the poison of an ordinary foundational beast, I would have treated it before. It would merely be troublesome. However, this particular toxin does not harm the body or mana. Instead, it erodes the consciousness. Unless one is a foundational level cultivator whose consciousness has undergone a qualitative change, they could rely on themselves to eradicate the toxin. But you are merely a chi refining cultivator. Although your consciousness is relatively strong due to your dual cultivation and talisman arts, it still pales in comparison to a foundational cultivator. A chi refining cultivator exposed to such poison faces certain death, ultimately leading to the obliteration of their consciousness, leaving only a shell behind. Upon hearing this, despair crossed Master Zhengfu's face. He still had a long life ahead and wished to break through to foundational cultivation. Hoping to enjoy 200 years of life, he did not want to die yet. Fortunately, you sought me out. Dr. Gu took a deep breath, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. What I mean to say is, it will require additional payment. In a moment of desperate hope, the originally despondent Master Zhengfu seemed to grasp at the last straw. Dr. Gu, please proceed with the treatment, no matter the cost in spirit stones. I will spare no expense. Master Zheng spoke with unwavering certainty. Although he understood that Dr. Gu was deliberately trying to extract more spirit stones, he found himself powerless to object, for Dr. Gu spoke the truth. The toxins afflicting him were such that even a foundation establishment cultivator stationed in Changxian Square might struggle to cure them. After all, while the other party was a foundation establishment cultivator, they lacked medical expertise, and their ability to treat demonic toxins paled in comparison to that of Dr. Gu. Without hesitation, Master Zheng produced a storage bag and handed it to Dr. Gu. Upon scanning the contents with his spiritual sense, Dr. Gu couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. A confident smile spreading across his face. Very well, he exclaimed. Thereafter, Dr. Gu retrieved various instruments from the storage bag and commenced his treatment. After a considerable time had passed, Dr. Gu concluded the procedure, letting out a long sigh of relief as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. It was evident that treating such demonic toxins was no easy task for him. Master Zheng's condition had improved, although he still appeared somewhat frail. He no longer broke into cold sweats as he had before. Subsequently, Master Zheng offered a few casual reminders. Although the demonic poison had been eradicated, his spiritual sense had suffered significant damage, and he was advised to refrain from expending it in the near future. Chapter 40. The Alchemy Apprentice. Owing to Master Zheng's compromised spiritual sense, the task of drawing talismans had come to a halt, granting Wu Jie and Lin Changqing a respite. Consequently, Lin Changqing was able to devote himself to his cultivation in the comfort of his own residence. In Lin Changqing's residence, a wooden barrel brimmed with a crimson liquid. This sanguine elixir was meticulously concocted by Lin Changqing, based on the secret formula for auxiliary cultivation as recorded in the 10,000 Beasts Blood Spirit technique. The dark-robed figure of the demonic path possessed a storage bag filled with the essence of beastly blood, while the remaining herbal ingredients were readily obtainable. Lin Changqing effortlessly concocted the potion. Thus, this body-refining elixir, crafted from the essence of demonic beast blood, bore no trace of a bloody stench. Instead, it emanated a subtle fragrance. Lin Changqing sat cross-legged within the wooden barrel, his brow slightly furrowed, evidently finding the practice quite arduous. In truth, the art of cultivation within this barrel was far from the simplicity it appeared to convey. The medicinal liquid contained the violent essence of demonic beast blood, which, despite being moderated by various herbs, remained too potent for ordinary cultivators to absorb. Only through the exquisite technique of the 10,000 Beasts Blood Spirit art could one assimilate this energy for body refinement. Even so, Lin Changqing felt as though every fiber of his being was being torn apart and then reassembled. After 2 years of enduring this regimen, he had grown somewhat accustomed to the pain, which is why his discomfort was not overtly apparent. After a considerable time, the crimson liquid within the barrel had significantly lightened. The beneficial medicinal properties had nearly been fully absorbed. Emerging from the barrel was a physique defined by sharp angles. During these 2 years, Lin Changqing had not only advanced his magical prowess, but had also diligently practiced the 10,000 Beasts Blood Spirit art, honing an exceptional body. To him, A cultivator should not solely focus on magical refinement. Physicality was equally essential. In the event of depleting one's magical energy during combat, the physical aspect could very well determine the outcome of a battle. Moreover, Lin Changqing had heard a rumor suggesting that after achieving completion of qi refinement, certain physical requirements must be met to break through to foundation establishment. The veracity of this information remained uncertain. Such insights regarding the path to foundation establishment were typically held by sects and families, with mere fragments trickling down to wandering cultivators. Nevertheless, whether true or false, mastering body refinement arts served as a valuable trump card. Presently, he stood at the pinnacle of early body refinement, a mere step away from mid-level body refinement, at which point he would be capable of contending with mid-level qi refinement through sheer physical strength. Indeed, the path of body refinement progressed swiftly, though it depended heavily on abundant resources. The demonic beast blood within the storage bag of the dark-robed man from the demonic sect had been entirely exhausted, and Lin Changqing had even utilized some spirit stones to procure additional beast blood. Yet, despite these efforts, he had not yet achieved the breakthrough into mid-level body refinement. This journey was proving more challenging than anticipated. Upon completing his body refinement, Lin Changqing tidied himself and donned a fresh set of clothing, preparing to venture out to attend to another matter. It was time to pay a visit to Physician Gu and acquire knowledge of alchemy. With Master Zheng no longer inscribing talismans, Lin Changqing found himself with ample free time. His intention was to study under Physician Gu for a while, aiming to conserve as much of the enlightenment bestowed by the starlight of understanding as possible. Lin Changqing approached Physician Gu. "Oh, you wish to become an alchemy apprentice?" Physician Gu regarded Zheng Fusher's disciple with a peculiar gaze. He held a certain recollection of Lin Changqing, especially since Zheng Fusher had been afflicted by demonic poison, from which he had profited handsomely in spirit stones, thus forming a connection with the disciple as well. Notably, Lin Changqing practiced the ancient evergreen technique, which bestowed upon him an exceptional demeanor, further etching him into Ji's memory. "Aren't you an apprentice under Zheng Fusher? What prompts you to seek a path in alchemy?" It is well known that Zheng Fusher places great emphasis on inheritance. If a junior remains under his tutelage, they may never see a day of prominence. Lin Changqing wore a pained expression, as if harboring some grievances against Zheng Fusher. Dr. Gu, upon hearing this, nodded in acknowledgement. The reputation of Zheng Fusher within the marketplace was well known, and it did not surprise Dr. Gu that an apprentice under him would possess such sentiments. "Since you aspire to become my alchemy apprentice, I trust you have inquired about the prerequisites. Have you prepared the spirit stones?" Dr. Gu inquired straightforwardly, broaching the subject of tuition fees. "The spirit stones have long been ready." Lin Changqing retrieved 10 spirit stones from his storage pouch. Lin Changqing delighted in the unadulterated exchange of spiritual stones, refraining from inquiries beyond that realm. Upon sighting the spiritual stones, Dr. Gu revealed a look of satisfaction. "Here. We adhere to no formalities. If you wish to learn, pay the fee. If not, feel free to depart. Your eventual mastery depends solely on your own fortune. Should you excel in your studies and find yourself in need of spiritual stones, my establishment is in search of apprentices to organize medicinal herbs. In exchange for a month's work, you may offset the cost of 2 spiritual stones, albeit without any wage for your labor. Each day, I dedicate an hour to addressing the queries of all apprentices. Should I be preoccupied with alchemical concoctions, I will still permit you to observe and learn, guiding you in the art of alchemy. Moreover, if you possess a natural aptitude for the craft, I shall allow you to operate the furnace under my supervision." A hint of pride resonated in Dr. G's tone, for unlike other practitioners who hoarded their knowledge, he generously imparted his wisdom. Although he received spiritual stones in return, he was indeed teaching profound truths. As long as one was eager to learn, he was willing to instruct. In the following period, Lin Changqing commenced his studies in alchemy under Dr. Gu's tutelage. To conserve the consumption of enlightenment starlight, he devised a clever plan. He divided the first-tier intermediate alchemical inheritance into 10 segments, gradually absorbing the knowledge through the enlightenment starlight. He began with the first segment to establish a foundational understanding of alchemy before progressing to the next. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he concentrated on seeking Dr. G's guidance. Having already paid the requisite spiritual stones, Dr. Gu, renowned for his abilities, could even cure foundational toxins, possessing considerable medical knowledge. Although he could not address every question, those queries had long surpassed the teachings of the inheritance. By consulting Dr. Gu, Lin significantly reduced the amount of enlightenment star light required for his studies. While it was somewhat troublesome, the scarcity of enlightenment star light necessitated such measures. Were he to have an ample supply, he could pursue knowledge indiscriminately, transforming into a versatile practitioner, mastering various arts of cultivation, engaging in duels, and overcoming all adversaries. Alas, reality dictated otherwise. Thus, he resolved to gradually accumulate the enlightenment starlight. However, despite the challenges, the results were noteworthy. After a month, Lin had reduced the consumption from over 20 units of enlightenment starlight needed to comprehend the alchemical inheritance to merely 16. Presently, he was only grappling with pharmacological knowledge, which originally required about 10 units of enlightenment starlight. Now, he had achieved a reduction of 40%. This month, along with the expenditure of 10 spiritual stones, proved to be a worthwhile investment. Chapter 41. The everlasting path of immortality. Having fundamentally grasped the foundational pharmacology of alchemy, the next step for Lin Changqing was to master the techniques of pill refining. However, he resolved not to consult physician Gu regarding these methods. After a month of diligent study, Lin Changqing had successfully achieved his goal of conserving the essence of enlightenment. And now he was poised to delve into the intricacies of alchemical techniques. Yet, having only studied for a brief month, he felt the time was insufficient. It would be challenging to deceive others, particularly physician Gu. Recently, he had posed numerous advanced questions concerning pharmacology, which had begun to draw the physician's attention. While he could rely on his creativity to mask his pharmacological knowledge, the art of pill refining necessitated practical experience to attain true understanding. Inquiring about these techniques might inadvertently reveal his rapid progress, prompting him to maintain a low profile. Physician Gu had privately commended Lin Changqing's remarkable talent, suggesting that he had the potential to become a skilled alchemist. During this period of study, Lin Changqing gained a deeper insight into physician Ge's esteemed position. He recognized that within the Longxian square, physician Gu held an extraordinary status, even earning the respect of the foundation-building elders of the Qingxian sect stationed there. Such accolades were not mere flattery. But what was the reason behind this reverence? Despite his exceptional medical skills, physician Gu was merely at the first level, and his cultivation was limited to the qi refinement stage. Lin Changqing has recently gained some insights. The esteemed position of Dr. Gu can be attributed to his significant connections within the Qingxian sect. It is said that Dr. Gu was once a disciple of the Qingxian sect, although the reasons for his departure remain unclear. Despite leaving, he is not without a background. Unlike ordinary wandering cultivators, there are rumors circulating, complete with intricate details, suggesting that Dr. Gu shares a profound relationship with the golden core realms of the Qingxian sect. However, it is unlikely that he is directly connected to the golden core realms, as they serve as the pillars of their sect. Were Dr. Gu truly aligned with them, he would not remain in the outside world. A mere word from a golden core realm could ensure his prosperity within the sect. Nevertheless, even if not tied to the golden core realms, the connections that afford him the respect of the foundation establishment elders are undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, there is a verifiable incident. Dr. Gu once had a disciple with remarkable talent in alchemy. Recognizing this gift, Dr. Gu recommended him to the Qingxian sect, and subsequently, this disciple was accepted by a certain foundation establishment elder, who also happened to be an alchemist. It is difficult not to speculate about a deeper connection here. Since then, numerous individuals have sought to become Dr. Gu's alchemy apprentices. It was only when Dr. Gu ceased recommending apprentices to the Qingxian sect that their numbers began to dwindle. Even so, those who believe in their own potential continue to approach Dr. Gu in hopes of seizing opportunities. However, Lin Changqing is not here merely to seek fortune. He comes to acquire genuine skills. The Qingxian sect is indeed a splendid place, and perhaps through the enlightenment of the Star of Enlightenment, he could present himself as a prodigy in alchemy. Yet, such attention is excessive. Even if he were to stumble upon good fortune and gain entry into the Qingxian sect, life within its confines would likely not be tranquil. For now, leading a peaceful life as a wandering cultivator seems quite appealing. With the aid of the Star of Enlightenment, even a wandering cultivator can stand on par with disciples of major sects. In the second month, Lin Changqing did not submit any spiritual stones. From now on, he would rely solely on the light of enlightenment from the stars. Dr. Gu merely felt a twinge of regret at Lin Changqing's departure, for he sensed that Lin Changqing was a quick learner, and perhaps he could indeed become an alchemist. However, this was merely a fleeting regret. He had numerous alchemical apprentices, many of whom had received education in alchemy from a young age, yet only a few ever succeeded in becoming true alchemists. A few days later, through the light of enlightenment, Lin Changqing expended around 10 units of this celestial light and comprehended the techniques for concocting 2 types of elixirs he wished to create. Each elixir's preparation was distinct, and to master them all would require a greater consumption of enlightenment light. Thus, Lin Changqing judiciously selected 2 types of elixirs suitable for his own use to prepare. The methods for crafting these 2 elixirs surfaced vividly in his mind, as though he had brewed them countless times before. After absorbing the alchemical techniques in his mind, Lin Changqing had yet to commence the brewing process when Chen Ziming, who had not visited for several days, came knocking once more, this time bringing him the items he required. Chen Ziming was in high spirits, beaming with joy. Their relationship had always been quite amicable. Over the past few years, Lin Changqing had sold him numerous fireball talismans at a low price. Their rapport was not only due to their friendship but also because of the talisman inheritance that Chen Ziming had gifted him previously. The tracing talisman within had proven invaluable in assisting Li Xinyao, and later, there was a second-tier talisman, of considerable worth. He now felt he had repaid a portion of the favor for the talisman inheritance he received. This time, Chen Ziming's visit was not merely for a gathering. He also brought with him a significant amount of beast blood. Lin Changqing had previously entrusted Chen Ziming with the task of acquiring some beastly essence blood, and now it had arrived. This was the result of his endeavors in the secular world, where he had hunted down magical beasts. Lin had previously instructed Chen to keep an eye out for beastly essence blood, as the supply left by the dark-robed man of the demonic path was nearly exhausted. While Lin was in the market purchasing beastly essence blood, he sought to acquire some high-quality samples through Chen Ziming. Typically, only markets near concentrations of magical beasts would offer a substantial amount of high-quality essence blood at a more affordable price than ordinary markets. Although Lin Changqing was relatively affluent, he was mindful of the long road ahead, needing resources not just for physical cultivation but also for refining his qi. The spirit stones in his possession would not last indefinitely. Prudent planning for the future was essential. As for the Changxian market, the magical beasts in the vicinity had long been cleared out, and should one encounter a beast, it would be a race to seize it. The materials harvested from magical beasts were worth a considerable number of spirit stones. Chen Ziming had kept this matter close to his heart. After many days of absence, he had unexpectedly managed to hunt down a magical beast. Lin was astonished at Chen's formidable strength, capable of slaying a mid-tier magical beast. In theory, it was uncommon for practitioners of the same realm to contend with magical beasts, as they possessed remarkable physiques and unique traits, with innate magical beasts exhibiting both speed and power. Even with talismans and magical artifacts, humans found it challenging to inflict effective damage. Chen Ziming humbly replied, "You flatter me, Lin. It was merely through a joint effort with several fellow hunters that we managed to bring it down. My companions also sustained significant injuries." This was indeed the norm, as hunting magical beasts typically required the formation of hunting teams for mutual safety. "Did you participate in a hunting team, Brother Chen? Was it at the Huangshan market?" Lin Changqing felt a tinge of curiosity. If one were to join the demon hunting squad, what would become of the secular influence one manages? And what of that small faction? The secular power, under the adept guidance of Chen Ziming, flourished well, providing her with substantial income and occasionally bestowing unexpected fortunes. As for that small faction, though it nearly faced annihilation during the last great battle, Chen Ziming managed to resurrect it once more. With the enhancement of Chen Ziming's strength, the influence of that small faction gradually expanded as well. Chen Ziming had garnered a certain reputation among the loose cultivators. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Where do I possess such audacity? Even if the demon hunting squad is relatively safer, I would not dare to take such risks. After all, to actively venture into the territory of ferocious beasts to hunt them is fraught with peril, especially near Huangshan Market, which is adjacent to the Beast Mountain Range. Teeming with countless ferocious beasts, I would certainly not dare approach it. Huangshan Market is situated at a distance from Changshan Market that is neither too far nor too close. Yet its proximity to the Beast Mountain Range, abundant with ferocious beasts and spiritual materials, has attracted many demon hunting cultivators. Its vibrancy rivals that of Changshan Market. In fact, Changshan Market was once located near the mountains, in close proximity to the gathering place of ferocious beasts. And many loose cultivators first ventured into the Beast Mountain Range through Changshan Market, which subsequently flourished. The transformation of Changshan Market into its current state came about as the ferocious beasts were eradicated, compressing their living space and giving rise to Huangshan Market. Some say that Huangshan Market is destined to become the next Changqian Market, especially with the presence of foundational elders from the Qingxian sect now stationed there. Lin Changqing had previously contemplated venturing towards Huangshan Fangshe for development. However, considering its proximity to the perilous demon beast mountain range, fraught with danger and the presence of ruthless demon-hunting cultivators, he ultimately resolved to remain in Changqian Fangshe. When discussing the recent hunt for demon beasts, Chen Ziming appeared quite invigorated. Fortune favored me, as the demon beasts I encountered were not particularly formidable. He elaborated on the events leading up to this hunt. The genesis of the situation lay with the secular faction. Although composed entirely of mortals, their influence was substantial, and they occasionally procured valuable items. On this occasion, Chen Ziming's secular faction discovered a secluded valley, initially hopeful for treasures within, only to suffer considerable losses in personnel. Consequently, they alerted their celestial mentors. Initially, the response was not Chen Ziming, but rather a cultivator at the initial stage of qi refinement, who also vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Chen Ziming led a group of cultivators to the valley, only to encounter a mid-stage first-tier demon beast that had sustained injuries. Under ordinary circumstances, Chen Ziming would have retreated upon encountering a demon beast. However, this time was different, as the beast was wounded and they were accompanied by a sizable group. In a narrow confrontation, the valiant prevailed. The battle ensued, resulting in some casualties on Chen Ziming's side, yet they ultimately vanquished the demon beast. Overall, claiming a demon beast was a significant gain for them. Aware that Lin Changqing required the demon beast's essence blood, Chen Ziming promptly delivered it to him. Lin Changqing expressed his bewilderment. Are there truly demonic beasts among the mundane? Chen Ziming elucidated, it is not entirely uncommon for demonic beasts to manifest in the secular world, as there are occasional fortuitous encounters. However, the spiritual energy in the mundane realm is sparse. Not only do cultivators shun it, but even demonic beasts are reluctant to linger here. Although there may be instances of ferocious creatures that, akin to demonic beasts, exhibit intelligence, they do not truly qualify as such. Unless one can discover a location rich in spiritual energy, they remain mere wild beasts. Lin Changqing's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Has Brother Chen explored the vicinity? Are there any spiritual lands? It is rare to find traces of cultivators in the mundane world. If there exists a spiritual land, it must have evaded discovery, and within it, there would likely be an abundance of spiritual materials. Chen Ziming responded with a wry smile. Such fortune is not easily encountered. We scoured that valley thoroughly, yet found not a single spiritual material. The spiritual energy in the mundane realm is meager, and spiritual lands are exceedingly rare. They are not something one can stumble upon at will. The beasts we hunted this time were already somewhat injured, leading me to surmise that perhaps a spirit beast, once nurtured by a fellow cultivator, betrayed its master and fled, ultimately finding itself adrift in the mundane world. Lin Changqing also felt a tinge of regret for Chen Ziming. It was indeed unfortunate. If only he could discover a place of spiritual significance. All the resources required for laying a foundation could be readily obtained. Chen Ziming chuckled, saying he could not dare to wish for such fortuitous circumstances. Subsequently, Lin Changqing produced a considerable number of fireball talismans, for which Chen Ziming provided him with the blood essence of magical beasts. He did not receive it for nothing. Thus, he regarded the fireball talismans as a form of recompense. Moreover, the fireball talismans offered by Lin Changqing were significantly lower in price compared to the inferior talismans available in the market. Should Chen Ziming choose to sell the fireball talismans, he could amass a substantial amount of spirit stones. Chen Ziming beamed with joy, exclaiming that Lin, indeed, was generous, offering prices considerably lower than those prevailing in the marketplace. Lin Changqing politely remarked, it would not be fair to let Brother Chen make a trip for nothing. Chen Ziming then inquired, I have observed that you remain at the initial stage of qi cultivation. I wonder when you might achieve a breakthrough? Once you advance to the intermediate stage, you should be able to inscribe medium-grade talismans, correct? At this moment, under the influence of the breath-holding secret technique, Lin Changqing was still at the third layer of qi cultivation, while Chen Ziming, being merely at the intermediate stage, could not discern his disguise. Lin Changqing had no intention of revealing his true cultivation level. Thus he forced a smile and replied, I am merely endowed with low-grade spiritual roots. It is already a stroke of fortune for me to become a cultivator. Furthermore, I practice the ancient wood evergreen technique, which is notoriously slow in its progression. Although I possess a breakthrough elixir, I do not have complete assurance regarding the bottleneck of the intermediate stage of qi cultivation. I shall take some more time to prepare and ensure everything is stable before attempting to advance. Chen Ziming sighed. It is indeed unfortunate that when Chang gifted you the ancient wood evergreen technique, renowned for its sluggish pace of cultivation, perhaps it would be wiser for you to consider changing your technique, though other methods may not possess the intricacy of the ancient wood evergreen technique. They do not hinder the speed of progress. After all, attaining a higher realm is of paramount importance. Lin Changqing shook his head and remarked, one cannot express it in such a manner. Given my qualifications, even if I were to modify my cultivation technique, I may not necessarily achieve the foundational stage. Since I cannot become a foundational cultivator, I will not be able to extend my lifespan. It would be more prudent to practice the ancient wood everlasting technique. Even during the qi refinement stage, it can prolong life. If I were to cultivate it to perfection, my lifespan could potentially rival that of foundational cultivators. Chen Ziming paused momentarily, recognizing that each individual harbors their own aspirations. Lin Changqing, on the surface, appeared to have relinquished his pursuit of the foundational stage, seeking merely to extend his life, which, it must be said, is a valid path. However, Chen Ziming did not fully concur, although he was a loose cultivator. His ambitions were set on reaching the foundational stage. Despite the numerous obstacles that lay ahead, they would not deter his determination to achieve this goal. Thus, even though the ancient wood everlasting technique was remarkably intricate and capable of extending life, he refrained from practicing it. The two paths, at least on the surface, reflected differing aspirations, yet they did not conflict, and their relationship remained unaffected. Chen Ziming raised his cup in a toast, proclaiming, "Then I wish my brother Lin an everlasting journey on the path of immortality." Lin Changqing also congratulated Chen Ziming. "Congratulations, Brother Chen. May your path in the realm of immortality be smooth sailing." Chapter 42, Strengthening of Power. Lin Changqing meticulously arranged the medicinal ingredients required for alchemical concoction. This collection of herbs alone was valued at 5 spirit stones. A single set of ingredients could yield approximately 2 to 3 elixirs, each worth around 10 spirit stones. One can only imagine the exorbitant profits that lay within this venture. However, nurturing an alchemist is no simple feat beyond the question of innate talent. The subsequent costs for providing apprentices with practice materials can accumulate to an astronomical sum of spirit stones. To cultivate a low-grade alchemist, nearly 1,000 spirit stones would be necessary, while a mid-grade alchemist would demand an even greater investment. Thus, it is exceedingly challenging for any but the most powerful factions to produce a qualified alchemist, making them a rare breed among solitary cultivators. Yet, Lin Changqing was not encumbered by such expenses in terms of time and resources. Drawing upon the brilliance of the Dao Star, he envisioned the intricate techniques of alchemical refinement, the precise timing required for extracting medicinal potency, and the harmonious blending of various herbal essences, all insights that would typically require immense sacrifices to comprehend, now vividly illuminated within his mind. Lin Changqing exhaled deeply, allowing himself to attain a state of tranquility as he embarked on his inaugural endeavor in alchemy. He retrieved an alchemical furnace from his storage pouch, a purchase made long ago with the hope of comprehending the legacy of alchemical wisdom through his own insight. However, even the most rudimentary elixirs eluded his mastery, leading to unsatisfactory outcomes. Ultimately, he had to rely on the illuminating guidance of the Star of Enlightenment. Lin Changqing, relying on the memories of medicinal herbs stored in his mind, skillfully placed the ingredients into the alchemical furnace, his technique reminiscent of a master alchemist. Various herbs were successively refined. Lin Changqing remained deeply focused, his consciousness unwaveringly fixed upon the alchemical furnace. After a considerable period, a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from within the furnace, signaling that the refinement of the elixir had reached a critical juncture. Lin Changqing's expression grew solemn as he continuously transformed his hand seals, invoking the essence formation technique. Unleash. With a cold roar from Lin Changqing, the alchemical furnace swung open. A resonating hum filled the air as a wave of heat burst forth, lifting the lid of the furnace and dissipating a cloud of smoke. The elixir is complete. Lin Changqing felt a surge of joy as he waved his hand, causing 3 pills to fall into his grasp. The Jade Spirit Pill. Crafted specifically for practitioners in the mid-stage of qi refinement to enhance their cultivation, is equivalent to 1 or 2 months of arduous training for such cultivators. The pills emanate a soft, ethereal glow, their smooth, rounded surfaces resembling jade, which is the origin of their name. The quality of this jade spirit pill surpasses that of those available in shops, boasting not only greater potency, but also a reduced level of pill toxicity. Such elixirs are typically met with fervent demand upon their release, and Lin Changqing seldom has the opportunity to acquire pills of this caliber. However, lamentably, these are not the pills he seeks. While their quality is commendable, it does not reach the pinnacle he aspires to. With the insight gained from the Dao Star Light, Lin Changqing's proficiency with this particular pill could easily earn him the title of a master alchemist, given more experience and familiarity with the intricacies of the refining process. He might even ascend to the rank of a grandmaster alchemist. Generally, a skilled alchemist can produce pills that exhibit pill patterns, and the overall quality of a pill is determined by the level of toxicity it contains. The less toxicity present, the higher the quality. Excessive toxicity renders a pill nearly worthless. Yet, despite their lack of acceptance in commercial markets, such inferior pills are quite popular among wandering cultivators due to their affordability. For a financially struggling practitioner, the ability to enhance their cultivation, regardless of toxicity, is a significant boon. In contrast, pills featuring patterns are nearly devoid of toxicity and possess remarkably pure medicinal properties. Lin Changqing's aspiration is to create elixirs adorned with intricate patterns. Through his profound understanding of the Star of Enlightenment, he has mastered the essence of the Jade Spirit Elixir to perfection, and thus should be capable of refining the Jade Spirit Elixir embellished with these exquisite designs. Perhaps, due to it being his inaugural attempt, he is not yet entirely adept at the process. Lin Changqing took a brief moment to recuperate before igniting another furnace. After a considerable duration, a burst of radiant light surged forth from the alchemical cauldron. Upon witnessing this, Lin Changqing's expression brightened with joy. He formed a hand seal, and with a flick of his wrist, the lid of the cauldron opened, revealing two elixirs in his grasp. One was an ordinary pill, while the other bore a milky white cloud pattern, appearing as if it were crafted by the heavens themselves. The pill bore a celestial design. Indeed, it had come to fruition. Lin Changqing was overjoyed. After a meticulous examination, Lin Changqing placed the pill adorned with intricate patterns into his mouth. Upon entry, the pill transformed into a pure essence of medicinal power. Lin Changqing activated the ancient wood everlasting technique, refining the medicinal essence. After several hours, he opened his eyes, feeling the profound increase in his internal magical energy, his face radiating joy. Truly, the elixir imbued with alchemical patterns was extraordinary. A single pill equated to 3 months of his arduous cultivation. Furthermore, consuming such a potion bore no risk of pill toxicity. If he had an ample supply of these elixirs, he could ascend to the 5th level of qi refinement within 2 years. Such progress was indeed remarkable. The primary challenge lay in the slow cultivation pace of the ancient wood everlasting technique. A typical loose cultivator could achieve a breakthrough in under a year. Lin Changqing calmed his excited heart. The consumption of elixirs must be moderate. Overindulgence in elixirs would only lead to a superficial mastery of power, resulting in significant setbacks in both combat and the advancement of one's realm. Furthermore, excessive use of the same elixir may lead to resistance, which is far more troublesome than elixir toxicity. It necessitates a switch to a different elixir. It is prudent for him to adhere to a regular and measured intake of elixirs, diligently refining his magical energy to solidify his foundation for a more effective breakthrough. With a long lifespan ahead, there is no need for haste. After successfully refining the elixir and enhancing his cultivation, Lin Changqing retrieved the essence of demonic beast blood sent by Chen Ziming. He now felt that his physical cultivation had reached a critical threshold, and with just one more step forward, he could achieve a breakthrough. With the demonic beast blood prepared into his secret potion, Lin Changqing began his body tempering process. Lin Changqing sat cross-legged within a wooden barrel, slowly absorbing the medicinal liquid infused with the essence of demonic beasts. As the final trace of medicinal power was drawn into his body, Lin Changqing's physique was elevated to the pinnacle of the initial stage of body refinement. A breakthrough. The wooden barrel was shattered by Lin Changqing's enhanced form, with the residual liquid cascading onto the ground. Mid-stage body refinement. With an uninterrupted supply of secret elixirs, his body refinement realm had now caught up to his magical prowess. Now, his physique has come to rival that of a mid-stage demonic beast. In just 2 years, he has ascended from having no foundation in body refinement to reaching the mid-stage of body refinement, a feat accomplished far more swiftly than his progress in magical power. However, This does not imply that he is a prodigy in body refinement. His current level is entirely attributable to the abundant supply of secret elixirs. The dark-robed figure from the demonic path, in his final explosive display, likely achieved a late-stage body refinement. Although bolstered by secret techniques, he probably reached the pinnacle of mid-stage body refinement. The elixirs he left behind are more than sufficient for initial-stage body refinement training. Furthermore, Lin Changqing later invested a considerable amount of spirit stones to purchase the blood essence of demonic beasts. Therefore, his rapid advancement in body refinement is merely the result of an accumulation of resources. However, the spirit stones acquired from the dark-robed figure and those he had saved are now largely depleted. Fortunately, he still possesses several valuable items yet to be sold. Previously, due to the conflict among the three major families, the market value of goods had significantly depreciated, prompting Lin Changqing to delay selling them. Now that the time is ripe and prices have rebounded, he finds himself in need of spirit stones. It is time to seek an opportunity to sell the items he no longer requires in exchange for spirit stones. Chapter 43. Traces of demonic beast. With both his magical power and physique reaching mid-stage, the substantial strength imbues Lin Changqing with an inexplicable sense of security. Although his powers are not particularly formidable within Changqian Square, they afford him a measure of self-defense. Thus, Lin Changqing meanders through the square, surveying the prices of various items in preparation for selling his own, while simultaneously seeking items of potential use. In truth, he finds himself lacking little at present. He is now self-sufficient in elixirs and talismans alike. As for magical artifacts, he already possesses a mid-tier flying sword and a mid-tier heart-protecting mirror, both of which suffice for his current stage. Moreover, he has acquired a superior-grade curved blade and a superior-grade serpentine flying sword from the dark-robed figure. However, given his current magical prowess, he struggles to wield them effectively, and thus, they remain stored within his spatial pouch. This time, he contemplates selling the superior-grade artifacts, along with the low-tier magical items from the dark-robed figure's pouch. The curved blade and serpentine flying sword were obtained from two practitioners of the demonic path, making them less than ideal for his use. Should he be recognized, it could lead to complications. Although the likelihood of such recognition is slim, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary risks and aim to procure better items in the later stages. If there is anything he lacks, it would be the blood essence of demonic beast required for body refinement. Changqian Square is not particularly close to the demonic beast mountains, and beast hunting practitioners typically prefer to sell their wares in Huangshan Square. In fact, scattered cultivators also aspire to transport blood essence to other markets where prices are substantially higher than in Huangshan Square. However, the preservation of blood essence poses a challenge. Its potency diminishes over time, and most scattered cultivators lack the knowledge of preservation techniques, making it difficult to transport blood essence over great distances. Additionally, the vessels sold by certain shops for preserving blood essence have limited capacity, rendering the effort of traveling for them unworthy. As for acquiring large quantities of preservation vessels, their costs are exorbitant, and ordinary scattered cultivators cannot afford to invest a significant number of spirit stones for such an endeavor. Consequently, Lin Changqing finds it quite challenging to procure substantial amounts of demonic beast blood essence within Changqian Square, unless he seeks out shops operated by large trading companies, which have extensive networks and deal in various goods, including demonic beast blood essence. However, the prices within these shops are exceedingly steep, nearly double those found in Huangshan Square. Lin Changqing felt a pang of regret for his precious spirit stones and could only venture outside in search of fortune. However, today as circumstances were somewhat different. After a leisurely stroll, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a plethora of beast materials at the stalls of rogue cultivators. Notably, some of these materials were still fresh, replete with the essence of the beasts, and among them was a vial containing the refined blood of a beast. This beast's essence was preserved within a jade bottle, from which one could distinctly perceive the potent energy seeping through, gradually dissipating into the air. Although the rate of this energy's evaporation was slow, if left unattended for an extended period, it would ultimately degrade into mere ordinary blood. Lin Changqing hurriedly approached to inquire about the price. How much for the essence of the demon beast blood? The vendor selling the essence glanced at Lin Changqing and quoted a price, 3 spirit stones. The price was relatively modest. This vial contained the essence of a demon beast of the initial first tier, although he had already reached the initial stage of body refinement. The essence from a first-tier demon beast still held some value. Albeit limited, it sufficed for his daily cultivation needs. Body refinement is indeed a voracious consumer of resources. The price of the essence was not exorbitant. In a shop, such a vial would typically cost no less than 5 spirit stones. Although improper storage had caused some of the essence's potency to dissipate, the duration had not been long enough for it to depreciate significantly. I will take it. Lin Changqing produced 3 spirit stones and handed them to the stall owner. Subsequently, he retrieved an artifact specifically designed to store the blood essence of demon beasts from his storage bag, a gift from the enigmatic figure clad in black. Upon noticing the specialized vessel in Lin Changqing's hands, the stall owner's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I did not expect you to be quite the connoisseur, my friend. You possess an artifact dedicated to preserving the blood essence of demon beasts. Might I inquire if you are interested in joining our demon hunting team to pursue these creatures? With your specialized tool for storing their blood essence, our harvest would undoubtedly reach new heights. I assure you, when it comes to slaying demon beasts, I would not treat you unfairly. The stall owner's tone was earnest, and his gaze towards Lin Changqing grew fervent. Demon hunting? Lin Changqing furrowed his brow. I find the Changshan market quite satisfactory and have no intention of venturing into the Demon Beast mountain range. Typically, one would have to travel to the Huangshan market to access the Demon Beast mountain range for such endeavors. However, the Huangshan market and the Demon Beast mountain range were not places of safety, and he had no desire to place himself in peril for the sake of Demon Beast blood essence. Demon Beast mountain range? The stall owner quickly clarified. No. You misunderstand, my friend. We are not heading to the Demon Beast mountain range to hunt those creatures. I suspect you have been in seclusion for your cultivation and are unaware of recent happenings in the market. Indeed, Lin Changqing had been engrossed in alchemical refinement and breakthroughs in his physical training, leaving him somewhat oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Seeing Lin Changqing's hesitance, the stall owner proceeded to explain the recent occurrences in the market. Recently, there have been frequent sightings of demon beasts near the market. You must understand, the Changshan market has been established for many years, and the demon beasts in this vicinity have been purged countless times. Not only demon beasts, but even ordinary wild animals are captured to check for signs of transformation. Yet, the sudden appearance of numerous demon beasts has not only incited considerable panic, but has also elicited excitement among many wandering cultivators. There are indeed demon beasts, the solitary cultivators, indifferent to the origins of the monstrous beasts, perceive the sudden emergence of these creatures as a fortuitous opportunity. The treasures possessed by these beasts are abundant. Their essence can be utilized for alchemical concoctions, the crafting of spiritual inks, and other significant purposes. The flesh of these creatures can be transformed into spiritual delicacies, while certain unique parts can be forged into magical artifacts. For an ordinary wandering cultivator, acquiring a complete beast carcass could signify a monumental rise in fortune. However, capturing such beasts is far from an easy endeavor. Within the bustling market of Huangshan, most individuals form hunting parties to collectively pursue these creatures. Solitary hunters are indeed a rarity. In the treacherous Beast Mountain range, slaying a single beast is merely the beginning. The density of these creatures is exceedingly high. Even if one successfully dispatches a beast, the commotion is likely to attract the attention of others, leading to relentless pursuit. Particularly, the majority of beasts in the mountain range travel in packs, thus complicating the hunt further. Any misstep could lead to total annihilation. This is why many wandering cultivators prefer a slower path of cultivation rather than risking their lives as hunters, exposing themselves to peril for the sake of spiritual stones. Yet, in the vicinity of Changshan Market, such trepidation is absent. The beasts here tend to roam alone in the wild, with the occasional pair, rather than in formidable groups. Consequently, the challenge of hunting these creatures is significantly diminished. Even if an individual cultivator finds themselves outmatched, they can easily join forces with other wandering practitioners to form a hunting party. Recently, Changshan Market has witnessed a surge in beast hunting activity. Not only does it serve as a hunting ground, but it has also issued missions to ensure the safety of the surrounding area by encouraging cultivators to eliminate nearby beasts. Thus, wandering cultivators stand to gain immensely from this dual opportunity. Chapter 44. Spirit Nurturing Pill. The beasts emerging near Changshan Market may indeed provide resources for some wandering cultivators. However, resources are something Lin Changqing does not lack. In Lin Changqing's storage bag lay several magical artifacts, which, upon sale, would yield a substantial influx of spirit stones. Additionally, he possessed talismans of his own design and elixirs he had meticulously crafted. Thus, he was by no means lacking in resources. Consequently, when the stall owner extended an invitation for him to join a team hunting demonic beasts, Lin Changqing politely declined with a smile. Even if he were to consider hunting demonic beasts outside the market, he would not casually join just any wandering cultivators group. However, the recent turmoil surrounding the hunt for demonic beasts within the market brought forth a piece of good news for Lin Changqing. Numerous wandering cultivators were selling the essence of demonic beasts, and seizing this opportunity, Lin Changqing acquired a significant amount, sufficient for his physical cultivation endeavors during this period. Furthermore, the hunting activities of these cultivators led to a minor decrease in the prices of demonic beast materials. Conversely, the prices of elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts saw a slight increase during this time. The artifact in Lin Changqing's possession is poised to fetch a handsome price. Lin Changqing, adorned with a bamboo hat, emerged from a shop that specializes in the acquisition of magical artifacts, his storage bag once again swollen with contents. The nearly 300 spirit stones he had acquired replenished the expenditures of the past 2 years. However, these spirit stones did not linger in Lin Changqing's possession for long. After Lin Changqing sought out a specialized shop for the sale of medicinal herbs, he realized that in order to concoct elixirs, the possession of these herbs was essential. Lin Changqing expended 100 spirit stones to procure materials for 20 portions of the Jade Spirit Pill. In addition to the Jade Spirit Pill, there exists a remarkable elixir known as the Spirit Nourishing Pill. This extraordinary potion not only restores spiritual consciousness but also amplifies its potency. The power of spiritual consciousness typically manifests only when a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, allowing for the external projection of their consciousness. However, this does not diminish its significance for chi refining cultivators, who often rely on spiritual consciousness to manipulate magical artifacts. The greater the strength of one's spiritual consciousness, the more adept one becomes at refining and controlling these artifacts, significantly enhancing their destructive capability. In life and death battles, even the slightest advantage can be magnified exponentially. Thus, mastering the manipulation of artifacts increases one's odds of victory. The fact that the spirit-nourishing pill can bolster spiritual consciousness is indeed unprecedented. At least, such a pill is non-existent during the chi refining stage. Typically, only rare treasures or high-grade pills concocted by second-tier alchemists can augment spiritual consciousness. Initially, Lin Changqing harbored doubts. Yet he was astonished to discover that the Enlightenment Star Light could indeed comprehend the necessary elements, requiring 6 strands of starlight, while the Jade Spirit Pill only demanded 4. According to the alchemical inheritance, the formulation was derived from the optimization and reduction of a second-tier pill designed to enhance spiritual consciousness. Regrettably, the original recipe for this second-tier pill was not included. Nevertheless, the description indicated that the spirit-nourishing pill's formula was a refined adaptation, rendering its ability to enhance spiritual consciousness minimal. Thus, consuming a substantial quantity of these pills would be necessary. Furthermore, it was noted that excessive consumption could lead to the accumulation of pill toxicity, detrimental to the user's health. Even the alchemist who created this formula deemed it rather superfluous. In terms of restoring spiritual consciousness, it pales in comparison to the widely available spirit-nurturing pill. Yet its efficacy in enhancing spiritual consciousness is negligible. Moreover, the materials required for this pill are rarer than those for the spirit-nurturing pill. Yet their value is not significantly higher. Consequently, even if Lin Changqing were to successfully concoct the spirit-nourishing pill for sale, he would likely find a limited market. Thus, he initially refrained from gathering the necessary materials for its creation. However, from a long-term perspective, the production of the spirit-nourishing pill holds potential benefits, prompting Lin Changqing to invest in the Enlightenment Star Light to grasp its formulation. While pill toxicity poses a challenge for other cultivators, it presents a manageable issue for Lin Changqing. As long as he can create pills devoid of toxicity, he will succeed. The Enlightenment Star Light has elevated his alchemical skills to a master level, enabling him to produce pills adorned with intricate patterns, thereby resolving this concern entirely. The materials for the spirit-nourishing pill are exceedingly rare and obscure. After Lin Changqing gathered all the medicinal materials for the Yuling Dan, he scoured every shop selling herbs, just managing to assemble 10 sets of ingredients. These 10 sets of herbs were valued at approximately 100 spirit stones, considerably higher than the price of ordinary mid-grade elixirs. He could only hope that they would yield the worth they were meant to possess. However, it remained uncertain how many elixirs inscribed with patterns could be concocted from these 10 sets of ingredients. Having collected a satisfactory array of materials, Lin Changqing leisurely wandered through the market, vigilant for any potential followers. A cautious approach is seldom misguided. Fortunately, no one trailed him. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Changqing commenced the alchemical process. After a dazzling display of light, the furnace opened, revealing the fruits of his labor. This time, his hands performed admirably, as he successfully produced an elixir adorned with patterns on his first attempt. He yielded one ordinary quality Yunshandan and one Yunshandan of pattern quality. Lin Changqing first consumed a common-grade spirit-nourishing pill to assess its effects. Subsequently, he frowned slightly. The efficacy of the spirit-nourishing pill was rather disappointing. Its ability to restore spiritual consciousness was merely half that of the spirit-cultivating pill, and the amount of consciousness restored was insufficient to compensate for what he had expended during alchemy. Although the spirit-cultivating pill was classified as a low-tier first-grade elixir, its crafting was notably challenging, comparable to that of a mid-tier first-grade pill, yet it still remained a low-grade elixir. In contrast, the spirit-nourishing pill was deemed a mid-tier first-grade elixir, yet it paled in comparison to the low-tier spirit-cultivating pill. As for its capacity to enhance spiritual consciousness, it was not entirely absent, but rather negligible. The enhancement offered by the spirit-nourishing pill was almost imperceptible. No wonder the alchemical legacy indicated that a substantial quantity of spirit-nourishing pills was required to yield any significant results. However, Lin Changqing did not succumb to discouragement. He still possessed a spirit-nourishing pill inscribed with alchemical patterns. He promptly consumed the patterned spirit-nourishing pill. This time, a smile graced his features. It was effective. The impact was considerable. Truly, an elixir adorned with alchemical patterns far surpassed the ordinary grade pills in efficacy. Although its capacity to restore spiritual consciousness still fell short of that of the spirit-cultivating pill, it was nonetheless adequate. The enhancement of spiritual consciousness had multiplied several times, transforming from nearly imperceptible to a modest increase. This was already astonishing. During the qi refinement stage, means to enhance spiritual consciousness were exceedingly rare. With the spirit-nourishing pill, his spiritual consciousness could surpass that of ordinary cultivators, granting him a substantial advantage during confrontations. However, Lin Changqing was not adept at combat and preferred to avoid it whenever possible. This was a point to be mindful of, as finding oneself in a situation necessitating combat could easily lead to disadvantage. Beyond combat, his enhanced spiritual consciousness bore other benefits. For instance, during alchemical processes, he could better control the heat and condensing of elixirs, resulting in superior quality pills. Thus, subsequent alchemical creations with patterns inscribed would also be more easily accomplished. Additionally, in the realm of talismans, he could wield his magical power with greater precision when inscribing, leading to talismans of superior quality compared to ordinary ones. A robust spiritual consciousness was indeed a significant boon for the myriad arts of cultivation. Chapter 45, The Unusual. Within the market, the hunting of demonic beasts was in full swing. Lin Changqing did not take part in the event. However, witnessing the excitement and fervor, Chen Ziming was eager to join in. Consequently, he made a special trip to seek talismans from Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing's talismans not only boast a more affordable price than those available in the market, but they also surpass them in quality. As the prices of talismans in the marketplace have once again surged, Chen Ziming has sought him out once more. Although most members of their small group are in the initial stages of qi refining, apart from Chen Ziming, their numbers are substantial. When it comes to hunting demonic beasts, an ample supply of talismans is essential. Fortunately, Lin Changqing has a considerable stock of practice talismans remaining, which he created while perfecting his skills in crafting high-quality talismans. Rather than expending effort to dispose of them, he finds it agreeable to offer them to Chen Ziming. However, while he refers to this as a gift, it is not entirely without cost. Should Brother Chen acquire the essence blood of the demonic beasts, he is kindly requested to reserve it for Lin, as it would serve a significant purpose. Chen Ziming's expression reflects gratitude as he replies, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your generous gift of talismans. We shall ensure that all the essence blood from the demonic beasts we hunt is set aside for you." Lin Changqing did not specify the purpose of the demon beast's essence, and Chen Ziming, being quite perceptive, refrained from inquiring further. As he watched Chen Ziming's departing figure, Lin Changqing couldn't help but reflect that, had it not been for the enlightenment of the Dao Star, he might have found himself in a similar plight as Chen Ziming, tirelessly seeking various cultivation resources. In fact, he might have fared even worse than Chen Ziming. Presently, Xun Ziming had attained the 5th level of qi refinement, a commendable achievement among loose cultivators, and his progress was steady as he adeptly managed various groups to procure resources for himself. Without the illumination of the Dao Star, Lin Changqing knew he would be unable to compare himself to him. He might have inadvertently perished in some forsaken corner. Originally, Lin Changqing intended to cultivate peacefully within the market, but a letter shattered his tranquility. It was a missive from the Qingxian sect, an institution with which he was somewhat familiar, chiefly through one Li Xinyao. Over the past 2 years, although they had exchanged addresses, their communication was infrequent due to the demands of cultivation. The occasional letter merely served to maintain their connection and confirm that no significant changes had transpired in their lives. However, this time, Li Xinyao conveyed a weighty piece of information. Regarding the disciples of the demonic path that Lin had previously mentioned, I have kept this matter in mind. In subsequent investigations, I indeed made some discoveries, though they were not related to you, which is why I refrained from informing you earlier. However, the situation may now pertain to you, hence my decision to write. Over the past 2 years, within the region governed by our sect, traces of the demonic path have been uncovered multiple times, resulting in considerable casualties. The sect has responded, expending significant effort, while there have been some findings. These demonic beings are exceedingly cunning and powerful, having escaped from our encirclement on numerous occasions. Moreover, due to our sect's actions, the demonic path has swiftly gone into hiding. Perhaps they are wary of our sect's might, or perhaps they harbor even grander schemes in secret. In my view, the latter scenario is more plausible. There may still be 2 demon path practitioners lurking within Changshan Market. 2 years ago, they narrowly escaped during an onslaught by the law enforcement team and should have long since recovered from their injuries. While the sect is plagued by demonic threats, I can assert that there are indeed demon path practitioners concealed within Changshan Market, yet there has been no sign of disturbance, which is highly unusual. Recently, an outbreak of demonic beasts occurred just outside Changshan Market. Although it has been confirmed that these beasts fled from the Huangshan Market's Beast Mountain, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. The Beast Mountain is not in close proximity to Changshan Market. While it is not uncommon for the occasional beast to wander into the market, the current situation is different. The sheer number of beasts entering Changshan Market is astonishing. Although they pose no significant threat, the occurrence of such an event, combined with the potential presence of demon path practitioners within the market, is difficult to dismiss without further contemplation. I took the liberty to investigate Huangshan Fangshi, but due to the considerable distance, I only learned that the demonic beasts in the Demon Beast Mountain range have been agitated, causing a multitude of them to abandon their original territories. This is the reason for their flight to Changshan Fangshi. However, I am unaware of the more intricate details, only knowing that the sect has dispatched a foundational elder to Changshan Fangshi. Lin, dear friend, you must exercise utmost caution while in Changshan Fangshi. Should turmoil truly arise, you may use my token to seek out the disciples stationed there from the Qingxian sect. Your fellow brothers in the sect will undoubtedly ensure your safety. Upon receiving a letter from Li Xinyao, Lin Changqing fell into deep contemplation. The demonic path. According to Li Xinyao, the Qingxian sect has encountered demonic cultivators on several occasions. Yet they have not inflicted significant harm. This is highly unusual. The Qingxian sect, as a righteous sect, is utterly intolerant of demonic practitioners. Even if some rogue cultivators within their jurisdiction acquire certain blood sacrifice techniques from demonic cultivators, they would not dare to employ them due to the Qingxian sect's formidable influence. Even if they attempted to do so, they would quickly be caught in their misdeeds, prompting immediate action to eradicate the demonic practitioners. It is inconceivable that rogue cultivators turned demonic could pose a threat to the Qingxian sect. They could easily be eliminated by dispatching a few personnel. Yet now, the Qingxian sect seems unable to contend with the demonic practitioners. While this may be partially attributed to their possible negligence, it also indirectly illustrates the formidable strength of the demonic practitioners. It seems improbable that ordinary rogue cultivators have become demonic unless there are disciples of the demonic path with a lineage. Lin Changqing recalled the dark-robed man of the demonic path who had perished at his hands. The individual possessed an astonishing worth and formidable strength, accompanied by a token from an inner disciple of the spirit control sect. Clearly, the domain of the Qingxian sect harbored more than one such disciple of the demonic path. It remained uncertain whether this particular disciple had been tasked with investigating the dark-robed man. However, to preemptively evade any potential tracking via the token, Lin Changqing violently destroyed it. crumpling it into a lump of iron which he carelessly discarded in the market, leaving it to be found by some fortunate wandering cultivator. As for Li Xinyao's assertion that two demonic path fiends lurked within the Changshan market, Lin Changqing felt no trepidation. One fiend had met their demise due to betrayal, while the other fell at Lin Changqing's hands, both having transformed into resources for him. Nevertheless, he took Li Xinyao's warning to heart. Although the cause of the sudden emergence of the beasts had been ascertained, the reason behind the turmoil in the Beast Mountain range near the Huangshan market remained undiscovered. While the Beast Mountain range was not in close proximity to the Changshan market, it was not overly distant either. Should calamity strike, it could indeed affect the market. Fortunately, the presence of foundational elders from the Qingxian sect stationed in the market should mitigate any imminent threats. Yet, Lin Changqing could not shake a sense of unease. The potential for further complications involving the disciples of the demonic path lingered in the air. Although the original two disciples had perished, it was uncertain whether others would be dispatched or if inquiries would be made into the circumstances of their deaths. Thus, a sense of unrest settled within Lin Changqing. Fortunately, with Li Xinyao's prior warning, he had ample time to prepare for necessary precautions. Lin Changqing felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had maintained his friendship with Li Xinyao. Otherwise, he would have been unable to acquire such a wealth of information. Chapter 46. Preparing to flee. However, now that he had received advance warning, he must prepare diligently. If nothing transpires, it will merely be a false alarm. Yet, should calamity indeed strike, he could avert chaos. Lin Changqing pondered the extent of his preparations. If there were still demonic practitioners at large, where might their target lie? Was the inexplicable turmoil in the Beast Mountain range orchestrated by them? If so, would their sights be set on the Huangshan market? The Changshan market seemed only to be caught in the crossfire. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within Lin Changqing. Why did the beasts fleeing the Beast Mountain range only appear near the Changshan market? With so many destinations available after leaving the mountain, why direct their course solely towards Changshan? This enigma eluded Lin Changqing. Thus, he resolved to brace for the worst. The arrival of beasts at the Changshan market suggested there was something here that piqued their interest. Perhaps it was the disciples of the demonic path who had lured the beasts here. However, to think that such a ploy could genuinely threaten the Changshan market seemed rather implausible. Could there be some hidden contingency? Lin Changqing was lost in contemplation. He always felt a profound sense of insecurity. Having traversed from another realm, he found himself devoid of emotional ties to this world, which naturally bred a deep-seated distrust of others. Although he had managed to carve out a decent existence, he remained unsatisfied, yearning for greater power to ensure his safety. The encounter with the enigmatic figure in a dark robe from the demonic path had left an indelible mark on him. While he had been diligently cultivating his skills, calamity had descended upon him unexpectedly. Had it not been for the vast array of talismans at his disposal, he might have ended up as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Though he had narrowly escaped, the incident heightened his sense of crisis. Consequently, he had warned Li Xinyao of the potential demonic presence, hoping to enlist her aid in eradicating the malevolent cultivators and fostering a secure environment for cultivation. Alas, his aspirations were soon thwarted as tranquility was swiftly shattered. Should he then take a drastic step and abandon Changshan Fangshe entirely? His current musings were predicated on the worst-case scenario, contemplating the possibility of an imminent crisis looming over Changshan Fangshe, perhaps orchestrated by individuals from the demonic path. Anything could transpire. As merely a fledgling chi-refining cultivator, if such a dire situation were to unfold, escape would become an impossibility. After much deliberation, Lin Changqing resolved to act. He would flee, anticipate the worst. He would retreat to a remote locale to evade the turmoil, avoiding other markets where conflicts among cultivators were rampant. For he had no taste for strife. The mundane world seemed rather appealing. In the realm of mortals, where spiritual energy was scarce, cultivators were a rarity. Even if they did exist, they were likely to be destitute solitary practitioners, posing no threat to him. Even if Changshan Fangshe ultimately proved to be devoid of significant danger, he could always return. After all, the essence of cultivation lay not in the location but in his ability to refine elixirs and be self-sufficient. With a plan firmly in place, Lin Changqing felt considerably more at ease. Without further ado, he resolved to act. Lin Changqing promptly set off, believing it would be best to leave as swiftly as possible. However, there was no immediate urgency. Departing within the next few days would suffice. Even delaying his departure a little longer would not pose a significant issue, as any potential troubles in Changshan Square would not likely erupt instantaneously. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing was reluctant to wait. His current activities in the square comprised the routine concoction of medicinal pills, the crafting of talismans, and his own cultivation. Recently, Master Zheng had been recuperating from his injuries, which had prevented Lin from visiting him. Once Master Zheng had healed, Lin would need to seek him out for the creation of talisman paper and spiritual ink. Thus, he resolved to leave immediately, as pursuing his training outside would be equally beneficial and devoid of any concerns. Although he believed that if the demonic faction intended to instigate chaos, it would require considerable time, the exact timing remained indeterminate. It was far wiser to depart without delay. Prolonging his stay could result in being unable to escape when danger truly arose. He subsequently prepared to sell off all unnecessary possessions, exchanging them for resources he could utilize, particularly those for restoring his spiritual energy. Should he venture into the secular realm, encountering trouble could make the restoration of his energy a significant challenge, much like Chen Ziming, who had faced a mid-tier beast in the secular world. In fact, the alchemical legacy he possessed included pills for recovering spiritual energy. Yet he had not consumed the Enlightenment Starlight to learn them, as their cost-effectiveness was lacking. He did not intend to rely on selling pills for spiritual stones at this time. Even the pills aimed at enhancing spiritual power were pricier than those for recovery, and his need for recovery pills was not as pressing as that for enhancing cultivation. As for improving his spiritual energy in the secular world, he planned to rely entirely on his own alchemical skills. After conducting a thorough search, Lin Changqing made another move to acquire a substantial amount of medicinal herbs. Initially, he found his spiritual stones somewhat lacking, so he decided to sell several jade spirit pills and the talismans he had casually crafted over the years, ensuring he retained a sufficient amount for himself. He had resolved to gather enough resources for mid-stage qi refinement, vowing to remain in seclusion until he had exhausted his supplies. During his shopping expedition, Lin Changqing also came across news among the wandering cultivators regarding the Huangshan Square. Li Xinyao had been aware of the situation at Huangshan Square for some time, but delays in communication had allowed the information to spread gradually. Some wandering cultivators who had traveled from Huangshan Square to Changxian Square brought with them a wealth of details, which were more extensive than what Li Xinyao had conveyed. It appeared that the beasts were inexplicably going into a frenzy, with some even directly assaulting the square. Naturally, the square was protected by formidable formations, rendering it nearly impossible for typical beasts to breach, especially with so many cultivators present. The beasts were essentially seeking their demise. Only foundation-level beasts posed a genuine threat to the square. However, Huangshan Square was also defended by the Qinxian sect's foundation-level cultivators, and with the assistance of the protective formations. Even ordinary foundation-level beasts would find themselves thwarted. In summary, while there had been some casualties, the wandering cultivators maintained an optimistic outlook, believing that no significant crisis would arise. The higher-ranking cultivators shared a similar sentiment, confident that the situation would not escalate dramatically. Yet, most of these wandering cultivators were only aware of the surface details. They remained oblivious to the presence of demonic cultivators and the Qinxian sect's perspective on the matter. Lin Changqing is aware of the existence of demonic cultivators. The inexplicable frenzy of the beast is certainly rooted in some underlying cause. Perhaps the shadow of a demonic practitioner lurks behind it. Concurrently, the Qinxian sect harbors suspicions of malevolent forces at play, prompting them to dispatch additional foundation establishment cultivators to the Huangshan market. Lin Changqing could only pray that no significant issues would arise. However, he had also heard a notion suggesting that the ferocity of the demonic beasts might herald an impending beast tide. This assertion was swiftly countered by a nearby cultivator, who remarked that a beast tide does not materialize so easily. It requires not only a multitude of low-tier demonic beasts but also the leadership of high-tier ones, specifically those at least of the Golden Core level. While the Beast Mountain once housed Golden Core demonic beasts, they had long been eradicated by the Qinxian sect. It is said that a century ago, the expanse of the Beast Mountain was vast, with its borders extending to what is now Changxianfang City. During that time, the mountain was home to more than one Golden Core demonic beast, which periodically launched beast tides against human territories. This caused significant losses not only to the lower-tier cultivation families and rogue cultivators, but also to the Qinxian sect itself. Eventually, the Golden Core ancestors of the Qinxian sect united various families, relinquished certain benefits, and invited other Golden Core forces to jointly eradicate the Golden Core demonic beasts from the Beast Mountain, pushing the sect's influence nearly 100 miles into the mountain. Today, the Beast Mountain is but a fragment of its former self, preserved solely by the Qingxian sect's desire to retain some demonic beast resources. In subsequent years, there were attempts by demonic beasts to break through to the Golden Core stage, but any signs of such developments were swiftly extinguished by the Qingxian sect. Even if a demonic beast were to successfully advance, how could a newly ascended Golden Core beast withstand the onslaught of several Golden Core ancestors from the Qingxian sect? Thus, without Golden Core demonic beasts, the Beast Mountain is unlikely to pose any significant threat. However, with the presence of demonic forces lurking in the shadows, the situation becomes far more uncertain. Chapter 47. Both fleeing together, Lin Changqing had amassed a considerable amount of resources, which brought him a sense of tranquility. The sale of elixirs and talismans might attract the attention of some discerning individuals, but Lin Changqing felt indifferent to such matters. If, at this very moment, Master Zheng were to discover his status as a talisman master and suspect that he had surreptitiously acquired his teachings, it would be of little consequence. He could depart at any moment. However, before he took his leave, Lin Changqing composed a letter to Li Xinyao, assuring her of his safety and informing her of his intention to travel beyond the market. He promised to reach out again when time permitted to nurture their bond. It was essential to maintain his connection with Li Xinyao, a disciple of the Qingxian sect, especially as he prepared to abscond. Her insights might prove invaluable in the future. Having organized his belongings, Lin Changqing was ready to depart. In truth, there was little to pack, as his most prized possessions were safely stored within his spatial pouch. The only significant item being the 4 Ghosts Night Veil formation, which he anticipated would serve him well in the mundane world. Just as he was about to step out, Chen Ziming arrived at his door. Chen's demeanor appeared troubled, an aura of bloodlust surrounding him, and his complexion was less than favorable. Upon seeing Chen Ziming, Lin Changqing was taken aback. He had intended to leave, but there seemed to be no immediate urgency, as the turmoil in Changxian market would likely persist for some time. "Brother Chen, you've returned so soon." Lin Changqing greeted him with a smile. "Please, have a seat." Chen Ziming shook his head. "No, I'm pressed for time. I'll just speak a few words and be on my way." Lin Changqing, perplexed, chose to comply with Chen Ziming's intentions, standing still to discern what he was about to articulate. "Sun Wenchang is dead." Chen Ziming's opening words startled Lin Changqing. He had known both Chen Ziming and Sun Wenchang since the inception of his cultivation journey. However, unlike the sociable Chen Ziming, Sun Wenchang was not adept at fostering relationships, resulting in a bond that was not as profound. Yet, given that Lin Changqing had few close acquaintances, his friendship with Sun Wenchang ranked among the foremost. Thus, upon hearing of his demise, he could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Lin Changqing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is the hunting of demon beasts truly so perilous? Even brother's son, who is in the mid-stage of qi refinement, has perished?" Chen Ziming was not one to act recklessly. When engaging in the hunt for demon beasts, he would likely select targets within the realm of their abilities. Their small group was quite formidable, especially with Chen Ziming at the 5th level of qi refinement and Sun Wenchang at the 4th. As for others at the mid-stage of qi refinement, Lin Changqing was uncertain. With such strength, hunting ordinary mid-stage demon beasts should pose no significant challenge. Even against stronger mid-stage demon beasts, they should be capable of retreating if necessary. Unless they encountered late-stage demon beasts, it would be unwise for Chen Ziming to pursue such formidable adversaries. With a darkened expression, Chen Ziming shook his head and clarified. It was not the demon beasts, it was other cultivators. Lin Changqing was taken aback. Could it be that they had encountered a rogue practitioner? Typically, a rogue practitioner would not target a group of cultivators, as it would be exceedingly challenging. Chen Ziming elucidated the circumstances, and upon hearing the explanation, Lin Changqing's expression darkened. This small group, originally intending to seize an opportunity to hunt demonic beasts, had experienced a remarkably smooth process. With Lin Changqing's extensive array of talismans, they managed to track down the demonic beasts. Even when confronting a mid-stage first-tier beast, they suffered minimal casualties. However, the situation was far from straightforward. After they had vanquished the demonic beast, they were suddenly encircled by a group of cultivators. Chen Ziming initially thought that conceding the carcass of the beast would suffice. To his astonishment, the adversaries not only sought the beast's remains, but also desired the lives of their group. Left with no choice, Chen Ziming and his companions could only fight desperately. Although the family cultivators were formidable, Chen Ziming's faction was not without strength. Their fierce counterattack inflicted significant losses on the family cultivators. Chen Ziming did not elaborate on the specifics of the battle, merely stating that through their desperate resistance, They managed to defeat a number of family cultivators. However, more late-stage Qi refinement family cultivators soon arrived, overwhelming him and leaving him severely injured. He barely managed to escape to the market. Listening to Chen Ziming's account, Lin Changqing felt a sense of dread. Although Chen Ziming's narrative was understated, the reality seemed far more complex. The initial part of the encounter appeared relatively normal, but the latter stages raised many questions. Why engage in such a bloody clash? Why was it reduced to a single survivor? The family cultivators were not fools. Why would they fight to the death against a group of rogue cultivators? Especially when faced with considerable casualties. Particularly, Chen Ziming's claim of having slain several family cultivators and escaping from a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner was not something an ordinary rogue could achieve. Lin Changqing was aware that he could not escape if it came to a pursuit. However, if it turned into a confrontation, the outcome might be different. He possessed a multitude of talismans, and should his opponent dare to engage him in a direct battle, the 2 years he had spent accumulating the Lihua talismans would not be in vain. Yet, if the adversary chose to flee, the situation would be uncertain. In that moment, Lin Changqing regarded Chen Ziming with a newfound seriousness. Not that he harbored any particular intentions, for everyone possesses their own fate. Much like Lin Changqing's own understanding of the celestial light of enlightenment, he merely sensed that Chen Ziming was far from ordinary and destined for greatness in the future. Having offended these clan cultivators and exposed my identity, it seems I can no longer remain in Changshenfang City. I must prepare to depart, Chen Ziming said lightly. As if he were not speaking of himself at all. Lin Changqing shook his head and replied, not at all, they are merely practitioners from a family. Cultivating families vary in strength. Unless you slay members of the 2 major foundation establishment families, the rest of the Qi refining families pose no significant threat. Lin Changqing spoke the truth. After all, this is Changshuanfang City. While one may indulge a bit upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, a group of Qi practitioners, no matter how numerous, must still adhere to the rules. Currently, the 2 prominent foundation establishment families remain in a period of dormancy, with scarcely any disciples venturing outside, let alone hunting demonic beasts. Chen Ziming displayed little emotion. The family cultivator I killed bears a significant identity. He is a member of the Chen family, specifically the brother of Chen Rufeng. Chen Rufeng? Upon hearing that name, Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, realizing the predicament he found himself in. The name Chen Rufeng had surged in notoriety over the past 2 years in Changshuanfang City, heralded as the most likely candidate for foundation establishment among practitioners. At over 40 years of age, he had already reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Just a step away from achieving complete Qi refinement and thus qualifying for foundation establishment. In Lin Changqing's estimation, the 2 major foundation families had been lying low recently. Otherwise, with Chen Rufeng's rising prominence, he could very well find himself facing a calamity, a fate not without precedent. Even in the absence of pressure from the 2 families, acquiring foundation elixirs or spiritual items conducive to foundation establishment posed significant challenges. However, solutions were not entirely elusive. The Chen family, allied with several Qi refinement families, sought to pave the way for Chen Rufeng's foundation establishment, rapidly developing during the lull of the 2 major families and even nurturing their own foundation practitioner. Once foundation was achieved, even if the other 2 families became active again, the Chen family would be positioned to withstand the pressure. After all, in a previously expansive area, the 3 families had already been vying for limited resources. The emergence of an additional family meant less share for everyone. Thus, despite past grievances, the 3 families had tacitly collaborated to suppress any potentially emerging foundation practitioners from other families. The coalition of Qi refinement families was formidable, rivaling even the glory days of the foundation families, albeit lacking any foundation practitioners of their own. It was said that the Chen family had discovered a spiritual item for foundation establishment. The only obstacle remained the procurement of foundation elixirs. Otherwise, Chen Rufeng's ascension to foundation establishment would be a foregone conclusion. Although Chen Ziming shared the Chen surname, he was not a practitioner of the Chen family. Having offended them by killing Chen Rufeng's brother, his escape would be fraught with difficulty, even within the confines of the market. Since Brother Chen has come to seek my assistance, I wonder what I can do for you, Lin Changqing inquired. Chen Ziming shook his head. I do not require assistance against the Chen family's pursuit, as it would only implicate you. I have another matter in mind. He then outlined his request for Lin Changqing's assistance. Lin Changqing nodded in agreement. This is not an arduous task. Brother Sun is also my friend. and I happen to need to leave the market soon. I shall visit him on my way." In truth, it was not a significant matter. It merely required someone with a good rapport with Sun Wenchang. Although Sun Wenchang was a practitioner, he had spent many years engaged in the secular world, marrying and raising a family with a mortal woman. With Sun Wenchang's recent passing, he left behind a widow and an orphan. Chen Ziming hoped that Lin Changqing could pay a visit, as he feared he would not have the opportunity to look after Sun Wenchang's family himself. Chen Ziming expressed his gratitude. "I appreciate your kindness, Brother Lin." He then produced several vials of monster blood from his storage pouch, carefully preserved in specialized containers. "This is the monster blood I had promised you. We only hunted one beast, while the remainder was procured from the practitioners of those families. He already possesses a considerable amount of the blood essence of the demonic beasts, yet abundance is always preferable, as his physical cultivation can still be further refined." Lin Changqing promptly produced a handful of spirit stones, intending to offer them to Chen Ziming as remuneration. "I cannot accept your generosity without giving something in return. Please take these spirit stones. They may provide some comfort even in times of flight." However, Chen Ziming declined the spirit stones, graciously refusing Lin Changqing's goodwill. "It would be best for you to keep these spirit stones, Brother Lin. I have slain numerous family cultivators and acquired quite a few storage bags, so I find myself adequately supplied with spirit stones." Previously, he had mentioned being pursued by a late-stage Qi refinement family cultivator. Now, having killed family cultivators and obtained their storage bags, it seemed that the chase, while dangerous, was not as perilous as it had appeared. As Chen Ziming prepared to depart, Lin Changqing called out to him. "I am planning to venture into the secular world soon. I wonder if you possess a detailed map of that realm, Brother Chen." Chen Ziming was taken aback. "The secular world? What business does Brother Lin have in venturing there?" Lin Changqing expressed his concerns without mentioning the traces of demonic cultivators, merely stating his belief in the presence of monstrous beasts. He conveyed his unease regarding the safety of Changshan Fangshi and his intention to seek refuge elsewhere. Chen Ziming listened in silence. Nearly all loose cultivators viewed the emergence of these beasts as an opportunity. After all, it was relatively easy to hunt them down with a few scattered cultivators, and aside from being wary of some robbers, there were few significant issues. Within the market, the presence of foundational elders from the Qingxian sect provided a formidable shield. Even he had temporarily sought shelter in the market while being pursued, as the enforcement team's presence deterred any untoward actions. Only Lin Changqing perceived danger in the market. However, Chen Ziming refrained from elaborating further and presented a jade slip to Lin Changqing. In Chapter 48, Seeing Through, it is noted that maps of the secular world are also available for sale in the market, though they come at a steep price. Lin Changqing planned to evaluate which shop offered the best value, and Chen Ziming's arrival was fortuitous. Due to his connections with secular factions, Chen Ziming frequently traversed between the realms of cultivation and the secular world. With his guidance, Lin Changqing would find it significantly easier to navigate secular matters. Moreover, after handing over the jade slip, Chen Ziming specifically highlighted that it contained not only a detailed map of the secular world but also annotations regarding various lesser-known spirit lands that could be encountered along the way. While these places might not facilitate cultivation, they at least allowed for meditation to restore one's spiritual energy. Lin Changqing's eyes sparkled with unexpected delight. The store's map, while it might indicate certain features, likely could not rival the meticulous detail of Chen Ziming's work. Its updated content would surely be inferior. Thus, he expressed his gratitude for Chen's map, hoping that Chen could elude the relentless pursuit of the Chen family. After delivering the map, Chen Ziming departed from Lin Changqing's residence. As for his next destination, Lin Changqing refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that in times of flight, it is prudent to limit knowledge of one's route. Subsequently, Lin Changqing resolved to seek out Master Zheng to formally resign from his apprenticeship. He felt it necessary to inform Master Zheng of his brief absence, as he was merely stepping away to evade danger. The potential issues that might arise in Changshan Square remained uncertain. Thus, he considered that there might still be an opportunity to return, and disappearing without a word would not reflect well on him. As Lin Changqing made his way to the Zhenfu Master's secluded residence, he chanced upon a group of individuals clad in the uniform robes of the family's cultivators, diligently guarding the entrance to the marketplace. Nearby, members of the enforcement team were also present. "Please do not take offense," one of the guards implored, "for a thief has stolen a precious artifact from the Chen family, an item of utmost significance to us. We kindly ask for your understanding. Once the culprit is apprehended, we shall promptly allow free passage through this exit." The guardians of the market's entrance maintained strict control, permitting only one person to exit at a time, each subject to thorough inspection. Not far away, a contingent of enforcement officers was meticulously conducting a search. The Chen family? Could they be in pursuit of Chen Ziming? It appears that Chen Ziming had indeed pilfered a treasured possession from the Chen household. Lin Changqing was fully aware. The scattered cultivators surrounding the exit were filled with grievances. Amidst the crowd, a sudden shout erupted from an unknown figure, the voice echoing from all directions, evidently employing some peculiar technique that rendered the source of the sound untraceable. What treasures of great significance? Just admit that the foundational spiritual item of the Chen family has been stolen. Is it truly necessary to keep the news so tightly under wraps? The leader of the Chen family, encircled at the exit, changed countenance, attempting to deny the accusation. Yet the scattered cultivators erupted like a powder keg, ignited by the revelation. What? The foundational spiritual item. Who among the ruthless dared to steal from the Chen family? Such a person must possess extraordinary fortune to have secured a foundational spiritual item. The prospect of establishing a foundation is within reach. How could it be so simple? If one could transcend to the foundational realm solely by possessing a foundational spiritual item, foundational cultivators would not be so scarce. Unless, of course, they were to acquire a foundational pill. The scattered cultivators engaged in a cacophony of speculation. The leader of the Chen family wore a grim expression, displaying no sign of weakness, intensifying the search for the culprits with even greater severity. They had not yet established their foundation, yet they acted with such audacity. Should Chen Ruyun successfully establish a foundation, the Chen family's arrogance would surely reach new heights. The primary concern, of course, was the stolen foundational spiritual item, pivotal to Chen Ruyun's foundational endeavor, leaving no room for their madness to subside. Furthermore, two major foundational families had remained silent, unable to suppress the Chen family. As for the Qingxian sect, its foundational elders typically addressed matters pertaining to foundational realms or significant issues. Events of this nature were generally handled by disciples of the enforcement team. In the current circumstances, it was evident that the Chen family had established connections, and the scattered cultivators were merely indulging in idle chatter. Should they truly resist, they would find themselves incapable of action. With the Chen family's demeanor, they could only await the moment when Chen Ruyun achieves his foundation. Otherwise, they risk incurring severe backlash. Lin Changqing shook his head, refraining from heading towards the exit. He was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he preferred to wait until the atmosphere here had completely relaxed before departing. It would be the perfect opportunity to visit Master Zheng Fu. He could only hope that Chen Ziming would manage to evade the Chen family's search. However, since he had previously escaped from their ambush, it would not be an easy feat. Although he had returned to the market, he must have had some means of escape. In a corner unnoticed by Lin Changqing, a scruffy man observed his departing figure with a contemplative gaze. It seems your friend has chosen not to disclose your whereabouts. You ought to feel reassured, a voice echoed in the man's mind. Yet, he remained unperturbed, clearly having anticipated such a scenario. He had no knowledge of my exact location, only that I was on the run. The man's voice bore a striking resemblance to Chen Ziming's, suggesting that Chen Ziming had altered his appearance. If he truly were foolish enough to report me to the Chen family, I would not spare him in the future. The Chen family had not only surrounded the market exit but also issued a bounty for any information leading to my capture, promising a handsome reward in spirit stones. The voice in his mind chuckled knowingly. Do not underestimate your friend. Though he appears to be merely a novice cultivator, he has, in fact, already transcended to the intermediate stage of qi refinement, shrouded by secretive methods that would elude the untrained eye. Chen Ziming was taken aback. He did not question the voice's words. His cultivation in this realm had progressed significantly, largely thanks to the assistance he had received. Intermediate stage of qi refinement? Chen Ziming pondered, perplexed as to why Lin Changqing would conceal his true cultivation level. Although Lin Changqing's progress was not slow, Chen Ziming knew he was a talisman master, capable of earning spirit stones through his craft. Given the accumulation of resources, such a pace did not seem particularly rapid. His speed of cultivation is indeed abnormal. Not everyone has the luxury of assistance like you do. For ordinary loose cultivators, breaking through to the next stage is a formidable challenge. Yet, under my guidance, you have acquired numerous beneficial items, allowing for swift advancement, much like Sun Wenchong, who easily broke through to the intermediate stage, while typical cultivators may stagnate for 3 to 5 years. As for relying on talismans for spirit stones, do you think drawing talismans comes without a success rate? For those learning the myriad arts of cultivation, Merely recouping costs is a significant achievement, let alone effortlessly earning spirit stones, especially the talismans bestowed upon you. I have observed them, and they are undoubtedly of master-level quality, which enables you to generate spirit stones. With Lin Changqing quietly breaking through to the intermediate stage of qi refinement while employing secretive methods to conceal his abilities, combined with his master-level expertise in talismans, it was evident he harbored secrets. The voice in Chen Ziming's mind was resolute. In my opinion, you should seize the opportunity to ambush him, capture him without delay, and extract whatever secrets he possesses to serve as your resources. Yet, Chen Ziming's expression remained unchanged. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Am I not fortunate enough to have your guidance, esteemed senior? If Brother Lin possesses his own fortuitous opportunities, it is indeed a blessing. Chapter 49. Spirit of the Artifact Fortuitous? A cold chuckle echoed in my mind. How simple do you think it is? For one like him, who has reached the initial stage of qi refinement and yet can be deemed a master of talismanic arts. There are only 3 possible scenarios. Either he is a prodigy of talisman crafting, or he is a reincarnated soul, or he has undergone possession. These 3 possibilities alone. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Chen Ziming's eyes. Then, from your esteemed perspective, what category does Brother Lin fall into? The voice laughed softly, from my vantage point. It must be one of the latter 2. Your friend, aside from having reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, possesses a robust and powerful physique, suggesting he has also attained the mid-stage of body refinement. If he were merely a genius in talisman crafting, his foresight would not be so far-reaching. He has already considered the physical foundation and, intriguingly, exhibits a reserved and peculiar awareness of his spiritual consciousness, indicating he is likely prepared for that aspect as well. As a loose cultivator, he does not seem to possess any lineage, so he cannot be knowledgeable to such an extent, thus leaving only the latter 2 scenarios. Murmuring to himself, Chen Ziming's expression grew complex after years of acquaintance. He was taken aback to discover that his companion was either a reincarnated being or an ancient soul possessing another's body. In your esteemed opinion, when might Brother Lin have experienced possession or awakened memories of his past life? The voice could not provide a precise answer. How would I know? I often remain in slumber, had it not been for your discovery of a foundational spirit artifact. I would still be in a daze and would not have the leisure to discuss such matters with you. However, I perceive that this individual embodies a harmonious integration of spirit and flesh without any discord, indicating he must have awakened his memories or undergone possession long before he met you. Is that so? Chen Ziming breathed a sigh of relief. If his friend had indeed been possessed, how should he navigate their relationship? Should he seek vengeance or feign ignorance? After all, he valued loyalty highly. Yet now, if the other had already received such fortune before their acquaintance, it meant that the person he had known all along was indeed the same, which brought him considerable solace. Focus on your own affairs rather than concerning yourself with others. Do not let a day come when I might possess you, and all your hard-earned cultivation becomes my adornment. The voice was laced with sarcasm. Chen Ziming chuckled. You jest, esteemed senior. My life was saved by you. If you truly require it, feel free to take it. Moreover, did you not previously state that you are a spirit of the artifact, not a human soul, and thus incapable of possession? The voice erupted in frustration. You remember what I said? Then why did you go behind my back to investigate matters related to possession, even researching ways to prevent possession? Do you truly believe I am unaware of everything? The esteemed one has stated that while I am currently in a state of significant impairment, all that is required is the restoration of my physical form. There is no need for me to seize another's body. In fact, once you have completed my restoration, I would not hesitate to acknowledge you as my master. So why do you doubt my words? If you genuinely wish for me to take over your body, you could simply transform yourself into a puppet, and I would not object to claiming your physical vessel. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziming felt a tinge of embarrassment. No, he replied. I was merely browsing casually and did not anticipate encountering such information. The voice let out a cold snort, evidently unconvinced by Chen Ziming's words. Observing this, Chen Ziming swiftly shifted the topic. Senior, currently the exit of the marketplace is being guarded, and those from the Chen family possess my magical aura, along with specialized artifacts for identifying magical energy. How might I escape? The voice, seeing Chen Ziming no longer wished to discuss the matter of body snatching, responded. As long as you desire to leave, it is not an issue. This exit has been intentionally left open by the array's creator, and can be closed at any moment if necessary. However, If one's understanding of formations is sufficient, they can perceive the array as inconsequential, rendering any location an exit. The inner district of Changshan Marketplace is protected by a second-tier grand array, which typically operates under the normal flow of spiritual veins. Although its full power is not activated, it remains formidable enough that ordinary individuals cannot easily traverse it. Shen Ziming's eyes brightened. Senior, you are knowledgeable about formations? The voice humbly replied. I possess a modicum of understanding. I once followed my former master through numerous formations, each of a high tier. Though I am currently gravely impaired, my memories remain intact. And dealing with such a second-tier formation is a trivial matter. Chen Ziming said earnestly. Then I shall rely entirely on you. Meanwhile, on his way to Master Zheng, Lin Changqing encountered inquiries from the enforcement team, requiring considerable effort to navigate past them. Little did he know that the cultivation he diligently concealed had been seen through with ease, prompting further speculation beneath the surface. Fortunately, they did not take action against him. Otherwise, Lin Changqing would have had them sample the power of his amassed fire departure talismans. Upon arriving at Master Zheng's location, it was rumored that the inheritance in Master Zheng's possession was of considerable rank. Although it did not reach the second tier, it certainly contained first-tier quality talismans. Regrettably, over the years, Master Zheng had never drawn a single talisman in his presence, depriving him of any opportunity to learn covertly. Of course, Lin Changqing suspected that Master Zheng's skills were simply insufficient to produce high-quality talismans. Recently, Lin Changqing had been unable to extract anything further from Master Zheng, which was one of the reasons he wished to leave Changshan Marketplace. Coincidentally, when Lin Changqing arrived, Master Zheng had just emerged from seclusion, his complexion rosy, indicating a complete recovery from his injuries. Clearly, the healing skills of that physician, Gu, were quite commendable. Shaolin, you have arrived at the perfect time. Recently, the prices of talismans in the marketplace have risen significantly, and I am preparing to refine a batch. Please prepare a supply of talisman paper and spiritual ink for me, along with Xiao Wu. Recently, many rogue cultivators are venturing out to hunt, resulting in a significant surge in the demand for talismans. Master Zheng, having expended a considerable amount of spiritual stones due to the, sees this as an opportune moment to replenish his resources. Lin Changqing stepped forward and did not immediately respond to Master Zheng's words. Instead, he began to resign. I have been in Changswanfang City for 5 years, and under Master Zheng's tutelage for over 4. At this moment, I feel that the path to immortality is elusive, and I wish to venture out into the world. I kindly request your consent, Master Zheng. Master Zheng was taken aback, not expecting Lin Changqing to voice such sentiments. However, he quickly regained his composure. Ah, young Lin. The world outside is not as simple as you perceive. Just the other day, I returned heavily injured from an outing. It is exceedingly perilous out there. It would be wiser for you to continue working under my guidance. I shall raise your wage by 1 spirit stone. After years of stagnant wages, he was now offering a raise at the moment Lin expressed his desire to leave. Indeed, a disciple as skilled yet affordable as Lin was a rare find. Yet, Lin Changqing's tone remained resolute. Master Zheng, my decision is final. I hope you will support my choice. Master Zheng felt a twinge of displeasure, but replied nonetheless, I am in need of a substantial quantity of talisman paper and spiritual ink. How about this? Produce a batch of talisman paper and spiritual ink for me before you depart. Rest assured, I shall compensate you fully. Lin Changqing's expression turned troubled as he declined. I recently heard that hunting demon beasts outside has been quite favorable, with minimal danger. I am eager to give it a try. If I delay any longer, there may be few demon beasts left. Master Zheng's countenance darkened. If Wujie had refused him in such a manner, Zheng could have easily suppressed him with spiritual pressure, forcing him to kneel. However, it was Lin Changqing who sought to depart. Lin was acquainted with the inner disciples of the Qingxian sect, and Zheng had previously hoped to establish a connection through him. But alas, the subsequent outcome was less than ideal. Even so, Zheng dared not take drastic measures against Lin Changqing, for he was merely seeking to leave, not attempting to steal his inheritance of talismanic arts. Very well, if you wish to depart, then go ahead. Once you leave, do not return. With a flick of his sleeve, Zheng retreated to the inner courtyard. Thank you, Master Zheng, for your understanding. Lin Changqing expresses his gratitude. Chapter 50. The Rock Python. As Chun departed from Changshan Square City, the intensity of the Chun family's search had significantly diminished. With only a few individuals stationed at the exit, wielding a magical artifact to sense any anomalies. Despite the myriad of strategies they might employ, The Chun family was merely a Qi refinement clan and could not exert influence over the operations of Chang'an Square City. It appeared that Chun Ziming had evaded the Chun family's pursuit. It remained uncertain whether he lingered in some hidden corner of the square or had successfully exited the city through some clandestine means. Lin Changqing walked out of the exit, and the magical artifact showed no sign of reaction. Upon leaving the bustling Changxianfang city, he felt a sudden sense of relief, perhaps a product of his own psyche. Whether it was the liberation from the mire of Changxianfang city or some other reason, it felt as though the shackles upon his body had been lifted. After years of cultivation, he finally had the opportunity to venture out. As he journeyed, he moved at a leisurely pace, stopping intermittently. The mundane world, true to its reputation, was devoid of spiritual energy. The energy expended during his travels could scarcely be replenished from the surroundings. It was no wonder that most wandering cultivators congregated near the markets. Though Lin Changqing had once dwelled among mortals, during that time he was but an ordinary being, devoid of any perception of spiritual energy. It is only upon his ascension to the realm of cultivation that he has come to comprehend the true meaning of spiritual barrenness. After traversing a considerable distance, Lin Changqing resolved to seek out a designated spiritual site marked on his map, hoping to replenish some of his magical energy. While the journey may not present any immediate dangers, it is prudent to maintain an ample reserve of power, just in case. Admittedly, this site cannot be classified as a genuine spiritual ground. True spiritual lands are abundant in ethereal energy and are replete with heavenly materials and treasures, constituting a veritable paradise. The location indicated on the map possesses a modicum of earthly spiritual energy, just enough to allow passing cultivators to marginally restore their power. However, it is devoid of any celestial materials, and should there be any remnants, they have likely been thoroughly scavenged by itinerant practitioners. The site is a modest hill, seldom trodden by human feet, with wisps of mountain mist that lend it an air of ethereal beauty. Upon closer inspection, Lin Changqing discerned that the spiritual energy on this hill was woefully scant. Even complete absorption would yield minimal restoration of his magical power. Nonetheless, any recovery is better than none, and thus he deemed it worthwhile. Concurrently, he produced a spirit stone from his possession, for in the absence of sufficient earthly spiritual energy, he would have to rely on the stone's capabilities. Although spirit stones can indeed restore magical energy, it is worth noting that Chun Ziming's small faction struggles to acquire them. Naturally, as the leader, Chun Ziming is not severely lacking in spirit stones, yet his subordinates find themselves in need, which is precisely why they seek out these spiritual sites to replenish their powers. Of course, Lin Changqing could continuously rely on spirit stones to restore his mana. Yet he might soon find himself away from the market for an extended period. Thus, it would be prudent to conserve these precious stones. There are even more rapid elixirs for mana recovery, but such measures are unnecessary at present. As Lin Changqing sat in meditation to replenish his mana, a sudden strange sound pierced the tranquil wilderness. In this remote area, he had not taken extensive precautions, for the scant amount of spiritual energy he possessed might not even suffice for protective measures. Hence, in an effort to conserve his mana, he refrained from elaborate arrangements. Nevertheless, his vigilance remained unwavering. Upon hearing the peculiar noise, he promptly concluded his meditation. However, before he could assume a defensive stance, the ground beneath him shifted ominously, erupting with several feet-long spikes, seemingly intent on piercing Lin Changqing directly. Lin Changqing remained utterly unperturbed, conjuring a talisman in his hand. The golden armor talisman. A radiant golden armor enveloped him, providing steadfast protection. The force of the ground spikes propelled Lin Changqing into the air. Lin Changqing performed a somersault in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. Adorned with the protective golden armor talisman, the spikes from the earth inflicted little to no harm upon him. Moreover, the golden armor talisman still shone with its original brilliance, indicating that the strength of the assailant was rather limited. Lin Changqing cautiously scanned his surroundings, seeking to identify the assailant. Yet, the area was enveloped in an eerie silence, as though no attacker had ever been present. However, such a notion was implausible. Suddenly, a subtle disturbance beneath his feet caught his attention. Though faint, Lin Changqing's heightened vigilance allowed him to detect it effortlessly. Once more, the ground trembled, revealing several menacing spikes. With a forceful push from his feet, Lin Changqing adeptly evaded the menacing ground spikes. Yet, scarcely had he escaped, when a barrage of spikes emerged anew. Fortunately, Lin Changqing's quick reflexes enabled him to dodge once more. The relentless onslaught of spikes seemed intent on saturating every inch of ground where he could find footing. However, before they could fully cover the terrain, just as Lin Changqing narrowly avoided the newly arisen spikes, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way. A cloud of dust billowed as a massive, gray serpent's head, larger than a man, emerged from the earth, poised to strike at Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing's expression tightened. They have arrived. As Lin Changqing was assailed by the earth spike, he remained vigilant against potential ambushes. Although the current threat was posed by a demonic beast, his caution was unwavering. Go. A streak of black light shot forth from Lin Changqing's hand. It was none other than the first-tier, mid-grade flying sword he wielded. Lin Changqing stepped onto the flying sword, pivoting gracefully in midair. Simultaneously, propelled by Lin Changqing's force, the sword sped towards the serpent's head. However, the serpent was no mere prey. It snapped its jaws and managed to grasp the swiftly approaching sword. Yet, the flying sword was far from comparable to mere flesh and bone. With a swift incantation, Lin Changqing maneuvered his flying sword, leaving a crimson mark upon the serpent's head. In agony, the serpent prepared to pivot its body, intent on burrowing underground once more. Yet, Lin Changqing would not grant it such a reprieve. The blade of the flying sword arced once more towards the serpent's head. However, this time, it did not yield the same result as before. The sword merely grazed the serpent's head, producing a resonant clang as a few scales were dislodged. Lin Changqing's pupils contracted. The defensive prowess was formidable. In an instant, the serpent's head vanished once more into the earth, disappearing without a trace. However, the absence of the serpent's head did not signify Lin Changqing's safety. Rather, its concealment was merely a prelude to the next impending strike. Lin Changqing also recognized the demon beast that had just attacked him, the rock python. Judging by its strength, it must be at least in the mid-stage of the first rank. Lin Changqing had previously acquired the Beastmaster inheritance from a dark-robed figure of the demonic path, which contained numerous descriptions of various magical beasts. With ample free time, he often perused this knowledge, familiarizing himself with many creatures, including the rock python. It is no wonder that Chen Ziming noted that the places capable of restoring mana hardly yielded any results. In retrospect, with the ethereal energy in this realm so scarce, it must have been absorbed by the creature. Although the rock python's magical prowess was lacking, its physical strength was formidable. With skin as tough as the most resilient first-tier beasts, the rock python burrowed into the earth, vanishing from sight, while Lin Changqing continued to endure the torment of the earth spikes. Fortunately, the activation of these spikes produced a discernible noise, allowing him to evade them. However, with the rock python concealed underground, he found himself in a passive position, unable to retaliate, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated, though the rock python lingered beneath the surface. Escaping was not particularly challenging, as its speed underground could not match Lin Changqing's pace on the surface. Yet, he was reluctant to depart so easily, especially since no other dangers loomed. If he could vanquish this magical beast, he would acquire a wealth of valuable materials. Thus, Lin Changqing evaded left and right, constantly shifting his position as he gradually drew closer to a specific area. Earlier, when the rock python had burrowed underground, he was unable to pinpoint its exact location, but he could ascertain a rough vicinity. He resolved to use himself as bait, hoping to lure the rock python out into the open. Lin Changqing incessantly maneuvered within the domain of the rock python. At last, the python was ensnared. With a resounding roar, it erupted from the earth, sending clouds of dust swirling. However, this time, it was not the serpent's head that emerged, but rather its tail. The tail lashed towards Lin Changqing, stirring a fierce gust of wind. The formidable force struck the golden armor talisman, shattering it with a resonant crack. Yet, the python's tail, undeterred, continued its onslaught towards Lin Changqing. A protective heart mirror shielded him, but the sheer might of the tail was utterly terrifying, propelling both him and his artifact several meters away. Lin Changqing's body collided forcefully with a grand tree, finally bringing his momentum to a halt. Lin Changqing's body collapsed onto the ground, unmoving. The rock python, seizing the opportunity, swiftly revealed its form and advanced towards the spot where Lin Changqing had fallen. However, just as the python drew near, Lin Changqing unexpectedly rose to his feet. This time, he fervently channeled his magical energy, summoning his flying sword, which glimmered with a fierce radiance. With a decisive strike, the rock python, not one to be outdone, quickly coiled its body in an attempt to burrow underground. But it was too late. It braced itself to withstand the flying sword with its tough scales. Yet, Lin Changqing's magical energy was formidable this time, fully unleashing the sword's potential. The blade sliced through the python's scales, leaving a gaping wound that revealed the flesh beneath. Although the damage inflicted was significant, it was not catastrophic for the python. As a mid-stage first-tier beast, its defensive capabilities rivaled those of later-stage creatures. Hiss! The injury from the flying sword, while not excessively severe, still caused the rock python to feel a sharp pang of pain. Enraged, the python lunged ferociously towards Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing let out a cold snort, and a talisman flew from his hand. The Fire Departure Talisman. It detonated. A first-tier superior Fire Departure Talisman. Even a late-stage beast of the first tier would find it unbearable to withstand such an attack. While the rock python's defensive capabilities were comparable to those of late-stage, first-tier beasts in terms of physical defense, its magical defenses were significantly inferior, especially in comparison to its opponents of the later stages. The fiery wave unleashed by the Fire Departure Talisman engulfed the rock python entirely. Unlike humans, who possess magical artifacts for protection, the creature had to rely solely on its physical resilience. The flames seared the rock python's demonic form as it attempted once more to burrow underground, seeking to extinguish the flames engulfing its body. Lin Changqing could not fulfill his wishes as he summoned the flying sword once more. The sword emitted a delicate chime and swiftly darted toward the rock python. After enduring the scorching heat of the Fire Separation Talisman, the python's defenses appeared significantly weakened, allowing the sword to effortlessly slice through its scales, particularly targeting vulnerable areas such as its eyes and mouth. This predicament forced the rock python to endure the flames of the talisman while simultaneously defending itself against the relentless assaults of the flying sword. Under the incessant harassment from Lin Changqing's weapon, the python found it impossible to burrow into the ground. Thus, to avoid a desperate counterattack from the dying creature, Lin Changqing maintained a safe distance, patiently wearing it down. After a brief period, the rock python finally fell silent. Naturally, ensuring the final blow to its corpse was a task Lin Changqing deemed essential. From a distance, he maneuvered the flying sword to crush the python's skull. Confirming its demise before approaching, Lin Changqing let out a long sigh, astonished that even this seemingly mundane place could harbor demonic beasts. This marked his inaugural encounter with such creatures. It is no wonder that Changshan Square had issued a bounty to eradicate the demonic beasts surrounding the market. Could it be that the threat posed by these beasts had escalated to such a degree? The news of their existence had not circulated for long. Fortunately, Lin Changqing had departed from Changshan Square early, and the severity of the beast infestation was no longer a concern for him. Lin Changqing meticulously dissected the rock python, selecting several valuable sections. He deliberately retrieved the Beast Master inheritance to cross-reference, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. After a period of recuperation, Lin Changqing embarked on his journey once more. He had previously promised Chen Ziming to look after Sun Wenchang's family in the mortal realm, and he intended to pay them a visit. Chapter 51. The Mortal Realm, Luoyang City, a bustling city of ordinary people. The city gates buzzed with the comings and goings of a vibrant crowd. A figure donned in a wide-brimmed hat, concealing their features save for a fair chin, flowed with the throng into the city. This individual was Lin Changqing, wearing the hat out of necessity. His cultivation of the ancient evergreen technique had greatly enhanced his aura. His appearance was strikingly elegant and refined, further accentuated by his robe of law. In the realm of cultivation, such presence would not be unusual, as many techniques bestow a noble demeanor upon practitioners, and some female cultivators even pursue methods specifically designed to elevate their grace. However, in the mortal world, such an aura proved to be a source of considerable trouble. Although he was not intimidated by these challenges given his own strength, it was preferable to encounter fewer complications. As Lin Changqing entered the city, he found a bustling commercial thoroughfare stretching several miles, adorned with an array of shops that catered to every need. Although this mortal city could not rival the ethereal charm of the celestial marketplaces, it was replete with the vibrant essence of life and prosperity. According to Chen Ziming, Sun Wenchang's wife and children resided in this city of Luoyang. Furthermore, the secular faction established by Chen Ziming was also centered in Luoyang, expanding its influence outward. Lin Changqing meandered for a while and casually sought out an inn. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had accompanied Li Xinyao in pursuit of immortality. Although he had witnessed the splendor of the mundane world, his heart remained steadfast in the quest for transcendence, devoid of any lingering attachment. Now that he had embarked upon the path of the immortal, he found himself with the leisure to explore the ways of worldly life. Esteemed guest, please step inside. Upon entering the inn, a young waiter greeted him warmly. Enticed by the delectable aromas wafting from the kitchen, Lin Changqing ascended to the second floor in search of a favorable spot. Though he had already attained the level of a qi refinement practitioner, he had yet to achieve the state of fasting from food, and thus still had a certain appetite. Even in Chanshan Fangshi, he indulged occasionally in the culinary delights offered by the drunken immortal tavern. Now, having arrived in the mortal realm, constrained by the available ingredients, the fare was not comparable to the ethereal ingredients utilized by the drunken immortal tavern, yet it possessed a unique charm of its own. It was indeed a pity that he had not thought to procure a few jars of the tavern's renowned wine before his departure, to savor in this ordinary world. Bring me a fine wine and some of your local specialties. With that, Lin Changqing tossed a silver ingot onto the table, more than sufficient to cover his meal. For having entered the mundane world, he had exchanged a considerable amount of gold and silver. Upon receiving the silver, the waiter's face brightened with delight. Shortly thereafter, a splendid array of delicacies was laid out before Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing first filled his wine cup to the brim, savoring the exquisite beverage while gazing at the bustling street, all the while remaining vigilant to the external circumstances. Within the restaurant, a diverse assembly of individuals from various walks of life gathered, enabling the circulation of intriguing tidings. Those who practiced the art of immortality possessed keen hearing and sharp sight, allowing them to perceive even the faintest whispers with crystal clarity. The mountain gang had been obliterated overnight, a truly tragic turn of events. Indeed, in a single night, the streets were strewn with corpses. Such a formidable organization as the mountain gang, now bereft of its leadership. Their influence extended far beyond Liang City, with rumors suggesting the presence of celestial beings behind them. Even the esteemed city lord had shown deference to the gang's leader. Who could possibly have annihilated the mountain gang so swiftly? Could it be the city lord? Only he possesses the authority to mobilize the military and eradicate the mountain gang. Nonsense. Even the city lord could not have extinguished the mountain gang without a trace. Did we not hear that celestial beings were their backing? Only a celestial being could have brought about the mountain gang's demise. This mountain gang served as a faction devoted to venerating Chun Ziming in the mortal realm. Lin Changqing swirled the wine glass in his hand. Indeed, the Chen family had tracked them down to this place. Such a development had crossed Lin Changqing's mind during his journey. Would the Chen family pursue Chen Ziming into the mundane world? It seems his suspicions were correct. Chen Ziming, being sustained by the gang while in the secular realm, was not widely known, but could easily be uncovered with a thorough investigation, now that Chen Ziming was being hunted. It was difficult not to suspect that he had fled to the secular world. Alas, Chen Ziming was not in the mundane realm, prompting the Chen family to obliterate the mountain gang. Although Chen Ziming had previously accepted their patronage, he had not committed many atrocities against mortals, thus avoiding drawing the attention of the Qingxian sect. The Chen family's madness over the theft of their foundational spiritual herbs led them to slaughter innocents. Yet the situation did not escalate further. Otherwise, they would have attracted the ire of the Qingxian sect, which could have dealt with them as if they were demonic practitioners. However, this raises concerns about the fate of Sun Wenchang's wife and children. You may not be aware, but the third leader of the mountain gang is still alive. The third leader is still alive? I thought they were all dead. I do not know for certain. I merely heard from my brother, who is an apprentice at the pharmacy. Their master was summoned to the mountain gang to attend to a significant figure, who is none other than the third leader of the mountain gang. However, this leader is gravely injured and on the brink of death. He will not last long. Yet before he could finish speaking, a figure wearing a straw hat appeared before him. The mountain gang's third leader. This person was none other than the wife of Sun Wenchang, as mentioned by Chun Ziming in the secular world. It was unexpected that she was still alive. Without uttering a word, Lin Changqing approached the two individuals they had just been discussing. You mentioned that the third vice leader of the Mount Shan gang is still alive. Where is he? One of them was taken aback, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Lin Changqing before him. Just as he was about to express his anger, Lin Changqing unleashed a wave of spiritual pressure. To a mortal, the spiritual force of a cultivator felt akin to a superior gazing down upon mere ants, an indescribable sensation. In that instant, the individual seemed to experience the terrifying brink of life and death, beads of cold sweat erupting from his forehead. Trembling, he finally managed to utter an address. Lin Changqing was astonished. The address turned out to be the very one Chen Ziming had provided him. He never expected that despite being gravely injured and on the brink of death, the other party would still be there. given that the individual was still alive. And out of consideration for their bond, he felt compelled to pay a visit. Additionally, there was the matter of Sun Wenchang's child, who also needed to be taken care of. As the two individuals who had been discussing came to their senses, Lin Changqing recalled the earlier mention of a celestial being. Rumors had long circulated about the existence of such a figure, and it was said that there were celestial beings behind the mountain gang as well. Chapter 52. The spiritual ground. Prior to his arrival, Lin Changqing had meticulously inspected the surroundings of the courtyard, ensuring that no one was stationed there before he felt secure enough to enter. Of course, it was entirely devoid of presence. There were several ordinary individuals lurking around the grand estate. The true force behind them remained unknown, likely a conflict among mortals. And Lin Changqing chose not to involve himself further. Relying on his physical prowess, he effortlessly scaled the wall to gain entry. On his quest for immortality, he had also acquired a wealth of martial arts knowledge through the enlightenment of the Star of Understanding. In the mundane world, he could be considered a formidable martial artist. And coupled with the strength gained from his physical training, he was capable of resolving most troubles, provided he did not encounter cultivators. Even against slightly weaker early-stage Qi refinement practitioners, he could easily handle adversaries without resorting to magical powers. Lin Changqing entered the residence with purpose, making his way directly to a specific location where he sensed a disturbance in magical energy. Inside a chamber, a strikingly beautiful woman lay upon a bed, her complexion pale and her vitality waning, cradling an infant in her arms. She held the child with an air of profound reluctance, as if bidding a heart-wrenching farewell. By the bedside stood a middle-aged woman, dressed as a nurse, her head bowed in anticipation of the woman's instructions. At last, as if having made a momentous decision, the woman passed the infant to the nurse. "Aunt Li," she implored, "I entrust this child, Sheng'er, to you. There are eyes watching from outside. You must depart through the secret passage and ensure he is well cared for. Should my husband return, he will surely come to find our son." Aunt Li accepted the child, assuring the woman, "Rest easy, my lady. I shall raise the young master as if he were my own flesh and blood." Awaiting the return of your husband. The woman managed a faint smile, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sheng'er is still so young. If his father has not returned by the time he grows up, let him call you mother. There is no need to mention me. My husband once said that Sheng'er possesses the potential for cultivation. Nurture him well, for he may yet provide for us." The heartache of a mother was palpable. She understood that she could no longer care for her child and must entrust him to another, even planning to keep the truth of his parentage from him. Aunt Li quickly reassured her, "My lady, there is no need for such sorrow. Once the young master is grown, I will reveal to him his true heritage, ensuring he never forgets the names of his father and mother." A smile of satisfaction graced the woman's face, and she seemed poised to speak further when a sudden noise echoed from outside the room. At that moment, a jade pendant at the head of the bed began to radiate a soft glow, causing the woman's expression to shift dramatically. Outside the chamber, Lin Changqing observed with intrigue. An unseen spiritual barrier enveloped the room tightly, a formation imperceptible to ordinary mortals. A formation. In this desolate land, devoid of spiritual energy, there existed a protective array. This was precisely the reason Lin Changqing had come here, to confront a defensive formation. Lin Changqing sensed the strength of the formation, which appeared to be a rather mediocre one, possessing defensive capabilities that could withstand the initial stages of Qi refinement for a limited duration. Such a formation, albeit unimpressive, was not inexpensive. It was roughly valued at that of a low-grade magical artifact. For a mortal, it could be deemed virtually indestructible. Lin Changqing gently tapped on the spiritual barrier. "Is anyone there? I am a friend of Sun Wenchang, and Chun Ziming has entrusted me with a message." Lin Changqing channeled his mystical energy, producing a sound that effortlessly pierced through the formation and entered the room. Within, several individuals were struck with terror upon hearing the sound. Outside, it was the celestial masters seeking the one surnamed Chun. In their haste, they did not catch the entirety of Lin Changqing's words. The woman lying in bed, in particular, wore an expression of utter despair. To them, it seemed that the very celestial master who had annihilated the mountain gang had returned. Aunt Li, cradling her infant, bore a look of anxious concern. What to do? The individuals inside were in a frenzy, yet utterly helpless, as the escape route did not lie within these walls. There was no avenue for flight. Lin Changqing waited outside for a while, but the room remained utterly silent. What could be the matter? Surely, there should be some response. His patience began to wane. Perhaps it would be best to enter and investigate. Lin Changqing stepped forward, triggering the formation, which sought to expel him from its confines. Yet, Lin Changqing relied on the sheer strength of his physique to confront the formation head-on. He shattered the array with brute force. Lin Changqing lacked knowledge of formations. The only formations he could manipulate were those arranged using formation discs. Thus, he could only rely on his own strength to dismantle them. This particular formation was rather rudimentary, especially in the absence of an immortal cultivator to activate it, rendering it inconsequential for Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing harnessed his magical powers, effortlessly shattering the formation with his mid-stage body refinement realm. Lin Changqing felt a tinge of accomplishment as he stepped into the room. However, upon entering, the scene before him left him utterly bewildered. "Spare us, esteemed immortal master." A middle-aged woman knelt on the floor, cradling a baby in her arms, her face etched with fear. Two maids also knelt beside her, pleading for mercy. A frail woman lying on the bed spoke up directly. "Esteemed immortal master, please have mercy. We are unaware of the whereabouts of the immortal master surnamed Chun that you seek. I implore you to spare us, mother and child." She attempted to rise from the bed, but her weakened state rendered her unable to do so. "There is no need for such distress, madam. I am a friend of Sun, and it was Chun Ziming who entrusted me with the care of you and your child." Lin Changqing offered a wry smile, uncertain of what words might suffice in this moment. Perhaps his abrupt entrance had startled the other party. Nevertheless, circumstances compelled him, having been away for so long. Silence from the other side left him with no choice but to intrude. Yet, the woman upon the bed seemed skeptical of his words. "Indeed, my late lord once assured me that should misfortune befall him, the esteemed Master Chun would look after both myself and my child, granting us peace of mind. Now, as I face my impending demise, I find my child blameless, possessing innate potential for cultivation. If the esteemed master would not mind, I humbly request that my child be taken under your wing temporarily. Perhaps one day, Master Chun might return in search of the child, and in doing so, you may also encounter that esteemed figure." Lin Changqing could only sigh. He truly was not a member of the Qin family. The woman on the bed continued to plead for mercy, attempting to rise, but with a moment's carelessness, she risked tumbling from the bed. Lin Changqing hurriedly stepped forward to support the woman. She felt as light as a feather, clearly indicating her profound weakness. Lin Changqing made contact with the other person's body, channeling a trace of magical energy to probe within. The condition of the individual was utterly chaotic. A formidable force of magic had ravaged their insides beyond recognition. For cultivators, such injuries could be mended with relative ease, merely requiring the expulsion of the foreign magical energy, followed by the restoration of their form. However, for a mortal, the situation was exceedingly complex. The magical energy was nearly impossible to eradicate, and the body was exceedingly difficult to heal. Complete recovery would necessitate the acquisition of rare healing elixirs, which were also of immense value to cultivators. The kind of miraculous herbs that could revive the dead were not inferior in worth to foundational elixirs, and the question of whether it was worth expending such resources on a mere mortal was moot, as he possessed none. The only thing sustaining the individual's breath was a lingering medicinal potency within, barely preserving their life. Once that essence was depleted, they would inevitably perish. It was likely a precious pill or herb left behind by Sun Wuchang. In Lin Changqing's storage bag, a considerable number of healing elixirs were prepared. However, their efficacy on mortals is rather limited. Lin Changqing could only let out a silent sigh. "The immortal master surnamed Qin that you mentioned is indeed the one he entrusted to me. He is currently unable to come in person, which is why he asked me to pay you a visit. Moreover, I am somewhat acquainted with Brother Wuchang." Upon hearing this, the woman hesitated slightly. "You truly are not." She eyed the stranger before her with suspicion. Sun Wuchang had not shared much about the world of immortals with her, only mentioning that if anything unfortunate were to befall him, an immortal master named Qin Ziming would come to look after them, and that their wives and children could reveal that secret to Qin Ziming. However, a few days ago, a powerful immortal master appeared, searching for Qin Ziming, and the Mountain Helping sect could not provide any trace of him. As a result, the assailants unleashed a bloody rampage. It was only due to the life-saving elixir that Sun Wuchang had bestowed upon him that he managed to survive until now. The sudden appearance of an immortal master, while seemingly devoid of malice at present, still leaves his intentions shrouded in mystery. Could it be that he seeks the secret left behind by the master? If revealing the secret would ensure Xing'er's safety, then perhaps it would not be so objectionable. I am truly not one who pursues Chenziming. Lin Changqing patiently elucidated the reasons to the woman. Upon hearing of Sun Wenchang's demise, her expression merely darkened, revealing that she had seemingly anticipated this news. I have misunderstood the immortal master. I beg your forgiveness. She subsequently uttered, leaving the atmosphere somewhat subdued. He had initially believed that there might still be hope for Sun Wenchang's wife, intending to offer his assistance. However, the current circumstances suggested that he could not save her. Now, only the child remained. Yet, as he gazed at the infant cradled in the nurse's arms, he realized the child was far too young. It would be impossible for him to take a child along on the path of cultivation. Madam, I have come at the behest of another to inquire after you and your children. Is there any assistance I may provide? Lin Changqing spoke directly, treating it as a matter of official business. A flicker of hope glimmered in the eyes of the woman on the bed. My injuries. Lin Changqing shook his head, lamenting, your injuries are too severe. Had it been at the outset, there might have been hope, but now I find myself powerless. Observing Lin Changqing's inability to assist, he refrained from further discussion. Might the immortal master take care of my child? My dear child. Lin Changqing felt a sense of reluctance. Taking on the responsibility of a child would undoubtedly encroach upon his cultivation time. However, this child was the offspring of Sun Wenchang, and his relationship with Sun was not unfavorable. To outright refuse would not reflect well on him. Thus, Lin Changqing fell into silence. Noticing his lack of response, the woman seemed to grasp the situation. Esteemed master, my child possesses the potential for cultivation, and my husband has prepared numerous resources for his development. Should you find it agreeable, I would be willing to offer these to you, hoping you might take my child under your wing. The woman contemplated for a moment, casting out some bait in hopes of persuading Lin Changqing to look after her child. With someone of Lin Changqing's caliber guiding him, her child would surely embark upon the path of immortality with greater ease. Yet, Lin Changqing remained unmoved. He held little regard for the offerings left by Sun Wenchang. Indeed, not only did he disdain what Sun had bequeathed, but he would also dismiss the entirety of Sun Wenchang's fortune. Lin Changqing remarked, it is not necessary. I have no desire for the possessions left by Brother Sunday. The woman seemed to exhale in relief. Esteemed immortal master, I do not ask for you to care for the child, but I merely hope that if you have the time, you might meet the child. The child possesses the aptitude for cultivation, and should the opportunity arise, I kindly request that you guide the child onto the path of immortality. Lin Changqing nodded and said, of course, if the opportunity arises and the child possesses a commendable spiritual root, I shall certainly guide him onto the path of immortality. However, I am but a solitary cultivator with limited resources. His journey will ultimately depend on his own efforts. Upon hearing this, the woman fell silent for a moment, deep in contemplation, as if she had made a significant decision. Esteemed immortal master, since you have been entrusted by Master Chenziming, I will reveal everything. My lord once mentioned that should unforeseen circumstances befall him, there is a spiritual land he wished to disclose to Master Chenziming. But now that Master Chan is not present, I entrust this matter to your care, hoping that you will look after my child with greater diligence. She continued, this spiritual land was originally intended for the child, but my lord specifically instructed that if he were no longer around, it must be communicated to Master Chenziming, and that one must never venture there alone. Spiritual land? Lin Changqing was taken aback by this revelation. Could it be the kind of spiritual land he had envisioned? The map of Chenziming marked numerous spiritual locations, yet those were merely the tales of solitary cultivators and did not constitute true spiritual lands. However, given Sun Wenchang's earnest demeanor, it seemed this was not an ordinary site. Could it truly be a spiritual land? Lin Changqing found it hard to believe. He had claimed to be heading to the mundane world for refuge, yet he harbored no particular destination. He merely sought a modest market, one that did not demand grand aspirations or an extensive array of goods, as long as it could provide a spiritual vein. Yet if such a spiritual land existed, he would not need to venture to the market at all. After all, returning to the market might lead to unforeseen complications. The woman remarked, as for the specifics of this spiritual land, I am not privy to that knowledge. My lord simply entrusted me with this message. Lin Changqing let out a long sigh. If there were a spiritual land, caring for an infant would not pose a significant challenge. After several days, he meticulously arranged for the woman's funeral, accompanied by the child. The Zhuo Mountain Gang, adeptly managed by Chenziming, wielded considerable influence, and with the demise of its upper echelons, numerous secular powers lurked with keen interest. However, under Lin Changqing's firm guidance, The funeral was conducted with utmost propriety, and he chose not to concern himself with what might transpire thereafter. Thus, he set forth with the child and a select few to a spiritual land discovered by Sun Wenchang. The carriage gradually entered a quaint village. Traveling with a child presented its own set of challenges, compounded by the presence of several companions who also required care. In truth, Lin Changqing could have easily deposited them in a city, providing them with some financial support to ensure the child's upbringing. Yet, considering the child's potential for cultivation, despite the uncertainty surrounding the quality of their spiritual root, remaining in a spiritually barren world would be detrimental if they were to embark on a path of cultivation later. It was preferable to be in a land rich in spiritual energy. After all, with others to assist, he need not fret. Caring for a child was not insurmountable. After careful consideration, he decided to retain their company, recognizing that this spiritual land was indeed left behind by Sun Wenchang. Moreover, he was aware of the nearby village, which alleviated any burden on Lin Changqing, as this was also the reason Sun Xing's mother had initially sent him here. Thus, Lin Changqing consented to their collective journey. Subsequently, he escorted a few of them along with the child to the village, ensuring they were well settled. Lin Changqing entered the sacred grounds of the mountain. Chapter 53. The Emerald Scorpion. The sacred grounds, more accurately referred to as the land of spiritual veins, are categorized by their levels. A first-tier spiritual vein suffices for the cultivation of Qi refinement stage practitioners, while a second-tier vein caters to foundation establishment cultivators, and so forth. These immortal clans occupy the scattered spiritual veins within the mundane world, gradually flourishing over time. Consequently, unclaimed spiritual veins are exceedingly rare, typically found within the Beast Mountains, where the abundance of spiritual veins sustains a multitude of magical beasts and precious earthly treasures. However, to develop the Beast Mountains, the Qingxian sect must take action. Yet, the Qingxian sect already possesses a third-tier spiritual vein. Although the Beast Mountains offer many veins, most are merely second-tier and thus do not justify the sect's investment, leading them to let the Beast Mountains languish. As for other factions, they lack the capability to exploit these resources and can only follow in the wake of the Qingxian sect, reaping minor benefits. If the sacred grounds discovered by Sun Wenchang harbor a spiritual vein, their worth would be immense. Lin Changqing produced a piece of parchment adorned with a meticulously drawn map, upon which a large red cross marked a significant point, his destination. Simultaneously, he surmised that this crimson mark also signified peril. This sacred vein undoubtedly harbored unknown dangers. Otherwise, why would Sun Wenchang have indicated that should he ever encounter misfortune, he would entrust the location of this spiritual land to Chen Ziming? Surely, it would be more prudent to bequeath it directly to his own progeny. This misfortune likely did not allude to an assassination at the hands of the Chen family, which would be a mere unforeseen circumstance. The underlying truth must be that the spiritual site was fraught with peril. He intended to eliminate these dangers. Should he succeed, there would be no need to inform Chen Ziming. However, if he were to perish in the attempt, he would then disclose the information to Chen Ziming. After all, this land had no ties to his lineage. If he were to vanish, his descendants would inevitably be incapable of neutralizing the threats. Thus, exchanging the spiritual site for the protection of his children might be deemed a worthwhile trade. Regrettably, before he could address the dangers, he met his demise at the hands of the Chen family. He had also inquired among the villagers about the potential threats lurking in the depths of the mountains. The information he received was disheartening. Even the most seasoned hunters dared not venture into the heart of the mountains, as they would ultimately meet with an untimely end, leaving nothing but bones behind. Over time, hunters ceased to brave the depths of the mountains altogether. Lin Changqing did not acquire any particularly useful information, yet he was acutely aware of the inherent dangers lurking within. Thus, when he sought the spiritual realm, he remained especially vigilant. Following the map left by Sun Wenchang, he encountered only a few oblivious beasts along the way and otherwise faced no significant obstacles. Eventually, Lin Changqing arrived at the spiritual land, a moderately sized valley that exuded an aura of ethereal energy. Such spiritual essence is typically perceptible only to cultivators, while mere mortals remain oblivious, perhaps only noticing the enhanced beauty of the scenery and the freshness of the air. Upon entering the valley, Lin Changqing observed that the flora here was even more verdant than outside, likely nourished by the celestial spiritual energy. Within this valley, he sensed a noticeable acceleration in the flow of his own magical power. It was evident that a spiritual vein resided here, albeit not as potent as the second-tier spiritual vein in Chang'an Square, which served not only the foundational elder station there, but also had to distribute its essence among numerous cultivators, leaving little spiritual energy for Lin Changqing's own dwelling. However, this first-tier spiritual vein was entirely his own, capable of sustaining his cultivation and perhaps even allowing him to cultivate some spiritual herbs. As Lin Changqing observed, there was indeed a bounty of medicinal materials growing here, mostly ordinary herbs from the mortal realm yet aged enough to be valuable, should he choose to sell them. They could fetch a considerable sum of spirit stones. Additionally, he spotted several scattered spiritual herbs suitable for cultivators. It appeared that this place remained undiscovered by cultivators, harboring an abundance of heavenly treasures. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing was not dazzled by these treasures. He remained acutely aware of the potential dangers that could still be present. Lin Changqing proceeded with utmost caution, meticulously surveying the surroundings for any potential peril. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon a heap of desiccated bones in an area rich with spiritual energy. Bones. Lin Changqing gazed upon the somewhat decayed bones. Lin Changqing carefully examined the remains, which appeared to be the bones of an ordinary beast. It was uncertain whether these bones belonged to a creature that had inadvertently wandered into this place, or if they were the remnants of a beast captured from the outside world due to the perils of this locale. Just as Lin Changqing was scrutinizing the bones, his expression suddenly shifted. Without any forewarning, the golden armor talisman on his body rippled as if it had been subjected to an attack. Indeed, not just one, but multiple assaults. The talisman trembled precariously, on the verge of shattering, while he also sensed an overwhelming force surging towards him, causing him to struggle to maintain his balance. Lin Changqing cast his gaze downward, and to his astonishment, a streak of emerald light swiftly emerged from the ground, moving with such rapidity that it seemed to leave behind an afterimage. This verdant apparition was relentlessly striking the golden armor talisman. At the forefront of this green streak was a small, elongated hook, mere inches in size, which faintly glimmered with a hint of verdant liquid, reminiscent of a toxic substance. However, the presence of the golden armor talisman prevented the venom from permeating, allowing Lin Changqing to remain unscathed. Yet, even in the absence of the toxin, the force of this elongated hook was formidable. After several assaults, his golden armor talisman was perilously close to collapse. Lin Changqing's expression tightened as he summoned strength in his legs and leapt away from his original position. The assailant, relentless in its pursuit, caused the previously even ground to heave, forming a mound of earth that surged towards Lin Changqing as if animated by life itself. In his evasion, Lin Changqing swiftly drew a talisman from his possession, the Ice Blade Talisman. A shard of ice shot forth, piercing the rapidly advancing mound and causing it to explode. The momentum of the earthen assault was halted, allowing Lin Changqing to discern the identity of his attacker. It was a scorpion, longer than a man, with a tail stinger raised high, towering over half a person's height. Its front pincers were disproportionately large, surpassing even the head of an adult. Most strikingly, the entire creature was a vivid emerald hue, including the small eyes flanking its head. The jade scorpion. Lin Changqing was somewhat taken aback. He had encountered a description of this monstrous beast in the Beast Mastery Inheritance. He had not anticipated that the peril of the spiritual realm stemmed from the emerald scorpion. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The dangers in spiritual lands typically arise from either ferocious beasts or treacherous locales, with the former posing the most significant threat, largely dependent on the species involved. Yet, the emerald scorpion was an unexpected revelation. Possessing an exceptional lineage, it could reach the late stage of the first rank upon maturity, and its venom was particularly potent. Any foundational beast struck by it would find themselves in dire straits. However, observing the scorpion's physique, it appeared considerably smaller than the recorded size of a fully grown emerald scorpion, indicating that it had yet to reach adulthood and was likely still in the mid-stage of the first rank. Fortunately, it was only at this mid-stage. Had it been in the late stage, his golden armor talisman might have proven inadequate against its onslaught, and should its toxin infiltrate his body, even divine intervention would be of little avail. This must be the danger that Sun Wuchang had failed to resolve, now that he had withstood the initial wave of attacks. The initiative was firmly in his grasp. Rather than prolonging the strategy that Sun Wuchang had devised, he could take decisive action at this moment. The emerald scorpion's speed was not particularly rapid, relying predominantly on the venom of its tail stinger and the might of the colossal crab before it, as it lacked any magical assaults. This made matters considerably easier. Chapter 54. Taming the Emerald Scorpion did not grant him much time for contemplation. Upon realizing that its first assault was ineffective, the scorpion began to burrow into the earth, attempting to flee. Lin Changqing smiled faintly. The emerald scorpion was far inferior to the rock python in terms of earth evasion. The rock python relied on underground assaults, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Changqing to locate its position once it burrowed into the ground, and he lacked the means to inflict harm upon it. In contrast, the emerald scorpion's earth evasion was merely a guise, lacking depth, allowing Lin Changqing to easily track its whereabouts. Fireball Talisman. A fireball talisman erupted, shattering the ground and revealing the form of the emerald scorpion. Following this, Lin Changqing unleashed an ice blade talisman. The ice blade struck with precision, fracturing the scorpion's exoskeleton. After all, this was merely an adolescent emerald scorpion, which did not excel in defense, but rather thrived on stealth and venom. It was nearly impossible for it to fully withstand a mid-grade talisman attack. The ice blade had already inflicted significant injury upon it. The emerald scorpion attempted to turn and launch an assault on Lin Changqing, but he was not about to grant it that opportunity. Sensing its intention to advance towards him, he promptly distanced himself. The emerald scorpion relied on stealthy strikes, and now that the distance was widened and he was observing it closely, it found itself at a loss. In desperation, the emerald scorpion attempted to flee once more, but Lin Changqing was resolute in not allowing it to escape. Another fireball talisman was unleashed, sending it flying. However, this time, Lin Changqing refrained from following up with an ice blade talisman. Instead, he took a moment to contemplate and retrieved a superior grade talisman. Lihua Talisman. The fire talisman erupted, transforming into a wave of flames, akin to a dragon of fire, encircling the jade scorpion. However, this was merely an encirclement without intent to kill, as the jade scorpion sensed the imminent threat posed by the fire talisman and dared not breach the flames. Upon encountering the jade scorpion, Lin Changqing did not immediately harbor thoughts of extermination. Rather, he contemplated the possibility of subduing the creature. Within the beast-taming legacy obtained from the black-robed man of the demonic path, there were detailed accounts of the jade scorpion's habits, along with methods for nurturing scorpion-like demonic beasts. The nurturing of the jade scorpion was largely similar. It merely required a bit more feeding of toxins. Furthermore, the jade scorpion's combat prowess was notable. While it appeared that Lin Changqing easily subdued the jade scorpion, this was primarily because it was still in its juvenile stage, and he had preemptively blocked the creature's stinger while maintaining a safe distance, rendering the jade scorpion helpless. Had the jade scorpion reached maturity, its strength and venom would have escalated to a terrifying level. Should he successfully tame the jade scorpion, the dynamics of combat among cultivators would shift. After all, cultivators often wield defensive artifacts. In the presence of an all-encompassing shield, the jade scorpion might prove less effective. However, against artifacts like his Heartguard mirror, if the jade scorpion could evade the artifact's attack while Lin Changqing provided support, they could effortlessly dispatch their foes. Yet, when faced with demonic beasts, the scenario became considerably simpler, as these creatures lacked magical barriers. Once the jade scorpion injected its venom into a demonic beast, that beast would be doomed. Moreover, Lin Changqing had always relied on talismans as his means of attack, resulting in a lack of diverse offensive strategies. Should someone focus on defense, the effectiveness of his attacks could be significantly diminished. The addition of the jade scorpion would considerably enhance his options. With both alchemy and talisman crafting as methods to acquire resources, nurturing another demonic beast posed no issues, and unlike cultivators, demonic beasts did not need to worry about revealing their secrets. Thus, it was a multifaceted advantage. The flames generated by the fire talisman gradually encroached upon the jade scorpion's space, leaving it with no avenue for retreat. And Lin Changqing denied it any chance to burrow underground. The flames scorched the jade scorpion, eliciting desperate hissing sounds from the creature. Lin Changqing, however, smiled faintly, proclaiming that it was still insufficient. The fire circle continued to constrict, while the emerald scorpion emitted a desperate hissing sound, which gradually diminished until it became nearly imperceptible. Slowly, the potency of the fire talisman began to wane, and the emerald scorpion grew increasingly feeble, its breath faint, and its capacity for further attack completely extinguished. Lin Changqing stepped forward, wielding a flying sword in one hand and a talisman in the other, prepared to thwart any counterattack from the emerald scorpion. However, as he approached, The scorpion's form shifted slightly, its tail needle transforming into a fleeting shadow, hurtling rapidly towards Lin Changqing. Yet, he was far from unprepared. The heart-guarding mirror was promptly activated. Standing resolutely between the tail needle and himself, the needle struck the mirror, causing only a slight tremor, while the venom upon it proved utterly ineffective. Subsequently, the emerald scorpion attempted to struggle upright, seeking to flee. It was evident that the situation was not so simple. It appeared that the damage inflicted by the fire separation talisman was not as profound as anticipated. Lin Changqing had deliberately controlled the talisman's power, ensuring that the flames did not incinerate the scorpion entirely. Otherwise, should another emerald scorpion emerge, it would stand no chance against the inferno of the fire separation talisman. Lin Changqing once again unleashed a fireball talisman, which detonated directly upon the body of the jade scorpion. The creature staggered momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Yet, it was not dead. Indeed, the vitality of this beast proved to be considerably more robust than that of a human. However, after enduring the impact of the fireball talisman, the jade scorpion could no longer rise. Observing its condition, Lin Changqing felt confident that it was time to attempt to subdue it. Lin Changqing casually retrieved a length of rope from his storage bag, a trinket acquired from the enigmatic black-robed figure of the demonic path. Though he could not ascertain its precise name, it was an inconsequential magical artifact, yet its material appeared to be of decent quality, prompting him to retain it. He skillfully bound the jade scorpion with the rope, ensuring it was securely tied, and then positioned himself beside the subdued creature. Lin Changqing placed his hand firmly upon the head of the jade scorpion, calming his mind to invoke the incantation for subjugating the beast. The slave mark. This particular seal is designed specifically for taming spirit pets, effectively preventing any rebellion from them. Lin Changqing's consciousness permeated the arm of the emerald scorpion, preparing to leave an indelible mark upon its psyche. Upon sensing the intrusion within its being, the emerald scorpion began to writhe, yet it was gravely injured, rendering resistance nearly impossible. However, the enslavement seal that Lin Changqing employed proved only marginally effective. While physical resistance was futile, the creature's consciousness vehemently resisted. Although the enslavement seal does not require extensive cooperation from the beast, it necessitates a lack of opposition. Unconscious beasts do not count. This method is typically most effective on newly hatched creatures, but the emerald scorpion, having matured for some time, found itself ill-suited for such control. Even a beast does not wish to be subjugated by another. Other means do exist, yet they too would enslave the creature, albeit with less fluidity and cooperation. Which is why Lin Changqing favored the enslavement seal. The emerald scorpion's defiance stirred a fierce resolve within Lin Changqing. With a swift motion of his other hand, he sent a flying sword that impaled the emerald scorpion to the ground. The creature let out a mournful shriek. Its blood, a vivid green, pooled upon the earth, marking the slow ebbing of its life. Submit or perish. Lin Changqing's intentions presented the emerald scorpion with two choices. Gradually, its blood ebbed away, and its vitality waned. At last, the emerald scorpion could no longer endure and conveyed its thoughts of submission. Lin Changqing hastily administered a healing elixir to the emerald scorpion. Although this potion was primarily designed for cultivators and its effects on magical beasts were not as pronounced, it nonetheless provided some benefit, ensuring the scorpion's survival. In the future, he would procure specialized potions intended for the healing of magical creatures. Once the emerald scorpion ceased its resistance, Lin Changqing was finally able to invoke the enslavement seal. Lin Changqing left a complex imprint on the consciousness of the emerald scorpion, enabling him to engage in a telepathic connection with it. Chapter 55, The Place of Cultivation. The enslavement seal is indeed designed specifically for the purpose of taming spirit pets. After the imprint was established, the emerald scorpion transformed into an obedient spirit companion. Lin Changqing untied the binding ropes that constrained the jade scorpion, a mystical artifact that had ensnared it. After such a tumultuous ordeal, even with the ropes loosened, the creature found it difficult to move. Now that the jade scorpion had become his spirit companion, Lin felt a twinge of remorse for having been too harsh in his previous treatment. Lacking specific elixirs for healing the injuries of the beast, he realized that recovery would take a considerable amount of time. After administering the usual restorative pills, the jade scorpion was finally able to move, albeit with great effort. Meanwhile, Lin sensed a peculiar shift in his consciousness as the jade scorpion communicated with him through their bond. Lin Changqing discerned the thoughts of the emerald scorpion through its imprint. The emerald scorpion conveyed its dire condition, expressing the need for healing and urging its master to take it to a certain location that would significantly aid in its recovery. Was there truly something here that could restore the emerald scorpion's injuries? Thus, Lin Changqing accompanied the emerald scorpion to the site it indicated. The valley was neither too large nor too small, and Lin Changqing reached the specific location in little time. To his astonishment, upon arrival, he found another emerald scorpion, one considerably larger than the one he had just tamed, lying motionless on the ground. However, with a careful scan of his spiritual sense, Lin Changqing quickly discerned that this emerald scorpion exhibited no signs of life. Furthermore, its internal flesh and blood had been entirely depleted, leaving behind merely an empty shell. Lin Changqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by the aura emanating from the jade scorpion, it possessed formidable strength, at least at the late stage of the first tier, and it could potentially be a fully realized beast of the first tier. Had the jade scorpion before him been present today, Lin Changqing would scarcely have had time to react before succumbing to poison and meeting his demise. Alas, it was still dead. A closer inspection revealed that the jade scorpion bore no injuries, suggesting that its death was not the result of battle. It appeared that, apart from the jade scorpion, no other beasts inhabited this locale. If not for injuries, it must have simply reached the end of its lifespan. Beasts, like cultivators, have their own mortality. The jade scorpion currently under his command was likely its progeny, and the complete consumption of its flesh must have been executed by his jade scorpion. Otherwise, it would not have thrived so well in this virtually preless valley. It remained uncertain whether the jade scorpion's demise was due to old age, prolonged death, or a combination of both, but its exoskeleton had become utterly decayed and unusable. Otherwise, materials from a first-tier late-stage or even perfected beast would possess considerable value. However, with the spiritual land now at his disposal and the jade scorpion as a spirit companion, he felt quite content. The loss of the beast's materials was inconsequential. The jade scorpion had not brought him here merely to observe the lifeless creature. The true significance lay in the spiritual herbs flourishing near the deceased jade scorpion. The poisonous spirit grass. This is a first-tier spiritual herb. However, the value of such spiritual herbs is considerable. In fact, any spiritual herb is of considerable worth. In the mortal realm, medicinal materials require years of cultivation to be of any use to cultivators. Conversely, spiritual herbs absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Not only can they be refined into elixirs to enhance one's cultivation, but even when consumed directly, they can elevate one's prowess, albeit not as markedly as when transformed into pills. Nevertheless, the poisonous spiritual grass is not intended for enhancing cultivation. Rather, it is utilized for concocting poisons. It is typically employed in the preparation of potent toxins or certain uniquely effective elixirs, and there is a notable demand for it among practitioners of particular esoteric arts, such as poison techniques. Its rarity and peculiar applications render it quite precious, thus commanding a hefty price in the marketplace. Yet, here lies an extensive patch of poisonous spiritual grass, flourishing around the deceased emerald scorpion. It is likely that the demise of the scorpion enriched this land, fostering the growth of the poisonous spiritual grass. This vast expanse of grass could fetch at least several hundred spirit stones in the marketplace. However, Lin Changqing has no intention of selling this poisonous spiritual grass. He lacks for spirit stones and finds it more advantageous to nurture the grass to sustain the emerald scorpion. The emerald scorpion is primarily a carnivorous beast, yet it consumes beneficial spiritual herbs such as these. The poisonous spiritual grass not only enhances the scorpion's toxicity but also nourishes its body, rendering it even more formidable. This grass and the emerald scorpion are truly a perfect match. The emerald scorpion selected several well-grown specimens of the poisonous spiritual grass, although these were not the most robust, which were located nearer to the deceased scorpion. It merely glanced at the finest specimens without choosing them, likely reserving them for future use. It promptly consumed the chosen grass to mend its injuries. The restorative properties of the poisonous spiritual grass are not mere words. The deep wounds on the scorpion, visible down to its innards, quickly ceased to worsen, showing signs of gradual recovery. As for the enhancement of its toxicity, the scorpion perceived that the vibrant green hue upon its body appeared to have deepened slightly, though not overtly so, suggesting that it had previously ingested a fair amount of poisonous spiritual grass. Lin Changqing nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he began to survey the surrounding terrain. This old emerald scorpion had indeed chosen a site of exceptional geomanic fortune. It was truly a treasure of a location, possessing both wind and water. Not far away, there existed a spiritual spring. This spring must connect directly to the underground spiritual veins, as the water that gushed forth was naturally imbued with a certain ethereal energy. Whether for cultivation or for nourishing the spiritual fields, it would prove to be quite beneficial. The presence of such a spiritual spring undoubtedly contributed to the flourishing of the toxic spirit grass in the vicinity. Lin Changqing directly cupped his hands to drink from the spiritual spring. He felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, which was then refined into magical power, leaving him with a profound sense of comfort. Truly, it is a remarkable spiritual spring. Lin Changqing made up his mind. This place would serve as his sanctuary for cultivation. With the assistance of this spiritual spring, his prowess would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. Without further ado, he set to work. Lin Changqing felled several trees to construct a wooden cabin for shelter from the elements, serving as a refuge for himself. The formation of the Four Ghosts Nightfall array he set up proved effective, allowing him to cultivate without the fear of disturbances. Additionally, with the presence of the Jade Scorpion, he ensured a dual layer of protection for his practice. Beyond this, he cultivated a few acres of spirit fields, planting various spiritual herbs. It would indeed be a pity not to make use of such favorable conditions. However, lacking any spirit herb seeds, he opted to plant some rare yet currently unnecessary herbs found in the valley, thereby enhancing the quality of his harvest. Even if he did not require them in the future, he could trade them for spirit stones. After tending to the spirit land, he ventured out to check on Sun Wenchang's child, Sunsheng. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, Lin Changqing began his period of secluded cultivation. Chapter 56. Outing unbeknownst to him. Over 2 years had swiftly passed. The passage of time during cultivation was remarkably fleeting. Had it not been for his breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refinement, he might have remained oblivious to the changes. The increase in his foundational essence brought him great comfort, adding 5 years to his lifespan, a considerable achievement. Over these 2 years, he had crafted countless alchemical pills, choosing only those devoid of pill toxicity, which significantly accelerated his cultivation speed. Furthermore, the external spirit spring contributed substantially to his progress, allowing him to transcend to the 5th level of qi refinement within this short span. His advancements were not limited to his cultivation level. Both his spiritual consciousness and physical refinement also witnessed impressive growth. With the aid of the essence nourishing pill, his spiritual awareness flourished over the years. Each time his consciousness waned, he consumed the pill to restore and enhance its strength. Presently, his spiritual awareness rivals that of late-stage qi refinement practitioners. While the immediate benefits may not be overtly apparent, he experienced a notable ease in drawing talismans and crafting pills, although his magical power still imposed limitations on significant breakthroughs. It is said that the true potential of spiritual awareness only manifests after establishing a foundation. Thus, he chose to accumulate knowledge gradually. As for his physical refinement, the progress was equally promising. With an abundance of demonic beast blood and resources at his disposal, his development in this area could hardly be slow. However, despite the accumulation of resources and a palpable enhancement in his physical attributes, he felt no sign of breaking through the bottleneck of late-stage refinement. More practice was necessary, along with an uncertain amount of investment in resources. Upon carefully sensing the Dao Star Lights in his mind, he discovered 37 of them, with one additional light in the process of accumulation. During his breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement, the speed at which the Dao Star Lights manifested had significantly increased, now occurring approximately every 25 days, a method he also used to keep track of time. During this period, he also comprehended a superior talisman technique he had surreptitiously learned from Master Zheng, the Fire Dragon Talisman. This is a potent and exquisite high-grade talisman. Although both the Lihua Talisman and the Fire Dragon Talisman belong to the category of high-grade fire talismans, their powers are distinctly different. The Lihua Talisman boasts a wide range and prolonged duration, albeit with slightly diminished strength, typically employed for the elimination of trivial adversaries. For Lin Changqing, who was at the mid-stage of qi refinement, it was nearly sufficient. However, ever vigilant and mindful of potential threats, Lin Changqing deemed it inadequate and thus sought to learn the Fire Dragon Talisman once more. While the Fire Dragon Talisman may not possess the extensive lethal range or enduring duration of the Lihua Talisman, its power is truly astonishing. Lin Changqing conducted an experiment where a single fire dragon talisman was capable of obliterating the peak of a mountain. Even cultivators at the late stage of qi refinement, when employing defensive artifacts, would find themselves severely affected by the impact of the fire dragon talisman should the quality of their defensive artifact be inadequate. It could potentially be rendered utterly useless in a single strike. The lineage of Master Zheng's talismans has been passed down through generations, encompassing a complete and coherent tradition of talisman craft, from the rudimentary fireball talisman to the mid-grade flame talisman and firebird talisman, culminating in the superior leaf fire talisman and fire dragon talisman. Initially, Lin Changqing did not acquire the mid-grade talismans, but later learned them, only to replace them with the ice blade talisman, thus opting not to expend his comprehension of Dao Star Light on those mid-grade talismans. The fire dragon talisman, with its formidable power, is likely to become his primary offensive tool, while the leaf fire talisman serves as a supplementary aid. However, the consumption of Dao Star Light for the fire dragon talisman is considerable, even with the insights into talisman craft bestowed by Li Xinyao. He would still require 10 units of Dao Star Light. The substantial expenditure of such energy further attests to the formidable might of the fire dragon talisman. After breaking through to the 5th layer of qi refinement, he finally sensed that it was time to relax a little. Lin Changqing stepped out of the wooden cabin and reached out, sensing a vivid green figure swiftly approaching from afar. Over the course of 2 years, the injuries of the emerald scorpion had long since healed, and its coloration had deepened significantly. A darker hue often signified greater strength, and it seemed that the scorpion might soon break through to the later stages of its rank. It was likely that it would achieve such advancement before Lin himself. The scorpion, measuring several inches in length, arrived at Lin Changqing's feet, affectionately rubbing against them. A gentle smile flashed across Lin's face as he crouched down to stroke the scorpion's head. Previously, while in the market, although he had few friends, at least he could see people and encounter no issues. However, having secluded himself in the valley, he had not seen a single soul. The gradual progress in his cultivation provided him with a modicum of solace. During these past 2 years, having such a spirit companion had prevented Lin Changqing from succumbing to madness. After such an extensive period of cultivation, it was time to venture out. Having just broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement, he could not rush into the 6th level. Perhaps it was time to visit the nearby market to ascertain any significant events occurring in the outside world, as they might have repercussions for his mundane existence. Gaining advanced knowledge would allow him to avoid potential pitfalls. Simultaneously, he intended to procure some spiritual materials, such as pills specifically designed for nurturing spirit beasts. As the emerald scorpion's cultivation continued to advance, acquiring quality resources would aid in its breakthrough. He also needed to purchase a spirit beast pouch. While navigating the spirit realm was manageable, bringing the scorpion along could prove cumbersome and conspicuous. A pouch would provide convenience. Previously, Lin had come across a spirit beast pouch on the black-robed man of the demonic path, which was of decent quality. However, at that time, he had no intentions of nurturing spirit stones and had exchanged it for spiritual currency. Had he retained it, it would have served him well now. He had already selected a specific location. Upon his arrival in the spirit realm, he had identified his position on the map and located the nearest market. In this area, the density of markets was quite low, with a decent market being several dozen kilometers apart, primarily due to the scarcity of spiritual veins. Additionally, markets required backing. For instance, the Changxian market was supported by the Qingxian sect and 2 major foundational families, attracting numerous wandering cultivators despite the lack of local specialties. The Huangshan market also enjoyed the backing of the Qingxian sect and foundational families, along with resources from the Beast Mountain range, which drew many wandering cultivators. The Changxian market provided a stable environment suitable for the development of cultivators of various skills, while the Huangshan market was more suited for the daring and combative wanderers. The market Lin intended to visit this time lacked the support of the Qingxian sect. It was established by a family of cultivators and situated at the intersection of several foundational families, facilitating trade and resulting in a bustling atmosphere. Before discovering the spirit realm, Lin Changqing had intended to settle in this very market. Having determined his destination, Lin Changqing set out from the spirit realm with the emerald scorpion. The journey to the market was not without its dangers, and having the scorpion with him provided an additional measure of strength. The emerald scorpion expressed its discomfort through a mark. It did not favor the thin spiritual energy of the outside world. Even during previous hunts, it would quickly return. rarely lingering in the wilderness. Lin Changqing could only patiently comfort him, assuring that everything would be well once they reached the Fengshe market. Chapter 57, The Four Peaks Market. After leaving the spiritual realm, he first went to see Sun Sheng, who was merely 3 years old and still oblivious to the world around him. Lin Changqing also assessed Sun Sheng's aptitude for cultivation, noting a certain affinity for spiritual energy, though a more accurate evaluation would only be possible as he matured. He casually issued a few instructions to Sun Sheng's several servants before taking his leave, recognizing that he could not impart wisdom to a child who was yet to understand. He subsequently spent several days traveling to the market district, primarily burdened by the presence of the jade scorpion, which, lacking a spiritual beast pouch, caused considerable delays along the journey. Otherwise, he could have arrived more swiftly. It is worth mentioning that this market district was merely an offshoot of a qi refining family. Ideally, the establishment of such a market would require at least a foundation-building family. However, an unfortunate incident during its inception transformed the original foundation-building family into a mere qi refining one. The influence of the original foundation-building family was gradually eroded by the encroachment of other foundation-building clans, until only this market district remained. Eventually, the foundation establishment sect of Qingxian intervened to mediate the situation. The relationship between the Qingxian sect's foundation-building members and the family that established the market was notably close, leading to the latter's preservation under the protection of the Qingxian sect. There were additional factors at play. For instance, should this family be annihilated, the question of ownership of the market would arise. The market bordered several foundation-building families, and no faction would agree to relinquish their claim, making the distribution of interests quite complex. Thus, a stalemate ensued, and the oversight of this qi refining family, backed by the Qingxian sect, became an acceptable resolution. The Xifeng market, nestled between 4 towering peaks, was reportedly once known as the Wufeng market. However, following the demise of the foundation-building family responsible for its establishment, it earned its current name. The 4 peaks not only symbolize the 4 surrounding mountains, but also represent the 4 neighboring foundation-building families. Lin Changqing arrived at the 4 peaks market, directly accompanied by the jade scorpion. Although bringing the jade scorpion was somewhat conspicuous, there was no alternative. It would be unwise to leave the creature outside, as any passing cultivator might mistake it for a wild beast and resolve the matter unfavorably. After a brief registration at the entrance of the market, the guarding cultivator cast a few extra glances at the jade scorpion and cautioned him to prevent any disturbances from his spirit companion before allowing him entry. After casually inquiring around, Lin Changqing first proceeded to a shop specializing in spirit beast bags to address the placement of the jade scorpion. He arrived at a store named the 100 Beast Pavilion, standing at its entrance where the distant roars of beasts could be faintly heard from within. This establishment was dedicated to the sale of spirit beasts and various related accessories. Lin Changqing entered the Beast Pavilion. A tall, middle-aged man approached him. "Esteemed friend, what do you require? We not only sell spirit beasts but also accept those of commendable quality." The man conversed with Lin Changqing, his gaze fixed upon the exquisite jade scorpion at Lin's feet. Such a jade scorpion of this quality is indeed a rare treasure. However, Lin Changqing merely shook his head. "I am not here to sell a spirit beast. I seek to purchase a spirit beast pouch." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Oh, spirit beast pouches. We have those as well." However, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, for acquiring that jade scorpion would have constituted a remarkable business opportunity. "We offer low-grade spirit beast pouches for 20 spirit stones, medium-grade pouches for 50 spirit stones, and high-grade pouches for 100 spirit stones. May I inquire which one you prefer?" "How exorbitant!" Lin Changqing felt a deep shock. This spirit beast pouch was even more expensive than a storage pouch. Lin Changqing weighed the spirit stones in his pocket. "Please give me a high-quality spirit beast pouch." A middle-aged man smiled. "Your discerning eye is truly commendable, my friend. The quality of the spirit beast pouches we offer is beyond reproach. Even the spirit beast pouches used by the disciples of the Qingxian sect are supplied by us." Ignoring the boastful middle-aged man, Lin Changqing retrieved 100 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over. After acquiring the spirit beast pouch, Lin Changqing affixed it to his waist and subsequently stored the emerald scorpion within. It was not ideal to keep the spirit beast exposed for too long. Lin Changqing continued to inquire, "By the way, since you sell spirit beasts here, do you also offer their feed?" The feed refers to the daily sustenance of the spirit beasts, typically prepared by beast tamers, which is far superior to what the beasts might forage for themselves. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened at this. Absolutely. We offer feed for a variety of spirit beasts, including scorpion-type creatures. We have specially formulated spirit feed pellets designed for scorpion spirit beasts, ensuring their optimal development. Your exquisite jade scorpion can also partake in this, guaranteeing the nurturing of the spirit beast to perfection. Should you require a larger quantity, we would be pleased to extend a discount. Lin Changqing shook his head. No, I shall procure the materials myself and concoct the mixture. After stating this, Lin Changqing promptly listed several names of spiritual materials, all of which pertain to the nourishment of scorpion-type beasts as indicated in the beast taming legacy. He intended to purchase these ingredients for self-preparation, which would be significantly more economical than directly acquiring pre-made feed. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise crossing his face. I did not expect that you were also well-versed in this matter. It appears you possess some insights regarding the feeding of scorpion-type spiritual beasts. The spiritual feeding pills for scorpions in our shop are largely composed of these very materials. Lin Changqing remained silent. It is said that during the demise of the 10,000 Beasts sect, numerous legacies were dispersed, enriching a multitude of powers. The influence behind the 100 Beasts Pavilion may very well be one of those entities that acquired the 10,000 Beasts sect's heritage. As for Lin Changqing's mastery of beast taming, it is entirely plausible, considering that the Spirit Control sect was established atop the 10,000 Beasts sect. As a disciple of the Spirit Control sect, it is only natural for him to possess a legacy of beast taming from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Moreover, the name of this 100 Beasts Pavilion evidently reflects the characteristics of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Perhaps it was once a property of theirs, ultimately falling into the hands of an unknown power. Observing Lin Changqing's silence, the middle-aged man chuckled lightly, not placing much significance on it. However, selling spiritual materials without the sale of spirit-nourishing pills would yield little profit. Yet, the individual before him was a customer, and it was their prerogative to choose what they wished to purchase. He certainly could not drive them away. The middle-aged man contemplated. Could you kindly showcase the emerald scorpion once more? Lin Changqing expressed his suspicion, asking, what is it that you wish to examine about my jade scorpion? The middle-aged man replied with a smile. I have established a shop here, and naturally, I possess some insights regarding the raising of spiritual beasts. Why not present it for me to take a look? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Changqing acquiesced. The intentions of the other party remained unclear. However, given that this was a marketplace and the individual in question was a shopkeeper, it seemed unlikely that any significant issues would arise. Furthermore, the other party possessed a wealth of experience in raising spirit beasts, far surpassing Lin's own limited understanding, which was derived solely from a cursory examination of the beast-taming legacy, without any profound insights gained through the illumination of the Dao Star Light. Consequently, Lin Changqing drew forth the spirit beast pouch, allowing the exquisite jade scorpion to emerge. The creature, possessing a remarkably gentle disposition, quietly settled at Lin's feet, exhibiting no further movements. Chapter 58. Spirit Feeding Pill. Observing the tranquil jade scorpion resting on the ground, the middle-aged man expressed his admiration. The quality of this jade scorpion is truly exceptional. My friend, are you truly not considering a transaction? For such a splendid jade scorpion, I would be willing to part with 800 spirit stones. 800 spirit stones? Lin Changqing was equally astonished by this price. He had not anticipated that the emerald scorpion could be valued so highly. However, Lin Changqing had no intention of selling the spirit beast, as he did not lack spirit stones. For him, the combat prowess of the emerald scorpion held far greater significance. My friend, please refrain from further discussion. I have no intention of parting with the emerald scorpion. Lin Changqing candidly rejected the other party. The middle-aged man let out a sigh of regret and began to scrutinize the emerald scorpion from various angles. Observing the shopkeeper's demeanor, he seemed tempted to reach out and touch it, but was deterred by the imposing aura of the emerald scorpion. Despite its current tranquil state, the creature was, in fact, biding its time. It consistently communicated through its markings that it disdained having prey hovering around it. Were it not for Lin Changqing's restraint, the emerald scorpion would have undoubtedly struck with its stinger. Having raised spirit beasts for many years, the middle-aged man could easily discern the scorpion's wariness, and he dared not approach too closely. If he were to provoke the creature, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After observing for a considerable time, the middle-aged man reluctantly withdrew his gaze. My friend, he remarked, from my observations, Your emerald scorpion has reached the pinnacle of the first-tier mid-stage and is on the verge of a breakthrough to the late stage, is it not? Lin Changqing nodded. Indeed. The emerald scorpion had reached this stage. It was for this reason that Lin Changqing ventured into the market to procure some nourishing sustenance, ensuring the emerald scorpion received the finest fare to facilitate its breakthrough. The middle-aged man spoke up. Since it is a spiritual beast advancement, it is rather misguided for you, my friend, to purchase these spiritual materials for concocting spiritual sustenance pills. Lin Changqing's heart stirred. How should this be articulated? The middle-aged man cleared his throat. The spiritual materials you purchased are indeed available here, and the spirit-feeding pills are formulated based on those materials. It is precisely for this reason that I possess a profound understanding of the spirit-feeding pills. These pills can certainly facilitate the development of scorpion-type spiritual beasts. However, they do not contribute to the breakthroughs of the spiritual beasts. Lin Changqing furrowed his brows, uncertain of the middle-aged man's assertions. The beast-taming legacy he had inherited did not explicitly clarify these matters. It merely suggested the feeding of spirit pills on a regular basis. As for transcending realms, the legacy presented several options. Among them, the most accessible was the exquisite quality poison spirit grass, of which there existed a patch within the spiritual grounds, along with several specimens of the finest variety. However, we possess a unique spirit pill, an enhanced version of the original, exhibiting greater efficacy and proving beneficial for the breakthrough of scorpion-type spirit beasts. To be candid, I perceive that your exquisite jade scorpion possesses exceptional quality, with a success rate of at least 50% for advancing to the late phase of the first tier. Yet, with the use of the new spirit pill, the success rate could ascend to 70%. Lin Changqing raised an eyebrow. A 20% increase in the success rate? The shopkeeper might be exaggerating. Perhaps the original probability of the emerald scorpion's breakthrough was already over 50%. With the use of the spirit-nourishing pill, it could reach over 60%, which, when rounded, amounts to 70%. Even after eliminating such distractions, one would expect at least a 10% enhancement in the success rate. Lin Changqing felt a stirring in his heart. Previously, he was aware that with the assistance of poison spirit grass, there was a considerable probability of breaking through to the late stage of the first tier. However, an additional 10% chance was indeed remarkable. Yet, he still posed another question. If I were to incorporate other auxiliary breakthrough items, would there be any conflicts? For instance, with the poison spirit grass? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man clapped his hands in realization. Poison spirit grass. No wonder your emerald scorpion has developed so exceptionally. It must have consumed a significant amount of poison spirit grass. The spirit-feeding pills we offer pose no conflict whatsoever with the poison spirit grass. Ordinarily, these spirit-feeding pills are intended for breakthroughs and should not be consumed excessively. They must be taken in a timely and measured manner, as the breakthrough medicines can indeed exert a certain stimulation on the bodies of demon beasts. However, since your emerald scorpion has ingested a substantial quantity of poison spirit grass, its demonic physique should be exceptionally well nurtured, allowing it to treat the spirit-feeding pills as a regular dietary supplement. If you add the poison spirit grass, the success rate for your emerald scorpion's breakthrough to the late stage of the first tier will be no less than 80%. Virtually a certainty. Lin Changqing smiled bitterly and nodded, acknowledging, "You speak with reason, my friend. However, what is the value of this new spirit-feeding pill you mentioned?" The middle-aged man chuckled softly. This particular concoction is a proprietary blend of our establishment, crafted from rare ingredients and an exquisite formula, which naturally elevates its price. Judging by the quality of your jade scorpion, it would take approximately a year of consuming the spirit-feeding pill for a breakthrough. I would recommend acquiring enough for 2 years. Any surplus can serve as sustenance for the later stages. As for the cost, I am grateful for your patronage. 238 spirit stones, but I can offer you a slight discount, bringing it down to 230 spirit stones. Lin Changqing's breath hitched. He understood immediately that the middle-aged man, despite his lengthy discourse, harbored ulterior motives. Indeed, it was evident that the individual had set his sights on the spirit stones nestled within Lin's pocket. Lin Changqing sighed. Then please prepare 2 years' worth of spirit-nourishing pills for me. However, I currently lack sufficient spirit stones. May I be allowed to sell some items and return to make my purchase? The middle-aged man chuckled. Of course, I shall await your return, my friend. Such exchanges are commonplace in the market. It is rare for wandering cultivators to possess an abundance of spirit stones, and oftentimes, Transactions are conducted through barter. Upon exiting the 100-beast pavilion, Lin Changqing felt no urgency. After all, he had already made arrangements with the middle-aged man, and such a substantial establishment would not vanish. He decided to first gather some intelligence. Without the company of the Jade Scorpion, he was no longer subject to the scrutiny of other cultivators and could easily blend into the throng of practitioners. In the market, gathering information is not conducted within the bustling taverns. The costs of patronage in such establishments are exorbitant, making them largely inaccessible to wandering cultivators. Those who do frequent them are typically affluent members of clans, and the soundproofing arrays often employed render it nearly impossible to glean any useful tidbits of information. The true arena for intelligence gathering lies within the stalls of the wandering cultivators. Most markets feature a designated area for stalls, as many wandering cultivators cannot afford the rent for a shop and merely pay 2 spirit stones to the market as a fee for setting up a stall. The atmosphere there is a mlang of individuals. Some may even be rogue cultivators, leading to a diverse array of information, though its veracity is often questionable. Moreover, the intelligence shared here tends to be of the lower echelon. Anything of significance rarely trickles down to this level, meaning that the information available is often common knowledge. However, Lin Changqing's purpose for this visit was simply to ascertain any recent significant events that might disrupt his tranquil cultivation life. As he stepped into the stall area, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds. Bartering voices, calls of prices, and casual conversations filled the air. Lin Changqing weaved through the bustling marketplace, seeking the information he desired. At last, he caught wind of the news he had been longing to hear. Have you heard? Huangshan Fengshi has vanished. What? Huangshan Fengshi has disappeared? Lin Changqing exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. The Huangshan Fengshi not only housed foundation-building cultivators from the Qingxian sect, but also boasted a nearby foundation-building family. The cultivators from this family were in their prime, possessing formidable strength. If anything were to befall Huangshan Fengshi, this family would undoubtedly lend their support. However, if Huangshan Fengshi has indeed ceased to exist, then this family must have perished as well. What kind of peril could so thoroughly obliterate a marketplace guarded by 2 foundation-building cultivators? There may be more to this tale. In a letter from Li Xinyao, she had mentioned that the Qingxian sect had dispatched foundation-building cultivators to investigate the disturbances in the Beast Mountain range. Thus, there must be more than just 2 foundation-building cultivators near the Beast Mountain range. Lin Changqing patiently listened as the scattered cultivators continued their conversation. One of my brothers hails from Huangshan Fengshi and made a direct journey here. Had I not advised him to stop, he would have likely continued running in the opposite direction. What transpired in Huangshan Fengshi to frighten him so profoundly? Such fear is not entirely unwarranted. Ordinary cultivators rarely encounter foundational beasts, and to suddenly confront a golden core beast without losing one's life is indeed a stroke of fortune, even if it merely instills terror. A golden core beast, exclaimed a nearby scattered cultivator, drawing the attention of several others. Lin Changqing seized the opportunity to blend into the gathering. The cultivator, encouraged by the interest, continued his tale with fervor. My brother witnessed the golden core beast firsthand, and a foundational cultivator from Qingxian sect could not withstand even a single blow from it. Huangshan Fengshi was utterly devastated by a mere swipe of the beast's paw. Fortunately, my brother's low cultivation level rendered him inconspicuous to the beast, or else he would not have escaped. Another scattered cultivator added. It is said that there was not just one foundational cultivator present at the time. There were at least 3, each fleeing faster than the last upon seeing the golden core beast. And then what happened? Inquired another, eager for more details. What could possibly follow? Huangshan Fengshi was completely destroyed, and the scattered cultivators fled to the nearest and largest Longshan Fengshi. The influence of the beastly mountain range has rapidly expanded, encroaching upon the territory of Longshan Fengshi. I have also heard that even before the golden core beast made its appearance, other beasts had already infiltrated the vicinity of Longshan Fengshi. Whether this was premeditated remains uncertain. Lin Changqing had never anticipated that such significant events would unfold during his more than 2 years of seclusion. The Huangshan Fengshi had vanished, replaced by the Changxian Fengshi. Or rather, the Changxian Fengshi had reverted to its original state. It was rumored that long ago, the Changxian Fengshi bordered the Beast Mountain range. Fortunately, Lin Changqing had departed from the Changxian Fengshi in advance. Although the Fengshi still existed, the upheaval would undoubtedly cause some chaos within. and remaining there could embroil him in turmoil. Simultaneously, Lin Changqing harbored concerns about whether further upheavals might occur in the Changxian Fangshi. Although he was not present in the Fangshi now, if it were to suffer an assault akin to that of the Huangshan Fangshi, where devastation would reign, his spiritual land was neither too distant nor too close to the Changxian Fangshi, thus risk exposure to the beasts. However, the words of the scattered cultivators did alleviate his worries considerably. How was the Changxian Fangshi faring now? Would it also be besieged by the beasts? After all, it was a significant market. It must not fall. Surely, the Changxian Fangshi would not be breached. It lay far from the golden core beasts, who would not venture such distances to attack the Fangshi. If the Qingxian sect's golden core elders seized the opportunity, the newly emerged golden core beasts would be reduced to mere materials. Moreover, I have heard that although there are beasts near the Changxian Fangshi, their density is not particularly high, especially in comparison to the Huangshan Fangshi. Many fellow cultivators are contemplating forming teams to venture to the Changxian Fangshi, for it harbors opportunities and lacks the numerous tribulations found in the Sifeng Fangshi. Additionally, there are many skilled cultivators there, making it exceedingly convenient to seize opportunities. Initially, when several golden core beasts roamed the Beast Mountain range, their influence had never extended beyond the Changxian Fangshi. Now, with only one golden core beast, that is even more improbable. Particularly, the Qingxian sect's strength has dramatically increased, boasting several golden core cultivators, with the most formidable among them having attained golden core perfection. This single elder could easily eradicate the golden core beast. A scattered cultivator inquired, if that is the case, why has the Qingxian sect not dispatched their golden core elders to eliminate the golden core beasts in the Beast Mountain range? It had previously been reported that a new golden core beast had emerged, only to be swiftly dealt with by a golden core elder. Why then? Have they allowed the golden core beasts to expand their influence in the Beast Mountain range? It has been several months since the Huangshan Fangshi was breached. The scattered cultivator who initially spoke hesitated. How could I possibly know? That is a matter for the higher-ups to ponder. Nevertheless, this cultivator added, I have heard that the Qingxian sect is not entirely neglectful of the Changxian Fangshi. They have recently increased the number of foundation establishment cultivators sent there. However, merely sending foundation establishment cultivators without golden core support raises questions about how they can withstand the golden core beasts. I wonder what the golden core elders of the Qingxian sect are contemplating. That is a concern for the golden core elders. Only the foundation establishment cultivators can afford to care a little. Why should a mere qi refining cultivator ponder such matters? After a bout of jesting and banter, the originally gathered circle of wandering cultivators gradually dispersed. Lin Changqing began to analyze the information he had received. Given the current situation, it seems that Changxian market will not encounter any significant issues in the near future. The territory of the Monster Beast Mountain range is vast, and the density of the beasts is indeed considerable. However, with the acquisition of such a large area from Huangshan Market to Changxian Market, it will likely take some time to fully assimilate. Whether this assimilation can be completed depends on when the golden elixir cultivators of the Qingxian sect choose to intervene. It remains a mystery why these cultivators have yet to take action, as the losses incurred are also detrimental to their own territory. Perhaps the higher-ups have their own considerations. After all, they have already dispatched foundation establishment cultivators to Changxian Market, indicating that they do not intend to abandon it. As for the golden elixir ancestors, they may be preoccupied with certain matters, such as the demonic path, which has previously shown traces within the Qingxian sect's domain. The golden elixir beasts of the Monster Beast Mountain range might be connected to the demonic path, and the Qingxian sect is likely wary of this threat. Alternatively, they may already be secretly positioned in Changxian Market, preparing to ambush the golden elixir beasts. Lin Changqing initially contemplated reaching out to Li Xinyao to discern the movements of the Qingxian sect. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that as an inner disciple, Li Xinyao would likely be unaware of matters concerning the golden elixir and the demonic path. Even if she were informed, she would probably have been cautioned against discussing such sensitive topics with outsiders. Thus, he dismissed the idea of contacting her. Nevertheless, he still decided to send a letter to Li Xinyao, merely to convey his safety and strengthen their connection, lest their relationship grow distant. As a disciple of the Qingxian sect, she might one day become a foundation establishment cultivator, thus serving as a valuable connection. Chapter 60. Sale of elixirs. After gathering the necessary information in the stall area, Lin Changqing casually strolled about, searching for items of interest before departing from the marketplace. He now intended to sell some goods to exchange for spirit stones, which he would use to purchase spirit-nourishing pills. This time, Lin Changqing planned to sell a portion of the spiritual herbs he had discovered in the spiritual land, which had remained untouched for an extended period, allowing for the natural growth of numerous herbs. Lin Changqing selected a portion of less precious spiritual herbs, which he had no further use for, to exchange for spirit stones, as they merely occupied space. In addition to the herbs, he also intended to sell a selection of elixirs. While he typically consumed only the refined versions of the Jade Spirit Pill, his initial lack of proficiency prevented him from guaranteeing that all the pills he produced were of refined quality. Even as he later achieved a stable output of refined pills, it was inevitable that not all would meet this standard. From each batch, he would yield 2 or 3 pills, with at least one lacking refinement. Consequently, over the past 2 years, he amassed approximately 6 bottles of pills, each containing 10 pieces, with each pill valued at a minimum of 10 spirit stones. Given the superior quality of his elixirs, there was ample room for price elevation, landing them at a conservative estimate of 13 or 14 spirit stones each. Thus, the total worth of his elixirs amounted to around 700 or 800 spirit stones. The profession of an alchemist truly proves lucrative, aside from personal use. He had accumulated this considerable sum of spirit stones over the past 2 years. However, Lin Changqing needed to carefully consider where to sell them. The Four Peaks market was not particularly safe. According to discussions among scattered cultivators, numerous bandits lurked outside the market. These cultivators often banded together, as ordinary practitioners were no match for them. Particularly notorious were the 4 major bandit groups, led by formidable cultivators at the late stage of chi refinement, accompanied by a host of underlings. These bandits had even obliterated some scattered families protected by formations, displaying audacious recklessness. They frequently lay in wait near the market to rob scattered cultivators, leaving the market's proprietors powerless. How could they manage these bandits? The market's owner was merely from a chi refinement family, with the strongest among them also at the late stage of chi refinement. Even if they mobilized their entire force, they could not contend with the bandit factions. Moreover, these bandits were astute enough not to target the 4 major foundation establishment families or their affiliates, instead preying on scattered cultivators and smaller families, leaving them in dire straits. Yet, there was little choice. To acquire resources, one had to venture to the market, with the Four Peaks market being the largest in the vicinity. Furthermore, the 4 major foundation establishment families led transactions there, compelling smaller families to do the same. Some scattered cultivators speculated that these bandit groups were akin to dogs raised by the 4 major foundation establishment families, deliberately eroding the Four Peaks market. If one displayed wealth while purchasing from the shops of these families, they would be marked and subsequently accosted by bandits upon exiting the market. Conversely, if one refrained from patronizing these establishments, they would still incur resentment and face bandits outside the market. While this may seem exaggerated, it is indeed the reality. The bandits are undeniably rampant. He possessed a considerable quantity of elixirs. Should he choose to sell them, it would undoubtedly attract attention to his wealth. Thus, he decided to select a shop with a reputable standing for the sale. Even if he were to draw the attention of robbers, it would be preferable for them not to be the notorious groups of late-stage chi refinement cultivators. After much deliberation, he settled on the shop owned by the nominal master of the Four Peaks market, a store established by a chi refinement family. This particular establishment rarely garnered any ill repute, primarily due to its scant clientele, which limited its notoriety. Moreover, the family lacked significant power and could not afford to support their own robbers, unlike the 4 prominent foundation-building clans. As soon as Lin Changqing entered the shop, an elderly man approached him and inquired, "May I ask what kind of elixirs you are seeking, my friend?" Lin Changqing slightly lowered his hat to shield his face and then spoke in a hushed tone, "I do not seek to purchase anything. Do you accept elixirs here?" The elderly man hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, we do accept them, provided that the quality of your elixirs meets our standards." Lin Changqing nodded slightly, then retrieved a jade vial containing a Yuling Dan from his storage bag. "Pray tell, how many spirit stones can you offer for a pill of such exquisite quality?" The elder accepted the jade vial and poured out a single pill. Upon discerning the quality of the elixir, he could not help but exclaim, "Yuling Dan. A Yuling Dan of such remarkable quality." Although these elixirs crafted by Lin Changqing may not be classified as top tier, they are certainly of remarkable quality. far exceeding what ordinary practitioners might ever encounter. Such exquisite elixirs present an excellent opportunity, whether for cultivating his own descendants or for trading as a gesture of goodwill. One wonders how many spirit stones the merchant would be willing to offer for their acquisition. Suppressing his excitement, the elder remarked, "My friend, for elixirs of this quality, we can offer 14 spirit stones each. Rest assured, the price we propose is likely the highest that can be found in the Four Peaks market." Lin Changqing nodded gently, declaring that 14 spirit stones would suffice. He then retrieved 5 vials of elixirs from his storage bag, stating, "Let us sell these as well." The old man, upon seeing Lin Changqing produce 5 identical bottles, was momentarily taken aback, hastily accepting all the vials to inspect them one by one. This was indeed a windfall. With such a plethora of high-quality elixirs, selling them through the shop would surely elevate its reputation and help restore some of the family's waning fortunes. "Splendid. We'll take them all." The old man was so exhilarated that he scarcely knew what to say. "Not so fast." Lin Changqing replied nonchalantly, "I have other items to sell." Lin Changqing retrieved a considerable number of low-grade spiritual herbs from his storage pouch. Upon seeing these herbs, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Although the value of these herbs could not compare to that of elixirs, their quantity was substantial enough to be worth a significant amount of spirit stones. After dedicating ample time to the task, the elder presented the price for the herbs. "My friend, these herbs are approximately worth 200 spirit stones." This estimation aligned closely with Lin Changqing's own calculations. "Let us proceed at this price," he agreed. The elder continued, "The total for the elixirs amounts to 840 spirit stones, and the herbs total 200 spirit stones, bringing the grand total to 1,040 spirit stones. A sum exceeding 1,000 spirit stones was now within reach." However, Lin Changqing suddenly recalled something and listed a series of medicinal materials required for the refinement of the jade spirit pill and the spirit nourishing pill. He had already completed the refining of the spirit nourishing pills and consumed them all, even the ordinary quality ones. Since the jade spirit pill did not incur pill toxicity, a slight accumulation of it from the spirit nourishing pills was inconsequential. The materials for the jade spirit pill had also been significantly depleted, and he needed to replenish them before entering seclusion, the duration of which was uncertain. The elder pondered for a moment and confirmed that he had some of the required materials, though not all. Lin Changqing decided to acquire everything available and planned to inquire at other shops later. As the elder exchanged the spirit stones and herbs, he could not help but ask, "Does my friend happen to have an alchemist behind him? Could we establish a long-term partnership with this shop? We would consistently purchase at this price." A voice, seemingly laced with amusement, emerged from beneath Lin Changqing's hat. "Let us discuss that later." Chapter 61. The return journey. His purpose in visiting this place was to gather spirit stones, believing it unlikely that any secrets would be revealed, thus avoiding the attention of the 4 major robbery factions outside. The notion of a long-term partnership was not worth entertaining. Moreover, this shop was backed by a foundation family, which was itself under scrutiny from external forces. It would be foolish to consider a lasting collaboration with them. Upon exiting, Lin Changqing visited several other herbal shops, acquiring a substantial quantity of materials and spending a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, this was a worthwhile investment, as he would soon be able to consume the spirit-nourishing pills to enhance his spiritual perception. Although the increase in spiritual strength from the spirit-nourishing pills was modest, the initial strength of a chi refinement stage's spiritual perception was inherently limited. With ample consumption, the growth became notably apparent. Having nearly completed his acquisitions of medicinal materials, Lin Changqing made his way to the Beast Pavilion. Armed with spirit stones, he spoke with newfound confidence and directly purchased 2 years' worth of feed. With his shopping nearly complete and a significant amount of spirit stones remaining in his storage pouch, Lin Changqing sought out a weapon refinement shop to procure a flying artifact. Flying artifacts are specifically designed for travel, offering superior speed compared to others of the same rank and requiring less mana. Previously, when departing from Changxian Square, he had not considered the necessity of such an artifact, for the journey was too long to rely solely on foot. While learning a travel spell could be an option, it would demand considerable mana. Thus, purchasing a flying artifact proved to be the more economical choice. Lin Changqing did not purchase exceptionally high-quality items. He merely acquired something of inferior grade, sufficient for his needs. However, as he departed from the marketplace, he noticed a small group of individuals trailing behind him. He had drawn attention. Observing the company that exited the marketplace alongside him, A subtle smirk danced upon Lin Changqing's lips. His actions while procuring medicinal herbs had been rather conspicuous, and he had expended a considerable amount of spirit stones, making it inevitable that he attracted the gaze of others, especially without much disguise. In truth, Lin Changqing had meticulously studied the records of rogue cultivators and was well versed in their targets. If he wished, he could have devoted more time to altering his identity multiple times before making his acquisitions. Yet, he deemed such efforts excessively cumbersome and preferred not to linger any longer in the Four Peaks marketplace. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of assurance. With his mid-stage qi refinement and mid-stage body refinement cultivation, he could contend with the majority of dangers present in this marketplace. Although the Four Peaks marketplace was backed by four prominent foundation establishment families, there were no foundation establishment cultivators stationed, and mutual apprehensions kept them from frequenting the area. Thus, the strongest individuals in the marketplace were merely late-stage qi refinement cultivators, and their numbers were limited. This lack of formidable opponents allowed rogue cultivator groups to operate with impunity. Given Lin Changqing's strength, as long as he did not encounter the rogue group led by those late-stage qi refinement cultivators, he would be largely untroubled. Even if he did, the several fire dragon talismans and an abundance of flame talismans stored in his pouch would suffice to handle the situation. Moreover, he had already employed a technique to conceal his aura, reducing his cultivation to early-stage qi refinement, thus avoiding attracting any major threats. The individuals fixated on him were merely a small band of rogue cultivators led by someone of mid-stage qi refinement. Following a transaction, Lin Changqing emerged from a shop and was unintentionally jostled by another person who discreetly sprinkled a powder on him, nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye. Yet, Lin Changqing opted not to remove the powder. He intended to test the effectiveness of his newly drawn fire dragon talisman against cultivators. And an unwitting target presented itself. Why not take advantage of it? Lin Changqing controlled the flying artifact, his speed not particularly swift, as this was his inaugural experience in piloting such a device, and he had yet to attain proficiency. After distancing himself somewhat from the bustling market, several bandits trailing behind him abruptly obstructed his path. Esteemed fellow cultivator, one of them intoned, "Our brothers find ourselves in a rather precarious financial situation. Noticing that you have procured an ample amount of goods, might we request a modest loan of spirit stones, which could be regarded as a toll for your passage?" The bandits in this region appeared to thrive rather comfortably. It was perplexing how they were able to engage in such lengthy dialogues. Without uttering a word, Lin Changqing promptly produced a talisman. The fire departure talisman. A wave of flames unfurled before him, throwing the group of scattered cultivators into a state of disarray. Some attempted to cast spells to erect a protective barrier of spiritual energy, while others activated their magical instruments to fend off the inferno. However, these cultivators were merely at the initial stage of qi training, and the leader among them was at the mid-stage of qi training. Confronted with a high-grade talisman, he could only struggle desperately to withstand the onslaught. Lin Changqing swiftly alleviated their suffering. The fire dragon talisman. At last, he could witness the talisman's efficacy in actual combat. The fire dragon talisman ignited a flame, birthing a dragon of fire, the searing heat distorting the very air around it. With a ferocious roar, the fire dragon surged forward without hesitation, leaving a scorched path in its wake. From the perspective of the bandits, the previously laid fire talismans rendered them nearly defenseless. As they beheld the approaching fire dragon, a profound despair enveloped them. Wasn't he this merely a lavishly generous cultivator at the initial stage of qi refinement? Even if slightly stronger, their numbers should have sufficed to overwhelm a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner. Yet now, they perceived their adversary as far more formidable than a late-stage practitioner. Typically, such a devastating assault would require preparation, and this was merely the second consecutive strike. Could it be that they were facing high-grade talismans? Yet, this band of bandits hardly warranted such a cost. These questions would have to be addressed in the afterlife. In the aftermath of the fire dragon talisman, a considerable commotion ensued, leaving behind several charred corpses. The clothing and magical artifacts upon them were utterly incinerated, and their storage bags severely damaged, resulting in a chaotic explosion of various items, some of which were further consumed by the residual flames of the fire talismans. In the realm of cultivation, storage bags do not possess true spatial independence, a capability reserved for powerful cultivators. Lower-tier practitioners utilize rudimentary spatial materials in their crafting, supplemented with various prohibitions. When a storage bag endures intense assault, it can be easily destroyed, leading to the contents spilling forth. Most of the remaining items were of little value. Artifacts that had once been present were rendered unrecognizable by the Fire Dragon Talisman, significantly damaged. While they could be repaired, it seemed unnecessary, as the heap of debris was hardly worth the effort or expense. However, Lin Changqing did discover a remarkable item on the leader of the bandits, an intermediate-grade flying artifact. It had previously been secured within the storage bag, which remained unscathed when it exploded. No wonder the bandit had been so swift, easily keeping pace with Lin Changqing. This intermediate flying artifact boasted a much larger capacity and a significantly increased speed. It effectively replaced the lower-grade flying artifact he had just purchased, a regrettable oversight. Had he known bandits would come bearing gifts, he would have refrained from his recent acquisition. With his new flying artifact, Lin Changqing swiftly made his way to the spiritual realm. Chapter 62. The Breakthrough of the Jade Scorpion. Upon re-entering the spiritual realm, it felt like returning home, providing him with a considerable sense of security. Lin Changqing summoned the Emerald Scorpion and retrieved the spirit-feeding pill he had recently acquired. The Emerald Scorpion, sensing the nature of the item in Lin Changqing's hand, nestled affectionately at his feet, rubbing against him tenderly. It then gazed eagerly at the spirit-feeding pill. And through their bond, Lin Changqing could perceive the palpable desire emanating from the creature. Truly, the spirit-feeding pill, specially crafted by the Beast Pavilion, possessed an extraordinary allure for magical beasts. Lin Changqing first fed it one pellet, observing no immediate reaction. The Emerald Scorpion then turned its gaze back to Lin Changqing, prompting him to offer 2 more pellets, roughly the equivalent of a day's sustenance. Satiated, the Emerald Scorpion ceased its demands for more. Lin Changqing continued to observe for a while longer, noting that the state of the Emerald Scorpion was exceedingly robust, appearing even more vibrant and spirited than usual. Of course, a breakthrough cannot occur instantaneously. It is a gradual process, reliant on the accumulation of nourishment over time. According to the individual from the Beast Pavilion, it is estimated that a breakthrough will require more than a year. Lin Changqing felt a sense of reassurance, deciding to wait. In a little over a year, he would acquire an assistant at the late stage of qi refinement. During this journey, he had garnered a general understanding of the external circumstances, which should not pose a threat to him, thus allowing him to devote himself to his cultivation in peace. Consequently, Lin Changqing once again entered a state of seclusion. Time flew by swiftly, and nearly 2 years had passed. At this moment, the Emerald Scorpion lay coiled in the region abundant with poison spirit grass, its monstrous body trembling incessantly. Through the mark, Lin Changqing could distinctly sense the Emerald Scorpion's intention to break through. A look of joy appeared on Lin Changqing's face. The Emerald Scorpion, his spirit companion, breaking through signified not only its enhancement, but also a substantial increase in his overall prowess. He then produced all the remaining spirit-nourishing pills and offered them to the Emerald Scorpion. With eagerness, the scorpion utilized its pincers to eagerly consume the pills, emitting sounds of delight, while Lin Changqing sensed through their bond that it was still insufficient. Or rather, the spirit-nourishing pills were adequate, yet something essential was still lacking. The poisonous spirit herb. The Emerald Scorpion turned its gaze towards a few nearby poisonous spirit herbs, the ones in closest proximity. These particular specimens, flourishing exceptionally well, were cherished by the scorpion, which often took the initiative to water them with spirit spring water. Typically, wild magical beasts guard certain spiritual treasures, some of which are symbiotic, growing alongside the beast in their natural habitat. These beasts protect the treasures until they mature enough to be consumed, thereby enhancing their cultivation without completely depleting the resource, allowing it to continue flourishing. Additionally, magical beasts often seek out beneficial spiritual treasures, patiently waiting by their sides until they ripen. The relationship between the poisonous spirit herb and the Emerald Scorpion encompasses elements of both scenarios. The poisonous spirit herb typically thrives in areas where poison-type magical beasts have perished, absorbing their blood and flesh for sustenance. This explains why these herbs grow abundantly around the elder Emerald Scorpion. Now that the scorpion was on the verge of a breakthrough, it was time for these exceptional poisonous spirit herbs to play their vital role. The Emerald Scorpion approached the chosen poisonous spirit herbs, using one of its massive pincers to extract a plant and consume it. As the herb entered its mouth, Lin Changqing could sense a marked increase in the scorpion's formidable presence. Yet, it still lacked a little something. Perhaps due to the substantial effects of the abundant poisonous spirit herbs, the scorpion's foundation was exceptionally solid. Originally, the members of the 100 Beasts Pavilion had estimated that it would take over a year for it to break through. But now it seemed nearly 2 years had passed before this momentous occasion. Thus, one premium poisonous spirit herb was insufficient. Fortunately, there was more than one available. The emerald scorpion devoured another premium poisonous spirit herb. This time, it was finally enough. The scorpion commenced its breakthrough in earnest. Gradually, its aura ascended, ultimately surpassing the critical threshold, transforming from its original verdant hue to a brilliant jade color. Late stage of the first rank. This is the complete form of the emerald scorpion. In its juvenile stage, its venom was not sufficiently potent, merely exhibiting a vibrant green hue. However, upon reaching maturity, its power has accumulated, and its toxin has intensified, transforming into a resplendent emerald color. After the metamorphosis into this emerald hue, the scorpion retains the same tone but with a diminished clarity and an enhanced elegance. The current emerald scorpion, relying on its venom, can effortlessly dominate the ranks of late-stage first-tier magical beasts. Nevertheless, its physique does not compare to those beasts that have honed their physical forms. Thus, it must avoid direct encounters after injecting its toxin, lest it fall prey to the enemy's counterattack, resulting in mutual destruction. Fortunately, the emerald scorpion is the spiritual companion of Lin Changqing, who can adeptly engage the enemy and provide support. After its breakthrough, the emerald scorpion remains unchanged in appearance, affectionately rubbing against Lin Changqing's pant leg to express its fondness. Its size has increased once more, though it still pales in comparison to the elder emerald scorpion. Nevertheless, it has grown to approximately 4 or 5 feet, excluding the tail stinger. In Lin Changqing's perspective, a magical beast like the emerald scorpion should not be overly large, as a larger size would hinder stealthy attacks, and the scorpion does not rely on brute strength in combat. However, this size is still acceptable. In a world where might is paramount among magical beasts, the emerald scorpion is considered diminutive, although Lin Changqing feels it may appear conspicuous if facing off against cultivators. Subsequently, Lin Changqing communicated with the emerald scorpion through their bond, and the connection was seamless, without any anomalies. Lin Changqing let out a slight sigh of relief. In truth, spirit pets cannot surpass their masters. Within the realm of cultivation, instances where pets overpower their masters are all too common. When a spirit pet becomes stronger than its owner, it is prone to rebellious thoughts, initially disregarding commands, subsequently descending into madness, and ultimately turning against its master. Solely relying on the enslavement mark is insufficient. Certainly, there exist other more tyrannical methods to control spirit beasts, yet such methods are either overly complex and exceedingly difficult to execute or require a specific affinity with the beasts. Allowing them to let go of their inhibitions before the mark can be successfully implanted. A slight misstep can lead to a significant loss of the beast's potential, rendering advancement arduous. As for more brute force methods, they directly obliterate the spirit beast's potential, making any ascension virtually impossible. The enslavement method strikes a balance, imposing a certain level of restraint while preserving the spirit beast's potential. At present, the emerald scorpion is not much stronger than Lin Changqing and is unlikely to rebel. A spirit beast that has received the enslavement mark assesses its master's strength through that very mark. Lin Changqing's spiritual awareness, bolstered by the spirit-nourishing pill, has already ascended to the late stage of chi refinement, making him considerably stronger than the already advanced emerald scorpion. Even if the emerald scorpion reaches the first stage of perfection, it will not rebel, particularly by the time the emerald scorpion achieves this state. Lin Changqing's spiritual awareness should also be perfected, unless the emerald scorpion can surpass him in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage first. Only then might the disparity incite rebellious thoughts. Chapter 63. Earthgrade Jade Spirit Pill after the emerald scorpion's breakthrough to the late stage. Lin Changqing once again ventured to the Four Peaks market with it. Having broken through, the emerald scorpion was no longer in need of feeding. So he prepared to procure another batch while also gathering intelligence regarding any significant events that might affect him. Upon inquiry, it seemed that not much was happening in Changxian market. If anything, it had become even more prosperous. The Qingxian sect, in addition to the Station Foundation establishment elders, dispatched another foundation establishment cultivator and summoned 2 prominent foundation establishment families already residing in the region. This summons extended not only to the ancestral elders of the families, but also included their chi refinement members. To outsiders, the Qingxian sect's actions may appear somewhat ruthless. While summoning Foundation establishment cultivators could be understood, why include Qi refinement practitioners as well? However, Lin Changqing believed that these two Foundation establishment families were more than eager for such a development. Previously, due to the matters concerning the Spirit Stone mine, the two prominent foundational families had been tacitly ostracized, engaging in minimal external activities. Moreover, as a result of the fierce conflict among the three major families, their ranks had diminished considerably, leading to the loss of substantial territories. After a period of recuperation, they have regained a portion of their vitality. However, in the absence of a statement from the Qingxian sect, the two foundational families dare not take significant actions. Yet, with a shortage of manpower, they have summoned the Qi refinement cultivators from the two families, signaling the dissolution of the unofficial prohibition against them. Perhaps the members of these families are even reveling in this newfound opportunity. Thus, four foundational cultivators now guard the Changxian Fang market. Although they may not be sufficient to contend against golden core demonic beasts, it is said that the foundational elder stationed here has brought with him a formidable array. Even if they are not capable of defeating the golden core beasts, they should be able to withstand them to some extent, buying time until reinforcements from the Qingxian sect arrive. Consequently, the Changxian Fang market has attracted numerous rogue cultivators, drawn by the resources of demonic beasts and the protective array, which significantly enhances the sense of security. With the influx of rogue cultivators from both Huangshan market and other neighboring markets, the Changxian Fang market has flourished even further. Could it be that leaving the Changxian Fang market was a grave mistake? No. Lin Changqing shook his head. Currently, he was quite content, possessing a piece of spiritual land abundant in vitality, free from concerns regarding spiritual energy. With a plentiful supply of elixirs, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He had also acquired a late-stage first-tier spirit pet, a luxury unattainable in the Changxian market, and even if it were possible, it would require a significant expenditure of spirit stones and attract unwanted attention. Moreover, practicing alchemy and cultivation within the Changxian market would inevitably draw the gaze of those with ulterior motives, in stark contrast to the freedom he enjoyed in his secluded space. Of course, there were drawbacks. He was not yet the epitome of a serene and ascetic cultivator. Spending long periods in solitary seclusion had begun to wear on his mind, and the resources he needed required him to travel a considerable distance to the Sifeng market, lacking the convenience of the Changxian market. Nevertheless, overall, his external cultivation had its merits. After expending a substantial amount of spirit stones on purchases in the Sifeng market, Lin Changqing departed without lingering. Fortune favored him this time, as he encountered no bandits. It stood to reason that one could not expect to face such dangers repeatedly, or else the market would be rendered unnecessary. Upon returning, Lin Changqing resumed his routine of cultivation, alchemy, and medication, occasionally indulging in drawing talismans for relaxation. His days were indeed fulfilling. One day, as Lin Changqing mechanically refined the jade spirit pill, he lost count of how many times he had practiced this recipe, nearly forming a muscle memory. He could perform the steps with his eyes closed. Now, he contemplated his next actions, as his medicinal materials were running low. Having been over 2 years since his last visit to the market, the sustenance for his emerald scorpion had also been nearly depleted. It was time to replenish his supplies. After completing this batch of elixirs, he would need to venture to the market once more. Thus, Lin Changqing concentrated on refining the medicinal essence, preparing to condense the pill. Just as he was in the midst of this process, an unexpected surge of inspiration struck him, causing the condensation technique in his hands to flow more naturally than ever before. What was this? Such a phenomenon had not occurred previously, yet Lin Changqing continued his motions, feeling a heightened sense of focus. Condense. The pill is formed. Suddenly, Lin Changqing's expression changed. The alchemical furnace, which should have remained still until he activated the refining technique, began to tremble violently. It was as if some creature within the furnace yearned to break free. Before Lin Changqing could ponder the situation, the furnace lid burst open. In an instant, radiant hues flickered, and faint clouds emerged, revealing at the center a jade-colored pill. Lin Changqing suddenly recalled a particular scenario that arose within the alchemical inheritance. However, he found himself without the opportunity to delve into the intricacies of the alchemical texts. With a swift alteration of his sealing technique, he transformed it into the method of sealing the furnace. Sealing. The lid of the alchemical furnace was abruptly closed, encasing the elixir within. The sealing technique was seldom employed, reserved for specific instances when certain extraordinary elixirs required a period of nurturing post-refinement, as well as circumstances where the elixirs might attempt to escape. Indeed, the concern was that the elixirs could flee. While ordinary elixirs posed no such risk, those of a superior grade, particularly earth-grade elixirs, possessed a modicum of sentience and would attempt to fly out of the furnace once opened, although recapturing them post-escape was not particularly challenging. Such occurrences inevitably led to a loss of potency. After sealing the furnace, Lin Changqing waited for an extended period, and sensing no further movement from the furnace, he finally proceeded to employ the method to open it. Open. The lid of the alchemical furnace was lifted, and Lin Changqing eagerly anticipated inspecting the elixir. A fragrant aroma wafted throughout the room, and he felt as though, upon inhaling the scent, his own magical energy had been subtly invigorated. Lin Changqing gazed into the alchemical furnace, where a jade-white elixir subtly manifested two ethereal patterns. Perhaps it was an illusion, but it seemed as though the jade spirit pill stirred ever so slightly. Indeed, a low-grade elixir. Elixirs are categorized into three ranks: heavenly, earthly, and mortal. A single pattern signifies a mortal-grade elixir, 2 patterns denote an earthly-grade elixir, and 3 patterns represent a heavenly-grade elixir. However, mortal-grade elixirs are exceedingly rare. Even master alchemists cannot guarantee their success. Only through Lin Changqing's profound comprehension of the Tao, illuminated by the starlight of enlightenment, could he ensure the successful concoction of a mortal-grade elixir. Earthly-grade elixirs are spoken of only in whispered legends. They are typically produced by master alchemists executing low-tier formulations. The creation of high-tier elixirs, on the other hand, is a formidable challenge. As for heavenly-grade elixirs, they exist solely in myth, their essence transcending mere alchemy, resembling a different form of life altogether. It is said that the manifestation of heavenly-grade elixirs is not subject to human will, but rather dictated by the heavens. There is a tale of a novice alchemist, utterly unfamiliar with the art, who, during his inaugural attempt at crafting the most rudimentary fasting elixir, inadvertently produced a heavenly-grade variant. Upon its emergence, the elixir transformed into a human form, enveloped in radiant light before vanishing, rumored to have attained immortality. From that moment forth, the novice's subsequent attempts at crafting fasting elixirs invariably yielded at least a low-grade product, with earthly-grade variants becoming commonplace. However, the heavenly-grade fasting elixir never reappeared. He pondered whether that initial creation was indeed a heavenly-grade elixir or merely a blessing from an immortal. Curiously, the novice alchemist could only successfully produce fasting elixirs, while attempts at other varieties were fraught with failure, akin to a complete neophyte in the field of alchemy. Chapter 64. Return to Changshin Fang Market. Legends remain just that, legends. Lin Changqing was uncertain of the effects of those earthly-grade fasting elixirs, but he was well aware of the benefits conferred by the earthly-grade jade spirit pill. Merely inhaling its fragrant aroma, he sensed a subtle enhancement in his cultivation. Truly, it is worthy of its earthly-grade classification. Lin Changqing felt that he was currently at the 5th level of qi refinement. With the consumption of this elixir, he would instantly ascend to the 6th level without encountering any issues. Although he had been at the 5th level for 4 years, breaking through to the 6th level would require at least another 2 to 3 years. Presently, he was in the mid-stage of qi refinement, a far cry from the initial stage, where one could easily ascend with abundant resources. Moreover, his inferior spiritual root and the constraints of the ancient Wu Changqing technique hindered his progress, resulting in this sluggish advancement. Typically, a loose cultivator with his resources would have already reached the late stage of qi refinement. Lin Changqing, having regained his composure, prepared to consume the earth-grade elixir in pursuit of a breakthrough. No matter how exceptional the elixir may be, it is ultimately meant for human use. Even an earth-grade elixir holds no value if it cannot be utilized. After Lin Changqing had meticulously restored the mana and spiritual awareness consumed in the alchemical process, he adjusted his state. He then picked up the jade-like elixir. If the ordinary quality jade spirit pill resembled a common piece of jade, then the mortal-grade jade spirit pill would be akin to exquisite jade, while the earth-grade jade spirit pill was a paragon of beauty. The 2 intricate patterns upon it did not mar its aesthetic appeal. Rather, they added an air of elegance. Its appearance was indeed promising. One could only hope that its efficacy matched its exquisite presentation. As the elixir entered his abdomen, an exceptionally pure medicinal force coursed through Lin Changqing's meridians. He promptly began to cultivate and refine this energy. Truly, The Earth-grade Jade Spirit pill is remarkable. Had an ordinary cultivator ingested it, they would have effortlessly transcended the bottlenecks between the mid and late stages of qi refinement. However, this Jade Spirit pill is not specifically designed for breaking through such barriers, and its potency is not overwhelmingly fierce, making it quite manageable to refine. Moreover, this Earth-grade Jade Spirit pill harbors an exquisite spiritual essence that, once refined, merges with his own energy, solidifying what was previously somewhat ethereal. Since his initiation into qi refinement, he had relied on consuming pills to enhance his cultivation. It has been over a decade since he began this practice, resulting in a somewhat insubstantial energy compared to that of ordinary cultivators who toil diligently. Although this was not apparent in daily life, during confrontations or attempts to break through to higher realms, his shortcomings became glaringly obvious. Yet, to his astonishment, the Earth-grade Jade Spirit pill has compensated for this deficiency. He had not anticipated such an effect from a pill of this grade. Earth-grade pills are inherently rare. Thus, scant records of their properties exist. After a day and a night of diligent refinement, Lin Changqing successfully absorbed the medicinal essence, ascending to the 6th layer of qi refinement, enhancing his core and extending his lifespan. Upon exiting his seclusion, Lin Changqing felt invigorated. The Earth-grade Jade Spirit pill not only facilitated his advancement, but also addressed his previously insubstantial energy issue. Though he had consumed pills for over a decade, he now possessed only one Earth-grade pill, which merely solidified his energy to a degree rather than fully. Nevertheless, this experience has illuminated a path forward. By crafting several more Earth-grade Jade Spirit pills in the future, he could resolve the issue of his insubstantial energy entirely. Of course, Earth-grade pills are not easily obtained. But with Lin Changqing's current proficiency in pill crafting, he should be able to produce one or two with careful attention over time, potentially averting any adverse effects on his attempts to break through the late stage of qi refinement. However, Lin Changqing now finds himself in need of materials for pill crafting and must venture into the market once more. This time, he intends to procure his supplies from the Changxian market rather than the Sifeng market, as the latter may not suffice for his current needs. Having reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, he is now poised to focus on breaking through to the late stage. Rumor has it that cultivators should ideally achieve this before the age of 30, allowing them a 30-year window to attempt foundation establishment. The Qingxian sect and various foundational families select their candidates based on this age criterion. Achieving the late stage of qi refinement before 30 significantly increases the chances of attempting foundation establishment before the decline of vitality at 60. For instance, a candidate from the Qingxian sect, should they procure a foundation pill, can ensure their meridians remain intact. Even if their attempt at foundation establishment fails, they would have another opportunity. Lin Changqing found himself without the opportunity to reach the later stages of qi refinement before the age of 30, as he was nearing that milestone. However, the ancient wood longevity technique he practiced afforded him an increase in lifespan at each stage, coupled with health benefits that mitigated the decline of his vital energy. While most practitioners typically break through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 60, Lin Changqing estimated that he would not need to worry about the deterioration of his vitality until he turned 80. As he prepared to advance to the later stages of qi refinement, he recognized the necessity of acquiring breaking stage pills. It seemed that the Longxian market would be the most promising place to procure them. Though the Four Peaks market might also offer such precious elixirs, they were rarely available for sale, and even when they were, they attracted considerable attention from many eager buyers. Furthermore, the Four Peaks market was known for its lack of safety, with numerous bandits lurking about, making it a perilous endeavor. Given his inferior spiritual root and the demands of the ancient wood longevity technique, Lin Changqing suspected he would require more than one breaking stage pill. The task of obtaining two at the Four Peaks market would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, he resolved to head to Longxian market, a vast marketplace with a wide variety of goods, where it would be much easier to secure the pills. Additionally, Lin Changqing needed to acquire other materials, such as the blood of demon beasts. Over the years, the demon beast blood he had brought from Longxian market had been completely depleted. Although the Four Peaks market did sell demon beast blood, the prices were exorbitant and the quantity scarce, prompting Lin Changqing to forego purchasing there and instead make his way to Longxian market to obtain the necessary supplies. Lin Changqing, accompanied by the Jade Scorpion, activated his flying artifact and set forth towards Changxianfang City. According to the information he had previously gathered, The city was currently fortified by two prominent foundation-building families, with 4 foundation cultivators stationed for protection alongside a formidable array for defense, rendering it exceedingly secure. Moreover, the density of demonic beasts surrounding Changshan Fang City was significantly lower than that of Huangshan Fang City, thereby reducing the inherent dangers substantially. At present, Changshan Fang City thrived in unparalleled prosperity. After several days of travel, Lin Changqing finally arrived at Changshan Fang City. The flow of people within the market had increased considerably since his last visit, and the cultivators he encountered now exhibited a higher level of prowess, with mid-stage qi refinement becoming quite commonplace, and the occasional sighting of late-stage qi refinement practitioners. Additionally, these individuals emanated a faint scent of blood and a palpable aura of malevolence, clearly indicating that they were not to be trifled with. In the vendor area, an abundance of materials from demonic beasts was available, including the precious blood of these creatures, which Lin Changqing sought most urgently. With the enhancement in quality among the loose cultivators, they had also acquired their own storage tools for preserving the blood of demonic beasts, thus preventing any loss of potency. However, Lin Changqing was not in a hurry to purchase the demonic beast blood, as his reserves of spirit stones were dwindling. He planned to first venture into the inner district to sell his elixirs and talismans, as acquiring spirit stones was essential for further procurement. The substantial quantities of talismans and elixirs he possessed were not suitable for sale in the vendor area and would be better suited for transactions within the shops of the market. Although he might face some price reductions, the safety of such dealings was a worthwhile trade-off. Relying on the route etched in his memory, Lin Changqing arrived at the street where he intended to establish his shop. Upon entering the thoroughfare, he was immediately captivated by a resonant voice declaring, "You, Wang family, must provide me with an explanation." The high-pitched tone reverberated throughout the entire street. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacle, and even cultivators are not exempt from this inclination. Soon, a considerable crowd gathered around the source of the voice, Lin Changqing among them, only to discover that the speaker was a familiar face, Master Zheng. It had been 6 or 7 years since their last meeting, and Master Zheng appeared significantly aged. Calculating the time, it seemed that Master Zheng had reached the age of 60, and his vitality had begun to wane, drastically diminishing his chances of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. However, Master Zheng's accelerated aging appeared more pronounced than that of ordinary cultivators. Lin Changqing recalled that Master Zheng had previously suffered from a foundation establishment demon poison. Perhaps, over the years, he had sought out foundation establishment spiritual materials by confronting foundation establishment demon beasts, which had further compromised his health and hastened the decline of his vitality. Despite his age, Master Zheng exhibited a formidable presence, showcasing his cultivation at the 9th layer of qi refinement, and he seemed to be on the verge of achieving perfection in this realm. Master Zheng emanated a palpable pressure, staunchly guarding a shop named Wang Family Talismans. Though aged, his cultivation was no mere fade, nearing the peak of qi refinement. He was a rarity in the entire Changshan Fang City. Nevertheless, the Wang Family Talisman shop was not easily intimidated, and it wasn't long before someone from the Wang family stepped forward to address the situation. A familiar elder from the Wang family soon arrived, an elderly figure even older than Master Zheng, who had survived the previous conflict among the 3 great families. The elder's presence immediately shattered Master Zheng's imposing aura. He was indeed a cultivator of qi refinement perfection. Had it not been for his diminished vitality, he might have already broken through to foundation establishment. The confrontation between the 2 elderly figures resulted in an exchange of pressures that forced many onlookers to retreat. Zheng Yaozong, what is your purpose in obstructing the entrance to my Wang family's talisman shop? The Wang elder, embodying the domineering spirit of a foundation establishment family, boldly addressed Master Zheng by his true name, a fact that Lin Changqing had not been aware of until now. Previously, the Wang family had sought Master Zheng's assistance during the conflict among the 3 families, and given Master Zheng's connections to the Clear Xian sect's foundation establishment elder stationed in Changshan Fang City, they had been reluctant to exert excessive pressure. However, following the war, they had refrained from retaliation due to their self-imposed family constraints. Now, with Master Zheng presenting himself, all previous grievances could be reconciled. Unwilling to concede defeat, Master Zheng retorted, "You, Wang family, have taken my apprentice. This matter demands an explanation." The Wang elder scoffed in response. "What do you mean by taken? He is a free man now, has become a talisman master, and is genuinely in love with the young lady of my Wang family. We also intend to take him as our son-in-law. Both parties are willing. How can you speak of abduction? At this moment, upon noticing the arrival of an elder from the Wang family, two individuals emerged from the Wang family's talisman shop, one of whom was Wu Jie, a familiar figure to Lin Changqing. Although many years had passed, Wu Jie still bore that honest and simple demeanor, albeit with a touch more maturity and composure. Though not as strikingly handsome as Lin Changqing, who had cultivated the ancient wood evergreen technique, he exuded an aura of reliability. Coupled with his status as a first-tier talisman master and his commendable talent in talismans, it was no wonder that the Wang family had welcomed him as a son-in-law. Alas, it appeared that Wu Jie had ultimately chosen the path of entering the family rather than employing the strategy of enduring hardship under an elder. Though the latter may seem less burdensome, the outcomes were uncertain. The former, despite being dependent, might offer a more comfortable existence. Moreover, Wu Jie seemed to be faring well. As a fair-skinned woman, adorned with a hint of makeup, was by his side, presenting a rather enviable couple. The elder from the Wang family continued. Master Wu is merely an apprentice in talisman craft under your tutelage, engaged in trivial tasks. Yet upon entering my Wang family, he has become a talisman master. It is evident how one should choose. He gestured towards Wu Jie, who appeared to be settled comfortably in his new position. My Wang family does not exploit those beneath us as you do. In response to the elder's previous remarks, Master Zheng exhibited little reaction. But upon hearing the title Master Wu, his eyes instantly reddened. The legacy of talisman crafting was his life. He would never allow anyone to pilfer knowledge from him. In his view, Wu Jie had slyly learned his techniques, subsequently betraying him to seek refuge with the Wang family, a treacherous act deserving of punishment. He harbored no belief in Wu Jie's talent, only in his own observations. Master Zheng coldly retorted, merely an apprentice under my guidance? He has clearly stolen my talisman skills and defected to your Wang family. I advise you to hand over this ungrateful wretch. The elder from the Wang family was both amused and enraged. The entire marketplace knows that you never teach your apprentices anything. Master Wu's success as a talisman master is entirely due to his own efforts. What business is it of yours? Had he been taken in by any other talisman master, he would have become a talisman master long ago, especially under the auspices of my Wang family. It would take only a few years for him to ascend to the rank of a mid-tier talisman master. Surpassing you would not pose any challenge. Indeed, Lin Changqing perceived that Wu Jie possessed commendable talent in talisman crafting. Had it not been for Master Zheng's deliberate suppression, Wu Jie would have become a talisman master long ago. His entry into the Wang family could be seen as a turn towards the light. At that moment, Wu Jie stepped forward respectfully, bowing to Master Zheng. Master Zheng, I am deeply grateful for your care over the years. While my achievement as a talisman master is entirely due to my own diligence, if you do not mind, I would like to pay my respects and take you as my mentor. Lin Changqing nearly burst into laughter at this, wondering if the lad was indeed attempting to blend the strategies of enduring hardship and dependency. It was unclear whether Wu Jie spoke from the heart, but the implications of his words were certainly damaging, provoking Master Zheng's ire significantly. What a treacherous and ungrateful creature! Zheng Fushi, infuriated, erupted in a torrent of invective, declaring, You have left my side yet still covet my talismanic legacy. I assure you, it shall remain beyond your grasp. Even in death, you shall not inherit my teachings. In immediate retort, the elder of the Wang family interjected, Zheng Yaozong, do you presume that others are as treacherous as you? According to our investigations, your master had over a decade of life remaining, yet he met an untimely demise under mysterious circumstances, after which you seized his talismanic legacy and ascended to the status of a superior talisman master. Chapter 66, The Foundation's Momentum. Though you have attained the rank of superior talisman master, your success rate remains dismally low, especially when compared to the exquisite craftsmanship of your master. Furthermore, our Wang family possesses a second-tier talismanic legacy. Why would Master Wu covet your first-tier inheritance? Moreover, it seems you have yet to fully comprehend the first-tier teachings you inherited from your master. The assessment from our clan elder was indeed accurate. Your talisman mastery reflects your character. Both are profoundly lacking. The Wang family had evidently invested considerable effort in undermining Zheng Fushi, even unearthing incidents from before his fame. Each word from the elder cut like a knife, piercing Zheng Fushi's heart and reddening his face with shame. You speak utter nonsense. My master's death has no bearing on me. He passed away of natural causes, and it is entirely normal for me to inherit his legacy. Zheng Fushi, flustered and at a loss for words, was evidently struck where it hurt by the elder's remarks. The nearby wandering cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of amusement as they observed the unfolding drama. Lin Changqing continued to read with great interest, realizing why Master Zheng placed such significance on his legacy. The elder of the Wang family wore a faintly mocking smile. When did I ever say that your teacher's demise was related to you? What concern is your teacher's death to us? Now, let us calculate. You obstructed my Wang family's talisman shop, delaying our business, and you have also tarnished our reputation. This matter, should it escalate to the enforcement team, will undoubtedly find my Wang family in the right. In truth, the enforcement team had long since arrived. Yet the identities of both parties were not simple, and since no actual confrontation had occurred, the team refrained from intervening. Master Zheng found himself overshadowed by the elder of the Wang family, both in cultivation and presence, rendering him momentarily speechless. However, retreat was not an option. This incident could not simply be dismissed. His purpose in coming was to reclaim his dignity. If Wu Jie were to become a talisman master and align himself with the Wang family, where would that leave his own reputation? Thus, Master Zheng found himself in a predicament. Just as he grappled with what to do, a sudden tremor rippled through the spiritual energy of Changqian Market. Numerous cultivators, engrossed in their own secluded practices, were forced to halt their cultivation, with some sustaining injuries during critical phases. All eyes turned toward the source of this disturbance in the spiritual energy. At the heart of the market, a vortex of spiritual energy, spanning dozens of feet, had formed, drawing in the market's spiritual essence. This was the residence of the Foundation Establishment cultivators, the two elders of the Qingxian sect stationed here, residing in the market's most spiritually concentrated area. Could it be that one of the Foundation Establishment elders had achieved a breakthrough? It seemed unlikely, rather. It resembled the breakthrough of someone nearing Foundation Establishment. Experienced loose cultivators recognized this phenomenon. This marked the final stage of spiritual energy infusion, and at this juncture, barring external interference, success was nearly assured. Foundation Establishment? Could it be the one from the Chun family who was on the verge of Foundation Establishment? Within the market, this individual was indeed the only one so close. Congratulations, Dao Frinchin, on your breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. Changqian Market has gained another formidable force. Many thanks. I must express my gratitude to both of you for providing the abode that aided my breakthrough. However, I have only just succeeded and need to solidify my realm. I shall take a few more days. I hope both of you will understand, and I will express my thanks in due time. It is well acknowledged that two foundational presences recently entered the market from outside, sequentially gracing the center of the marketplace with their arrival, seemingly representatives of the Wang and Qin families. Previously, there were only 3 foundational practitioners in the vicinity of Changqian Market. However, after a fierce conflict among the 3, one has been lost, leaving the remaining 2 eager for a share of the spoils. Now, with the addition of another foundational presence, the distribution of future benefits may become quite contentious. As the spiritual energy gradually subsided, the market returned to its usual state, yet discussions flourished, particularly regarding the Qin family. Nonetheless, for Lin Changqing and his associates, the primary focus remained on the unfolding spectacle, delayed momentarily by the foundational practitioner from the Qin family. Master Zheng was still left in a precarious position. An elder from the Wang family declared unequivocally, "Now that Master Wu has joined my Wang family, he is one of us. Zheng Yaozong, if you trouble Master Wu, you are challenging my Wang family. You must provide us with an explanation today. At present, the Qingxian sect requires the assistance of both foundational families, valuing their contributions significantly, particularly with Master Zheng's recent decline in vitality and reduced efficacy in crafting talismans. The benefits he could provide to the foundational elder have diminished considerably, leading to a waning regard for him. Consequently, the Wang and Qin families orchestrated a transaction to secure Master Zheng's services. Had it not been for the elder's lingering sentiment, granting Zheng a modicum of dignity, he might have already vanished from the scene. However, good intentions can often be disrupted by unforeseen interference. The elder Wang's assertion was misguided. This was fundamentally a conflict between mentor and disciple. Why should the Wang family demand an explanation? Just as Master Zheng pondered his response, a middle-aged man clad in blue stepped forth, positioning himself protectively in front of Zheng. This individual, possessing considerable strength, had attained late-stage qi refinement. And though he was merely at the 7th level, He held the right to stand before the elder of the Wang family. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Elder Wang furrowed his brow. Qin Jiazhen, what concern is this of the Qin family? Why do you intervene? In times past, even though Qin Jiazhen managed affairs for the Qin family in Changxian market, Elder Wang would not have deigned to acknowledge him, let alone offer a favorable demeanor. For during their family's entrenchment, the Qin family had not hesitated to encroach upon their interests. Yet, circumstances had shifted. The individual who had just ascended to the foundational level hailed from the Qin family, propelling them to the status of a foundational clan. Now standing on equal footing with the Wang and Qin families, they could no longer afford to treat one another with disdain. Furthermore, the Qin family's newly minted foundational practitioner was youthful and vigorous, should the Wang and Qin families fail to produce another foundational presence. The Qin family might very well outlast them. Qin Jiazhen smiled and said, my emergence here indicates that this matter indeed bears relevance to the Qin family. Recently, my family extended an invitation to Master Zheng to join us as a guest elder. Although he has yet to respond, I believe my intervention now may earn his favor, potentially leading to his accession to the Qin family. Elder Wang snickered. With such petty behavior, how could he possibly feel gratitude? Your plans are likely to come to naught. Qin Jiazhen responded with a warm smile. How could that be? I firmly believe that Master Zheng is not that kind of person. Master Zheng, my Qin family is now a foundational clan. I would like to extend an invitation for you to become a guest elder of our family. What do you think? Chapter 67. Acquisition. However, the affable invitation from Qin Jiazhen caused Zheng Fusher's expression to shift dramatically, plunging him into sudden silence. Join the Qin family? Previously, when the Qin family had invited him, they were merely a qi refining clan, and he had dismissed the notion entirely. But now, with the Qin family having ascended to a foundational clan, the proposition weighed heavily upon him. In truth, Zheng Fusher had no desire to affiliate himself with any family. Becoming a guest elder might seem appealing with the backing of a foundational clan, yet it offered him no tangible benefits. He had contemplated the possibility of establishing a foundation himself, as he had encountered various fortuitous opportunities along his path. Even past the age of 60, he felt confident in his ability to break through to the foundation stage. However, should he join a family at his current age, even a foundational clan would likely prioritize their own kin over him in terms of resources. Aligning himself with a family would only serve to hinder his progress. Yet, the moment he considered refusing the Qin family's invitation, he detected a chill in Qin Jiazhen's seemingly amiable demeanor. A sudden clarity washed over him. He realized he must indeed affiliate with a foundational clan, and it had to be the Qin family. Recently, when he had offered spirit stones to the elder supporting him, the elder had declined, mentioning he would soon be recalled to the sect, advising Zheng Fusher to cease his offerings. He had been pondering how to establish a connection with the newly arrived foundational figures without any backing, only to discover that these foundational clans were moving swiftly. The two families had now formed a trio of foundational clans, and they would undoubtedly not tolerate a rogue cultivator encroaching upon their interests. As for why it had to be the Qin family, he knew today he could not join the Wang family. Regarding the Qin family, he had made multiple attempts to acquire foundational spiritual materials, even hiring numerous individuals. Yet, the foundational spiritual herb was guarded by a foundational beast, and he had been unable to secure it, suffering injuries in the process. The expenses incurred from hiring help and healing had depleted his savings considerably, leading him to show the Qin family a cold shoulder recently, resulting in significant animosity. While the grievances between these two families were not irreconcilable, a rift had formed. Should he join either of them, he would undoubtedly be subject to unfair treatment. Having considered all of this, a smile suddenly graced Zheng Fusher's face. Since the Qin family has become a foundational clan, it is likely that they are in need of personnel at this moment. Joining the Qin family would not be a disadvantage. Qin Jiazhen replied, "Thank you, Master Zheng, for agreeing to join my Qin family." He then clasped his fists toward Elder Wang, saying, "I hope Elder Wang will, for the sake of the Qin family, refrain from holding any grudges against Master Zheng." Previously, Qin Family Town asserted that the enmity between Master Zheng Fu and Wu Jie was a matter for their sect alone, dismissing any need for the Wang family's intervention. Yet now, they implore the Wang family to spare Master Zheng, indicating a capitulation on Qin family's part and providing the Wang family with a gracious avenue for retreat. After all, Master Zheng is a master talisman maker of high caliber and an independent practitioner, thus occupying a substantial share of the premium talismans market within Changqian Square. For either family to claim this segment, they must either entice Master Zheng to join their ranks or expel him entirely. Given that both families have also nurtured their own master talisman makers. Observing this, an elder from the Wang family displayed a flicker of dissatisfaction. Their original plan with the Qian family was to oust Master Zheng from Changqian Square, granting him a modicum of dignity. If Master Zheng proved obstinate, they would have resolved the matter directly. However, they did not anticipate the Chun family's audacity to seize the opportunity. The elder from the Wang family snorted in disdain, remarking, "The Qin family certainly has a knack for shrewd calculations." Meanwhile, Qin family town maintained its seemingly affable demeanor, expressing gratitude. "We thank Elder Wang for your magnanimity." Thus, the farcical episode drew to a hasty conclusion. Lin Changqing also shook his head and departed, realizing that the Changqian Square was not as tranquil as it seemed. Although it lacked the life and death struggles of the outside market, it was rife with unseen currents. Subsequently, Lin Changqing began to liquidate his resources in exchange for spirit stones. During this period, he altered his appearance and systematically sold numerous pills and talismans, accumulating a total value exceeding 2,000 spirit stones. Over the course of more than 4 years, he had amassed a considerable stockpile of pills and talismans. Had it not been for his cultivation, their worth could have easily doubled, given that not everyone possesses skills akin to Lin Changqing's. However, expenses were substantial. The materials for Yuling Dan and Yunshin Dan alone cost several hundred spirit stones, along with the blood essence of magical beasts and the rare concoctions for body refinement, which further depleted his resources by several hundred spirit stones. Particularly in body refinement, the expenditure was significant. Merely consuming the pills did not yield any additional products to recoup his spirit stones. Unlike the ordinary quality pills which could still be exchanged for spirit stones through alchemical progress, he contemplated purchasing ready-made materials for crafting talisman paper and spiritual ink. Yet the finished products were exorbitantly priced. Selling them would incur additional costs of over 100 spirit stones, making self-manufacturing a more prudent choice. The talisman paper he produced surpassed that available on the market in both quantity and quality. After spending a considerable portion of his newly acquired spirit stones, he found his balance had fallen below 1,000 spirit stones. His cultivation was indeed a voracious consumer of resources. He nearly overlooked the need for feeding his emerald scorpion, which cost him another 100 spirit stones. Fortunately, he could concoct the feed himself, thanks to his beast-taming heritage. Otherwise, it would have cost him several hundred spirit stones. The preparation of the feed was not particularly challenging, merely a simple processing of spiritual materials into pills. With his alchemical skills, this was a manageable task. Truly, money flowed like water. Nonetheless, it was worthwhile. His storage bag, which had previously contained little, was now overflowing with various materials sufficient for 2 to 3 years of use. After this time, these materials would undoubtedly multiply in value under his care. Among the items he procured, the most crucial was the breaking stage pill. This pill was exceedingly rare, with few shops in Changqian Square authorized to sell it. Yet, it came at a steep price, over 200 spirit stones for a single pill, nearly equivalent to a high-quality magical artifact. Ordinary high-quality artifacts typically cost around 300 spirit stones, while those of superior quality or with special effects were even pricier. Just 2 breaking stage pills could purchase a commendable artifact. Given that this pill was essential for overcoming cultivation bottlenecks, its elevated cost was justifiable. "Thank you for your patronage." 430 spirit stones, exclaimed a jovial shopkeeper beneath his conical hat. Lin Changqing's heart raced at the thought that these 2 high-quality breaking stage pills had nearly emptied his reserves from selling pills and talismans. Spirit stones truly did not last long. Yet, acquiring these breaking stage pills was imperative, otherwise, facing a bottleneck in the future. Relying solely on his cultivation to surmount it could take an indeterminate amount of time. In one hand, he clutched a spirit stone, and in the other, a medicinal pill. With the elixirs in his possession, Lin Changqing prepared to return to his makeshift cave abode. Along the way, he retrieved a jade box that had once contained a broken tear pill, now emptied of its contents. Channeling his mystical energy, he struck the jade box, shattering it into fine dust. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Employing his power with finesse, he deftly projected a wisp of green smoke from the pulverized remains of the box onto a late-stage chi refinement cultivator who had just brushed past him. The two had scarcely made contact, and Lin Changqing utilized a specialized technique from the robber's compendium designed to mark a target, rendering it nearly imperceptible. However, Lin Changqing did not intend to target the solitary cultivator. Rather, he sought to transfer the mark of a prospective victim from himself onto another. During the recent sale of medicinal pills and the acquisition of various spiritual materials, he had encountered marked items on multiple occasions. These marks typically denoted targets chosen by robbers. Fortunately, Lin Changqing's extensive experience allowed him to discern each one and subsequently transfer the marks. While he could have destroyed them, he deemed it far more dramatic to implant them onto formidable rogue cultivators. The presence of a team behind these rogues would amplify the spectacle. Chapter 68. The Situation Simultaneously. Lin Changqing meticulously recorded the names of those who had marked him in a small notebook, vowing that one day he would exact his revenge. Just as he had inscribed a mark upon the jade box of medicinal pills from the Qin family as apothecary, he sensed something amiss upon receiving it, yet refrained from voicing his suspicions at the time. Though he could have demanded justice within the store had he been caught red-handed, Lin Changqing preferred to bide his time. Anticipating that once his strength had grown, he would orchestrate a significant setback for the Qin family. Having established themselves as a foundational family and engaging in such dubious dealings, their longevity was questionable. After completing his various purchases, Lin Changqing did not hasten his departure. Recently, he had once again exchanged letters with Li Xinyao. They had not seen each other for many years, and their bond had grown somewhat distant, yet correspondence remained a viable means of maintaining their connection. Lin Changqing took the initiative to inquire about the current situation in the territory of the Qingxian sect. Lin Changqing is, after all, a solitary cultivator, whose channels of information are rather limited, and he possesses few connections. Previously, he had a reasonably good rapport with Chen Ziming, who, being well-informed and seasoned, often shared insights about the realm of cultivation. Although such information was of a lower tier, it was certainly beneficial, preventing Lin Changqing from being entirely isolated. However, now that he has been sequestered in the spiritual grounds, diligently honing his skills, he has become detached from all news, which represents a significant drawback of his seclusion. Thus, Lin Changqing felt compelled to reach out to Li Xinyao, seeking to ascertain the current situation, so that if any major events were to unfold, he could at least take measures to ensure his safety. Lin Changqing had spent some time in Changshuanfang City and finally received a reply from Li Xinyao. Although their relationship had grown somewhat distant, exchanging letters was hardly a challenge. From Li Xinyao's response, Lin Changqing gleaned the information he sought. Firstly, regarding Changshuanfang City, Li Xinyao candidly stated that no significant issues were anticipated. According to internal rumors within their Qingxian sect, the Golden Core Demon Beast would not dare to harbor any ill intentions towards Changshuanfang City. Their sect's Golden Core practitioners were presently occupied, and since the whereabouts of the Demon Beast remained elusive, they had chosen to allow it to roam free. Once the Qingxian sect regained stability, the Demon Beast would pose no substantial threat. As for when stability would be achieved, that pertained to another matter Lin Changqing was inquiring about, intelligence regarding the demonic path. Perhaps due to the fact that Lin Changqing had slain a disciple of the demonic path Spirit Master sect, he had been apprehensive about potential retaliation. Naturally, it was merely a single disciple, and the Spirit Master sect would not escalate matters over one individual. Moreover, considerable time had elapsed, and it was uncertain if anyone still recalled the figure in the black robe. Yet, Lin Changqing remained anxious. What if someone did remember? The Spirit Master sect's slightest whim would far outweigh his own capabilities. Thus, he specifically sought information regarding the demonic path. Currently, within the sphere of influence of the Qingxian sect, there were indeed several traces of demonic activities. Li Xinyao even jested in her letter that under normal circumstances, Lin Changqing's inquiries about the demonic path might lead to suspicions of his involvement, potentially drawing the attention of the sect's law enforcement disciples. Words may be spoken without intent, yet the listener may interpret them with significance. Lin Changqing was uncertain whether Li Xinyao's remarks were intended as a reminder, a test, or merely an unintentional comment. Nevertheless, it served to heighten his awareness of his own ignorance. He had not anticipated that even a simple inquiry could carry risks. Henceforth, he resolved to act with greater caution. Fortunately, Li Xinyao only made a casual remark without pursuing the matter further, before sharing some news regarding the demonic path. Indeed, the current state of affairs within the Qingxian sect was far from tranquil. On one side, demonic beasts had broken through to the Golden Core stage, encroaching upon significant territories of the Qingxian sect, while on the other, the traces of the demonic path had become increasingly rampant, showing signs of escalation. The direction of the demonic path was in stark contrast to that of the demonic beast mountain range and bordered the Yuling sect. Although the overlap was minimal, it was difficult not to suspect a plot orchestrated by the Yuling sect. After all, the Yuling sect was a force at the nascent soul level, while the Qingxian sect was merely a golden core sect, unable to act recklessly. Despite the Yuling sect being associated with the demonic path and other sects forming alliances to combat it, only the Qingxian sect had suffered an attack from the demonic path, while the remaining sects remained unscathed. Furthermore, the Qingxian sect had not officially linked its demonic path issues to the Yuling sect, and while they had notified the other sects, the response had been tepid. Thus, the Qingxian sect could only adopt a strategy of inaction, waiting for the demonic path to subside before addressing the issue of the demonic beasts. After reading Li Xinyao's reply, Lin Changqing exhaled in relief. The demonic path was currently concentrated in another direction, and there were virtually no traces near Changxin City. Alleviating his concerns regarding revenge from the demonic path, it seemed he had been overly anxious, as that dark-clad man had likely been forgotten long ago. Li Xinyao's assurance that there would be no significant issues in Changxin City further eased his mind. The golden core demonic beasts must be relieved that the Qingxian sect was preoccupied and unable to confront them. Had the golden core demonic beasts dared to attack Changxin City, they might have been caught by the Qingxian sect, resolving a persistent issue and allowing them to focus on the demonic path. This meant Lin Changqing no longer needed to avoid Changxin City. Of course, the previously coveted spiritual grounds could not be easily relinquished. Acquiring such a spiritually rich location within Changxin City was unattainable without significant background and strength. Although there were currently no external threats to Changxin City, internal strife was far from absent. Since the Qin family had produced a foundational cultivator, the city had reverted to a situation dominated by the three major families. Due to competition for interests, these conflicts had escalated into open confrontations, even resulting in battles within the city. Although the Qingxian sect had stationed 2 foundational cultivators there, for reasons unknown, they had refrained from intervening, allowing the 3 families to clash. The 3 families had clearly understood the Qingxian sect's stance, and the intensity of their conflicts had increased, affecting many people. Lin Changqing had noticed the early signs of this turmoil while selling pills and charms, and the situation had grown even more chaotic. It was only because he had remained in seclusion that he had avoided entanglement in these disputes. However, the conflict between the 3 major families had inadvertently benefited some cheer-refining families and loose cultivators. Prices had significantly decreased, and there was a vigorous recruitment of loose cultivators. The 2 major families had suffered substantial losses due to the previous battles, prompting them to begin integrating loose cultivators into their ranks, adopting a cautious approach of better to have fewer than to have many. Conversely, the newly established Qin family, facing a considerable power gap, also began recruiting loose cultivators, leading to the inevitable clashes among the 3 families. This was merely a portion of the conflict. Within the city, the situation was somewhat restrained, yet outside, bloodshed had erupted over the spiritual grounds occupied by demonic beasts and the resources they possessed. The 3 families had long undergone years of negotiation, and even when conflicts arose, they had typically kept them contained. However, with the Qin family being a new foundational force seeking to expand its influence, clashes with the other 2 families were inevitable. The distribution of interests among the 3 parties would require time to adjust, and the ensuing period would undoubtedly be tumultuous. Faced with such turmoil, Lin Changqing found little desire to linger in the city. Would it not be more beneficial to return to his spiritual grounds and devote himself to cultivation? Thus, Lin Changqing returned to the spiritual realm, laden with a storage bag full of materials, and once again embarked on his secluded cultivation. Seasons changed in the blink of an eye, and 3 years had swiftly passed. Of course, Lin Changqing ventured outside during this time, but he returned promptly. The outside world, albeit fascinating, was rife with conflicts, and his current strength was insufficient for self-preservation, compelling him to remain quietly in the spiritual realm. Now, Lin Changqing had perfected his mastery at the 6th layer of qi refinement. In the span of 3 years, he achieved full mastery at this level in a shorter duration than he had spent at the 5th layer. His speed of advancement, even when compared to the esteemed Qingxian sect, would be considered commendable. The rapid progress in his cultivation over these 3 years was largely attributable to the Earth-grade Jade Spirit Pill. Since consuming the Earth-grade Jade Spirit Pill, Lin Changqing dedicated himself to alchemy, striving to concoct more of these potent pills. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit. Over the past 3 years, he successfully refined several Earth-grade jade spirit pills, which propelled his cultivation to new heights. The efficacy of the Earth-grade jade spirit pill far surpassed that of its mortal-grade counterpart, and the spiritual essence contained within resolved Lin Changqing's issues with ethereal instability. Presently, he sensed himself nearing the bottleneck between the mid and late stages of qi refinement. Lin Changqing had anticipated this eventuality and was prepared with 2 breakthrough pills. Lin Changqing possesses a profound confidence in his own qualifications and techniques. He firmly believes that a single breakthrough elixir cannot surmount the bottleneck of the late stage of qi refinement. Thus, he has prepared 2. Lin Changqing adjusted his state. It was time to break through. He ingested a breaking stage pill, and shortly thereafter, consumed another. After some time, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted within the wooden abode where he resided. In this sacred land, there was no one else present, save for a spirit pet, the emerald scorpion, which remained inconspicuous. He had reached the 7th level of qi refinement. The effects of the ancient Wu Cha-Ching technique had manifested, enhancing his essence and prolonging his lifespan. Although Lin Changqing was now 33 years of age, he still bore the appearance of one in their 20s. This was not due to any cosmetic effect of the ancient Wu Cha-Ching technique, but rather because his lifespan had yet to reach the stage where his appearance would change. Achieving the 7th level of qi refinement, the latter stage of this process, granted him a modicum of self-preservation in the realm of cultivation. However, this was but a mere thread of assurance. True self-defense would necessitate establishing a foundation, while for absolute autonomy, he would need to attain the golden core stage, or even the nascent soul stage. Yet, the golden core and nascent soul stages were still distant goals for Lin Changqing. For now, he needed to focus on reaching the foundation establishment stage. Following his progress into the later stages of qi refinement, his magical power had significantly increased, bolstering his confidence. Over the past 3 years, in addition to enhancing his magical energy, he had also made rapid advancements in physical cultivation. With a plethora of beast blood accumulated, he had now grazed the threshold of late-stage physical refinement. However, merely touching this pinnacle did not guarantee a breakthrough, which was no easy feat nonetheless. There was a solution. According to the records within the 10,000 Beasts Blood Spirit technique, a secret formula existed. By using the perfected blood of a first-tier beast as a catalyst, one could concoct a medicinal elixir to aid in surpassing the late stage of physical refinement. However, the first-tier perfected beast was equivalent to a human at the pinnacle of qi refinement, making it difficult to procure unless sold by a foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, even in the bustling Changshan market, Lin Changqing had scarcely encountered such blood from first-tier beasts. Collecting blood from perfected qi refinement beasts would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Yet it was not entirely unattainable. By remaining in the Changshan market for an extended period, he might encounter cultivators who had hunted such beasts. As long as the payment offered in spirit stones was sufficient, he could procure the blood he sought. Speaking of the Changshan market, Lin Changqing's current resources were indeed limited. The materials for the jade spirit pill had been almost entirely refined, leaving him with a significant quantity of jade spirit pills, including several of the ordinary grade. With the availability of earth-grade jade spirit pills, he had reduced his consumption of the ordinary grade, resulting in a surplus of the latter. Selling these ordinary jade spirit pills would yield at least 2,000 spirit stones, and such pills could easily double in value. As for the earth-grade jade spirit pills, they were priceless and often unattainable. The materials for the mind-nourishing pill had also been depleted, yet his spiritual awareness remained stagnated at the late stage of qi refinement, making progress arduous. Lin Changqing attributed this stagnation to an insufficient quantity of mind-nourishing pills and planned to increase the dosage in the future. It was time for him to make another visit to the market. Lin Changqing emerged from the wooden cabin and beckoned the emerald scorpion over with a gesture. During Lin Changqing's seclusion, he allowed the emerald scorpion to roam freely, as it thrived on spirit-feeding pills, ensuring it never faced a shortage of sustenance. The spirit realm was abundant in spiritual energy, alleviating any concerns of deficiency, and it also housed a considerable number of poisonous spirit herbs. After years of breaking through to the late stage of the first rank, the emerald scorpion's coloration had deepened to a more vibrant green, indicating a significant enhancement in its strength. However, it still fell short of achieving complete mastery of the first rank if equated to a cultivator's prowess. It resembled an early-stage practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement. It is noteworthy that the poisonous spirit herbs within the spirit realm had nearly been consumed by the emerald scorpion. The old emerald scorpion had been deceased for an indeterminate period, and the territory where it had met its end no longer bore any new growth of poisonous spirit herbs. Lin Changqing also needs to seek new poisonous spiritual herbs or other beneficial toxic spiritual entities for the jade scorpion. Lin Changqing assessed his own capabilities. He had reached the 7th level of qi refinement, was at the pinnacle of mid-stage body refinement, and possessed a late-stage first-order spirit pet, along with dozens of high-grade talismans and an indeterminate number of mid-grade talismans. Even when faced with a fully realized qi refinement cultivator, he felt no fear. The high-grade talismans were typically insurmountable for qi refinement practitioners unless they were foundational cultivators. Of course, even without talismans, Lin Changqing could still contend with fully realized qi refinement cultivators. With the presence of the emerald scorpion, a single strike from him could incapacitate a fully realized practitioner if they failed to neutralize the poison in time. Without the emerald scorpion, Lin would likely have to flee. However, with his peak mid-stage body refinement cultivation, he would not be a weak adversary among late-stage qi refinement practitioners. Yet, he had not cultivated any spells during the qi refinement phase, leaving him somewhat inferior compared to ordinary cultivators. In the early days, he lacked sufficient spirit stones to purchase quality spells, and his comprehension of Dao Star Light was inadequate, even if he had acquired some. He would struggle to reach profound realms. Moreover, he remained in the market, where danger was minimal, and possessed numerous talismans, so he had no inclination to learn any spells. Now that he had amassed enough spirit stones and Dao Star Light, he found it unnecessary to pursue spell cultivation at this stage. His focus remained on foundational cultivation, relying on magical tools and high-grade talismans for offensive means. He planned to learn powerful spells only after reaching the foundational stage. After progressing to the late stage of qi refinement, Lin Changqing exited the spirit land once more. This time, he did not head directly to Changshan Market but instead visited a small village outside the mountains. Initially, he had arranged for Sun Wenchang's son, Sun Xing, to reside in this village. Now, estimating that he was of suitable age, it was time to commence his training. Lin intended to take him to the market to assess his spiritual root. Should it prove to be of good quality, he could be sent to the Qingxian sect, providing him with a promising future. Conversely, if the quality was lacking, Lin would guide him into the path of cultivation himself, offering him the spirit land originally discovered by Sun Wenchang, which rightfully belonged to his son. After all, the vein of spiritual energy was ample enough for both of them to cultivate, and once Lin achieved the foundational stage, it would entirely belong to Sun Xing. However, upon arriving at Sun Xing's residence as per his memory, Lin found no sign of the boy. Where is he? He inquired of the servant who had been caring for Sun Xing. The servants immediately knelt upon seeing Lin Changqing. "Forgive us, esteemed immortal master," they pleaded, their faces reflecting their trepidation as they begged for mercy. Lin Changqing furrowed his brow in concern. "What on earth is happening? Where is Sun Xing?" The servant hastily replied, "Esteemed master, please forgive me." The young master, unable to contain his impatience, upon hearing that a celestial master in the city was recruiting disciples, decided to venture into the city to seek apprenticeship. Over the years, Lin Changqing has visited this place several times. However, due to Sun Xing's tender age, he has refrained from imparting the secrets of cultivation. Nonetheless, he has shared a wealth of knowledge pertaining to the realm of immortality, enabling Sun Xing to acquire such understanding. Are there other cultivators seeking disciples? Could it possibly be the Qingxian sect? Within the dominion of the Qingxian sect, only they possess the authority to extensively recruit apprentices. The various immortal families have been mandated by the Qingxian sect to recruit disciples solely from mortals of their own bloodline, with dire consequences of extermination for any transgressors. As for rogue cultivators, should they happen upon a talented mortal and choose to take them as a disciple, it is generally of little concern, as the Qingxian sect does not interfere with such matters so meticulously. Yet, is it indeed the season for the Qingxian sect to be enlisting disciples? Lin Changqing was not particularly informed. Although he had visited the Qingxian sect, it was under the company of Li Xinyao, and he was uncertain about the specific time of disciple recruitment. However, should Sun Xing seize this opportunity to enter the Qingxian sect, it would alleviate his own burdens. Moreover, if there were disciples of Qingxian sect in the city, he could conveniently make their acquaintance. After such an extended period of seclusion, He could inquire about any significant happenings in the realm of cultivation. Additionally, he could assess Sun Sheng's innate talents. No spiritual root. Next. No spiritual root. Next. In the city, an array of ordinary individuals, clad in diverse attire, crowded along a lengthy street, gazing at a high platform at its center. Upon the platform stood a young cultivator in his 20s, activating a peculiar magical artifact, while a long queue awaited as he tested the spiritual roots of the people. Curiously, among the throng were not only children in their teens, but also some adults of considerable age. Conventionally, the Qingxian sect favored recruiting younger children, as they were less influenced by the impurities of the mortal world and more easily nurtured into loyalty towards the sect. Previously, Lin Changqing could only take the entrance examination online. In truth, had it not been for his advanced age, with his exceptional character, he might have had the opportunity to join the Qingxian sect. Could it be that the Qingxian sect has undergone new changes, allowing even those of greater age to gain entry? Lin Changqing urged the magical artifact to approach the high platform. Who goes there? Lin Changqing's approach was forthright and unmasked, leaving no room for concealment. Consequently, the young cultivators swiftly discerned his presence and promptly summoned their storage bags. With a resonant clang, a flying sword materialized. The ordinary bystanders below were momentarily thrown into chaos, yet some audacious individuals dared to draw closer. Lin Changqing alighted upon the lofty platform, clasping his hands in greeting to the young cultivator, saying, "Esteemed friend, do not be alarmed. I happened to pass through this area and heard that there were disciples being recruited, so I came to take a look." Lin Changqing observed the young cultivator who was recruiting disciples, noting the extraordinary demeanor of the individual. Despite being in the early stages of their youth, they had already attained the late stage of qi refinement, resembling an elite disciple from the Qingxian sect. However, it was curious that they were not adorned in the customary robes of the sect. The young cultivator's expression softened slightly, yet a vigilant demeanor remained. "I wonder what brings you here, esteemed friend? I am currently engaged in the recruitment of disciples and may not be able to accommodate you." Lin Changqing chuckled. "It matters not. Coincidentally, I have a younger generation who wishes to join the festivities, so I shall come and observe." The young cultivator nodded in agreement. "I am unaware of which member of your lineage is present, but I can assist you in the assessment." Fortuitously, Sun Sheng was nearby. Even in the absence of Lin Changqing, Sun Sheng could swiftly conduct the evaluation. Lin Changqing beckoned to Sun Sheng, summoning him forth. Although Lin Changqing had only encountered Sun Sheng a handful of times, his unchanging visage left a lasting impression on Sun Sheng, who recognized him as a close friend of his deceased father and a respected immortal master. "This is the child of a dear friend of mine," he mused, though alas, "my friend has perished on the path of immortality. I can only hope he inherits his father's aspirations." The test of spiritual roots was conducted using a jade pillar artifact. Activated by the young cultivator, Sun Sheng stepped forward, placing his hand upon the jade pillar. The spiritual light upon the pillar fluctuated ceaselessly before ultimately stabilizing. The young cultivator suddenly turned to Sun Sheng, exclaiming 4 words: "Medium-grade spiritual root." Lin Changqing was equally astonished. He had not anticipated such remarkable aptitude in Sun Sheng. He had believed Sun Wuchang possessed only a low-grade spiritual root, yet here stood a son blessed with a medium-grade spiritual root. Alas, Sun Wuchang had departed this world too soon. The young cultivator turned to Lin Changqing, smiling as he proclaimed, "Congratulations." Lin Changqing also responded with a smile, "Congratulations. With your ability to acquire a medium-grade spiritual root, you should receive quite a reward upon your return." The young cultivator smiled, but said nothing in reply. Sun Sheng, aware of his own exceptional talent, suppressed his excitement and stood to the side. The examination then continued, with each ordinary individual being eliminated one by one. Lin Changqing engaged in casual conversation with the young cultivator, who introduced himself as Zhao Jinxian. According to Zhao, he was an ordinary inner disciple of the Qingxian sect. During their exchange, it became evident that Zhao was either distracted or lacking in eloquence, often responding only to Lin's inquiries, and at times, remaining silent even when questioned. Lin Changqing could only assume that the other party was unwilling to respond. It is quite natural for the disciples of the Qingxian sect to look down upon loose cultivators. Chapter 71. Doubts. A multitude of individuals arrived to assess their qualifications, and after a thorough examination, a full day and night had passed. This was primarily due to the fact that only Zhao Jinxian was conducting the assessments, which inevitably slowed the process. According to Zhao Jinxian, he had a senior brother. However, his brother was entangled in mundane affairs and thus chose to sever his worldly ties. It is an arduous challenge to find even one individual with spiritual roots among the ordinary populace. In a vast city of tens of thousands, there were merely a handful, most of whom were adults, with suitable children being exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the majority of these individuals possessed inferior spiritual roots. Only one, Sun Xing, exhibited a medium-grade spiritual root, which was rather impressive. Once all the individuals had been examined, Zhao Jinxian prepared to depart. Lin Changqing feigned casual curiosity as he inquired, "Why has Taoist Zhao chosen these individuals, who are already of age, to enter the sect? While they may possess spiritual roots, I fear the innate energy within their bodies has long been depleted. It seems nearly impossible for them to embark on the path to immortality. I wonder what Qingxian sect intends to achieve by selecting such individuals?" Zhao Jinxian paused momentarily, raising an eyebrow in response. "Why does Taoist Lin ask such a question?" Lin Changqing rubbed his nose and said, "I merely find myself perplexed by the actions of the sect. I was just inquiring casually. If fellow Taoist Zhao deems it inappropriate, there is no need to respond." Lin Changqing suppressed the unease within his heart and casually explained. Although his acquaintance with Zhao Jinxian had been brief, merely a day, he found the other party to possess an odd demeanor, though he could not precisely articulate what felt amiss. For instance, the question he had just posed: why would the Qingxian sect recruit individuals who had already reached adulthood? The Qingxian sect indeed established specialized outposts for the recruitment of those with mundane spiritual roots across various regions. While a single outpost covers a vast area, certain cities inevitably fall beyond its reach. Nonetheless, the Qingxian sect would not dispatch disciples to scour those territories for spiritual roots, primarily due to their current sufficiency in disciples. Moreover, after a day's interaction, Lin Changqing sensed a certain discordance in Zhao Jinxuan's demeanor. The latter frequently exhibited peculiar gestures, and his temperament seemed somewhat ferocious. Lin Changqing even perceived a trace of bloodlust emanating from him, which was incongruous with his supposed identity. Most importantly, Lin Changqing felt a disquieting intensity in Zhao Jinxuan's gaze directed towards him. As someone who harbored a lack of security, he was particularly sensitive to his surroundings, especially given his formidable spiritual awareness. He sensed Zhao Jinxuan's consciousness lingering upon him repeatedly, as if harboring ill intent. Of course, Lin Changqing habitually employed a technique to conceal his presence, projecting the cultivation level of merely the fifth stage of qi refinement, significantly inferior to Zhao Jinxuan's, thus posing no apparent threat. Consequently, he began to probe further. Zhao Jinxian eventually provided a definitive answer to Lin Changqing's inquiry regarding the selection of already adult individuals, stating that it was a directive from the elders above, and he was merely executing orders, oblivious to the underlying reasons. Lin Changqing quickly waved his hand, stating, "I was merely inquiring casually. If it pertains to the elder of the upper sect, it is perhaps best that I remain uninformed." He then continued, "In that case, will those possessing spiritual roots undergo further testing? Can my junior, then, gain admission to the Qingxian sect?" Zhao Jinxian replied with a smile, "Naturally. Upon arrival at the sect, additional trials will be necessary to assess one's character before formally entering. However, rest assured, my friend, your junior possesses a medium-grade spiritual root, and I perceive no flaws in their character. They shall surely gain entry." "That brings me comfort," Lin Changqing responded, curiosity piqued. "Might I inquire as to how the upper sect assesses character? It seems a rather challenging endeavor." "It is not as difficult as it may appear. By employing certain formations, one can create an environment conducive to such assessments, especially since these individuals are still mortals, making it quite easy to ensnare them within the ambience," Zhao Jinxian explained, somewhat vaguely. "Most sects operate in this manner." "I see," Lin Changqing mused, his expression contemplative. "I possess little knowledge of formations. I am but a solitary cultivator with scant opportunities to delve into the inheritance of formations." Yet, beneath his calm exterior, Lin Changqing felt a weight in his heart upon hearing Zhao Jinxuan's explanation. Character assessment through formations? Was it not typically conducted on the spirit testing platform, which directly yields results regarding both spiritual roots and character? He had participated in the Qingxian sect's admission assessment and had a fair understanding of the process. Regarding the spirit testing platform, Lin Changqing had subsequently learned that it was a remarkable artifact crafted by the founding ancestor of the Qingxian sect. capable not only of examining spiritual roots, but also of creating illusions to test one's resolve, all without affecting the user, as formations can easily ensnare ordinary individuals, inevitably impacting their mental state. Each sect has its own methods for evaluating the character of prospective disciples. Since the establishment of the Changqian sect, all disciples have been assessed using this spirit testing platform. How could they now resort to formative trials? Only those sects with inferior legacies or little regard for their disciples would employ formations for character evaluation. This individual is not a disciple of the Changqian sect, Lin Changqing thought. Could they be from some obscure small sect, unaware of the rules, daring to recruit disciples within the territory of the Changqian sect? Yet, if they are invoking the name of the Changqian sect, they should surely be aware of the protocols. Nonetheless, Lin Changqing resolved not to meddle further. Anyone bold enough to recruit disciples within the territory of the Changqian sect must possess some skill. It would be interesting to see how the Changqian sect reacts. It is a pity for Sunxing. Aligning with Zhao Jinxian may not be a wise decision. Should he attempt to bring Sunxing over? However, given that Sunxing possesses a medium-grade spiritual root, the other party is unlikely to relinquish him easily. A firm stance might only raise suspicions. What a predicament! Should he depart first, seeking a way to contact someone from the Changqian sect to eliminate this issue? At that moment, as Lin Changqing pondered, Zhao Jinxian spoke up. By the way, I noticed that you, being so young, have already attained the 5th level of Qi training. You must possess considerable talent. Would you be interested in joining our Changqian sect? Currently, the sect is in need of capable individuals, and if I report your potential to the higher-ups, I should be able to facilitate your acceptance into our fold. Lin Changqing's expression stiffened. Had he revealed a flaw? Perhaps it was better not to pursue it. With my meager cultivation, I would likely find no prominence in the Changqian sect. Remaining a wandering cultivator allows for a carefree existence. So I shall spare Daoist Zhao any inconvenience. Lin Changqing politely declined Zhao Jinchuan's invitation. Yet, Zhao Jinxian did not yield in his pursuit of Lin Changqing. Daoist Lin, you are overly modest. Our Changqian sect even accepts mortals who exceed the age limit. We would be particularly delighted to welcome someone like you, who has already attained the status of a cultivator. After all, what advantages does a wandering cultivator possess? Joining the Changqian sect provides a solid foundation and a bright future. Unlike the uncertainty faced by solitary practitioners, the more Zhao Jinxian insisted, the more uncertain Lin Changqing felt. Lin Changqing politely declined once more, expressing, there is truly no need. I am a person of modest aspirations. Merely becoming a cultivator brings me great satisfaction. I do not seek further advancement, so such opportunities should be reserved for others. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinchuan's expression shifted dramatically, and he let out a sigh. Friend Lin, you are truly rejecting the wine offered in favor of the punishment wine. Would it not be better to comply and accompany me willingly? Zhao Jinxian gazed at Lin Changqing with a cold demeanor, and his audacious attitude caused Lin Changqing to stiffen, silently preparing himself for any eventuality. Chapter 72. The Demonic Cultivators of the Spirit Control Sect. Alas, Lin Changqing felt a sense of helplessness. Was confrontation inevitable? It was not that he feared engaging in combat. With his formidable cultivation and array of talismans, he had no reason to fear anyone below the foundation establishment stage. Nonetheless, he preferred to avoid conflict whenever possible. Despite Zhao Jinchuan's cold demeanor, he acted with remarkable composure, casually producing a black banner from his storage pouch with a single hand. The appearance of the black banner was somewhat familiar, and a sudden memory surged forth in Lin Changqing's mind. Upon seeing the black artifact adorned with crimson patterns, he couldn't help but exclaim, demonic path? Spirit control sect? Dread washed over him. Had he known that his adversary was a demonic cultivator from the spirit control sect, he would have turned on his heel and fled without hesitation. Zhao Jinxian seemed momentarily taken aback, then sneered. I never would have guessed that a loose cultivator like you would be so well informed. Since you have recognized my identity, I can no longer spare you. With a flick of his wrist, the banner quivered, and the blood patterns detached, transforming into a blood beast that lunged towards Lin Changqing. The ferocity of this assault dwarfed that of the black-robed man Lin Changqing had previously vanquished, who had been severely injured from his earlier skirmish with the enforcement team. However, Lin Changqing faced this onslaught with unwavering resolve, and in that moment of confrontation, he discerned Zhao Jinchuan's true level of cultivation, the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Lin Changqing conceals his cultivation, and similarly, Zhao Jinxian also masks his prowess. This is precisely the reason for Zhao Jinxuan's unyielding confidence. Previously, Lin Changqing had perceived Zhao Jinxian to be at the latter stage of qi refinement, approximately at the 7th layer, which had emboldened Lin Changqing to confront him. However, he was taken aback to discover that Zhao was now at the 9th layer of qi refinement, merely a step away from perfection, suggesting the presence of some concealed secret technique. Although Lin Changqing possessed a plethora of talismans and was not overly intimidated, facing an opponent at the 9th layer necessitated a different approach. Li Huafu. The flames surged forth, engulfing the blood beasts as they traversed the fiery onslaught. These blood beasts were particularly vulnerable to the flames. Yet that was not all. Lin Changqing unleashed several more Li Huafus, creating an almost oceanic expanse of fire. As Lin Changqing and Zhao Jinxian engaged, ordinary onlookers immediately sensed the impending danger and fled, fearing significant casualties. Zhao Jinxuan's expression turned grim. He had not anticipated that Lin Changqing, who appeared to be merely a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, would suddenly produce numerous high-quality talismans. Nevertheless, Zhao was not without countermeasures. Congeal. He commanded sharply, activating his long banner artifact. The blood beasts, which had been struggling within the sea of flames, rapidly coalesced into a tight formation. They transformed into a liquid state, merging with one another. In mere moments, the blood beasts surged in size, becoming a colossal entity several zhang high. While the damage inflicted by the flames could still affect this giant blood beast, it was akin to a mere tickle to its formidable form. With a thunderous roar, the colossal blood beast lunged toward Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing remained entirely unfazed, deftly producing several talismans. The Fire Dragon Talisman. Once activated, it summoned a colossal dragon made entirely of flames. With multiple Fire Dragon Talismans at his disposal, several fiery dragons surged forth towards the blood beast. While the power of the Fire Dragon Talisman was capable of flattening a mountain peak, its efficacy diminished significantly against this blood beast, which was ultimately an entity formed from magical artifacts and composed of arcane energy. It was only natural that the Fire Dragon Talisman would not unleash its full potential. Nevertheless, due to its inherent advantages, the Fire Dragon Talisman inflicted considerable damage upon the blood beast, particularly when multiple fire dragons combined their might. They shattered the blood beast into fragments, while the inferno created by the fire talisman below further exacerbated the damage inflicted upon the scattered remnants of the creature. This was indeed a method to counter these blood beasts. Their ability to coalesce and separate rendered them exceptionally agile, making it challenging for ordinary spells to harm them. However, before Lin Changqing could revel in his triumph over the blood beast, he realized that Zhao Jinxian had vanished from sight. Where could he have gone? Lin Changqing was taken aback. Just moments ago, the opponent had been wielding the long banner not far away. Fled? Impossible. His displayed strength was considerably inferior. Unworthy of such a retreat. Lin Changqing swiftly entered a state of alert, preparing to search for the traces of his opponent. However, when he once again caught sight of Zhao Jinxian, a golden broadsword came slicing towards him. Unbeknownst to Lin Changqing, Zhao Jinxian had somehow positioned himself directly before him, wielding a shimmering golden longsword, and was striking down upon him with fierce intent. Lin Changqing was taken aback as the golden armor talisman was triggered, yet it proved futile, shattering with a sharp crack. Next came the heart shield, which positioned itself protectively before him. With a resounding clash, the heart shield was sent flying, and the immense force behind it propelled Lin Changqing several meters back, until he collided with multiple walls lining the street, finally coming to a halt. The impact stirred a considerable commotion, sending dust swirling into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Jinxian leaped into the cloud of dust, launching a series of assaults and engaging Lin Changqing in close combat. The air resonated with the sound of clashing metal. Zhao Jinxuan's strikes were thwarted by the protective measures of the golden armor talisman and the heart shield. However, the quality of the golden armor talisman was somewhat inferior, gradually unable to keep pace with the intensity of the battle, and the heart shield, merely a mid-grade magical artifact, was ill-equipped to contend with a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Throughout the skirmish, the golden armor talisman served only as a slight impediment, shattering upon contact, while the heart shield bore several deep gashes from Zhao Jinxuan's relentless slashes. Nearing a state of ruin, a few more strikes would render it utterly useless. The primary threat stemmed from Zhao Jinxuan's long blade, an exquisite high-grade magical artifact, which unleashed formidable power in his hands, far surpassing the capabilities of mid-grade talismans and defensive artifacts. Perhaps it was time for Lin Changqing to explore higher-grade talismans or acquire a superior defensive artifact. Nevertheless, Lin Changqing's concurrent training in physical cultivation, backed by his peak mid-stage physique, allowed him to withstand the recoil from the numerous strikes without significant detriment. However, Zhao Jinxian was also adept in physical cultivation, and his prowess surpassed Lin Changqing's, likely having attained late-stage or even peak physical cultivation. It was evident that Zhao Jinxuan's strength was on an entirely different level compared to Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing also sensed a similar aura emanating from the other party, who seemingly practiced the 10,000 Beasts blood spirit technique, albeit with a far deeper mastery than his own. The vitality radiating from the individual was distinctly more sinister than his own. He recalled that the 10,000 Beasts blood spirit technique contained a passage regarding a secret method, which allowed a cultivator's essence blood to substitute for that of a beast, thereby enhancing one's physique while also contributing to a degree of cultivation advancement. Lin Changqing felt that this secret technique was exceedingly sinister, and he had no desire to hunt down practitioners, deeming it too perilous. Thus he refrained from practicing it. Zhao Jinxian must have been cultivating this secret art, which explained the malevolent aura surrounding him. One could only say that he truly embodied the ways of the demonic path. Chapter 73, Duel of Magic. Moreover, Zhao Jinxian was clad in armor, which should also be a high-grade defensive artifact. The middle-grade flying sword wielded by Lin Changqing could not possibly breach the defenses. However, Lin Changqing did not harbor any expectations that the flying sword could penetrate the protection of his armor. Lin Changqing was struck by Zhao Jinxuan's fist, which collided with the heart shield, leaving an imprint upon it, bringing it closer to ruin. Lin Changqing was sent flying by Zhao Jinxian, crashing through several walls before regaining his footing. In his mind, he communicated with the concealed jade scorpion that had been lying in wait. He could sense that Zhao Jinxian possessed considerable combat experience. The opponent closed in on him for close-quarters combat, not only leveraging his proficiency in physical refinement, but also denying Lin Changqing the opportunity to unleash his talismans. Although Zhao Jinxian wielded the formidable power of the 9th level of qi refinement and was adept in the late stages of physical cultivation, along with possessing superior defensive artifacts, he would still suffer if struck by a fire dragon talisman. Throughout the encounter, Lin Changqing had attempted to release both fire dragon and departing fire talismans, but each time, Zhao Jinxian swiftly closed the distance between them, engaging in close combat, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Changqing to strike effectively with his talismans. Simultaneously, Zhao Jinxian consistently pressed in, leaving no opportunity for Lin Changqing to create space. As Lin Changqing steadied himself, Zhao Jinxian approached him once more. Yet this time, a flicker of coldness flashed in Lin Changqing's eyes. Upon reaching Lin Changqing, Zhao Jinxian prepared to strike again. He had grown weary of the cultivator before him, who concealed his true prowess beneath layers of talismans. Particularly, the golden armored talismans on his opponent were of great concern, although he could shatter them with a single blow. Doing so would dissipate much of his strength, leaving him vulnerable to further defenses. Moreover, this individual also practiced body refinement, rendering any counterattack significantly less effective. Today, he was determined to uncover the extent of such talismans on this opponent. Lin Changqing could only smile faintly at Zhao Jinxuan's intentions. How many golden armored talismans did he possess? Not to mention the exhaustion it would inflict. At the very least, it would deplete a considerable amount of his stamina. However, Lin Changqing had no desire to continue this exhausting exchange. Just as Zhao Jinxian was about to unleash his strike, a flash of emerald darted beneath his feet. The speed of the jade scorpion was astonishing, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This was not solely due to its swiftness. The jade scorpion possessed an innate ability to conceal itself, making it easily overlooked when it burrowed into the earth. Having remained hidden for quite some time and blending seamlessly with the surroundings, the jade scorpion was undetected by Zhao Jinxian, who was entirely focused on Lin Changqing. The moment Lin Changqing had been sent flying, he had released the jade scorpion from his spirit beast pouch. However, to avoid drawing Zhao Jinxuan's attention, he instructed the jade scorpion to remain motionless until he could lure Zhao Jinxian to its location. And now, the moment had arrived. The jade scorpion struck with precision. Lin Changqing specifically commanded the emerald scorpion to exploit the gaps in the armor. This armor undoubtedly possesses commendable defensive capabilities, ranking as a superior artifact. Yet it bears a notable flaw. It lacks a magical barrier. Had there been a magical shield, akin to Lin Changqing's golden armor talisman, it would have enveloped the entire body in protection. In such a scenario, the Emerald Scorpion would first need to breach the magical barrier to inject its toxin into the foe, granting the enemy a chance to react. However, the armor adorning Zhao Jinxian was likely tailored specifically for body cultivators. If a magical shield were present, the agile advantages of body cultivators would be undermined, and their strength could not be fully realized. The tail needle of the Emerald Scorpion darted through the crevice of the armor towards Zhao Jinxian. Although Zhao Jinxian had reached the late stage of body refinement, possessing a physique comparable to that of a late-stage first-tier beast, he was still no match for the late-stage Emerald Scorpion. With ease, the scorpion pierced his body, injecting venom within him. The Emerald Scorpion adhered to the rules of engagement, striking swiftly before retreating. By the time Zhao Jinxian gathered his senses, the Emerald Scorpion had already burrowed underground and escaped to a considerable distance. In mere moments, the toxin spread throughout Zhao Jinchuan's entire leg. Lin Changqing let out a cold laugh, proclaiming, "You've fallen into my trap." With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself backward to create distance. In that instant, as he flew away, Lin Changqing swiftly drew forth several talismans. The Fire Departure Talisman, the Fire Dragon Talisman. The very spot where the two had stood was instantly transformed into a sea of flames, with fire dragons soaring amidst the inferno. Lin Changqing leaped from the inferno, leaving Zhao Jinxian alone amidst the flames. A fierce roar resonated, and a radiant golden blade of energy, extending a considerable length, cleaved through the fire, extinguishing the fire dragon in a single stroke. Astonishing. This individual had not even exerted his full strength prior. The power of that blade was indeed extraordinary. Even a perfected chi-refining cultivator would hesitate to withstand it head-on. Had Lin Changqing faced that strike earlier, he might have sustained life-threatening injuries. Despite Zhao Jinchuan's previous regard for Lin Changqing, he had not truly perceived him as a formidable opponent, believing that Lin's endurance stemmed solely from his protective shell, and thus did not anticipate a struggle to the utmost. He assumed that once Lin's talismans were exhausted or his defensive artifacts destroyed, he would easily subdue him. Originally, it was only a few more strikes away from breaking through the defenses. The venom of the Jade Scorpion was reputed to be a formidable challenge, even for foundation-building beasts. Yet astonishingly, the opponent managed to unleash such a strike despite being poisoned. Though the late-stage body refinement was said to be on par with late-stage first-tier beasts, it lacked the innate physicality and demonic arts of those creatures, ultimately falling short in direct comparison. Of course, humanity possesses magical abilities, can consume medicinal pills, and employ secret techniques to compensate for certain shortcomings. Nevertheless, even resolving the poison through external means is no simple feat as the flames parted, revealing Zhao Jinchuan's form. Lin Changqing's pupils involuntarily constricted. In one hand, Zhao wielded a blade, while his leg bore a sickly green hue, indicating severe poisoning. Fortunately, the toxin seemed to have halted at the leg, neither worsening nor improving. Zhao Jinxian glared fiercely at Lin Changqing, likely having realized instantly that ordinary detoxifying pills would be ineffective against the Jade Scorpion's venom, unless he possessed some rare antidote, which it appeared he did. However, with one leg afflicted, his agility was significantly diminished, rendering him unable to close the distance. This was indeed the moment to strike while he was vulnerable. Fire Talisman. Fire Dragon Talisman. Once again, a talisman was cast aside. To speak of these talismans being discarded, he felt no remorse whatsoever. After all, his storage pouch was filled with elixirs and talismans in abundance, so many that he had not bothered to count them. There were certainly over 100 high-grade talismans. He had simply occupied his time during seclusion by drawing some talismans to alleviate his boredom. As time passed, these talismans accumulated. This time, Zhao Jinxian unleashed a golden blade of energy. Seizing the moment, Zhao Jinxian unexpectedly produced a flying magical artifact. A thought of escape crossed his mind. Chapter 74. Elimination indeed. By now he had been poisoned, afflicted by a toxin that the detoxification elixirs could not cure. There was no time to linger. If he delayed until the effects of the elixir wore off and the toxin spread throughout his body, even a celestial being would find it impossible to save him. However, Lin Changqing would not grant him such an opportunity. Once again, several fire dragons materialized around him. He had previously employed fire dragon talismans in the area to continuously apply pressure on Zhao Jinxian. The reason flying magical artifacts could achieve greater speed than ordinary artifacts was due to their sacrifice of offensive and defensive capabilities, making them incredibly prone to damage in actual combat. Several fire dragons struck directly against the flying artifact. Zhao Jinxian plummeted from the artifact. Did he still wish to flee? Not a chance. The remaining fire dragons, their power not yet spent, surged toward Zhao Jinxian. He slashed with a blade of energy, extinguishing 2 of the fire dragons. Yet 2 more remained, crashing against his armor. As expected, the armor specifically designed for physical cultivators exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities. The 2 fire dragons inflicted little harm upon him. Lin, I implore you to show mercy. We harbor no significant enmity towards one another. This time it was my fault for taking action against you. I am willing to offer compensation. Lin Changqing was both amused and exasperated by his opponent's sudden change of heart. Hadn't he been the one to initiate the conflict? Now, he claimed he would no longer fight. Lin Changqing remained silent, merely retrieving several talismans from his storage pouch. Zhao Jinxian felt a jolt of apprehension upon witnessing this. It was as if he had unwittingly disturbed a nest of talismans. Wait, Lin Daoyu, I have yet to unleash my full strength. If I were to fight with all my might, only one of us would emerge alive, and I am confident that it would be me. I suggest you reconsider. Lin Daoyu. Zhao Jinxuan's words bore a hint of menace, yet they rang true. Upon hearing this, Lin Changqing felt a flicker of hesitation, not due to the compensation mentioned by Zhao Jinxian, but because he too recognized the futility of overcoming his adversary. The armor worn by Zhao Jinxian was indeed formidable. To shatter it, he would require no less than a dozen fire dragon talismans. It wasn't he that he lacked such talismans, nor did he begrudge using them, but rather the unpredictable variables at play. As Zhao Jinxian had pointed out, should he truly fight to the death, Lin Changqing would find himself at a disadvantage. Lin Changqing recalled that the blood spirit technique of 10,000 beasts contained a secret art of blood ignition. At that moment, if the opponent fought desperately, he too would face considerable peril. Just as Lin Changqing was struck by this thought, a sudden insight emerged in his mind, causing his eyes to gleam with newfound clarity. Lin Changqing uttered a cold admonition. Those who practice the dark arts are treacherous and must be eradicated. Having spoken, he unleashed several fire dragon talismans and fire departure symbols. Zhao Jinxian, infuriated, coughed up blood. Had the righteous indignation of rogue cultivators reached such heights? Yet, he found himself without recourse, gritting his teeth as he summoned another wave of blade energy, though such exertion could not be sustained indefinitely. Should he continue in this manner, he would be left with no choice but to fight desperately. The blade energy cleaved through several fire dragons, while others collided violently against his armor. The relentless waves of heat also demanded that he channel his spiritual energy to withstand them. Dragging his poison leg, Zhao Jinxian sought to escape the inferno. This poison needed a swift resolution. If it lingered too long, he risked losing the use of his leg, and without it, his hopes of advancing beyond the foundational stage would be utterly dashed. However, just as Zhao Jinxian managed to step forward, an unsettling movement emerged from below, and the emerald shadow reappeared. Alarmed, he barely had time to react before the shadow vanished once more into the earth, leaving a breach in the protective barrier of spiritual energy he had erected around himself. Despite his precautions and vigilance, he had still fallen victim to the unseen threat. Lin Changqing's ignition of the fire talisman was not intended to deplete Zhao Jinxuan's mana. Rather, it served to create a diversion, providing cover for the emerald scorpion. Moreover, the scorpion possessed remarkable stealth capabilities, and Zhao Jinxian inevitably fell victim once again. In less than a breath's time, the toxin spread rapidly, prompting Zhao Jinxian to hastily consume a pill. This time, the poison lingered in his legs. His complexion darkened significantly. With both legs now afflicted, he could manage to move, but was rendered incapable of engaging in combat. Lin Changqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now was the perfect moment to strike down the drowning dog. Just as he was about to unleash the talisman once more, Zhao Jinxian suddenly let out a furious roar, his body emanating a crimson glow. Lin Changqing was taken aback. The blood-burning secret technique? Lin Changqing swiftly activated his flying apparatus, intending to distance himself from Zhao Jinxian. The last encounter with the black-robed man's blood-burning secret technique had left a significant impression on him. However, as soon as Lin Changqing ascended, Zhao Jinxian transformed into a shadow of blood and darted off in the opposite direction. Was this the blood shadow secret technique? Lin Changqing quickly realized the situation. but in the blink of an eye, Zhao Jinxian had vanished without a trace. This technique was originally intended for evasion, possessing an unparalleled swiftness that made it exceedingly difficult for him to pursue, unless he resorted to the blood-burning secret technique himself, which seemed unnecessary. Oh well, if he has fled, so be it. It is a pity, however, that he expended so many high-grade talismans without reaping any rewards. Although crafting high-grade talismans was relatively effortless for him, it still felt like a loss. Just as Lin Changqing lamented inwardly, a jade scorpion appeared at his feet, seemingly unscathed, though it bore traces of mud. The creature tugged at the hem of Lin Changqing's trousers with one of its formidable pincers. Lin Changqing felt a sense of bewilderment as he lowered his head. This victory was largely thanks to the jade scorpion. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult for him to extricate himself from Zhao Jinxuan's close pursuit. Lin Changqing gently caressed the head of the emerald scorpion, conveying his admiration through a mark. However, the emerald scorpion communicated an intriguing piece of information in return. What? It could trace the whereabouts of its target. The revelation from the emerald scorpion filled him with delight. Remarkably, the creature could follow the scent of toxins left behind by its prey, initially lamenting the absence of spoils. Lin Changqing now found himself presented with an opportunity. Given that Zhao Jinxian had utilized the blood ignition secret technique, he would undoubtedly be in a weakened state, making this the perfect moment to confront him. Without further ado, Lin Changqing set forth with the emerald scorpion, determined to pursue Zhao Jinxuan's trail. Not long after departing from the mundane city, two figures appeared in the distance. Zhao Jinxian had managed to escape quite a distance using the blood shadow secret technique, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers. Truly, this was a method of escape that allowed for considerable distance. Perhaps he should consider practicing it himself. For one never knows when they might encounter an insurmountable foe and require a means of retreat. In a short span of time, Lin Changqing successfully located Zhao Jinxuan's trail. From a distance, he employed the breath concealment secret technique, completely sealing his aura. Inside a cave, Zhao Jinxian was meditating to heal his injuries, while at the entrance lay the corpse of a mundane beast, already desiccated and resembling the lifeless form he had previously encountered beside the dark-cloaked man from the Spirit Master sect. However, the blood of this beast was of inferior quality compared to that of a cultivator. Yet, Lin Changqing remained outside the cave, refraining from entering. He remained uncertain of what traps or defenses might be concealed within. Thus, it was prudent to send the emerald scorpion to scout ahead first. Lin Changqing commanded the emerald scorpion to enter the cave using a mark, while he stood guard outside to prevent any escape. Soon, a considerable commotion erupted from within the cave, accompanied by a mournful cry from the emerald scorpion, indicating that the adversary was indeed prepared. Fortunately, the emerald scorpion succeeded in its mission and remained unharmed. Lin Changqing promptly issued an order for the emerald scorpion to return at once. The emerald scorpion swiftly emerged. Yet Zhao Jinxian did not follow suit, evidently aware that there were sentinels stationed outside. To be candid, Lin Changqing was also reluctant to enter the cave alone. Should Zhao Jinxian resort to desperate measures, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Fortunately, he possessed the Fire Dragon Talisman. The talismans were activated in rapid succession, unleashing a torrent of fire dragons upon the cave. It was only with the third fire dragon that Zhao Jinxian could no longer endure. A blade of energy surged forth, followed closely by his figure. At this moment, Zhao Jinxian appeared almost entirely green. From Lin Changqing's perspective, he seemed beyond salvation. However, to his astonishment, he was still able to move with agility. Observing the crimson hue that enveloped his adversary, Lin Changqing could surmise the cause. This was the genuine application of the blood-burning secret technique. He was relying on elixirs and the blood-burning secret technique to unleash an extraordinary physique, bravely withstanding the toxins. Once the effects of the elixirs diminished or the duration of the technique expired, Zhao Jinxian would likely succumb in an instant. The venom of the emerald scorpion was no trifling matter. Few below the foundation establishment stage could endure such a fate. However, Zhao Jinxian was at the peak of his power at this moment, making him a formidable opponent to avoid. Lin Changqing maneuvered his flying artifact in the sky, observing Zhao Jinxian below as one might watch a jester. Zhao Jinxian also possessed a flying artifact, but it had been destroyed by Lin Changqing previously. Coupled with the toxins coursing through his body, he found it exceedingly difficult to ascend and engage Lin Changqing in battle. Zhao Jinxian bellowed in impotent fury from below. This time, he had intended to wield an artifact and soar into the air to confront Lin Changqing. Generally, Qi refinement practitioners cannot rely on their spiritual power to ascend. Only Foundation establishment cultivators possess the strength to do so. However, Lin Changqing had no intention of granting him such an opportunity, having already prepared the Fire Dragon Talisman. With the Fire Dragon Talisman obstructing him, Zhao Jinxian could not draw near Lin Changqing. "Lin, my friend, could you spare my life? I possess a wealth of spirit stones and intelligence regarding Foundation establishment elixirs, which I can offer to you." Zhao Jinxian ultimately resorted to pleading for mercy, his tone urgent, as the effects of his blood-burning secret technique were nearing their end. If he did not cease, he would be drained of his very essence. Yet, Lin Changqing remained unmoved, solely focused on activating the Fire Dragon Talisman. Despair clouded Zhao Jinxian's features, although his opponent was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. He proved more formidable than a perfected Qi refinement practitioner. Regret gnawed at him for having initiated hostilities. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Ultimately, Zhao Jinxian succumbed to the consequences of his blood-burning secret technique, his body transforming into a verdant, desiccated corpse. A gossamer thin mask slipping from the visage of the lifeless form. It seemed he had perished completely. Lin Changqing propelled his flying sword, severing Zhao Jinxian's head to prevent any further tricks from the deceased. Subsequently, Lin Changqing stepped forward to collect the spoils of battle. The golden longsword and armor were both exquisite magical artifacts, each possessing considerable value, and he could wield them himself. Additionally, there was a mask. It appeared that the individual's features were disguised, explaining the peculiar dissonance in their appearance. There was also a storage pouch, which likely contained numerous treasures. However, Lin Changqing decided against examining its contents for the time being, opting to wait until he reached a secure location. Just as he prepared to return to the spiritual realm for a brief respite, a chilling voice echoed nearby. "Demon Path scoundrel, prepare to meet your demise." Chapter 75, Arrival of the Qingxian Sect. An enraged roar resonated from a distance, and before the sound arrived, a flying sword hurtled towards Lin Changqing with great speed. Lin Changqing had yet to comprehend the situation or identify the source of the sound when a sudden jolt of alarm surged through him. He swiftly activated the golden armor talisman, simultaneously positioning the nearly shattered heart-guarding mirror before him. The golden armor talisman shattered instantly. Clang! The flying sword struck the heart-guarding mirror, which succumbed to destruction, leaving no possibility for repair. With the remaining force of the flying sword, Lin Changqing could only summon his mid-grade flying sword to defend himself, managing to barely fend off this oncoming attack. However, the assault did not cease. Another flying sword was launched towards Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing was taken aback. At present, he possessed no defensive artifacts. The only means of protection at his disposal was the golden armor talisman. However, both the sword that had initially been hurled at him and the one now approaching were suffused with formidable spiritual essence, indicative of being high-grade artifacts. Furthermore, the cultivator wielding the flying swords exhibited considerable prowess, at least at the late stage of Qi refinement. What in the world? Where did this cultivator emerge from? The armor he had just acquired from Zhao Jinxian could indeed be classified as a defensive artifact, yet he had only recently obtained it and had yet to refine it, rendering it incapable of providing effective protection. A sense of unease washed over Lin Changqing as he realized the predicament he found himself in. He could only bide his time until the two individuals revealed themselves, preparing to unleash a plethora of talismans to regain the upper hand, aided by the Jade Scorpion, which would need to strike him to reclaim control. In that moment, Lin Changqing activated a gold armor talisman and summoned his flying sword, resolved to intercept the second flying sword at all costs, thus creating an opportunity to identify his adversary. However, to his astonishment, the second flying sword did not target him. Instead, it intercepted the superior-grade flying sword, leaving him perplexed. Seizing this moment, Lin Changqing discerned the owner of the first flying sword, a woman clad in green. Her expression fierce, was manipulating a flying artifact not far away, seemingly bewildered by the disruption of her own sword. Concurrently, from another direction, a figure approached, also maneuvering a flying artifact. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Changqing's eyes before he sheathed his sword. It was none other than a familiar face. The genuine disciple of the Qingxian sect, Li Xinyao. Li Xinyao first approached the green-clad woman, exchanging a few words before making her way towards Lin Changqing. "Ah, Lin. It has indeed been a while since we last met. You wrote to me a few years ago, yet I have not heard from you lately, she remarked, breaking the silence with a warm greeting. Upon encountering Lin Changqing expressed a degree of astonishment. I never anticipated meeting you here, Daoist Li. The two exchanged pleasantries upon their reunion. This is my fellow disciple, Zhou Xiyun. Li Xinyao introduced the woman clad in green. As for Lin Changqing, it is likely that Li Xinyao had already acquainted Zhou Xiyun with him prior to this moment. Zhou Xiyun offered a slight nod to Lin Changqing, but refrained from further comment. Lin Changqing offered a slight bow, a gesture of respect, for he was, after all, a disciple of the Qingxian sect. It was entirely reasonable for him to exhibit some temper in the presence of a wandering cultivator like Lin Changqing. By the way, I have yet to inquire why Daoist Li has appeared here, Lin Changqing remarked with a hint of curiosity. Li Xinyao elucidated. We have received intelligence indicating traces of demonic activity in this region. The sect has specifically dispatched disciples to investigate, and subsequently, it was reported that someone was clandestinely recruiting disciples here. We surmised that there might be a connection between the two matters, hence our presence to ascertain the situation. Before I could ask Daoist Lin why he was here and what led to the conflict with others, time did not permit. Lin Changqing pondered for a moment before recounting the sequence of events. In this narrative, he deliberately omitted the details regarding his discovery of the other party's affiliation with the demonic path, as it was somewhat difficult to explain. Additionally, he intentionally downplayed Zhao Jinchuan's abilities, only to later mention that he had the assistance of a late-stage first-tier beast. Lin Changqing summoned the Jade Scorpion. As the Jade Scorpion stealthily entered the cave to launch a surprise attack, it was detected by Zhao Jinxian, who struck it with a knife, leaving a deep gash on the scorpion's shell. It would likely take a considerable amount of time for it to recover from this injury. Lin Changqing attributed most of the credit to the Emerald Scorpion, neglecting his own contributions. Presently, Lin Changqing's cultivation, concealed by the technique of breath-holding, remains at the 5th level of Qi training. His progress over the years has been somewhat rapid, and revealing his true cultivation level would be challenging to explain. As for Zhou Xiyun, the situation is manageable, as the latter is unaware of Lin's original pace of advancement. However, Li Xinyao is cognizant of it. When she last encountered him, Lin was at the 3rd level of Qi training, and now, just a few years later, he has reached the 7th level. Even Li Xinyao would find it difficult to comprehend the pace of his cultivation, especially given the significant bottleneck between the mid and late stages of Qi trainings, which presents considerable difficulties for disciples within the sect. Lin Changqing is almost on par with Li Xinyao now. Presently, Li Xinyao has reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, progressing even faster than Lin Changqing, who has been continuously consuming elixirs. This disparity largely stems from Lin Changqing's inferior spiritual root and cultivation method. Another individual, Zhou Xiyun, also possesses the 8th level of Qi refinement, a testament to the high standards of the Qingxian sect, where disciples attain such impressive levels of cultivation. Naturally, Lin Changqing's limited exposure plays a role in this as well. The individual Lin Changqing encounters most frequently is Li Xinyao. However, the fact that Li Xinyao has been accepted as a disciple by a foundational cultivator attests to her remarkable talent. Those who accompany her are certainly not lacking in ability. Upon hearing Lin Changqing's narrative, Li Xinyao reflects thoughtfully. Indeed, Lin Daoyu is formidable, capable of subduing a demon beast such as the Emerald Scorpion. And it is an extraordinary stroke of luck to have slain a late-stage demonic cultivator with mere 5th level Qi cultivation. Lin Changqing quickly replied, "You flatter me, Daoist Li." Chapter 76. A mutual benefit. Recognizing the identity of the demonic cultivator Zhao Jinxian from the description of the black banner provided by Lin Changqing, Li Xinyao acknowledged that this was the result of Lin Changqing's deliberate guidance. As for Zhao Jinchuan's cultivation level, he had already met his demise, leaving only the conclusion that he was a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. The specifics of his abilities could not be discerned. Lin Changqing reported a cultivation level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Li Xinyao expressed her gratitude to Lin Changqing, stating, "We must also thank Daoist Li for first assisting us in dealing with the demonic cultivator, thereby alleviating some of our troubles." Lin Changqing humbly remarked, "It was merely luck." Merely luck. Lin Changqing was apprehensive about receiving excessive praise from others, as he found it difficult to accept. Having achieved notoriety by vanquishing a late-stage demonic cultivator with his own modest 5th stage of Qi refinement, he had certainly made a name for himself. Setting aside the incongruity with his inherently low-key disposition, He feared that the renown of having slain a demon would incite retaliation from their kind. Unlike the previous instance where only he was aware of the deed, this time, the repercussions could be far-reaching, especially concerning Zhao Jinchuan's affiliation with the Yuling sect. The mysterious figure clad in black had also belonged to that sect, and now another demonic cultivator from Yuling had emerged. There might even be more lurking in this territory. Possibly a leader commanding these demons, likely at least a Foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Changqing was most unwilling to attract such attention. Contemplating this, a sense of trepidation washed over him. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Li Xinyo and said, "Dear Taoist Li and Taoist Zhou, might I implore you to keep the matter of my slaying the demon today to yourselves?" Li Xinyo responded in astonishment, "Dear Taoist Lin, one must consider carefully. The ability to defeat a late-stage demonic cultivator is no trivial achievement, and you wish to conceal it?" Lin Changqing forced a bitter smile, remarking that this notoriety was of little benefit to him, merely serving to attract attention. He lamented that it might even provoke demonic cultivators to target him. What value did such a reputation hold? For disciples like Li Xinyo, slaying demonic cultivators might garner recognition from their sect and lead to rewards. However, for a loose cultivator like Lin Changqing, it was utterly worthless and could even result in being marked by the very demons he sought to evade, bringing about peril to his life. Li Xinyo nodded in understanding and suggested, "How about this? My junior sister Zhou and I are indeed in need of the merit from slaying demonic cultivators. If you could entrust us with the body and the token of this individual, we would be willing to offer you some compensation. What do you say?" Lin Changqing's eyes brightened at the thought. It was indeed a splendid idea for both parties to obtain what they needed. From the storage bag he had just acquired, Lin Changqing discovered yet another token belonging to a disciple of the spirit control sect, identical to the one he had previously obtained. However, he politely declined any form of compensation. "There is no need for such gestures. It suffices that you two have aided me in maintaining discretion." In truth, Lin Changqing sought to leverage this act of goodwill to bridge the gap between himself and Li Xinyo and Zhou Siyun. Both were elite disciples of the Pure Profound sect, and it was conceivable that they would eventually establish their foundational cultivation, thereby creating a valuable connection. Previously, Lin Changqing had rendered considerable assistance to Li Xinyo using a tracking talisman, which he viewed as a personal favor, yet as time passed, their communication dwindled, and they grew estranged. This opportunity to reconnect through his recent contribution seemed fortuitous. After all, the information Li Xinyo obtained within the Pure Profound sect could significantly benefit him as a loose cultivator. Nevertheless, Li Xinyo remained resolute, and Zhou Siyun interjected, "Lin Daoyu, the demon cultivator you vanquished represents a considerable achievement for us both. It is only fitting that we offer you some form of recompense to ease our minds." The Pure Profound sect was indeed a righteous sect, nurturing commendable disciples. Lin Changqing could only ponder. He was currently disguising himself with a cultivation level of the 5th layer of qi refinement. If he truly sought to obtain something beneficial, it was uncertain whether he could utilize it with his actual cultivation. Then, Lin Changqing cast his gaze upon the jade scorpion lying on the ground, a thought stirring within him. The remarkable achievement I have attained this time is entirely due to this jade scorpion. I wonder if my two companions possess any spiritual items that could benefit this beast and enhance its strength. Zhou Siyun, with a smile, replied, "By coincidence, I recently acquired a plant of xuanxin grass, which is remarkably effective in enhancing the strength of demon beasts. It can strengthen their physical form and will certainly be beneficial for the jade scorpion." Zhou Siyun then retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch. Lin Changqing took the jade box containing the xuanxin grass and, upon opening it, beheld a vibrant spiritual herb nestled within. The xuanxin grass. Lin Changqing had also learned through the beast mastery inheritance that it could enhance the physical form of demonic beasts, proving to be quite beneficial even for late-stage first-tier beasts. With the acquisition of this xuanxin herb, the emerald scorpion would be able to significantly reduce the time required to break through to the perfected first tier. "I am most grateful to you, Taoist Zhou." Lin Changqing expressed his thanks. Subsequently, Li Xinyo reminded Lin Changqing, "By the way, Taoist Lin, concerning the malevolent secret arts you obtained from the storage bag of the demon cultivator, it would be prudent not to practice them. It is best to destroy them. For if discovered, one would be treated as a demon cultivator." Lin Changqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he would never practice secret arts that required the sacrifice of cultivators' blood. Such endeavors not only demanded the perilous task of hunting down fellow practitioners, but also invited public condemnation. Fortunately, this time he had encountered Li Xinyao and Zhou Xiyun. One was an acquaintance, while the other bore no ulterior motives. Had he come across someone of dubious character, it would have been likely for Lin Changqing to be coerced into surrendering the storage bag of a demonic cultivator for inspection, risking the loss of his belongings. In a more unfortunate scenario, he might even have found himself branded as a demonic cultivator, potentially returning with two such individuals, thereby amplifying his accomplishments. Simultaneously, Lin Changqing recalled Sun Sheng, who remained in the mortal city, and introduced him to the duo, eliciting their surprise. In the Qingxian sect, the number of mid-grade spiritual roots was limited, each representing a rare opportunity for cultivation. If they could escort a person with an unblemished background possessing a mid-grade spiritual root, it would be a significant achievement. After conducting a thorough examination in the mortal city, the two expressed their gratitude once more and suggested maintaining frequent contact. Following a few parting words of advice, they took their leave, and Lin Changqing prepared to return and organize the items he had acquired from Zhao Jinxian. Upon returning to the spirit realm, Lin Changqing took a brief respite before commencing the organization of his recent gains. Zhao Jinxian had surprisingly possessed 3 superior-grade magical artifacts, a black banner, a golden longsword, and a suit of armor. The black banner resembled the one he had previously acquired from the cloaked man. It was likely a standard magical artifact of the spirit-taming sect, possessing considerable power, though Lin Changqing had managed to suppress its efficacy. Unlike the previous banner, which had been severely damaged, this one was intact and usable. However, its distinctive appearance made it easily recognizable, not only by demonic cultivators, but also by ordinary cultivators who might mistake it for a demonic artifact, which posed a significant inconvenience. Thus, this magical banner should be hidden away and sold at the right opportunity. The remaining 2 superior-grade magical artifacts were more to Lin Changqing's liking. It was evident that Zhao Jinxian specialized in physical cultivation and close combat, as all his techniques were primarily embodied in the armor and sword. Both the long sword and armor were considered exquisite among superior-grade artifacts, only slightly inferior to the finest. The golden long sword and armor were undoubtedly suited for physical cultivators, each weighing several dozen kilograms. Even after refinement, they could not be wielded like a flying sword to decapitate foes from a distance, making them exceptionally effective in close combat. Fortunately, Lin Changqing practiced physical refining techniques that were rooted in the same origin as Zhao Jinxian, rendering the long sword and armor particularly suitable for his use. Lin Changqing devoted considerable effort to refining the golden longsword and armor. The longsword felt slightly heavy in hand, exuding a sense of power far superior to that of a flying sword. Such weight could be better harnessed to unleash its full potential in the hands of a body cultivator. Lin Changqing's gaze sharpened as he channeled a substantial amount of magical energy into his long blade. A golden blade of energy surged forth, slicing through the air with remarkable distance, leaving behind deep ravines in its wake, its destructive power surpassing even that of a fire dragon talisman. However, the considerable expenditure of magical energy for this strike was evident. Nearly half of his energy was consumed in this single blow. Even with Zhao Jinxuan's cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement, the energy drained was significant, which is why such a technique was not employed as a standard approach. The armor he donned was equally impressive, sustaining several impacts from fire dragon talismans with only minor damage, easily restored with a simple repair. Lin Changqing donned the armor, sensing an immediate heaviness enveloping his body. Indeed, it was crafted specifically for physical cultivators, for an ordinary qi refining practitioner. Merely moving in such armor would prove to be a formidable challenge. Yet, its defensive capabilities were astounding, and it seemed to augment the user's strength to a certain extent. After donning the armor, Lin Changqing felt a marked enhancement in his own power. This armor was truly a treasure, even an unremarkable body-refining practitioner, equipped with merely this long sword and armor, could traverse the qi refining stage with ease. However, his own body-refining level was somewhat inadequate. Only when he progressed to the later stages of body refinement could he maneuver freely and gracefully. Moreover, the golden longsword and the armor bore a distinctive appearance. Though devoid of any demonic markings, they were still rather conspicuous. If recognized by any of Zhao Jinxuan's acquaintances, it could lead to complications. When the time came to repair the armor, it would be prudent to modify the appearance of both the longsword and armor without compromising their efficacy. He recalled that such services were available at the weapon shops. Once he had organized the 3 exquisite artifacts, Lin Changqing's attention shifted to the mask that had fallen from Zhao Jinchuan's face. The mask felt weightless in his hand, even with a sweep of his spiritual sense. It appeared as though there was nothing at the location of the mask. This mask was also a remarkable treasure. Lin Changqing refined the mask slightly and soon grasped its efficacy. As he gently pressed the mask against his face, a refreshing sensation enveloped him, and the gossamer thin mask seamlessly melded with the skin of Lin Changqing's visage. Lin Changqing's consciousness intertwined with the mask, and a flicker of realization coursed through him, transforming his originally elegant and handsome visage into that of a rough-skinned old man. Lin Changqing casually picked up a mirror and beheld his current visage. Moreover, he extended his hand, and to his astonishment, a stream of water began to coalesce from it. It is noteworthy that while Lin Changqing cultivated wood-based magic, the ability to manifest water was not beyond his reach. However, the water would invariably carry the essence of his original wood attribute. Yet, the water now materializing from his hand was devoid of any wood attribute aura, resembling instead the water produced by a water-based technique. This transformation was not the result of the mask altering his magical properties, but rather a clever disguise of his magical aura. His core essence remained unchanged. The mask possessed the remarkable ability to disguise him as any individual, altering not only his facial features, but also his skin tone, physique, and even the nuances of his magical aura and spiritual fluctuations. However, the essence of one's soul could not be masked. Achieving such a feat would verge on the extraordinary, rendering the act of impersonation indistinguishable from becoming another person entirely. Currently, Lin Changqing's disguise was a mere fabrication of his own design, far from perfect. The most flawless method would entail the demise of the individual, allowing the mask to consume their soul and essence, thereby enabling an impeccable impersonation, so much so that even the closest acquaintances would remain oblivious, an exceedingly sinister tactic. Nonetheless, this method bore inherent risks, should one slay a cultivator. Any residual items, such as a soul lamp that could detect life signatures, would easily reveal the individual's demise. In such a scenario, adopting a false identity would be tantamount to courting death. Overall, however, this mask proved to be a treasure, affording Lin Changqing a versatile identity, alleviating concerns of being pursued. Given the mask's uncanny nature, he aptly named it the soul-eating mask. Lin Changqing had already conceived numerous applications for this remarkable artifact. The remaining items were rather mundane, consisting of several magical tools, medicinal pills, and talismans, along with over 1,000 spirit stones, which were indeed worthy of Zhao Jinchuan's status. The magical tools were primarily low-grade artifacts, likely pilfered by their previous owner, which Lin Changqing intended to sell. As for the talismans, even though they were of inferior or medium quality, they held little value in his eyes. However, he found himself intrigued by the medicinal pills. The toxin of the emerald scorpion was formidable, yet Zhao Jinchuan's antidote managed to suppress its venom, suggesting that this antidote was indeed exceptional. Lin Changqing discovered an antidote within his storage bag. However, the jade vial containing the antidote appeared somewhat familiar. Lin Changqing pondered for a moment and recognized the origin of the detoxifying elixir. It was from the renowned physician Ge of Changxianfang City. The mark on the jade vial was indeed his exclusive insignia. So, it was the elixir crafted by physician Ge. No wonder it could suppress the venom of the emerald scorpion. It was capable of neutralizing even the toxic essence of foundational beasts, let alone that of the emerald scorpion. He was astonished that Zhao Jinxian could procure such exquisite elixirs. Chapter 78. The mother and child jade pendant physician Ge held a significant position in Changxianfang City, and the healing elixirs produced by him were highly sought after. It was unexpected that Zhao Jinxian possessed not only detoxifying elixirs, but also a considerable quantity of healing elixirs crafted by physician Ge. Each elixir was lustrous and of superior quality. However, with the soul-devouring mask, Zhao Jinxian could easily disguise his identity, making it feasible to acquire these elixirs. Moreover, it was well known that physician Ge only accepted spirit stones, not individuals. As Lin Changqing sorted through the items in his storage pouch, a jade pendant placed among the miscellaneous objects suddenly emitted a radiant glow. Lin Changqing was taken aback. Could it be that someone had pinpointed his location? He had previously speculated whether Zhao Jinxian had other demonic cultivators backing him, or if someone was tracing him through Zhao's belongings. However, upon observing the jade pendant more closely, his anxiety eased somewhat. It likely was not meant to locate him. Gazing at the radiant jade pendant, Lin recognized its purpose. It was a pair of communicating jade pendants. This type of artifact comprises a mother pendant and child pendants, allowing for communication between them. Multiple child pendants can exist, but there is only one mother pendant. The mother pendant can communicate with the child pendants, but the child pendants cannot communicate with one another. In the realm of cultivation, artifacts capable of mutual communication are exceedingly rare, particularly those that can facilitate long-distance exchanges. Certain sects and families may utilize formations and credentials to communicate within the formation's confines. However, once outside its range, communication ceases. The mother and child jade pendants, on the other hand, can maintain communication over distances of hundreds of miles, making them a rather precious artifact. To his surprise, Zhao Jinxian possessed a mother pendant, implying that he was the leader of a group of demonic cultivators. Lin Changqing felt a surge of interest as he prepared to reach out to the other side. After all, separated by a communication talisman. Even if the other party sensed something amiss, they would be powerless against him. The mother and child jade pendant could be utilized without the need for refinement, however. It required the user's magical aura to be inscribed upon it. Only if the aura belonged to the original wielder could it be employed, otherwise, one would have to infuse it anew, rendering the previous aura void, which in turn would sever the communication link of the original jade pendant. Serendipitously, Lin Changqing had just acquired the soul-eating mask, along with Zhao Jinxuan's magical artifact, which remained only partially refined. The artifact still bore Zhao Jinxuan's magical essence, making imitation a trivial task. Simultaneously, Lin Changqing summoned the emerald scorpion, recalling that its stinger contained Zhao Jinxuan's blood. With this blood, he could enhance the accuracy of his impersonation, while it could not compare to devouring Zhao Jinxuan's soul and essence. The latter had already been taken away by Li Xinyao and her companion, leaving him unable to use the corpse for further disguise. Fortunately, with the blood from Zhao Jinxuan's stinger, he could mimic him with considerable likeness. Through the mother and child jade pendant, the other party would likely fail to detect any irregularities. Lin Changqing harnessed the magical fluctuations emanating from Zhao Jinxian to activate the jade pendant, from which a vision materialized. As the image unfolded, the silhouette before him startled Lin Changqing. The figure, adorned with flowing white hair, exuded a benevolent aura, and Lin Changqing recognized him immediately. It was Dr. Gu. This was the very physician under whom Lin Changqing had studied alchemy for 2 months many years ago, and he appeared to have aged further since their last encounter. Initially, Lin Changqing had assumed that the detoxification pill in Zhao Jinxuan's possession was a costly elixir procured from Dr. Gu. However, it seemed that Zhao Jinxian had a private connection with the physician. Furthermore, considering the jade pendant in Dr. G's possession, it was possible that he was also a practitioner of dark arts, perhaps even an associate of Zhao Jinxian. Lin Changqing, mimicking Zhao Jinxuan's tone, spoke with a hint of urgency. Is there something amiss? I am rather preoccupied at the moment. To avert any suspicion from the other party, Lin Changqing